My name is Guo Shan, and I hail from Earth. 3 years ago, a shooting star streaked across the sky, bringing Guo Shan to this world. What kind of world is this? In the span of 3 years, Guo Shan has gleaned a preliminary understanding of this realm. Here, there are martial artists, martial arts, as well as internal energy and lightness skills. There are also renowned sects such as the Huashan Sword Sect, Amei Sword Sect, Wudong Sword Sect, and the Shaolin Temple. This is a world of chivalry and martial arts. In the bustling town, the streets are lined with an array of stalls, where vendors eagerly hawk their wares to passers-by, creating a lively atmosphere. Xiao Hong is overjoyed. She clutches a large candied hawthorn stick, bright red and sweet. With one hand holding the treat, her other hand is held tightly by her grandfather. Grandfather often reminds her, when out and about, always stick close to your grandfather, or you may be taken by bad people. Xiao Hong has never encountered any villains. The worst she knows is the neighbor's little Hei Zi, who enjoys bullying her and sometimes snatches her candied hawthorn. Yet, she always listens to her grandfather, for he dotes on her, often buying her favorite candied hawthorn. She has no desire to part ways with him. As they pass a street corner, a hand suddenly grabs Xiao Hong's wrist, wrenching the candied hawthorn from her grasp. The grip on her wrist is painful, and the treat falls to the ground. Before she can mourn the loss of her candied hawthorn, she is forcibly pulled aside, her grandfather's hand torn from hers. "Let go of me, my candied hawthorn." Xiao Hong struggles, wishing to retrieve the fallen treat. This girl is quite a catch. She could fetch a few tails at the Yichuan courtyard. "What are you doing? Let go of my granddaughter." The old man trembles as he attempts to reclaim his granddaughter, but in an instant, he is kicked aside by several ruffians. It's Chun Lao-san. The grandfather recognizes them. They are notorious thugs in the town, bullying the weak and colluding with local constables, who release them shortly after capture, making them increasingly brazen. "Chun Lao-san, spare my granddaughter. I will give you all the money I have." The old man pleads desperately, hastily pulling out his money pouch, which is light and nearly empty, revealing only a handful of copper coins. These few worthless coins. "Are you trying to send me off with beggar's fare? Get lost or else." Just then, a commanding voice rings out from behind. "Release that girl in broad daylight. You dare to commit such misdeeds? This is outrageous." From a distance, a young swordsman shouts, clad in a green robe, a sword in hand. "Who is this young brat? How dare he meddle in Chen's affairs?" Brothers attack. Chun Lao-san, sensing the young swordsman's appearance, instinctively instructs his men to assess the situation. The thugs exchange glances, drawing their daggers as they charge forward. Seeing someone come to their aid, the old man feels a surge of gratitude, though a twinge of worry emerges. The youth appears young. Can he truly contend with these thugs? Despite the youth's apparent anxiety, he skillfully draws his sword, revealing he possesses martial prowess, albeit lacking experience. Clearly, he is a novice in the world of martial arts. As the thugs close in, their strikes lack finesse, but are fueled by ferocity. One thug throws a handful of white powder, blinding the unsuspecting swordsman. "Watch out, young hero!" The old man, witnessing the sudden turn of events, urgently warns, but it is too late. "Calcium powder? Despicable!" The young swordsman, now blinded, cries out in shock and anger. The thugs, unfazed, unleash their blades upon him. Despite the youth's efforts to evade, he is struck several times. As the young swordsman teeters on the brink of defeat, several piercing sounds suddenly pierce the air. Thud! 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 With cries of agony, several thugs collapse, groaning in pain. The old man gazes in astonishment, noticing chopsticks protruding from their chests. They are beyond saving, filling him with mixed joy and fear. In an instant, only Chun Lao-san remains standing. Chun Lao-san, filled with dread, casts a terrified glance towards a nearby wonton stall. No, to be precise, at a swordsman seated before the wonton stand, enjoying a bowl of steaming wontons, his chopsticks nowhere to be seen. Wearing a conical hat and a cloak with a stern expression, he wields a long sword. Could it be him? The old man gasps in recognition, though not a martial artist himself. He has heard tales of the most renowned prodigy swordsman in recent years. "Grandfather, that's the evil swordsman." Xiao Hong, no longer crying, points excitedly at the distant figure. The evil swordsman, a top-tier martial artist. In recent years, he has earned fame for his unparalleled swordsmanship, defeating numerous elite martial artists with his swift swordplay, never having tasted defeat. He is hailed as the fastest sword in the realm. In the martial world, practitioners are categorized into 5 ranks: third rate, second rate, first rate, super first rate, and master. Martial arts techniques are similarly classified into 3 tiers: third rate, second rate, first rate, and ultimate techniques. The ranks of martial arts mastery are divided into 4 stages: entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Among these, internal cultivation at entry level corresponds to third-rate mastery. Minor achievement indicates second-rate mastery. Major achievement signifies first-rate mastery. Perfection denotes a master of the generation. As for super first-rate masters, they are those who have perfected a particular martial art, possessing unique skills that elevate their strength above that of ordinary first-rate masters. In the current martial world, aside from the 3 great masters, super first-rate masters stand as the pinnacle figures. Evil Swordsman. Upon recognizing the assailant, Lao San immediately drops to his knees. Evil Swordsman, I beg for mercy. I swear, I will never dare again. Please spare my life. As he bows repeatedly, he continues to apologize profusely. While others may be uncertain, he instantly recognizes the figure before him as the Evil Swordsman. Though he has never encountered the Evil Swordsman in person, the distinctive attire leaves no room for doubt. He is the fastest sword in the realm, the Evil Swordsman. Though Lao San is merely a thug, a wretched character in the martial world, he is nonetheless a true inhabitant of that realm. He is more familiar with the legendary genius swordsman than anyone else present. It is said that the Evil Swordsman not only possesses extraordinary skill, but also has an eccentric personality. His actions are often a blend of righteousness and ruthlessness. Though he often performs noble deeds, he is merciless in his approach. He is a swordsman who draws his blade to kill. Chapter 2. The Swordmaster's manner. Lao San felt a mixture of shock and fear. He was acutely aware that once the Evil Swordsman unsheathed his sword, blood would surely follow. Fortunately, the adversary had not yet drawn his weapon. Otherwise, he would not have remained passive, for even if death were inevitable, he would rather perish while fleeing. Lao San clung to a glimmer of hope, reasoning that a figure of such renown as the Evil Swordsman would hardly concern himself with a trivial character like him. Suddenly, a chopstick pierced directly into Lao San's throat. Blood trickled from the wound, staining the instrument that had claimed his life. His eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that he would meet his end at the hands of a mere chopstick. The Evil Swordsman had not drawn his sword. Yet Lao San still fell victim to his prowess. With a fierce aversion to evil, he embodied both righteousness and malevolence. The Evil Swordsman retrieved another pair of chopsticks from the holder, indifferent to the astonished gazes around him, and leisurely began to eat, as if he had merely swatted away a few bothersome flies. The wonton stall owner felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that this harbinger of death might, in a fit of whimsy, turn his wrath upon him as well. He was oblivious to the identity of his assailant. All he understood was that individuals of this world could draw their blades at the slightest provocation, and killing was as effortless to them as wrapping a wonton. Many shared his sentiments. Some feigned ignorance, while others distanced themselves to avoid attracting trouble. At that moment, an elderly man grasping the hand of his granddaughter Xiaohong approached the Evil Swordsman. "Thank you, noble swordsman, for your timely intervention. I am left with no means to repay your kindness, except to bow before you," the old man declared, preparing to bow. "There's no need for that. It was merely a trifling effort," the Evil Swordsman replied blandly, seemingly averse to such displays. After tossing a few coins, he vanished without a trace. "Grandfather, where did the Evil Swordsman go so suddenly?" Xiaohong's eyes widened in astonishment, struggling to comprehend how he had disappeared so swiftly. The old man gently patted her head, explaining, "The Evil Swordsman has not vanished. He has simply departed." "Departed? But I didn't see him leave. He just saved me, and I hadn't even had the chance to offer him candied hawthorn," Xiaohong exclaimed, perplexed. "Silly child, heroes do not indulge in candied hawthorn. It is a treat for little ones." Her grandfather chuckled. "But candied hawthorn is so delicious. Why would a hero want to eat it?" Xiaohong questioned, her innocence shining through. "Grandfather, you should try it. It's delightful." Meanwhile, the young swordsman, his vision obscured by lime powder, received assistance from a kind stall owner who provided him with vegetable oil to wash his eyes. "Young sir, Is your sight improving? The elder inquired with genuine concern. A bit better, but there is still some pain. The youth replied. Of course. Lime powder in the eyes will certainly sting. Keep rinsing with the oil and refrain from rubbing. The benevolent stall owner advised. How despicable. Those ruffians are truly insidious, to have blinded me with lime powder. I wish I could dismantle them piece by piece. The young swordsman seethed, resenting his own misfortune for falling prey to such underhanded tactics. Alas! The martial world is fraught with peril, and human hearts can be treacherous. Young sir, you must exercise caution in your future travels. The stall owner urged again. The young swordsman felt even more disgruntled as he recalled his previous confidence before descending the mountain, only to find himself in such a humiliating predicament at the hands of common thugs. As a disciple of the esteemed Guo Shan sword sect, to stumble so ignobly was a profound disgrace. Reflecting on the evil swordsman's extraordinary skill, his pride quickly diminished to the depths of despair. Truly, the evil swordsman was deserving of his reputation as the most illustrious swordsman of recent years. His prowess was indeed remarkable. Yet, why had the evil swordsman appeared in this inconspicuous little town? Could it be that he too was en route to the upcoming selection event at the Swordmaster's Manor? The young swordsman speculated, his conviction growing stronger with each thought. The Swordmaster's Manor was renowned throughout the martial world for its sword crafting, and countless esteemed swordsmen aspired to possess a blade forged therein. For a swordsman, a renowned sword not only enhanced their strength but also served as a symbol of their status. However, the swords forged by the Swordmaster's Manor were exceedingly rare, each a paragon of excellence. Swordsmen sought renowned swords, while renowned swords sought worthy masters. The Swordmaster's Manor would select the most fitting owner for each blade it crafted. A fine sword for a hero. The Swordmaster's Manor produced a renowned sword only once every 20 to 30 years. Currently, a new sword had been forged, and a selection event was imminent. Each time a sword was crafted, it caused quite a stir within the martial community, drawing swordsmen from far and wide to seek their fortune. The upcoming selection event at the Swordmaster's Manor was destined to be a grand affair. By the time the young swordsman arrived in Luoyang, the inns were already brimming with guests. With no options left, he sought refuge in a secluded inn. Despite its remoteness, it was still full, and the owner, feeling pity for him, allowed him to stay in the storage room behind, though the lodging fee remained unchanged. In Luoyang, many like him were in search of shelter. Those of stature and skill had made their way directly to the Swordmaster's Manor, while unknown wanderers like him found themselves in the city essence. The martial world was indeed a stage for fame and fortune. The young swordsman harbored aspirations of one day becoming a notable figure himself, renowned throughout the land, wielding his sword with pride. Chapter 3, Moon Viewing Pavilion. The following day, the city of Luoyang buzzed with an extraordinary liveliness, with the most vibrant scene unfolding at the grandest and most opulent establishment in the city, the Moon Viewing Pavilion. Situated on the most bustling street of Luoyang, this establishment not only stands as the epitome of luxury, but it is also a favored haunt for the myriad of martial artists and rogues who traverse the region. Whether they are cultured scholars or valiant heroes, all revel in the pleasures it offers, indulging in both revelry and the pursuit of vengeance. When one speaks of the Moon Viewing Pavilion, the first impression that springs to the minds of the martial community is its signature drink, the Moon Viewing wine. Here, discussions of the martial world flow as freely as the wine itself. At this moment, the pavilion was filled to the brim with swordsmen, and where swordsmen gather, revelry is inevitable. The raucous atmosphere was alive with laughter, toasts, and boasts, creating a cacophony of sound that permeated the air. Yet, most captivating of all was the voice of the storyteller in the main hall, regaling the assembly with tales of the infamous evil swordsman. 3 years prior, this enigmatic figure had burst onto the scene, defeating numerous elite fighters with his unparalleled swordsmanship, including renowned masters who had never tasted defeat. He was hailed as the fastest swordsman in the realm, a title that only intensified the intrigue surrounding him. The storyteller's voice rose and fell with dramatic flair, drawing the audience in as if they were witnesses to the very events he narrated. The martial guests, captivated by his tale, found themselves momentarily silenced, their jovial clamor diminishing in the face of such gripping storytelling. Unlike the quieter tea houses, the pavilion thrummed with the energy of martial artists eager to hear tales of their kind, particularly recent exploits within their world. As the storyteller concluded the tale of the evil swordsman, he found himself parched and breathless, instinctively reaching for the teacup before him. However, the crowd was not yet satisfied, erupting into a chorus of encouragement. "Old man, why have you stopped? Continue. Yes, pray, enlighten us on the secrets of the evil swordsman's unmatched speed." The storyteller took several gulps of tea, draining his cup, yet remained unmoved by the clamoring audience. His gaze swept over the bowl before him, filled with coins meant for gratuities, and the meaning was clear to all. Observing this, many patrons generously tossed in their offerings, their faces alight with anticipation. With the influx of coins, a smile began to spread across the storyteller's face, and he resumed his captivating narration. It is well known that the evil swordsman's speed is unmatched in the martial world, yet the storyteller never divulged the specifics of the technique he employed. This enigma remained a significant mystery within the martial community. Nevertheless, the storyteller's performance was so enthralling that none in the audience truly lamented the lack of clarity regarding the evil swordsman's technique. As the bowl before the storyteller filled with coins, his joy became palpable, and his delivery grew even more animated. Esteemed warriors, the upcoming selection event at the renowned Sword Manor promises to be a grand occasion. A multitude of elite fighters have already gathered, and the streets of Luoyang are teeming with skilled swordsmen. This is undoubtedly one of the most vibrant moments the martial world has seen in years. The storyteller's enthusiasm was infectious, for he understood that the more lively the atmosphere, the better the business for the pavilion, and consequently, the greater his earnings. In such bustling times, a day's earnings could rival that of 10 ordinary days. To him, a thriving martial world was a prosperous one. With deft skill, the storyteller shifted the conversation to the upcoming selection event, igniting interest among the martial patrons who began to discuss fervently who will ultimately claim the prized sword from the renowned Sword Manor. In my opinion, it must be the evil swordsman. No one else is more deserving. Indeed, the evil swordsman is not only the most talented swordsman but also the fastest. Others countered, I'm not so sure. Although his prowess is formidable, the evil swordsman's origins remain shrouded in mystery. He lacks the deep-seated connections that those from prestigious sects possess. Precisely, in the martial realm, having a strong background is paramount. We, as common wanderers, cannot hope to rival those from esteemed lineages. Yet another voice chimed in, that may not be entirely true. Ultimately, this world respects strength. Without it, even the mightiest lineage is of little consequence. I firmly believe in the evil swordsman. Among the younger generation, his abilities are unparalleled. A dissenting opinion arose. I cannot agree. There are also exceptionally talented young swordsmen from prestigious sects, each possessing considerable strength and deep-rooted backgrounds. Their future achievements will surely rival those of the evil swordsman. Indeed, besides, the evil swordsman has yet to face them in direct competition. How can we ascertain that he is superior? Exactly. I've heard that Bai Yun, the esteemed swordsman from the Guo Shan sect, will also be present at the selection event. He is regarded as the foremost among the 4 heroes of the martial world and is the recognized future leader of his sect. Truly impressive. It is said that Bai Yun has mastered the Guo Shan sect's ultimate skill, innate purple chi, to perfection, a feat requiring extraordinary talent. The debate continued, with fervent discussions surrounding the prowess of Bai Yun and the evil swordsman, each side passionately asserting their champion's superiority. Chapter 4. The White Cloud Swordsman. Zhuobua, shall we engage in a wager? A voice resonated from the private room above. The crowd turned their gaze upwards, where a middle-aged man clad in elegant attire descended the staircase. Several individuals recognized him as the renowned figure in Luoyang, Yu Zhenkong of the esteemed Yu family. The Yu family, well established in Luoyang, operated a myriad of businesses throughout the city, boasting significant financial resources. This very establishment, the Wangwei Tower, was also among their ventures. My fellow friends from the martial world, it is a rare occasion today, with the tavern bustling with life. I, Yu Zhenkong, have taken the liberty to set up a betting table, wagering on the ultimate victor of this prestigious sword selection tournament. I warmly invite all to join in the revelry. Dressed in resplendent garments, Yu Zhenkong, though shorter in stature, exuded an undeniable presence as he approached the grand hall below. His proclamation piqued the interest of the assembly, and soon, spirited betting commenced. I wager 2 taels on the evil swordsman for the win. I stake 5 taels on the white cloud swordsman Zhuobua. I bet 10 taels. In no time, the table before them was laden with piles of silver, neatly categorized according to the various bets placed, the evil swordsman, the white cloud swordsman Zhuobua, and others. Nearby, an elderly storyteller gazed in astonishment at the mound of silver coins. Can it be played in such a manner? How much could the house earn from this wager? This single event could equate to years of my labor. The storyteller found himself tempted, contemplating whether to place his own bet on the evil swordsman. For years, he had narrated tales of the evil swordsman's exploits in the tavern, and he believed he had a solid grasp of the swordsman's capabilities. Since his emergence 3 years prior, The evil swordsman had triumphed over numerous top-tier martial artists, including several of the elite. His prowess was undeniably unparalleled among the younger generation of the martial world. Despite the grandiose claims of renowned sect disciples, their actual capabilities were often overestimated. Otherwise, why would unknown masters frequently surface in the martial realm? Before reaching the level of a grandmaster, a martial artist's power is primarily defined by the martial techniques they have mastered, such as a specific sword or blade technique. Mastery of a technique could significantly enhance a warrior's strength, enabling them to contend with opponents far beyond their rank. Should they reach the legendary state of perfection, they would not only glean a unique skill from their technique, but also surpass typical top-tier martial artists, gaining renown in the martial world. Every year, new prodigies emerged, most of whom had honed a particular sword or blade technique to mastery before venturing into the martial world, the evil swordsman being a prime example. Conversely, disciples of established sects often began their training with foundational internal skills. Compared to the ever-emerging newcomers, while their potential was indeed profound, their immediate strength often paled in comparison. The true strength of these sect disciples lay in their potential and the deep-rooted martial heritage within their sects, such as the Guo Shan sword sect's ultimate technique, innate purple chi, or the Shaolin Temple's century-old secret, the Withering and Flourishing Sutra. However, during the early stages of their training, the benefits of these profound techniques were not readily apparent, as they typically demanded immense dedication and a protracted period of cultivation, often requiring 2 to 3 decades to achieve mastery. This rendered them at a disadvantage when juxtaposed with the newcomers who could reach mastery in less than a decade. With gains come losses. While the established sects emphasized potential and internal power accumulation, their chances of breaking through to grandmaster status were somewhat enhanced. In contrast, the independent martial artists often favored rapid advancement. Although they might achieve commendable strength early on, they frequently lacked the potential for future growth. Such esoteric martial wisdom was not easily grasped by the average person. The storyteller himself had stumbled upon it in an ancient text. Therefore, in their formative years, the strength of disciples from established sects was not necessarily superior to that of the newcomers, and in some cases, they might even be inferior, especially with the evil swordsman, who was rumored to have bested even the elite masters with his swift swordplay. Although the White Cloud swordsman Zhuobuer was also a rare talent within the sects, having mastered the Guo Shan sword sect's ultimate technique to the level of mastery, he still paled in comparison to the evil swordsman. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the storyteller felt a surge of excitement. He touched his money pouch, hesitated while glancing at the stack of silver on the betting table, and ultimately decided to stake 10 taels on the evil swordsman. "I wager on the evil swordsman," he declared resolutely. This 10 taels represented nearly half a year of his earnings, and tossing it into the pot felt akin to placing a grand bet. Excellent. It is a rare delight to see the esteemed storyteller in such high spirits today. May fortune smile upon you. Yu Jinkong laughed heartily, clearly pleased with the storyteller's confidence in the evil swordsman. Is there a problem? Is it because I am not a member of the martial world that I am barred from betting? The storyteller raised his voice, suddenly concerned about being excluded from the wager. Not at all. Yu Jinkong waved his hand dismissively. We welcome anyone who wishes to partake in the betting. Your presence is most appreciated. He gestured generously to the crowd, bolstered by his wealth. Anyone? Then I stake 1,000 taels on my own victory. A voice rang out from the entrance, revealing a young swordsman clad in white, a long sword at his side, with sharp brows and a proud demeanor. Is that not the White Cloud swordsman Zhuobuer? Did he not head directly to the Mingjian villa? What brings him here? Indeed, he is the White Cloud swordsman Zhuobuer, a true young hero, strikingly handsome. He is indeed the current master brother of the Guo Shan sword sect, the foremost among the 4 heroes of the martial world, truly remarkable and possessing an extraordinary bearing. To wager 1,000 taels on himself? Such confidence. Of course, his audacity in staking such a sum signifies his assuredness of victory. Should we not follow suit? I had previously wagered 1 tael on the evil swordsman, but I shall now place 5 taels on the White Cloud swordsman Zhuobuer. Wow, Zhuobuer has already eclipsed all other bets with his 1,000 taels. I wonder if iron palm carving Yu Jinkong will dare to accept? Surely he will not be intimidated. After all, the profits of this Wangwei Tower exceed that amount each month. Just wait. I suspect many will soon follow suit, betting on the White Cloud swordsman Zhuobuer. If so, Yu Jinkong will certainly face significant losses in this wager. Chapter 5. The Iron Palm of Yu Jinkong. Yu Jinkong paid no heed to the murmurs of the surrounding crowd. Instead, He gazed with keen interest at the approaching figure of the renowned swordsman, Zhuo Buer. It was none other than the young hero of the Huashan sword sect. Yu Jinkong smiled and cupped his hands in greeting, acknowledging, "Since Zhuo Xiaojia wishes to personally engage in this contest, you, shall gladly accompany you. Your confidence is commendable, and I believe you will emerge victorious and enjoy the fruits of your triumph." Zhuo Buer's haughty expression betrayed a hint of surprise as he regarded you with a puzzled look. Yu Jinkong signaled to the innkeeper to collect the bets laid upon the table and turned his gaze back to Zhuo Buer, adding, "Though I may not be particularly affluent, the mere sum of 1,000 taels is not something I take lightly. There is no need for you to be astonished." While he spoke jovially, Yu Jinkong's heart was far from convinced that he would lose this wager. Having traversed the martial world for over a decade, he considered himself adept at discerning talent. Each year, countless unknown masters emerged, while many established figures faded into obscurity. Some met tragic ends, while others simply lost heart and withdrew from the fray. In Yu's eyes, although Zhuo Buer might one day become a celebrated figure in the martial realm, that time was not now. Despite being a rare youthful prodigy, he was but one among many. It was entirely possible that a new genius would arise by dawn. Yu Jinkong contemplated that the ultimate victor of this contest could very well be himself, the evil swordsman, or someone else entirely. Yet, deep within, he held reservations about Zhuo Buer due to the latter's excessive pride and confidence, which often clouded one's judgment and obscured reality. This, however, was of little concern to Yu Jinkong. He had set the terms of the wager, accepted the stakes, and so he would proceed according to the established rules. Meanwhile, an elderly storyteller nearby shared Yu's skepticism regarding Zhuo Buer's chances of victory. He too possessed unwavering confidence in the evil swordsman, having staked 10 taels on his triumph. It was curious that a mere outsider could harbor such faith in a figure of the martial world, prompting onlookers to speculate whether the storyteller was a perceptive recluse of extraordinary insight. As Zhuo Buer approached the center of the hall, he returned Yu Jinkong's smile with a slight bow, remarking, "Yu Shanbei, your generosity is commendable. You are indeed a figure of great repute in Luoyang, the iron palm of the monument, and your demeanor is truly remarkable." Zhuo Buer feigned admiration, internally dismissing the notion of iron palm of the monument as nothing more than a second-rate skill, the monument palm, with Huashan sword sect's illustrious legacy spanning centuries. Such techniques had long been catalogued in their martial library. As the current Grand Senior brother of the Huashan sword sect, Zhuo Buer had never even glanced at those lesser techniques during his selection of martial arts. Instead, he focused solely on the esteemed skills housed within their library. Ultimately, he chose the White Cloud Sword technique from among the first-rate methods, which later earned him the moniker of the White Cloud Swordsman. Zhuo Buer was certainly entitled to his pride, bolstered not only by his sect's rich heritage but also by his innate talent. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a renewed sense of arrogance illuminated his countenance. Though the martial world was vast, he felt it lay entirely within his grasp. "Zhuo Xiaojia, our encounter is fortuitous. Might I have the honor of inviting you upstairs for a drink?" Yu Jinkong observed the renewed pride on Zhuo Buer's face and found it amusing. Yet, he recognized that such individuals were easily manageable. A little flattery would suffice to gain their favor. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Buer's face brightened with satisfaction, and he nodded in agreement. "I would be honored. Please, after you." Yu Jinkong courteously gestured for Zhuo Buer to ascend to the second floor. The second level of Wangwei Tower was not accessible to just anyone. Only those of notable status in Luoyang or renowned figures in the martial world were invited. Thus, Zhuo Buer felt a surge of delight at being granted access, and his gaze toward Yu Jinkong grew increasingly favorable. The ambience on the second floor was exquisite, spacious and with a panoramic view that captured the bustling splendor of Luoyang, inspiring a sense of grandeur. Zhuo Buer's expression reflected his contentment, and his spirits soared. Once they entered the private room, the innkeeper promptly served an array of drinks and delicacies. Yu Jinkong poured 2 cups of wine, presenting one to Zhuo Buer. "As a host, I raise my glass to you, Zhuo Xiaojia, wishing you swift success in obtaining your treasured sword, and may all your endeavors flourish." With no outsiders present, Yu Jinkong's demeanor radiated warmth. He regarded Zhuo Buer with keen interest, contemplating how to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Huashan sword sect through this young master. Beyond being a rare swordsman, Zhuo Buer represented the very essence of the Huashan sword sect as its grand senior brother. As the head of the Yu family in Luoyang, Yu Jinkong had tirelessly endeavored to elevate his family to one of the foremost martial clans in the region. Yet, he harbored even grander ambitions to position the Yu family among the elite sects, standing alongside the likes of Shaolin Temple, Wudong Sword Sect, and Huashan Sword Sect. Such aspirations were undeniably vast and perilous. A misstep could spell disaster for the entire family. He was acutely aware that fulfilling these ambitions would not happen overnight, but rather, it would require a gradual and strategic approach. Currently, two formidable forces loomed over the Yu family, Shaolin Temple and Huashan Sword Sect. While both were among the 6 major sects of the martial world, Shaolin Temple's influence was particularly formidable, regarded as the most powerful sect in the realm. With its millennia-old heritage, Shaolin Temple had stood resiliently for centuries, possessing a depth of tradition unmatched by lesser factions. In the face of such might, the Yu family appeared as nothing more than a vulnerable child, easily toppled by a mere kick. Chapter 6. The 6 great sects of the Jianghu Shaolin Temple is revered by the people of the Jianghu as the foremost sect, undeniably holding the position of the leading faction among the 6 great sections. The 6 great sects comprise Shaolin Temple, Wudong Sword Sect, Huashan Sword Sect, Amei Sword Sect, Qiqing Sword Sect, and Tianshan Sword Sect. Among them, Tianshan Sword Sect, situated far beyond the central plains atop the Tianshan Mountains, seldom makes an appearance in the Jianghu unless significant matters arise. The Amei and Qiqing Sword Sects, located in the land of Shu, have thus never wielded as much influence in the Jianghu as Shaolin Temple, Wudong Sword Sect, and Huashan Sword Sect. Consequently, the only sect that could barely stand shoulder to shoulder with Shaolin Temple, apart from Wudong Sword Sect, is Huashan Sword Sect. Upon first laying eyes on Zhuobuer, Yu Jinkong felt an immediate desire to forge a connection. However, his true intention was to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Huashan Sword Sect, represented by Zhuobuer. Only by aligning with the Huashan Sword Sect could the Yu family of Luoyang hope to break free from Shaolin Temple's influence in Luoyang City, thus advancing their standing in the Jianghu. Zhuobuer, the White Cloud Swordsman, is the senior disciple of the Huashan Sword Sect and the future heir to its leadership. Was he not the perfect candidate to befriend the Huashan Sword Sect? Not only is Zhuobuer the most outstanding and gifted swordsman of his generation, but he is also an individual of considerable pride and self-importance. Such individuals often place great value on reputation, especially within the Jianghu. In Yu Jinkong's mind, these traits made them remarkably easy to handle. As long as he flattered and elevated Zhuobuer, there was little risk of offending him. After all, who has not experienced youthful arrogance and ambition? Moreover, dealing with a proud and self-important person was a realm Yu Jinkong understood well. Thus, in private, he displayed both warmth and courtesy, expressing recognition and respect towards Zhuobuer. Yet, this time, he had miscalculated. Zhuobuer, accustomed to such treatment, replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for such formality, Senior Yu. As a junior, I should be the one to raise a toast to you." Without waiting for a response, Zhuobuer downed his drink, leaving Yu Jinkong's cup suspended in midair. Slightly embarrassed, Yu Jinkong followed suit and finished his drink. Indeed, Zhuo Shaoxing speaks with forthrightness, a testament to his unique character. Although I hail from the Yu family of Luoyang, I have long respected the Huashan Sword Sect's reputation in the Jianghu. Today, it is a great honor to meet the current senior disciple of the Huashan Sword Sect. If I could one day meet the esteemed Master Zhuo of Huashan, I would have no regrets. Yu Jinkong continued to pay compliments. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile finally graced Zhuobuer's otherwise composed face. The current Master Zhuo of Huashan was his father, and Yu Jinkong's words flattered both him and his father. "Senior Yu, you flatter me. I have indeed heard of your esteemed reputation in Luoyang, and today I have had the pleasure of experiencing it firsthand." Although uncertain of the sincerity behind Yu Jinkong's words, Zhuobuer could not help but feel a swell of pride, which significantly improved his demeanor. The two engaged in a round of mutual flattery, their cups passing back and forth. After a considerable time, Yu Jinkong finally broached the main topic. Zhuo Shaoxing, in recent years, the influence of Shaolin Temple has waned, while that of Huashan Sword Sect has grown stronger. In this ebb and flow, it is inevitable that Huashan Sword Sect will surpass Shaolin Temple and claim the title of the foremost sect in the Jianghu. Observing Zhuobuer's intrigued expression, he continued, "I have always believed that the Jianghu has historically revered Taoism, while Shaolin Temple, being a Buddhist sect, is hardly worthy of the title of the foremost sect in the Central Plains Jianghu." Yu Jinkong's words hinted at provocation as he gazed intently at Zhuobuer. "Oh?" Zhuobuer felt a surge of delight. Although he did not immediately grasp the deeper implications, he remained humble in his response. "Senior Yu, I must disagree. While Shaolin Temple is indeed an ancient Buddhist monastery, Its influence in the Jianghu has spanned over 1,000 years, commanding immense respect that cannot be dismissed with mere words. The long-standing conflict between Buddhism and Taoism in the Jianghu is not something that can be resolved by a few statements. Zhuobuer refrained from discussing this contentious matter and instead emphasized the venerable status of Shaolin Temple. Having stood for a millennium, its impact resonates deeply within the hearts of every Jianghu practitioner. Although Shaolin Temple's influence may have diminished in recent years while Huashan sword sects has risen, its position remains unshakable and fortified. The aspirations of Huashan sword sect to usurp this legacy are, as of yet, premature. However, he could sense Yu Jinkong's intention to flatter him, which filled him with a subtle sense of pride. With this realization, a satisfied smile finally broke across his face as he boisterously declared, "Senior Yu, as a prominent figure in Luoyang, you have navigated these streets for over 30 years. You must have a deeper understanding of Shaolin Temple's influence in Luoyang than I do." His words inadvertently deflected Yu Jinkong's provocation, reminding him of the carefulness required in his speech as a disciple of a prestigious sect. Yu Jinkong burst into laughter, his regard for Zhuobuer elevated. Indeed, with a legacy of 1,000 years, Shaolin Temple possesses profound depth. However, the Jianghu has always been a cradle for talent, as exemplified by the emergence of exceptional figures like Zhuo Shaoxing from Huashan. In contrast, the current generation of Shaolin Temple seems to lack such brilliance, struggling to find successors. Faced with yet another compliment, Zhuobuo wore a look of pride, though he remained unaware of Yu Jinkong's true intentions. He boldly inquired, "May I ask, Senior Yu, what brings you to summon me today?" Yu Jinkong appeared slightly taken aback by the directness of Zhuobuer's question. The youthfulness of this generation certainly lacked restraint. However, reflecting on his own youthful days, he couldn't help but smile inwardly. "Please, Zhuo Shaoxing, do not misunderstand. I have long respected the heroic reputation of the Huashan sword sect in the Jianghu. Meeting you today brings me great warmth. Should you ever require assistance from the Yu family of Luoyang, do not hesitate to ask. I shall lend my utmost support," Yu Jinkong stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhuobuo quickly understood. Yu Jinkong was extending a gesture of goodwill toward him. Naturally, he believed he had not yet earned such esteem. The Yu family was likely looking to curry favor with the Huashan sword sect he represented. Yet, what difference did it make? To receive the Yu family's overture was the most fortuitous news he had heard since descending the mountain, even surpassing his original purpose for this visit. At that moment, Zhuobuo could no longer contain his smile and raised his cup, saying, "Your kindness is truly appreciated, Master Yu. I shall certainly convey your sentiments to the master of my sect. Allow me to toast to you." Yu Jinkong also lifted his cup, and the two drank heartily once more. What a fine wine. They exchanged knowing smiles, and the room once again filled with the sound of toasts. Chapter 7. The Amei Heroine. Lu Qingmei. The renowned sword selection conference at Mingjian Villa is about to commence, and the martial world is already rife with undercurrents. Various masters are hastily making their way to Luoyang City, including several valiant heroes and gifted swordsmen. Among them, none capture attention more than the Amei heroine, Lu Qingmei. When speaking of Lu Qingmei, the first impression that comes to mind is her unparalleled beauty, an ethereal grace that is simply unmatched. She has been lauded by admirers as one of the four great beauties of the martial world. Yet, beyond her exquisite appearance lies a prowess and talent that rivals anyone. It is rumored that she once dueled with Zhuobai of the Huashan sword sect for 100 exchanges without faltering, earning him the title of one of the four great heroes of the martial realm as well. Upon hearing of Lu Qingmei's arrival at Mingjian Villa, Zhuobai immediately departed from Luoyang City, disregarding even the cordial overtures from the Yu family, hastily writing to his sect leader before slipping away. In his eyes, the Yu family pales in significance compared to the opportunity to meet Lu Qingmei. "Lu Shimi, it has been a while since our last parting. Have you been well?" Outside a guest room at Mingjian Villa, Zhuobai hurriedly approached, and upon seeing Lu Qingmei clad in elegant white, a rare smile graced his face. The five major sects of the martial world maintain a facade of cordiality, with disciples referring to one another as brothers, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie and harmony. Thus, Zhuobai's address to her was not out of place. Coupled with his remarkable talent and handsome demeanor, it easily garnered favor. Previously, he always presented a proud and aloof visage, yet now, in the presence of Lu Qingmei, a hint of warmth flickered across his expression. Lu Qingmei, draped in white, resembled a celestial being, with a delicate waist that could easily be encompassed by a hand. However, her face bore an unyielding frost, keeping others at a distance. In response to Zhuo Bai's enthusiastic greeting, her expression remained unchanged. Having seen Zhuo Shixiang after a long time, I trust your Baiyun sword technique has improved? Lu Qimei finally cast her gaze towards him, but upon noticing the absence of a sword at his side, a flicker of disappointment crossed her features. Zhuo Bai felt a pang of frustration at her words. He had been fortunate enough to spar with her for 100 exchanges, and although neither had emerged victorious, her indomitable spirit had left him in awe. Despite his marginally superior strength, he found himself unable to gain the upper hand in their duel, which only deepened his admiration for her extraordinary abilities. Truly, she was the woman he esteemed, possessing both beauty and strength. Were he to face anyone else, he would undoubtedly contest fiercely, yet against Lu Shimi, he was more than willing to concede. Lu Qimei nodded slightly to Zhuo Bai before walking past him without a second glance. At this, Zhuo Bai's smile faltered into a state of disbelief. He had been disregarded. Few dared to overlook him in such a manner, yet Lu Qimei was undeniably among them. Watching her stride towards the villa's exit, he contemplated following but feared tarnishing her grace. Thus, he remained rooted in place, watching as she gradually disappeared from view, his expression darkening once more. Lu Qimei, expressionless, exited Mingjian Villa and proceeded toward Luoyang City. Since childhood, she had harbored a deep passion for swordsmanship, with few friends to accompany her on this journey. However, today she was set to meet a true friend. Clad in white and wielding her long sword, she walked leisurely along the official road leading to Luoyang City. Her pace was unhurried, yet she covered great distances swiftly, her form darting 100 feet away in mere breaths. Such agility placed her among the elite in the martial world, yet her lightness of foot had never been the focus of discourse. The reason for this was simple. Her swordsmanship far surpassed her swift movements. The thoroughfare was bustling with travelers, many of whom were martial artists flocking to the sword selection conference at Mingjian Villa. Among them were those merely seeking excitement, while others aimed to showcase their prowess and achieve fame. Upon spotting Lu Qimei, they could not help but exclaim in astonishment. How lovely! Who is that enchanting woman? Look at her holding that long sword, dressed in white. Surely she is the anime heroine Lu Qimei? Indeed, Lu Qimei? She is truly one of the 4 great beauties of the martial realm, radiating an otherworldly charm. Hush! Be quiet. It is said she detests having her beauty discussed. Tread cautiously lest you incur her wrath. Is that so? How peculiar. Does she truly dislike compliments? Absolutely. Rumor has it that not only is her beauty unparalleled, but her spirit rivals that of any man. Many who dared to critique her openly found themselves bested by her sword, left utterly defeated. Is that true? Thankfully, she has moved on. Otherwise, the murmurs of the crowd reached Lu Qimei's ears. With her keen hearing, unless she wished to ignore it, not even the faintest sound could escape her notice, even from 100 paces away. Yet she maintained her pace, her expression growing even colder. Her life had been marked by a fierce desire to excel, never yielding to anyone. Not only did she refuse to be outdone, but she also stood unyielding against men. The entire younger generation of the Amei sect bowed beneath her, with each talented disciple reverently calling her Shiji. What was the basis for this? Beauty, exquisite visage? Certainly not. It was her own strength that commanded respect. It was her sword that spoke volumes. She detested discussions of her beauty, for such talk obscured the significance of her sword. She vowed to become the foremost swordsman in the martial world, unwilling to concede to anyone who said women were inferior to men. She aspired to be the preeminent female swordsman, ensuring the world recognized that even a woman's sword was sharp and lethal. In the span of a teaspoon brew, Luoyang City came into view. Lu Qimei slowed her pace, stepping gracefully into the city. Despite her rapid journey, her white robes remained immaculate, untouched by the dust of the road. In her flowing white garments, and with her breathtaking beauty, Lu Qimei's mere presence captivated the crowd, instantly drawing every gaze toward her. If beauty were a sin, she would be the most grievous of offenders. Lu Qimei's expression grew colder still, chilling enough to render one breathless. Truly, her beauty was indeed breathtaking. Chapter 8. The Golden Blade Sect in the City of Luoyang. The Golden Blade Sect stands as a nascent faction, having been established for merely over 3 decades. In its earlier days, the former sect leader, Wang Batian, earned the illustrious title of Invincible with the Golden Blade through his exceptional mastery of the Golden Blade technique. With a single blade, he carved an indelible mark in the annals of the martial world, subsequently gathering disciples to found the Golden Blade sect. Now, the venerable Wang Batian has retired, enjoying a tranquil life at home. In his leisure, he often practices his morning exercises in the inner courtyard. His nearly 50 years of martial prowess reside within a single golden blade, and even in his advanced age, he finds it impossible to part with it. Old and feeble. Yet this technique has been my lifelong companion. How I have grown accustomed to it. After completing his practice, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and promptly seated himself on a nearby stone bench, panting heavily as he reflected on his state. "Master, please take your time and have some water." A sprightly young maidservant promptly offered him a cup. "Master, your blade technique only deepens with age." "I dare say. Who in Luoyang could rival your mastery?" "Ha ha ha, you're the only one in this courtyard with such flattering words. Yet, I am indeed old and must accept it." The old master was well aware that the maidservant's compliments stemmed from her innocence, as she lacked any martial skills herself. Nevertheless, her praise lifted his spirits. This scenario had become a regular part of his retirement, and he relished the maidservant's adulation, knowing that his martial skills no longer held any practical application. Fortunately, his son had matured into a capable leader, successfully maintaining the Golden Blade sect's reputation, which brought him immense comfort. Reflecting on his life, having traversed the martial world for over 30 years, he felt grateful to have a successor to carry on his legacy, allowing him to enjoy his twilight years in peace. Thus, he often advised the young sect leader to avoid impulsiveness and value harmony above all. It sufficed for the Golden Blade sect to sustain its current stature, without the need to seek further expansion that could invite trouble. The old master possessed a keen insight, understanding that his son was not an ambitious individual, and his martial prowess was rather modest. Preserving the Golden Blade sect was the limit of his capabilities. As people age, they tend to become more loquacious. Yet the young sect leader was a kind-hearted and obedient soul, dutifully safeguarding the sect's legacy. For him, this legacy provided ample means to enjoy leisurely gatherings with friends and occasionally indulge in light entertainment, which he found fulfilling. Contentment brings joy. The young sect leader now led a more carefree life than the old master himself. In the bustling taverns and entertainment houses of Luoyang, one could frequently spot the young leader's presence, eliciting envy from countless young citizens. The old master could only sigh in resignation and allow it to be. After a brief respite, a disciple hurried into the courtyard. "Master, a messenger from the Mingjian villa has delivered an invitation for your perusal." The old master did not immediately take the invitation but inquired casually, "Where is the young leader? Why wasn't it given to him directly?" "He left early this morning." The disciple explained. "Humph, nonsense." The old master scolded, then accepted the invitation to examine it, without needing to read it. He surmised it was an invitation to the upcoming Mingjian Selection Conference, which had already stirred considerable excitement in the martial world. How could he be unaware of such an event? The old master had no intention of getting involved. After all, they practiced blade techniques. What use had they for a renowned sword? The Mingjian Selection Conference was of little relevance to them, and attending would merely be for the sake of spectacle. Speaking of spectacles, the old master's thoughts drifted to his beloved granddaughter, Wang Muji. She was particularly fond of lively gatherings, often drawn to any commotion like a moth to a flame, resembling a spirited child. Fortunately, she had matured somewhat and exhibited greater decorum. Yet her penchant for revelry remained unchanged, which caused him considerable concern. What business did a young lady have in such frivolities? Would it not be better for her to embody the virtues of a proper lady? This matter must be kept from her, otherwise she'd inevitably clamor to join in the festivities. With this in mind, the old master swiftly tucked away the invitation and addressed the disciple, saying, "I have read the letter. When the young leader returns, you may present it to him and let him decide, and ensure that Muji does not catch sight of it. You may leave now." Before the disciple departed, the old master felt a lingering unease and turned to the maidservant beside him, asking, "Xiao Chui, what is Muji up to today?" "Master, the young lady is entertaining guests at home." "Entertaining guests?" The old master raised an eyebrow. "Whose daughter is visiting?" "Not a daughter from any family, but the esteemed Lu Qingmei of the Amei sect," Xiao Chui replied, her face brimming with admiration. It was well known that Lu Qingmei of the Amei sect had earned great renown in the martial world, achieving fame as a woman among men. This alone merited respect and admiration. Not only did Xiao Chui hold her in high regard, but so did Muji, who had even befriended her. It was hard to believe they had become such close companions, yet the reality was wonderfully peculiar. They were not only friends, but were also celebrated as two of the 4 most beautiful women in the martial realm. "Ah, the Mei heroine, Lu Qingmei," the old master mused, simultaneously feeling a twinge of concern. He had always preferred his granddaughter to avoid the limelight. While the martial world was less restrictive, she was still a young lady, and the dangers lurking therein were ever present. What would happen if she encountered a malevolent adversary? Previously, when his granddaughter had stealthily ventured into the world, she had crossed paths with the notorious ghost-faced Iron Hook, Tuqi. Fortunately, she had been rescued by Lu Qimei. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. With Lu's assistance, Muji not only escaped peril but also managed to vanquish Tuqi together. It was precisely because of this incident that they had become friends. The old master bore no resentment toward their friendship. On the contrary, he felt immensely grateful to Lu Qimei for saving his granddaughter. Thus, upon hearing that Muji was hosting Lu, the old master felt reassured. As daughters grow, thoughts of marriage inevitably arise. Perhaps it would be wise to find her a suitable match sooner rather than later, ensuring her tranquility in the future. Sigh, for the sake of this sole granddaughter, I have truly fretted endlessly. The old master silently lamented, yet an involuntary smile graced his face. Chapter 9. Wang Muji, in the confines of her chamber, lamented to her dear friend, Lu Jie, you cannot fathom the predicament I find myself in. My grandfather has confined me to her home, forbidding me from even a simple stroll outside. It is utterly infuriating. Lu Qimei listened quietly, a twinge of envy stirring within her. From a young age, she had been brought to the mountain by the matriarch of her sect. Though the matriarch treated her with great kindness, the weight of her responsibilities left little time for companionship. Consequently, Lu had often practiced alone, thus witnessing her friend's affection from her grandfather. She could not help but feel a sincere longing. By the way, Lu Jie, you mentioned encountering the White Cloud swordsman Zhuobuer from the Guo Shan sword sect. I've heard whispers that his innate purple chi has reached the realm of consummation, placing him among the foremost masters of the martial world. Who, pray tell, is more formidable, he or you? Wang Muji abruptly shifted the topic, her curiosity about the martial realm eclipsing her personal grievances. I am uncertain. Lu Qimei replied with a hint of indifference. We had a duel once, which ended without a decisive victor. As for his current prowess, I cannot say. Ah, yes. Wang Muji eagerly chimed in. The tales speak of your duel lasting 100 exchanges, leaving both of you acclaimed as the 4 heroes of the Jianghu. Her excitement was palpable, as if she had witnessed the event firsthand. Lu Qimei shot her friend a bemused glance, struggling to comprehend the fascination Wang Muji held for the martial world. Was it truly that captivating? Lu Jie, have you heard of the sudden emergence of an evil swordsman in the Jianghu over the past 2 years? Wang Muji inquired, a spark of realization igniting within her. Indeed, I have heard of him, though I have yet to encounter him, Lu Qimei replied succinctly, her brevity suggesting a lack of concern for such matters. Who do you think is stronger between you two? Wang Muji pressed, her curiosity unyielding. I have not engaged him in combat, so I cannot say, Lu Qimei replied, raising an eyebrow at her friend. Why the sudden interest? Hiki, purely out of curiosity. I've heard this evil swordsman is recognized as the fastest sword in the Jianghu. Wang Muji exclaimed, her face radiant with enthusiasm. The fastest sword sounds far more impressive than your 4 heroes. The Jianghu values strength above all. A title does not equate to true prowess, Lu Qimei remarked dismissively, though a flicker of intrigue sparked within her. Just how swift was the evil swordsman's blade? She sensed that she would soon witness it firsthand, perhaps at the upcoming sword selection conference. Wang Muji's imagination ran wild as she envisioned the enigmatic figure of the evil swordsman, often described as cloaked in a conical hat and a rain cape, deliberately shrouding his face in mystery. What could compel him to conceal his visage? Was he disfigured or simply unattractive? The more elusive he became, the more her curiosity intensified. Yet, as of now, no one in the Jianghu had laid eyes upon the evil swordsman's true form, nor had anyone discerned his identity, an enigma that had captivated the martial world. I wonder who is stronger, Lu Jie or the evil swordsman. It must be the latter, given his title as the fastest sword. Wang Muji mused aloud. But Lu Jie, you are formidable in your own right. I firmly believe you are no less than any man. Surely, you are not inferior to the evil swordsman? Lu Qimei observed Wang Muji, who had become momentarily lost in thought. Gently, she patted her friend to rouse her from her reverie. With a sheepish smile, Wang Muji asked, Lu Jie, what brings you here today? Have you not been occupied with your training on Mount Amei, having been sequestered by her grandfather? Wang Muji felt a profound disconnect from the outside world, particularly regarding the tales of the Jianghu that excited her spirit. Seizing the opportunity to inquire about recent events, she pressed Lu Qimei for news. Understanding her friend's nature, Lu Qimei recounted the forthcoming sword selection conference at the Mingjian Villa in a straightforward manner. What? The Mingjian Villa is hosting a sword selection conference? Wang Muji gasped, her eyes sparkling with astonishment and delight. Lu Jia, I wish to attend. Will you take me with you? That is contingent upon your grandfather's approval, Lu Qingmei replied firmly, declining her friend's request. She recognized the dangers of the Jianghu, which was far from the idyllic vision Wang Muji held. The world was treacherous, especially for a woman. And Lu Qingmei had no desire to see her friend embroiled in peril, though she was confident in her ability to ensure Wang Muji's safety. She understood that her friend's naivety made her ill-suited for the trials of the Jianghu. Wang Muji's innocence blinded her to the harsh realities, and despite her pleas, Lu Qimei remained resolute. Muji, the Jianghu is fraught with danger. It is best for you to remain at home and spare your family the worry, she advised gently. With a resigned pout, Wang Muji succumbed to frustration. Yet, her ire was fleeting. Upon hearing Lu Qimei mention that if she could secure her family's consent, she would agree to take her, Wang Muji leaped for joy. But the thought of her grandfather Wang Batian's stern expression cast a shadow of trepidation over her excitement. Would her charms work on him this time? As it turned out, no one within the Golden Blade sect could resist her playful persuasion, not even her grandfather. This realization filled Wang Muji with glee. She playfully tugged at her grandfather's beard, eliciting hearty laughter from him. Muji, you may go. But you must heed Lu's guidance while there, her grandfather cautioned, still chuckling. He then regarded Lu Qingmei with a serious expression, only relaxing once she nodded in affirmation. Coincidentally, at that moment, the young master Wang Dahai returned from a drinking spree with friends, reeking of alcohol. The elder master could only shake his head in resignation. Having observed the young man's frequent drunken returns of late, it seemed he had encountered some unsavory companions. Wang Dahai's fondness for drink was well known throughout the Golden Blade sect. He not only enjoyed it, but possessed a commendable tolerance. Thus, it was unusual to see him so inebriated. Yet, this recent trend appeared to be an exception. Perhaps he had finally met his match in revelry. Chapter 10. The Unparalleled Master. The following day dawned bright and sunny, a perfect day for early morning practice, much to the delight of the elderly sect leader. He had long since grown accustomed to rising at the break of dawn to practice his swordplay in the courtyard. On rainy days, not only was he unable to practice, but the latent injuries from his youth would also flare up, causing him unbearable pain. Hence, whenever the weather was fine, his spirits would lift considerably. As for practicing swordplay, he could only manage a few moves before fatigue set in. He was a typical wanderer of the martial world, having devoted nearly 50 years of his life to mastering a single sword technique. It was evident that he had initially neglected the cultivation of internal energy, which now, in his old age, could no longer suppress the injuries sustained in his youth, leaving him frail and with barely a fraction of his former strength. This was a common affliction among those who roamed the martial world. In their youth, lacking a skilled mentor, they overlooked the importance of internal cultivation, only to regret it later in life. Fortunately, the young sect leader, under his tutelage, had balanced the practice of internal energy and swordplay, ensuring he would not follow in his footsteps. Regrettably, the young leader's talent was somewhat lacking, and he had yet to achieve mastery of the Golden Blade technique. Having returned home inebriated the previous night, the young leader was roused early by the old sect leader to practice swordplay together. Mastery of the sword required diligent practice, and the old leader had already imparted all he could. The rest depended on the young leader's own perseverance. Of course, he could not neglect internal cultivation either. In this regard, the young leader's talent was rather mediocre, even inferior to that of his granddaughter, Wang Muji. Ironically, the old leader had not anticipated that his granddaughter would possess far greater talent in internal cultivation than both of them. At her tender age, she had already achieved significant prowess in internal martial arts. Today marked the day of the renowned sword selection conference at Mingjin Manor. After finishing their morning practice, the old sect leader and the young leader were soon approached by Wang Muji, who eagerly urged them to set off. Indeed, Wang Dahai, as the young leader of the Golden Blade sect, was expected to attend, and it would also allow him to keep a close watch over Wang Muji along the way. What's the rush? The young leader chided his daughter with mild annoyance, only to notice Lu Qimei standing behind her. He nodded gently and greeted, "Good morning, Miss Lu. I trust you rested well last night." This morning, the servants had informed him about her. As a father, he was genuinely pleased that Muji had a friend like Lu Qimei, as she had always lacked companions growing up. "Thank you, Uncle Wang," Lu Qimei replied, slightly bowing. After breakfast, the group finally set out towards Mingjin Manor, located merely 10 miles west of Luoyang City. On horseback, they would reach their destination in less than half an hour. Once they exited the city, they rode along the official road, encountering numerous martial artists wielding swords and blades, many of whom they recognized, but even more were unfamiliar. "Dad, look. That man ahead is Yu Jinkong from the Yu family. I know him. His nickname is Iron Palm, and I've heard his right hand has become as hard as iron, capable of shattering stones," Wang Muji exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a middle-aged man on the road. "I see him. No need to make such a fuss," the young leader replied, urging his horse forward. Soon, he reached the middle-aged man and dismounted, clasping his hands in greeting. "Greetings, Senior Yu. I trust you are well. I assume you are also attending the sword selection conference? Would you care to join us?" "Ah, it's the young leader of the Golden Blade sect. A pleasure to meet you," Yu Jinkong responded, glancing at the entourage behind. Upon spotting Lu Qingmei, a look of surprise crossed his face. "Ah, the anime heroine Lu Qingmei is here as well. I have had the pleasure of meeting her." "Likewise, Senior Yu," Lu Qingmei replied coolly before stepping back into the crowd, adopting a demeanor of modesty. Understanding the situation, Yu Jinkong turned to the young leader and said, "Since you have guests, I shall not impose further. We shall meet at Mingjin Manor." He continued on foot, keeping pace with the group without the need for a horse. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Mingjin Manor. The manor, situated just off the official road, was surrounded by lofty walls, enclosing an expansive area of about a mile. The walls rose about 10 feet high, constructed of sturdy blue bricks that appeared quite costly. A grand plaque hung at the entrance, boldly inscribed with the name Mingjin Manor. This renowned establishment was famous throughout the martial world for its exceptional sword forging. Even from the official road, they could see a throng of martial artists gathered at the entrance of Mingjin Manor, the atmosphere lively and boisterous. A temporary platform had already been erected in the midst of the crowd, where the sword selection conference would presumably take place. Wang Muji was thrilled. She always became exuberant in crowded settings. As her grandfather would say, she had a penchant for excitement. Such a trait might be endearing in a man, but in a woman, it could appear rather immature, leading her grandfather to affectionately call her crazy girl. Nevertheless, she had grown up, now a young lady, and despite her excitement, she remained dutifully by her father's side, her curious eyes scanning the surroundings. Upon their arrival, a middle-aged man clad in ornate garments approached them. "Oh, young leader Wang, what an unexpected honor," he exclaimed. The young leader quickly returned the greeting, "Greetings, Master Guo." As one of the local powers in Luoyang, the young leader was no stranger to Mingjin Manor and was well acquainted with Master Guo, the manor's proprietor. Master Guo, whose full name was Guo Luming, was an authentic master of the martial world. His family had been swordsmiths for generations, and their ancestral technique, the heavenly flame sword art, was a rare and coveted martial art in the community, drawing the envy of countless martial artists. Nevertheless, Mingjin Manor had remained steadfast, as those with ill intentions who entered the manor never emerged. This was due to the fact that nearly every generation of the manor's masters was a martial arts expert of the highest caliber, and Master Guo Luming was no exception. Chapter 11. The legacy of Guo Luming possessing formidable weapons, a murderous intent naturally arises. With extraordinary strength, one can certainly intimidate the petty and unscrupulous. Although the Mingjin Villa has never oppressed the weak, it does not tolerate being humiliated by others. The Mingjin Villa holds a unique position in the martial world. Despite its illustrious reputation and considerable power, it consistently maintains a low profile and refrains from participating in any conflicts. It can be considered one of the local forces in Luoyang, yet other factions in the city do not regard it as a rival. This is because the Mingjin Villa neither engages in martial disputes nor interferes in the affairs of Luoyang, focusing solely on the art of sword forging. Any weapon produced by the Mingjin Villa is guaranteed to be fervently sought after by martial artists, even if its price surpasses that of other weapon shops. This does not deter admirers from their pursuit. Who would wish for their long sword to shatter in the midst of battle? Who would wish to be countered by their adversary due to a broken sword? Guo Luming, clad in resplendent garments, exudes an air of elegance that makes him appear more like a scholar than a martial artist, possessing an unmistakable scholarly demeanor. Though the Mingjin Villa is situated within the martial world, it remains distinctly separate from it. The Master Wang increasingly embodies the stature of a sect leader. I wonder how the esteemed elder is faring lately? Please convey my regards. Thank you for your concern, Master Guo. I shall certainly relay your words. Please, everyone, make yourselves comfortable. Gu Luming nodded and then proceeded to greet others. Father, was that Master Gu just now? He is truly an exceptional expert, isn't he? He seems so young, hardly older than you. Wang Muji remarked, gazing longingly at the departing figure. What do you know? Despite his youthful appearance, Master Gu is nearly 50 this year. His seemingly youthful visage is merely a reflection of his profound internal power. The young master retorted, though a hint of bitterness lingered in his heart. Internal cultivation had always been his Achilles heel. Although he had devoted himself to the practice of internal arts since childhood, his innate talent rendered his abilities rather ordinary. Now, he found himself even inferior to his own daughter. To maintain such a youthful appearance and delay aging, one must attain the level of a first-rate expert in the martial world, which is to say, the pinnacle of internal arts. He could only wonder if he would ever reach such heights. Perhaps with the Golden Blade technique, there might still be hope for him to attain the pinnacle, thereby allowing him to contend with the first-rate experts of the martial world. The seating area was neatly arranged, with numerous chairs awaiting guests. As everyone settled into a space near the edge, they began to observe the others present. However, it was not long before their attention was captivated by a figure clad in white. Zhuobuer, dressed in immaculate white, stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens, exuding an air of nonchalance. He not only favored wearing white, but also could not tolerate even the slightest blemish on his garments. Not even a speck of dust would be acceptable. With his sword-like brows and starry eyes, adorned in fine attire and his sword, Zhuobuer became the focal point of the gathering merely by standing there. He had grown accustomed to such attention, his demeanor marked by a subtle blend of indifference and pride. What an exceptional scion of a prestigious family, a genius swordsman indeed, the young master remarked, noting that this esteemed disciple of the Guo Shan sword sect was clearly superior to others. Setting aside talent, his mere presence exuded an extraordinary charisma. He glanced at Lu Qimei beside him, wondering if perhaps she was the only one among the younger generation in the martial world who could be compared to him. Sister Lu, is that the white cloud swordsman Zhuobuer? He seems so aloof. Wang Muji observed, scrutinizing Zhuobuer closely. Earlier, while chatting with Lu Qingmei, she had mentioned this individual, and it surprised her to sense Lu's apparent disapproval. Perhaps Sister Lu simply does not favor such aloof personalities. After all, she herself possesses a rather cool demeanor. Lu Qimei merely nodded in acknowledgement, continuing to survey the crowd. It seemed she was searching for someone. After scanning the area, her face gradually revealed a look of disappointment, indicating that the person she sought was nowhere to be found. Sister Lu, who are you looking for? Wang Muji queried, unable to conceal her curiosity. Nothing. Lu Qimei responded lightly, evading the question. Wang Muji's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and a knowing smile crept onto her face. Why are you smiling? Lu Qimei inquired, puzzled by the sudden grin. Hiki, I know, Sister Lu, that you were looking for someone. Who? You were looking for the evil swordsman, weren't you? Wang Muji's certainty was evident, as she had gleaned from their conversations that Lu Qimei had often lamented her inability to confront this enigmatic figure. Lu Qingmei regarded her in silence, neither confirming nor denying. Indeed, she had been searching for the evil swordsman, eager to see if he would attend today's selection event at the Mingjin Villa. Among the younger generation of martial artists, only 4 individuals possessed the strength that garnered her respect, the other 3 from the 4 heroes of the Jianghu, and the evil swordsman himself. Zhuobuer, standing at the forefront, was undeniably the strongest talent she had encountered, even surpassing her own prowess. Yet, despite acknowledging his superiority, she could sense the gap between them, though present. It was exceedingly narrow. The only person whose strength eluded her comprehension was the evil swordsman. She sensed he was stronger than her, perhaps even beyond the 4 heroes. But the extent of that strength remained a mystery to her. Thus, she yearned to engage him in combat, even if defeated. She wished to ascertain the true measure of their disparity. Sister Lu, you must not have found him, right? I heard that the evil swordsman always appears wearing a conical hat and a rain cloak. Such attire is easy to spot. If he is not here now, he must simply be delayed. Wang Muji declared confidently, eager to witness the renowned genius swordsman, the evil swordsman, who had captivated the martial world in recent years. Those who knew her were well aware of her fondness for tales from the Jianghu. Over the past 3 years, the stories surrounding the evil swordsman had been the most frequently recounted. She could recite the tales told by the storytellers in the taverns by heart. Yet she had yet to lay eyes on the evil swordsman himself. Chapter 12. The Azure Rainbow Soared in the arena. Zhuobuer occupied the foremost seat in the audience, accompanied by a disciple of the Guo Shan sword sect. This was the very same young swordsman who had been blinded by lime powder in the small town. The young swordsman had descended the mountain on the orders of the sect leader to deliver a message to his senior brother. Upon encountering Zhuobuer, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. As the contemporary senior brother of the Huashan sword sect, Zhuo was undoubtedly an object of admiration for all disciples. His extraordinary talent, formidable strength, handsome visage, and enviable status left everyone in awe, including the young swordsman himself. However, the young swordsman sensed that his senior brother did not seem particularly fond of him. After delivering the message entrusted to him by the sect leader, Zhuo merely acknowledged it with a cold "I see," and then dismissed him. Feeling somewhat taken aback, the young swordsman thought to himself, "My senior brother is indeed too aloof. Perhaps he has been too busy lately, which is why he has no time to spare for me." Comforting himself, he reasoned that a genius like his senior brother must be preoccupied with practice daily, especially with the imminent sword selection conference. Zhuobuer, on the other hand, was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the mind of the disciple behind him. He had no interest in knowing. In fact, he didn't even remember the young swordsman's name. With so many disciples in the Huashan sword sect, how could he possibly remember them all? Besides, not everyone was worthy of his recollection. In his eyes, those disciples were merely there to bolster the sect's numbers. However, upon reading the letter the young swordsman had brought, his expression darkened instantly. The letter mentioned that his master, the sect leader, had specifically informed him the evil swordsman was suspected to have reached the level of a superlative expert. At this revelation, Zhuobuo felt 3 parts astonished, 2 parts incredulous, and 5 parts gloomy. The evil swordsman had become a superlative expert? He could not believe there was anyone among the younger generation in the martial world who surpassed him, anyone with greater talent? Evil swordsman, who exactly are you? Human or specter? Suddenly, Sui, the disciple behind him, sensed a chilling atmosphere emanating from his senior brother, leaving him perplexed. It was well known that the Huashan sword sect's internal energy was characterized by its balance and tranquility, incapable of exuding such a sinister aura. Could it be that something was amiss with his senior brother's internal energy? Sui pondered whether he should inform the sect leader about this news in writing. Zhuobuo retracted his thoughts and redirected his attention to the scene before him. His gaze immediately fell upon Lu Qimei and Wang Muji, seated in a corner, which lightened his gloomy mood, bringing a smile back to his face. The arrival of 2 of the 4 renowned beauties of the martial world stirred excitement within him. Not only him, but the surrounding martial practitioners had also taken notice of their presence, with many stealing glances at them. Zhuobuo felt disdain for their behavior and, without hesitation, rose and walked directly towards Lu Qimei. "Junior sister Lu, when did you arrive? After you left yesterday, I could not find you anywhere. It turns out you were with Wang Muji." He added a nod of acknowledgement to Wang Muji standing nearby. This scene instantly captured the attention of those around them, reducing the volume of discussion significantly. Whispers filled the air. "Look, White Cloud swordsman Zhuobuo is approaching them. Isn't that normal? They are among the 4 heroes of the martial world. Of course, they would be quite familiar with each other. Wow, how enviable. Zhuobuo is truly an extraordinary individual. He possesses talent, background, and striking looks. How can anyone compete with him?" Yet, some murmured, "What of it? No matter how talented he is, he still pales in comparison to the evil swordsman. Everyone knows that the evil swordsman is the true prodigy of the martial world, reputed to be the fastest sword. Not necessarily, that is merely a rumor. As they have yet to engage in a formal duel, what is there to doubt? The evil swordsman holds a record of defeating superlative experts. If he is not the #1 prodigy, who else could be? Does Zhuobuo have a record of defeating such experts? If he is the #1 prodigy, I would be the first to disagree. Indeed, what of Zhuobuo being a member of an esteemed sect? The martial world is all about strength. I firmly support the evil swordsman. Shouldn't we be more envious of the beauty at his side, now that 2 of the 4 renowned beauties have arrived? Perhaps he might enjoy their company. Pfft, don't be ridiculous. While Wang Muji might be indifferent, I see that anime heroine Lu Qimei has little interest in him. Exactly. Lu Qimei is widely recognized as the Ice Queen, stunningly beautiful yet frigid. It won't be easy for Zhuobuo to win her affection. Lu Qimei paid no heed to the whispers surrounding her. In response to Zhuobuo's inquiry, she merely nodded coolly. In truth, she held no special feelings for him. On the contrary, she regarded him as her strongest rival. Since their duel, she had considered him her most formidable opponent. Yet he always treated her as a mere woman, constantly yielding to her. But she did not require anyone's concession, though she was a woman who said women were inherently inferior to men. Zhuobuo perpetually sought to display his masculine charm before her, unaware that he was treading on her sensibilities. Lu Qingmei's demeanor rendered the atmosphere noticeably frosty, causing Zhuo Bu'er to feel increasingly awkward. At that moment, Wang Muji, wishing to alleviate the tension, spoke up. Senior brother Zhuo must have arrived quite early. I wonder if he knows what kind of renowned sword the Mingjian villa has recently unveiled? Wang Muji's lively demeanor brought a smile to Zhuo Bu'er's face as he replied, I do know this. I have heard that the new sword is called the Azure Rainbow Sword. Its body is as bright as jade, and it flows like a rainbow, making it an exceptionally rare treasure. He unabashedly praised the Azure Rainbow Sword as though it were the finest sword in the world, his confident expression suggesting it was already within his grasp. This, however, stirred discontent in Wang Muji's heart. It sounds quite splendid. I believe this sword would suit junior sister Lu perfectly. What do you think, Lu's sister? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingmei glanced at Zhuo Bu'er. Noticing his expression shift to one of discomfort, his smile now rigid. It was evident to all that he was determined to claim victory in the upcoming sword selection conference. Yet Lu Qingmei would also be participating, and a contest between them seemed inevitable. Would he still yield this time? A smile crept into Lu Qingmei as hard as she thought. Perhaps she could finally engage in a serious duel with him. She secretly thought to herself, and then glanced at Wang Muji beside her, only to find him making faces at her, clearly indicating that she had intentionally tried to embarrass him moments ago. Chapter 13. The executioner Wu Daong. As the sun rose, the sky was clear and refreshing. Zhuo Bu'er, feeling a sense of disinterest, decided to take his leave. Despite the polite attempts of the young master to retain him, he was acutely aware that lingering any longer would risk him becoming the subject of ridicule. As the esteemed eldest disciple of the Huashan sword sect, and the foremost among the 4 heroes of the martial world, who would dare treat him as a mere jester? This thought ignited a spark of anger within him. However, in the presence of the enchanting Wang Muji and Lu Qingmei, he found himself unable to express his frustration. Setting aside personal grievances, he focused on the matter at hand, acquiring the extraordinary Jianghu sword. A renowned sword could significantly amplify a swordsman's prowess. According to the statements from the members of Mingjian Villa, this Jianghu sword was said to rival the legendary Etienne sword, the pinnacle of martial weaponry. While one might suspect a hint of boastfulness from Mingjian Villa, it nonetheless underscored the sword's exceptional nature. As more renowned figures from the martial world gathered below, Zhuo Bu'er took a moment to scan the crowd and recognized several familiar faces. Notably, he spotted Yu Zhenkong, the head of the Yu family, seated not far from him. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a subtle nod and a knowing smile. Next, he noticed the Huasha gang from Luoyang, led by the formidable Zhou Tao. The Huasha gang, a local faction, controlled most of the docks in Luoyang, rising to prominence through local shipping routes. Even the venerable Yu family found themselves overshadowed by this robust gang, whose sheer numbers rendered them a formidable force. Despite the Yu family's considerable strength and numerous skilled practitioners, they remained in a subordinate position to the Huangsha gang. The gang's leader, Zhou Tao, known as the Unicorn Python, was a force to be reckoned with, boasting the prowess of a top-tier martial artist. Yet, Zhuo Bu'er remained confident in his ability to triumph over him, viewing the Huangsha gang as inconsequential in the face of the Huashan sword sect. In a corner, he spotted members of the Jindao sect alongside the Yimei heroine, Lu Qingmei. He was well aware that the leader of the Jindao sect, Wang Dehai, was merely a secondary-level martial artist, and their disciples posed no threat to him. The only genuine danger lay with the Yimei swordswoman, Lu Qingmei. It appeared he would inevitably face her in a duel once more. Nevertheless, Zhuo Bu'er harbored unwavering confidence in his abilities. His only concern lingered around the elusive evil swordsman who had yet to make an appearance. Unbeknownst to him, the master of Mingjian Villa, Gu Luming, had already taken the stage, with a weapon rack behind him prominently displaying a magnificent sword, the Jianghu sword, the coveted prize of the upcoming selection tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, Gu Luming proclaimed, the newly forged Jianghu sword stands before you. According to the rules of this tournament, the ultimate victor shall claim this sword as their rightful possession. He surveyed the assembled crowd, his gaze sweeping over the esteemed martial artists present, before continuing, I trust everyone is well acquainted with the rules. Any challenger who can successfully defend their position without being challenged again will emerge as the true master of the Jianghu sword. With that, I declare the tournament officially commenced. As Gu Liuming's declaration echoed, excitement rippled through the crowd. However, no one rushed to the stage. Instead, they exchanged wary glances. No one wished to be the first to step up. Well aware that the inaugural challenger would face a relentless barrage of opponents unless they possessed the undeniable strength to sweep them aside. I will A thunderous voice suddenly resounded as a burly man wielding a large knife clumsily ascended the platform. Who is this? How foolish to be the first to step up. Indeed, he was a knife wielder, making his appearance seem almost comical. I know him. He is the executioner Wu Daong. His family has served as executioners for the Luoyang magistrate for generations. Do you see that hefty cleaver in his hands? It is their ancestral ghost head knife, reputed to have severed hundreds of heads. It is said that those of weak will who draw near it cannot sleep at night. Is that true? So cursed? Of course. Just ask the locals. Many here are from Luoyang and should know. I am Wu Daong, the executioner of Luoyang. Who wishes to die quickly, come forth. He hoisted his ancestral ghost head knife onto his shoulder, glaring menacingly at the crowd, recognizing the opportunity to gain notoriety in the martial world. Wu Daong knew he would never be the ultimate victor. Thus, he boldly took the stage first, fully aware that possessing the ghost head knife meant he had no ambitions for the Qihong sword. Although he may not be the strongest, he understood that to thrive in the martial realm, one must cultivate a reputation. Fame did not necessitate being the best. Achieving a level of recognition was sufficient for him. Ultimately, whether serving as a minor official or a bodyguard for a wealthy family in Luoyang, he would be set for life, free from the worries of making ends meet. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, another man clad in coarse garments clambered onto the stage. This individual appeared even less capable than Wu Daong, his rotund form struggling to ascend the platform. The spectators erupted in mockery. Wu Daong, upon recognizing the newcomer, chuckled. Isn't that Hu the butcher from the East Market? What brings you here instead of selling meat? With a sheepish grin, Hu the butcher replied, Brother Wu, I merely came to join the festivities. Please show some mercy. With an innocent smile, Hu the butcher had stealthily drawn his bone cleaver from his belt. Take this. Without warning, he swung the cleaver towards Wu Daong's head. Instinctively, Wu Daong ducked, narrowly avoiding the incoming blade. I'm going to kill you. Wu Daong, now alarmed and enraged, charged at his assailant. Wait. I surrender. I concede. Brother Wu, that was merely an accident. It slipped from my hand. A flash of crimson arced through the air, and before Hu the butcher could finish his plea, his head was already soaring through the sky. Chapter 14. Sui of the Huashan sword sect. Wu Daong stood still, panting heavily, taking quite a while to regain his composure. The very strike he had just delivered was the same one he used for executions, a blow he had wielded countless times, severing innumerable heads without a single misstep. In the past, he had approached such executions with a cold heart, devoid of any psychological turmoil. Yet this time, an inexplicable dread gripped him. It had been a mere hair's breadth. Just a moment ago, he had narrowly escaped a fatal blow from a flying blade aimed at his head. Indeed, the tales of the perilous nature of the martial world were true. To survive within it, one must possess a ruthless heart, or ultimately pay the price. Only upon severing his opponent's head did Wu Daong finally exhale with relief, accompanied by a flicker of grim satisfaction. He tightened his grip on the bloodied blade, his gaze growing even colder. Who else? Who else wishes to meet their demise? At that moment, Wu Daong exuded a fierce aura, embodying the spirit of a martial rogue. However, this ferocity paled in comparison to the seasoned warriors who danced on the edge of death. Below the stage, Zhuobuer wore a disdainful expression. To him, the final decapitating strike held some merit, but everything preceding it was beneath notice. Wu Daong could only bully those unaware of martial arts, mere riffraff. As the host of the event, Gu Luming frowned slightly. Deaths were not uncommon in previous sword selection gatherings. Yet he had not anticipated such a bloody spectacle in the very first match. Following the gruesome beheading, a few more challengers ascended the stage. After witnessing such a bloody scene, the less experienced and weaker individuals hesitated to step forward, leaving only true martial practitioners willing to face Wu Daong. Among them was a local gang member from Luoyang. To everyone's astonishment, these challengers fell one by one beneath the executioner's blade, with only the last gang member managing to escape unscathed. Nonetheless, even he, fearing for his life, surrendered immediately, casting down his weapon to avoid sharing the fate of the first victim. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Who would have thought this executioner, Wu Daong, was so formidable? A true practitioner of a lineage of executioners, delivering death with each swing. Indeed, talent emerges from the martial world. One must never underestimate anyone. I never imagined he would be this powerful. I used to look down on them because of their lowly status. Really? You should be cautious. They might harbor resentment towards you. Surely not? I never noticed any resistance when I bullied them before. Well, you might be in trouble. If you were in their shoes, would you seek revenge? What should I do then? Not only the ordinary spectators, but even some seasoned martial artists were taken aback by Wu Daong's prowess and brutality, especially the executioner's decapitating strike. They pondered within themselves whether they could evade such a blow. For a moment, no one dared to step up and challenge him. Wu Daong, now filled with hubris, wore a vicious expression that had long since replaced his earlier anxiety. Killing one is a crime, but slaughtering thousands is an act of heroism. Though he had only slain a handful, he felt like a hero, fearless and invincible. Those once lofty martial practitioners now appeared trivial to him, with speed and ruthlessness. He could sever their heads just as easily. Who's next? Step forward. Zhuobuer, unable to tolerate Wu Daong's arrogance, turned without a glance to the disciple of the Guo Shan sword sect behind him. How dare a mere executioner act so brazenly? With his keen eye, he discerned that the executioner's decapitating technique had reached the pinnacle of mastery. But so what? Wu Daong's internal strength was mediocre. Merely a third-rate martial artist in the grand scheme, relying solely on his perfected technique to overpower some second-rate fighters. Yet, even a second-rate fighter was far beneath Zhuobuer's notice, especially considering Wu Daong's lack of skills and internal energy and agility, rendering him inferior even to an ordinary disciple of the Guo Shan sword sect. Very well, senior brother, the disciple replied, introducing himself as Sui. This was the second time the young swordsman had stated his name to his senior brother, resolutely deciding that he would make his prowess known this time. Be cautious, for his blade technique is formidable. Do not tarnish the reputation of the Guo Shan sword sect, Zhuobuer cautioned. With a light leap, Sui ascended the stage. What remarkable agility! Applause erupted from the crowd, and they recognized that this newcomer was no ordinary fighter. Sui not only possessed minor mastery and lightness skills, but also had cultivated Guo Shan's internal arts and sword techniques to a commendable level, solidifying his status as a top-tier second-rate martial artist. As a disciple of the renowned Guo Shan sword sect, his prowess ranked among the elite within the realm of second-rate fighters. Sui of the Guo Shan sword sect, I seek your guidance, Sui declared, adhering to the customary practice of disciples from major sects to announce their identity before engaging in combat. Typically, disciples from prominent sects would introduce themselves, while wandering martial artists often preferred to attack directly, sometimes even delighting in ambushing their opponents. This was not mere posturing. Identifying oneself could instill a sense of caution in the adversary, preventing them from resorting to lethal force during subsequent exchanges. After all, disciples from esteemed sects had their schools to protect them. Should they engage in minor skirmishes, it would merely lead to future encounters for retribution. However, should a disciple meet a tragic end, their sect would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Upon hearing Sui's declaration, Wu Daong felt a twinge of envy. So what if they hailed from a prestigious sect? Despite his irritation, he was now wary, reluctant to act as recklessly as before. Wu Daong charged forward with his blade raised, opting for a preemptive strike. He had observed Sui's impressive lightness skills and could not permit him the opportunity to evade. However, his hesitation diminished the speed and ferocity of his attack, resulting in a predictable miss. As he prepared for a second strike, Sui seized the moment, deftly evading the initial blow and creating distance between them, drawing his long sword to engage in a graceful duel. At that moment, all of Wu Daong's vulnerabilities were laid bare, precisely aligning with Sui's strengths. Unless they clashed head-on, Wu Daong found himself utterly helpless. Thus, as he pursued Sui, panting heavily, Sui effortlessly pointed his sword toward Wu Daong's throat. Chapter 15. The Tai Chi sword technique Wu Daong lost. His face etched with dissatisfaction. It was evident that his opponent, a disciple of a prominent sect, was no ordinary adversary. Such a disparity in skill was infuriating. The truth was that Wu Daong's knife technique was far superior. If his opponent dared to confront him head-on, the outcome would surely differ. Indeed, his ghost head knife was on par with any renowned swordplay in the realm. The only lament was his lack of agility, which hindered his performance. Nevertheless, with such formidable knife skills, it was clear that ghost head knife Wu Daong would carve out a place for himself in the martial world. Undoubtedly, despite his defeat, he emerged with honor. That so-called Sui could only evade. Was this truly the demeanor of a respectable sect? Preposterous. The eldest disciple of the Guo Shan sword sect stood nearby. Did he not fear for his life? No, surely you did not overhear that? Did you say something? Wu Daong had anticipated ridicule following his defeat, yet to his astonishment, he was met with acclaim, lifting his spirits immensely. Moreover, he had acquired the moniker Ghost Head Knife, a title he embraced wholeheartedly, as it encapsulated both his identity and his ancestral weapon, though he ultimately fell short. He had nonetheless gained a modicum of renown within the martial community, establishing himself in Luoyang. In this world, once one attains fame, everything else will come rushing in like sharks drawn to blood. After stepping down, Wu Daong stood proudly with his ghost head knife. Such was the nature of the martial world. Following this brief interlude, the challenges resumed. The next contenders were no longer the lesser figures of before. Renowned masters of the martial world took to the stage. Sui, despite being a disciple of the Huashan sword sect with a solid foundation, could barely last 3 rounds against these seasoned luminaries. Dragon Roar Sword, Ping Yong, you can only bully the younger generation. Allow me, Mount Tai Swordsman Siyu, to engage you. After Su Yi's defeat, another martial master stepped forward. Ping Yong, the Dragon Roar Sword, hailed from the Tai sword sect in Shanxi, a notable name among the sword masters of the region. Although the Tai sword sect was not a major faction in Taiyuan, it had a legacy spanning nearly a century in Shanxi. The Mount Tai Swordsman Siyu, who stepped forth, was also a distinguished swordsman from the Mount Tai sword sect. Once a formidable force in the martial world, the Mount Tai sword sect had unfortunately fallen into decline decades ago, with news of its existence becoming scarce. Had he not volunteered to step forward today, many might have remained oblivious to the Mount Tai sword sect's legacy. Who is it? Ah, the Mount Tai Swordsman Siyu. Your sect is nearly extinct. What leisure do you have to join in the fray? Ping Yong chuckled, a smile on his face, yet a cold glint in his eyes. The Tai sword sect, while an established faction in Shanxi, was in a similarly precarious position as the Mount Tai sword sect. Both sects had stagnated, lacking any formidable masters to boast of. The only distinction was that Su Yu was the sole expert of the Mount Tai sword sect, single-handedly upholding its reputation, while he still had a master above him, the leader of the Tai sword sect. Let us not waste words. Let our skills speak for themselves. Agreed. In the audience, Wang Muji felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing the 2 renowned masters take the stage. Although she enjoyed the hustle and bustle, the previous skirmishes had failed to pique her interest. Now, true masters were finally in action. Sister Lu, who do you think will emerge victorious? Wang Muji eagerly inquired of Lu Qimei. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qimei replied, it should be Mount Tai Swordsman Suyu. It is said that the Mount Tai sword technique is bold and vigorous, perfectly countering the Tai sword technique. The Mount Tai sword technique counters the Tai sword technique? How so? Wang Muji was intrigued, for she knew little of either technique, and this was her first encounter with such terminology. Upon observing her expression, Lu Qingmei realized her genuine ignorance. It was understandable, as these were secrets of the martial world, known only to a select few prominent sections. The Tai sword technique originally stemmed from an ultimate sword skill, the escape one sword technique. Unfortunately, the Tai sword sect's version has long been lost, leaving the current Tai sword technique incomplete. Against Su Yu's Mount Tai sword technique, it may prove inadequate, Lu Qingmei explained, sharing rare insights from her time at the Amei sword sect's hidden martial pavilion. The Tai sword technique is incomplete? Then Peng Yong is surely doomed. Wang Muji exclaimed in surprise. Not necessarily, Lu Qingmei replied, observing Wang Muji's curiosity with a hint of mischief. Do you know why Ping Yong is called Dragon Roar Sword? Is that so? Why? Wang Muji's curiosity intensified upon hearing the question. Lu Qingmei smiled. It is precisely because the Tai sword technique is incomplete that disciples of the Tai sword sect typically train in another sword technique as a supplement. Ping Yong has mastered the Dragon Roar Sword technique alongside it, merging the two, thus earning his title. Oh, I see. Lu Qimei continued, however. The Dragon Roar Sword technique is merely a second-rate skill. Even combined, its power likely only matches that of a complete Mount Tai sword technique. Then who has the higher chance of victory? Wang Muji pondered. That is difficult to say. I have not witnessed either of them in action. Meanwhile, Zhuo Buer observed the 2 contenders with keen interest, though most of his attention was fixated on Ping Yong. He had previously heard his father speak of the Tai sword sect's escape one sword technique, rumored to rival the Huashan sword sect's supreme skill, the innate purple chi. Alas, it had been tragically lost. The Tai sword technique, being a descendant of the former, piqued his interest. As for Su Yu, he was merely an afterthought, failing to ignite any of Zhuo Buer's enthusiasm. Chapter 16. The unleashing of true chi. On one side stood the Dragon Roar swordsman, Peng Yong, and on the other, the Taishan swordsman, Su Yu. The 2 faced each other, both renowned masters of the sword. The spectators anticipated a fiercely matched duel. Yet the outcome was far from what they had expected. Despite the apparent sharpness of Peng Yong's swordplay, He found himself thoroughly suppressed by Su Yu's Taishan sword technique, its formidable force sweeping like a tide, executed with such grace and control that it seemed flawless. After merely a dozen exchanges, Ping Yang recognized that he was no match for his opponent and promptly conceded, wishing to avoid an embarrassing defeat. "Brother Ping, I appreciate your efforts." Su Yu smiled, unconcerned with Peng's thoughts, for he had emerged victorious. Feeling a sense of humiliation, Peng Yang hastily bowed and retreated, swiftly disappearing into the crowd. Witnessing his opponent's disgraceful exit, Su Yu's smile broadened. In the realm of martial arts, reputation is built upon strength. Having triumphed today, he would undoubtedly enhance his standing moving forward. What defines a martial arts master? Ultimately, it boils down to who possesses greater strength and who holds greater renown. Today, one might be exalted in the martial world, but should someone best them, tomorrow that acclaim may shift entirely. Fame is but a fleeting illusion. Only true power endures. Confident in his abilities, Su Yu regarded only one individual in the crowd with any measure of respect, the White Cloud Swordsman, Jianghu of the Guo Shan sect. Though he perceived Zhuo as a junior, he dared not underestimate him. Zhuo's reputation had reached Su Yu countless times, regardless of his potential. Zhuo's current prowess demanded utmost respect. Zhuo, the contemporary eldest disciple of the Guo Shan sect, had mastered their esteemed technique, innate purple qi, reaching a realm of great accomplishment, capable of rivaling some of the classic first-rate masters. In this contest for the master of the famous sword, he would be Su Yu's greatest adversary. Turning his gaze to Zhuo below, Su Yu's eyes sparkled with provocation. Meanwhile, Gu Luming, the master of Mingjian Villa, furrowed his brow, casting a meaningful glance at Su Yu. He sensed something amiss with Su Yu's Taishan sword technique, yet he could not pinpoint the exact anomaly. This unexpected variable stirred a sense of caution within him, though the contest was publicly open to the entire martial community historically. The ownership of the famed swords had always belonged to the disciples of the major sections. This was the very purpose of hosting such an event, to solidify Mingjian Villa's reputation while fostering relationships among the great sects, achieving a dual benefit. As for the smaller sects, what concern were they to Mingjian Villa? What advantage lay in currying favor with them? In this gathering, Gu Luming's preferences leaned towards Zhuo of the Guo Shan sect, dismissing all others as mere embellishments for the event. Yet, with the sudden emergence of a potentially threatening contender, he could not help but feel alarmed. Should this newcomer become the dark horse of the competition? It would undoubtedly spell significant loss for Mingjian Villa. After all, each famed sword represented years, if not decades, of painstaking effort. How could they allow such treasures to fall into the hands of lesser sects? Despite Gu Luming's apprehensions, Zhuo wasted no time and leaped onto the stage. "I am Zhuo, and I seek your guidance, Senior Su." In response to the provocation, Zhuo was unyielding, mocking Su Yu's age, implying that he was bullying the younger generation. In the martial world, such behavior is generally frowned upon. Did one not notice how many young practitioners had come to participate in the contest? Even among the notable veterans present, most were merely there to observe, rarely taking the stage themselves. Su Yu, nearing 40, was not quite of the old generation, yet he was certainly no longer youthful. The crowd regarded Zhuo's taunts with disdain, and a hint of embarrassment crossed Su Yu's face. How humiliating! Had it not been imperative, he would have preferred to forego the contest. Yet, to restore the Taishan sword sect's reputation, he had steeled himself to attend. Without a name, how could he hope to revive Taishan? Even if it was not a good name. With the situation at hand, he no longer held back. Having heard that Zhuo's innate purple qi had reached great accomplishment, Su Yu was eager to witness it firsthand. Although his Taishan sword technique excelled in defensive counterattacks, he chose to strike first. As the hallmark technique of the Guo Shan sect, innate purple qi was renowned throughout the martial world, and he could not afford to underestimate it. Su Yu initiated the assault, launching a series of 3 strikes targeting Zhuo's upper, middle, and lower openings. The sword's force was steady, yet those observing could sense the immense true qi contained within. The release of true qi signified the mastery of inner strength, marking the distinct characteristic of a first-rate expert. Although this technique wielded immense power, it consumed considerable inner strength, typically reserved for critical moments. It was unexpected for Su Yu to employ it right from the outset. While others might have been caught off guard, this was precisely Su Yu's intention. As a seasoned swordsman, he understood the principle of striking with ferocity. Aware that Zhuo was among the foremost in the martial world and had achieved great mastery of innate purple qi, Did he truly intend to proceed with cautious probing? Did they think him foolish, or was he genuinely naive? Zhuo Bu'er, initially unprepared for such an aggressive onslaught, was momentarily stunned. However, once he regained his composure, he realized Su Yu's sword had already sealed off his upper, middle, and lower paths. Drawing his sword at this juncture would be futile, leaving him both alarmed and infuriated. Su Yu's approach was akin to a sneak attack, a blatant disregard for martial ethics. Chapter 17. The 3 feet of sword chi. As the Taishan swordsman Su Yu made his move, he unleashed his internal energy, which enveloped the long sword in a thick aura of true chi. This energy completely covered the blade, extending 3 feet of sword chi from the tip. The sight elicited gasps from the onlookers below. 3 feet of sword chi? It was evident that Su Yu was indeed a seasoned master, capable of manifesting such formidable energy. It seemed that the White Cloud swordsman Zhuo Bu'er had encountered a true challenge this time. I wonder if he can withstand it? I am curious about the length of his sword chi. Could it possibly reach 3 feet? It is unlikely, given his youth. Without 2 or 3 decades of internal cultivation, how could he achieve such length? The manifestation of true chi is the most distinctive hallmark of a top-tier expert. When true chi is channeled into a sword, it can create an extraordinarily sharp sword chi. This method is one of the most effective ways to unleash the full potential of true chi. Sword chi not only possesses immense power and unparalleled sharpness, but also significantly extends the swordsman's range of attack, compensating for the inherent limitations of the sword, especially when compared to the long spear. Only through the release of sword chi can one contend with such weaponry. Although Su Yu stood 5 paces away from his opponent, the sword chi on his blade was nearly piercing through Zhuo's skin. In the realm of martial arts, underestimating an opponent is the gravest error. It often incurs a heavy price. Below, Lu Qimei furrowed her brow, an expression caught by Wang Muji, who stood nearby. "Sister Lu, what troubles you?" Wang Muji asked curiously. Assuming her frown indicated belief in Zhuo Bu'er's impending defeat, Lu Qimei shook her head, replying, "No, I simply did not expect him to be so careless." Perhaps he is not careless but rather confident? This observation came not from Wang Muji but from Wang Dehai, the junior sect leader, who appeared keenly interested in the duel. His internal cultivation still rested at the minor accomplishment stage, and he lacked the insight into the intricacies of true chi, his perception inferior to Lu Qingmei and Wang Muji. "Ah, father, is this not 3 feet of sword chi?" Zhuo Bu'er, despite his confidence, should not underestimate his opponent. Wang Muji swiftly dismissed her father's speculation, while Lu Qingmei remained expressionless, offering no commentary. Wang Dehai recognized his misstep, wearing a look of self-reproach. Wang Muji, well aware of her father's character, ignored him and continued, "Sister Lu, if it were you, how confident would you be in defeating the Taishan swordsman Su Yu? Without underestimating my opponent, I would say 90%. Lu Qimei replied with utmost confidence, though she added a caveat, if she did not underestimate her foe. Clearly, she too believed Zhuo Bu'er was somewhat overconfident. "And who do you think will win this duel?" Wang Muji inquired, her curiosity piqued. She was more interested in the outcome than the process. If Zhuo Bu'er were to lose, it would certainly provide a spectacle for all to witness. The thought filled her with a sense of anticipation. She held no fondness for this master of the Huashan sword sect, nor for any of its disciples. Despite their outward semblance of honor, there lingered an air of superiority, as if they deemed all others in the martial world inferior. This attitude was undoubtedly linked to the rising prominence of the Huashan school. In the past decade, the Shaolin Temple had waned, and the current generation of youth appeared to lack succession, prompting much lamentation among martial artists. Conversely, the Huashan school had produced Zhuo Bu'er, hailed as the foremost among the 4 heroes of the martial world, and had remarkably cultivated their signature technique, the innate purple chi, to the level of great accomplishment, heralding a promising future for their sect. Almost everyone in the martial realm recognized the Huashan school's ascendancy, leading to an atmosphere of pride and even arrogance among its members. Hence, Wang Muji's aversion to the entire sect was justified. She found herself eager to see them falter. Yet, Lu Qingmei spoke the name Zhuo Bu'er with a calm demeanor. Zhuo Bu'er? Wang Muji thought, bewildered. Why? Did he not underestimate his opponent? Lu Qingmei offered no reply, her gaze fixed on the duel. Realizing this, Wang Muji suppressed her curiosity and focused intently on the contest unfolding before her. The junior sect leader, too, was curious, though lacking the keen insight to predict the outcome. Yet, observing the duel between top-tier experts could offer him invaluable experience, perhaps even a breakthrough in his own practice. Lu Qingmei watched intently, especially observing Zhuo Buer's next move. She never doubted his ability to prevail, but she sought more than just the result. As the sword chi threatened to strike Zhuo Buer's face, any hint of alarm on his features was fleeting. In an instant, he spun his sword in his left hand, dispersing the incoming sword chi, then pivoted to evade the thrusting energies. The sword chi struck the ground, leaving behind 2 deep gashes. In the blink of an eye, Zhuo Buer had neutralized his opponent's aggressive assault. Although he had initially underestimated his foe, he ultimately responded with composure. Only at this moment did he have the leisure to draw his own long sword. Senior Su, was it truly necessary to unleash sword chi at the onset? I had hoped to seek your guidance. Zhuo Buer taunted, his irritation simmering beneath the surface. Despite his earlier lapse in judgment, he felt a surge of anger, not only at his opponent's overbearing assault, but also at himself for nearly suffering an embarrassing defeat in front of the crowd. Zhuo Buer understood his own capabilities. Had he not forcibly unleashed his internal energy, he might have indeed faced disgrace. Fortunately, the minor eruption was sufficient for him to seize the upper hand and dispel Su Yu's sword chi. Otherwise, how could he have handled the offensive with such composure? However, the exertion had undoubtedly strained his meridians. Even a slight release of true chi left him with a lingering ache. Thus, when he turned to face his opponent, a flicker of anger gleamed in his eyes. Chapter 18. Lu Qingmei takes the stage as Su Yu observed that his initial assault had yielded no results. He felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing his opponent's taunts. Yet, being a renowned swordsman of the Jianghu, both his swordsmanship and his resolve far surpassed that of Zhuo Buer. Zhuo, a promising disciple of the Guo Shan sword sect, proved to be no ordinary adversary, and Su Yu, previously concerned about unintentionally harming him, now realized such worries were unfounded. He welcomed the opportunity to engage in a rigorous exchange, eager to appreciate the intricate techniques of the Guo Shan swordplay. With a courteous gesture, Su Yu invited Zhuo to make the first move. This time, he refrained from initiating the conflict. The earlier attempts at a surprise attack had shown that, despite his youth, Zhuo's prowess was formidable. Moreover, the Taishan sword technique emphasizes a reactive approach, harnessing timing to maximize its effectiveness. It would soon reveal whose swordsmanship was more profound and whose experience more seasoned. Prepared for a protracted duel, Su Yu steadied himself, ready to proceed with careful deliberation. If his earlier aggressive tactics were merely an appetizer, the ensuing duel would undoubtedly be the most intense and captivating highlight of the event thus far. True to its name, the Taishan sword technique embodied the stability of a mountain, exuding a weighty presence in Su Yu's hands. Below, Wang Muji, witnessing the fervent clash, could not help but exclaim in awe. Her peripheral vision caught Lu Qingmei, who remained transfixed on the contest, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Suddenly, her father admonished, "Show some respect. You must address him as Senior Su, not so casually." "Got it. Senior Su it is," Wang Muji retorted playfully, sticking her tongue out at her father before refocusing on the duel. The two combatants exchanged over 100 moves, locked in a stalemate. As the primary aggressor, Zhuo Buer unleashed his ethereal white cloud sword technique, elusive and unpredictable, yet his opponent remained ever vigilant, for even the slightest lapse could lead to defeat. Su Yu, with his seasoned experience and flawless defense, rendered Zhuo's relentless assaults ineffective. After another 30 moves, Zhuo Buer suddenly roared, unleashing a purple sword energy that surged 3 feet long. Surpassing even the previous displays of sword energy, he had finally executed the external projection of his sword energy. In response, Su Yu also released his own sword energy, both extending 3 feet, one purple and the other transparent. The purple energy, a manifestation of Zhuo's innate skill, was undeniably more powerful than the ordinary transparent variety. Witnessing the purple energy disperse the transparent one, Su Yu felt the force strike his chest. With a gasp, he fell to the ground, unable to suppress the blood that surged forth. "Senior Su, I concede." Zhuo Buer elegantly twirled his sword, resting it behind his back, a smile gracing his face as he looked at his opponent. On the ground, Su Yu remained in shock, disbelief etched across his features. The moment he encountered the purple sword energy, astonishment had overtaken him. He could hardly fathom it. The innate skill of the Guo Shan sword sect was indeed formidable. His once proud Taishan sword technique felt utterly trivial in comparison. Once, he had harbored grand aspirations of revitalizing the Taishan sword sect's reputation, only to be defeated by a junior from the Guo Shan sect. In an instant, those lofty ambitions had become a bitter jest, leaving him feeling as though his very essence had been drained, collapsing like a withered tree. Despondency enveloped Su Yu. His defeated figure drew no attention from the crowd. He had lost not only this match, but also his esteemed reputation within the Jianghu. The onlookers erupted in astonished murmurs. Wow, the Taishan swordsman Su Yu has fallen to Zhuobuer? Though both are formidable warriors, Su Yu's long-standing fame as a master swordsman makes this a shocking turn of events. It appears the tides of the Jianghu are shifting, ushering in a new generation. Zhuobuer, while regulating his internal energy, surveyed the surroundings with pride. Is there anyone else willing to challenge me? Who else seeks to claim the coveted Qihong sword? However, before he could bask in his triumph, a graceful figure descended onto the stage, Lu Qimei, the Ame heroine. Lu Qimei. What brings you here? Zhuobuo exclaimed, astonished. He had considered many challengers, but Lu had not crossed his mind. The Ame sword sect already possessed the renowned Etian sword. And Lu, being the most outstanding talent of the younger generation and the beloved disciple of the sect's leader, was destined to inherit the mantle of leadership. The Etian sword had long been celebrated as the premier weapon of the Jianghu and was expected to be entrusted to Lu. Thus, Zhuobuo had never anticipated her would vie for the Qihong sword alongside him. Beside him, Wang Muji was equally taken aback by Lu's sudden entrance to challenge Zhuo. However, as realization struck, she leaped to her feet, cheering, "Sister Lu, go for it. Teach him a lesson." Her exuberance embarrassed her father, who swiftly pulled her back down. "Quiet. If you continue like this, I want to take you out again." "Humph, it's not like you brought me here. It's all thanks to Sister Lu," Wang Muji whispered, clearly displeased with her father's earlier reprimand. Yet, she quickly resumed her cheers as he turned away. Chapter 19. The Sword Chi of Ame. The spectators below erupted in excitement as Lu Qimei leapt onto the stage. "Wow, it's the Ame heroine Lu Qimei. Is she truly the Ame heroine? She is indeed breathtaking, a peerless beauty. Indeed, not only is she one of the 4 great beauties of the martial world, but she is also one of the 4 great heroes, possessing both beauty and strength. A true gift from heaven. Absolutely. If I could marry her, I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life. Bah, such a celestial beauty is beyond your reach. If it were me, I would rather give up 30 years. Lu Qingmei ascended the stage not for the Qinghong sword. Zhuo Shixiao, since our last duel, we have yet to have the opportunity to spar again. I hope today we can finally determine who is superior. Her expression was as cold as ice, her white attire as pure as snow. The long sword in her hand had already been drawn, emanating a chilling glow. Lu Qingmei was beautiful, yet exuded an air of frost, both lovely and lethal. Junior Sister Lu. Zhuobuer appeared hesitant and conflicted. Lu Qingmei could sense his intention to yield to her. However, she did not require anyone's concession, nor would she permit it. Zhuo Shixiao, please use your full strength. This time, I will not hold back. Her tone was resolute, her demeanor unwavering, leaving no room for doubt. Zhuobuer, having made up his mind, prepared to give his all as well. All right. However, even with my full effort, I hope to end things without any serious harm. He glanced at Gu Luming, the master of Mingjian Villa, who was present and the most powerful person in attendance. Should anything unexpected occur, only he could intervene. Below. Gu Luming nodded subtly. As the host of this prestigious sword selection event, it was part of his responsibility. Moreover, both participants were the most outstanding disciples of their respective sects, deserving of respect. With Lu Qingmei's appearance, the competition reached its zenith. Observant eyes could tell that this was the most crucial moment of the entire event. The outcome of this duel could very well determine the ultimate victor. The anticipation was palpable. Was this not the first official confrontation between them? Who would emerge victorious? Both were among the 4 great heroes of the martial world, the most exceptional talents of the younger generation, finally clashing in earnest. Would Zhuobuer prevail, considering he bore the title of the foremost among the 4 great heroes? It was hard to say. The Ame heroine Lu Qingmei was formidable in her own right, and a tie was also a possibility. I hope she wins. It would be far better than seeing Zhuobuer's arrogant face at the end. While the audience speculated, the 2 on stage were poised for battle. Zhuobuer gripped his sword hilt tightly, ready to draw at any moment. He dared not be careless. Not only out of respect for his opponent's strength, but also to avoid any misinterpretation of his intentions. He understood Lu Qingmei's strong character. If he did not confront her with his full power, even victory would not bring her joy. His assessment was correct. He had indeed studied Lu Qingmei closely, aware of her character and the techniques she practiced. Yet understanding was one thing, actual combat was another. He certainly did not wish to suffer defeat, especially at her hands. In the next moment, Lu Qimei lunged forward with her sword. The Ame sword technique emphasized thrusting, characterized by its agility and grace. In her hands, it appeared as though a celestial being was dancing with her sword, exuding a unique beauty. The opponent, astonished, drew his sword to counter her attacks. It was said that the founders of the Guo Shan and Ame sword schools were once a couple, regardless of the truth behind this tale. The Ame sword technique and Guo Shan sword technique indeed shared some similarities. Both were nimble and elegant. However, the Ame style focused more on agility, while the Guo Shan style emphasized the unexpected, often employing unconventional tactics. After a series of exchanges, Lu Qingmei's Ame sword technique easily outperformed her opponent's Guo Shan sword technique, not because her skills were superior, but rather due to her opponent's inadequate mastery of the Guo Shan style. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Zhuobuer shifted his strategy and unleashed his signature technique, the Baiyun sword technique, gradually regaining his momentum. After nearly 100 moves, both paused momentarily. The intense exchange had drained their internal energy, necessitating a brief respite. Zhuo Xixiao, let us showcase our true abilities. This exchange is lacking in substance, Lu Qingmei said, her breath shallow but her expression serious. The sect matriarch had praised her significant progress over the years, declaring her a leader among the youth of the martial world. Yet, her opponent had also made considerable advancements, perhaps even rivaling hers. While she was confident in her swordsmanship, Zhuobuer held a distinct advantage in internal energy. The Ame Sushin technique she practiced was no match for his Xiantian Ziki. However, she possessed a trump card, a single hope for defeating her opponent. Raising her long sword once more, her internal energy surged violently into the blade. The sword glowed fiercely, emitting a flash of silvery light that shot directly towards Zhuobuer. Ame sword chi? Zhuobuer exclaimed in alarm, refusing to underestimate her and promptly deploying his most powerful technique, Xiantian Ziki. Unlike the Guo Shan school, the Ame school's ultimate skill, Ame sword chi, was a form of sword energy technique, manifesting a unique sword aura through supreme mental discipline. This Ame sword chi possessed far greater piercing power than ordinary sword energy, capable of effortlessly penetrating the human body, truly a weapon of unparalleled might. To his astonishment, Lu Qimei had successfully mastered the Ame sword chi. Zhuobuer's shock was immeasurable. His greatest pride had been his own mastery of the Guo Shan school's supreme technique, Xiantian Ziki. This was unique among the four great heroes, earning him the title of their leader. Such ultimate techniques were not easily mastered. It took decades of arduous training to even begin to grasp them. Now, witnessing Lu Qingmei's accomplishment, his pressure mounted tremendously. Truly, she was the exceptional woman he had chosen, far beyond the ordinary. Such an extraordinary beauty was undoubtedly a match for him, Zhuobuer, in the entire martial realm. Chapter 20. Lu Qingmei triumphs. Though Zhuobuer was taken aback, his reaction was swift. Upon witnessing the Ame sword chi, he immediately activated the innate purple chi for the second time that day. A surge of purple energy emanated from his body, enveloping him entirely. His visage transformed into a shade of violet. Under the cover of this purple aura, a beam of purple sword energy shot forth at great speed, colliding head-on with the incoming Ame sword chi. However, to his astonishment, the purple sword energy faltered almost instantly against the silver Ame sword chi, dissipating entirely. Once invincible, the purple sword energy now seemed woefully inadequate. The Ame sword chi was indeed a supreme technique specializing in sword energy. Even when faced with the innate purple chi, it advanced with unstoppable momentum. Despite Zhuobuer's mental preparations, the chasm of disparity exceeded his expectations. Without time for further contemplation, the residual Ame sword chi continued its relentless assault. He hastily unleashed another wave of purple sword energy, barely managing to disperse it, instinctively wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. He had already regarded Lu Qimei as his most formidable opponent. Releasing sword energy externally was an immense drain on his internal power, yet compared to the Ame sword chi, it was but a minor concern. Although the Ame sword chi wielded tremendous power, it also consumed vast reserves of internal energy, and he was confident that Lu Qingmei had expended more than he had. The Guo Shan sword sect's treasured skill, the innate purple chi, was renowned for its overwhelming strength and depth, far surpassing other internal arts in both quality and quantity. He believed that even if it came to a war of attrition, he still possessed a significant chance of victory. Indeed, with Lu Qingmei's current internal energy, she could only unleash 2 more Ame sword chis. The expenditure of her energy was certainly less than his, and her only hope of triumph lay in those remaining 2 attacks. Resolving to focus her inner energy, Lu Qimei unleashed 2 final Ame sword qis. She poured forth all her strength. These 2 torrents of silver blades surged towards Zhuobuer, depleting her entire reservoir of true energy. Regardless of the outcome, she found herself unable to continue the fight. Zhuobuer, too, summoned every ounce of his internal energy. His form once again shrouded in dense purple. This time, he refrained from releasing his energy externally, as time would not allow for it. Faced with the simultaneous approach of 2 Ame sword qis, he could only muster his full energy to strike against the incoming silver blades with both palms. The sudden surge of energy coursed through his arms, causing a stabbing pain akin to 1,000 needles. It was clear that without months of recuperation, he could never fully recover. He had evidently exhausted all his strength. With a resounding thud, Zhuobuo was sent reeling, blood spilling from his mouth into the air. Had Zhuobuer been defeated? A wave of shock swept over the audience, leaving them momentarily speechless. Who would have thought Zhuobuer would be bested? Bested by the Ame heroine Lu Qimei? Incredible! With this victory, Lu Qimei would surely ascend as the foremost among the 4 heroes of the Jianghu. Did you see that? I told you Lu Qimei was no less formidable than Zhuobuer. What a turn of events! Zhuobuer has truly disappointed. I can't believe it. I even placed a bet on him to win. I wagered 2 taels. You bet 10. 10 taels. That's my entire monthly salary. What sect do you belong to? A monthly salary of 10 taels? I'm from the Huasha gang. What's wrong with that? As Zhuobuo lay defeated, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter, some mocking, others expressing disbelief and disappointment, particularly those who had placed bets on his victory or simply held a grudge against him. Many of them were wandering heroes harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Zhuobuer, who came from a prestigious lineage and carried an air of superiority. Their jealousy was palpable, and witnessing his downfall brought them immense satisfaction. Yet, the one most amused by Zhuobuer's defeat was undoubtedly Wang Muji. Ha ha, father, look. Sister Lu has won. Did you see? I knew she would triumph over Zhuobuer. Wang Muji bounced excitedly before her father, her joy reminiscent of a child winning a game. Must you jump around like that? Can't you act like a lady? Wang Dehai, the young master, sighed, pulling her back gently. Father, why aren't you happy? Don't you want Sister Lu to win? Muji pouted, her expression one of indignation. Of course I do. But must I celebrate in such a juvenile manner? Wang Dehai reprimanded. I am the leader of the Jindao sect. I should maintain a certain decorum. He had repeated this admonition countless times, knowing full well that if his daughter were capable of change, she would have done so by now. He felt a mix of admiration and envy as he observed Lu Qingmei's victory, astonished by her ability to defeat Zhuobuer, a feat beyond his expectations. He did not underestimate women. Rather, he found it hard to envision them thriving in the Jianghu, a realm traditionally dominated by men. Women, especially beautiful ones, often appeared as mere appendages to men in this world. Yet, Lu Qingmei shattered his preconceived notions, proving that women could carve out their own space in the Jianghu. This revelation filled him with both astonishment and envy. As he thought of his daughter, Wang Muji, who yearned to venture into the Jianghu, he felt a surge of anxiety. He could not bear to let her roam freely, especially with her innocence and beauty. Zhuobuo lay unconscious on the stage, and Gu Luming swiftly approached to assess his condition. Fortunately, Zhuobuo had sustained only minor internal injuries. His previous attacks had mitigated much of the Ame sword qi's impact. And although remnants had struck him, the damage was not as dire as the crowd had imagined. Gu Luming retrieved a medicinal pill the size of a pearl from his pocket and administered it to Zhuobuo, noticing he remained unconscious. He ordered for him to be taken off the stage for rest. It remained uncertain whether Zhuobuo was genuinely unconscious or simply feigning it out of embarrassment. Gu Luming had no choice but to announce Lu Qimei as the victor. Chapter 21. Who agrees? Who opposes? The audience consisted of a motley crew of onlookers reveling in the misfortune of others, while some renowned figures in the martial world feigned disappointment with their silent shaking of heads. Fortunately, Zhuobuer had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Otherwise, the news would likely have caused him to feign anew. Lu Qimei emerged victorious, yet her countenance betrayed no elation, remaining as frigid as ice. She seated herself cross-legged on the ground, seizing the moment to replenish her internal energy. Periodically, she popped a medicinal pill into her mouth, presumably a potion for rapid energy restoration. Observing this scene, some in the crowd could hardly contain themselves. Though Lu Qingmei had triumphed, her energy was severely depleted, leaving her with barely a fraction of her strength, rendering her incapable of further combat. Wouldn't this be a prime opportunity to seize a significant advantage? It was hard to say. Who could know if she would be able to fight again? What if she unleashed another amaze sword aura? Could anyone withstand that? Fortune favors the bold. The coveted Jianghu sword lay before them, and a modicum of risk seemed worthwhile. Don't be foolish. There are numerous martial masters present. Even if there is a chance, it certainly won't fall to you. How can you know without trying? Besides, Wu, the lightning sword, have a reputation that is no mere boast. It's time to test my mettle against those renowned figures. Is that so? You, the lightning sword? I've never heard of you. Is that a title you've conferred upon yourself? Humph. How dare you look down upon me? Wu, the lightning sword. If you have the guts, come forth for a duel. Bring it on. Who's afraid? Father, these people are utterly shameless. They wish to take advantage of another's plight. I must assist Sister Liu. I cannot allow them to profit from this. Wang Muji seethed with indignation. Such conduct was disgraceful. A far cry from the true spirit of the martial world. Wang Dahai listened quietly, offering no response. The martial realm had always been a battlefield of competition and treachery. Even outside the realm of opportunistic maneuvers, treachery such as poisoning or backstabbing was not uncommon. Despite his anger, it did not deter the lightning sword Wu Hao from being the first to leap onto the stage. I am Wu Hao, the lightning sword. Lu Qimei, draw your sword. As Lu Qimei rose slowly, ready to unsheath her sword, her expression suddenly turned grave as she gazed into the distance. A shadow clad in black shot towards the stage with remarkable speed, landing soundlessly before them, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a raincoat. With a long sword in hand and a cold demeanor, he was none other than the legendary evil swordsman. The evil swordsman? He has arrived? What incredible speed! What kind of lightness skill is that? I can't even see his face. Wow, so this is the evil swordsman. His aura is extraordinary. Is he here for the sword selection conference? But someone has already issued a challenge. How can he simply ascend the stage? Unexpectedly. This sword selection conference has drawn several of the most illustrious young talents from the martial world. I wonder who is stronger, he or Lu Qingmei. Indeed, regardless of the victor, he will be the undisputed first genius of the martial world. In terms of talent, I still believe Lu Qingmei surpasses him. We have all witnessed her amaze sword aura, the pinnacle of Amei's secret arts. Without unparalleled talent, how could one achieve such mastery? That is not the sole consideration. The martial world prioritizes strength above all else. Talent is talent, yet strength is paramount. I firmly believe the evil swordsman is the strongest. He is the rightful first genius of the younger generation. The sudden appearance of the evil swordsman ignited a flurry of discussions among the audience. However, the evil swordsman paid them no mind as he strode directly to the stand where the Jianghu sword was displayed, seizing it with a decisive motion. This Jianghu sword is mine. Who agrees? Who opposes? The crowd erupted in a clamor. How brazen! Does he not intend to adhere to the rules of the conference? Indeed. While we acknowledge his prowess, such arrogance is unwarranted. Exactly, at the very least, he should wait until he defeats Lu Qingmei before making such claims. Is he entirely dismissive of her? Not only her, he seems to disregard everyone present. Look at the expression on the face of the ancient master below. It has turned ashen. Oh, truly, this is excessive. Yet, I find it rather appealing. Who is this rude girl? What foolishness is she displaying here? Gu Luming approached the stage once more, directly confronting the evil swordsman. As the host of the conference, he would not allow anyone to disrupt the established order. Sir, I must ask that you return the Jianghu sword to its rightful place. Should you desire it, please adhere to the rules of the sword selection conference. Currently, this lightning sword Wu Hao is challenging the Amei heroine Lu Qingmei, and all other challengers must temporarily withdraw. Oh, the evil swordsman raised his head slightly, casting a cold gaze upon Gu Luming. Do you oppose? His voice carried a chilling undertone, causing the air to grow tense. Gu Luming felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, an instinctual warning that the other's strength was formidable, beyond his own capacity to confront. Such power made him reluctant to engage in conflict, particularly since he had heard that the evil swordsman rarely drew his sword, but when he did, it was to kill. Seeing that you were silent, I take it you have no objection, the evil swordsman remarked, turning his attention to Wu Hao. Do you oppose? I oppose. Wu Hao feigned composure, stating, It is my turn to challenge Lu Qimei. Should you wish to contest, wait until after our duel. In an instant, a sharp sound echoed as Wu Hao's voice was abruptly cut off, a crimson line appearing at his throat. The evil swordsman's sword, it seemed, had unsheathed unbeknownst to anyone, swiftly claiming its target. The evil swordsman turned his gaze back to Lu Qingmei, his voice icy. Do you also oppose? Lu Qingmei's already frigid expression turned even colder. Had she ever faced such coercion? Especially from someone she had long regarded as her rival? Her indomitable spirit would never yield. This was an affront she could not bear. Humph. Draw your sword. Let me see just how fast yours is. Despite her dwindling internal energy, she would not be deterred from drawing her sword. Stop. Sister Lu has exhausted her energy. Is this not taking advantage of her plight? What sort of hero does this make you? From the audience, Wang Muji shouted, glaring at the evil swordsman as if he were a villain incarnate. The evil swordsman cast a fleeting glance at her before addressing the still defiant Lu Qingmei. If you are in such poor condition, it would be wise to withdraw. Do not blame me for being merciless. Should we engage, I will show no leniency. Humph. I, Lu Qingmei, require no mercy from you. If you seek the Qinghong sword, first defeat me. Lu Qingmei insisted, her pride refusing to concede. The evil swordsman regarded her with newfound interest. She was unlike any woman he had encountered before. She was indeed beautiful and possessed remarkable courage. What a pity that she would soon fall beneath his blade. Chapter 22. The duality of justice and evil. The malevolent swordsman's thought stirred, and his long sword was drawn once more. With a swift and urgent thrust, it aimed directly at Lu Qingmei's throat. The speed was so astonishing that she had no time to react, and she could hardly fathom the ruthless decisiveness of her adversary. As the blade was poised to pierce her throat, escape seemed impossible. Clang! The sword that was meant to strike Lu Qingmei was unexpectedly deflected by another sword that appeared from the side. It was Gu Luming who intervened at this critical moment. Stop! Gu Luming implored. Evil swordsman, I beseech you to show mercy. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he acted hastily. In that instant, he was acutely aware that the opponent's strength was undoubtedly on par with his own. A wave of shock coursed through him. This was not merely a formidable adversary, but a genuine elite swordsman. Was there still a need to debate who among the younger generation of the martial world was the most talented? Before the evil swordsman, any so-called genius would inevitably be overshadowed. Gu Luming felt a surge of relief that he had not directly opposed such a formidable figure otherwise. However, his intervention to save Lu Qingmei was born out of necessity. Both the Guo Shan and Mei sword sects were renowned and powerful factions in the martial world, and offending either was beyond the means of his Mingjin manner. As the most outstanding young disciple of the Mei sect, should anything happen to Lu Qingmei under his watch, Mingjin manner would be unable to evade responsibility. Thus, he had no choice but to step in. Evil swordsman, I, as the master of Mingjin manner, hereby declare you the ultimate victor of this Mingjin selection conference. The Qinghong sword is now yours. I implore you, for the sake of the Qinghong sword, to show mercy. Gu Liuming's demeanor was remarkably courteous, so much so that the onlookers could hardly believe it was he who spoke. Was Gu Luming truly so accommodating as to bestow the Qinghong sword upon the evil swordsman? After all, there were still many renowned figures in the audience yet to take the stage. How could he unilaterally declare the opponent the final victor? Was this not exceedingly unfair? Indeed, while the evil swordsman's prowess was undeniably terrifying, Gu Liuming's actions seemed excessively submissive, as if he were groveling. How could he, the only elite swordsman present, behave so timidly? It became evident why Mingjin manor was perpetually secluded, dedicating themselves to the craft of sword-making, a collection of cowards. Shu, are you courting death? How do you speak so of them? Humph, what is there to fear? I am from the Yu family of Woyang. Does Mingjin manor dare to provoke us? Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, the evil swordsman cast a glance at the two before sheathing his sword. Considering the recently acquired Qinghong sword, he felt it prudent to grant them this small favor. Seeing him relent, Gu Luming exhaled in relief. He had genuinely feared that the evil swordsman would refuse to grant him this courtesy. After all, the evil swordsman's reputation in the martial world was neither entirely good nor bad. While he abhorred evil, he could strike without mercy, truly a figure of duality. The evil swordsman surveyed the surroundings, his voice cold as he declared, "This Qinghong sword is mine. Is there anyone who dares to oppose?" His gaze swept over the multitude of swordsmen below, particularly those esteemed figures of the martial world, clearly noting the chatter that had erupted moments ago. At his words, those who had previously exhibited an air of superiority bowed their heads, reluctant to meet his gaze, fearing to be singled out as challengers. Though these martial artists might not be the pinnacle of mastery, they possessed a keener insight than the average individual. They had discerned the extraordinary nature of the evil swordsman merely from Gu Luming's treatment of him, not to mention having witnessed the terrifying speed of his swordsmanship firsthand. This was a prowess far beyond their reach. As a moment passed, the arena remained enveloped in silence. No one dared to take the stage, nor did anyone express dissent. Thankfully, no one voiced opposition. The evil swordsman nodded in satisfaction. He truly had no desire to shed blood today. Finally, he acknowledged Gu Luming with a slight nod before turning and vanishing as swiftly as he had arrived, leaving only the Qi Hong sword in his wake. Thus, the Mingjian Selection Conference concluded in an enigmatic manner. In the hearts of the many martial practitioners, a singular name resonated: Evil Swordsman. Evil Swordsman, when we meet again, I, Lu Qingmei, shall not be so easily defeated. Lu Qingmei thought, her heart heavy with resentment as she fixated on the retreating figure of the evil swordsman, struggling to come to terms with the encounter. As the tension dissipated, the crowd quietly began to disperse. Perhaps greater excitement awaited them tomorrow. The name of the evil swordsman was destined to stir a significant upheaval in the martial world. Sister Lu, let us depart. A loss is merely a loss. What is there to be concerned about in being defeated by the evil swordsman? He is acknowledged as the fastest swordsman in the realm. Losing to him is no disgrace. Wang Muji was not one to offer comfort easily, and Lu Qimei found herself growing even more frustrated at his words. She shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "What side are you on, Wang Muji? Can't you see my mood is already dismal? If you cannot offer solace, then spare me your words." "Hee, Sister Lu. I am undoubtedly on your side. Did you not notice how I stood up for you earlier? Humph, that is more like it." Reflecting on past events, Lu Qimei felt a deep sense of gratitude. It was precisely Wang Muji's character that compelled him to stand by her in such dire circumstances. Sometimes, she felt fortunate to have forged a friendship with him, especially as a woman traversing the martial world. Encountering someone like Wang Muji was indeed a rare blessing. "Sister Lu, everyone else has left. We should go too. Let us return to Luoyang together," Wang Muji said cheerfully, taking her hand and urging her to leave. Allowing herself to be led, Lu Qingmei's spirits lifted somewhat. She had never been one to accept defeat lightly, but a loss was still a loss. She could not deny reality. Yet, the disparity between her and the evil swordsman gnawed at her. Why was his sword so swift? When that strike aimed for her throat, she was utterly unprepared. What a swift swordsman! What a swift blade! The more she pondered, the more she felt the chilling terror of his prowess. Such speed and swordsmanship seemed almost beyond human capability. Chapter 23. The Yu family of Luoyang. The following day, the city of Luoyang bustled with activity once more. By the time the hour of the snake arrived, the Wangyue Tower was already filled with numerous patrons. It was still quite early for lunch. As such, visitors typically did not appear until noon. Their early arrival was not merely for a meal. Rather, they gathered to partake in the lively atmosphere. Where, one might ask, is the most vibrant place in the martial world? Certainly, it is where inns and taverns thrive. In a grand city like Luoyang, Wangyue Tower stood out as the most animated locale. Within the main hall of Wangyue Tower, an elderly storyteller leisurely brewed tea, a habit he had cultivated over the years. Every day at this time, he would appear punctually, waiting for the bustling lunch hour to commence. Ordinarily, that period marked his busiest time, yielding the greatest earnings. However, today was different. By the hour of the snake, a steady stream of guests had already arrived, leaving the storyteller astonished and muttering to himself. Many of these faces were familiar, and several patrons greeted him as they passed. Among them, a burly man with a thick beard, noticing the storyteller's bewilderment, could not refrain from laughing. Old sir, you may not be aware, but at yesterday's famous sword selection conference, the evil swordsman made a grand entrance at the last moment, boldly claiming the Qi Hong sword. No one present dared to voice any dissent. What audacity! Indeed, in front of everyone, he declared, "I want the Qi Hong sword." Who was in favor? Who was opposed? That single statement left all in attendance speechless. A comparatively slender martial artist chimed in. The storyteller, momentarily dazed, questioned in disbelief, "Impossible. The head of the Jian Mountain Manor is a top-tier martial artist. How could he allow the evil swordsman to act with such impunity?" Humph. Gu Luming? A top-tier martial artist? He didn't dare utter a sound in front of the evil swordsman, only knowing how to ingratiate himself. Truly, he has lost all dignity. Indeed, to think he still calls himself a top-tier martial artist. He has brought shame to his peers. The two exchanged disparaging remarks, revealing the notorious reputation of Jian Mountain Manor within the martial community. "Pray, tell me more, esteemed heroes. What transpired exactly?" The storyteller, astounded, could hardly believe the swift changes that had occurred overnight. His curiosity piqued regarding the events of the previous day's conference. The bearded man eagerly recounted the happenings of the conference, embellishing the tale with additional flair. After a considerable time, the storyteller finally grasped the situation. So, the evil swordsman had indeed surpassed the Amei heroine Lu Qingmei, emerging as the undisputed prodigy of the younger generation in the martial world. The storyteller's expression morphed with astonishment and admiration. Then he recalled having wagered 10 taels of silver on the evil swordsman's victory, and his heart swelled with joy. He had just secured a significant win, enough to equate to nearly half a year's worth of earnings. With this windfall, he could send his grandson to train in the martial arts, and perhaps, in the future, his grandson could restore their family's legacy. With newfound motivation, he observed the increasing influx of martial guests into Wangyue Tower. And soon the entire hall was filled to capacity. After much contemplation, the storyteller began to weave a new tale of the martial world, launching into a captivating narrative. Latest news from the martial realm. Yesterday, the evil swordsman made his presence known at the famous sword selection conference held by Jian Mountain Manor, making a commanding entrance at the last moment. His eloquence flowed effortlessly, as if he were recounting the events in real time, captivating his audience. The listeners erupted in applause, occasionally tossing coins into his bowl. The delightful clinking of copper resonating in the air, filling the storyteller with elation. Many of these martial guests had been present at the previous day's conference, returning specifically to enjoy the revelry. Although the storyteller's account lacked some details, they remained thoroughly entertained, for the allure of the martial world lay in its vibrant excitement. And who could resist the storyteller's engaging delivery? Within a mere morning, news of the previous day's events had spread throughout Wangyue Tower, with everyone eagerly discussing what had transpired. In Luoyang, the Yu family resided on the central street of the Western Market, a prominent estate within the city. The Yu family had diligently cultivated their standing in Luoyang for decades, establishing themselves as a notable martial lineage. However, in comparison to the esteemed clans of the aristocracy, the Yu family's status as a martial family paled in significance. Luoyang was divided into eastern and western markets, with the western market, where the Yu family resided, primarily inhabited by common merchants and tradespeople. In contrast, the eastern market was home to the city's elite, noble officials, and prestigious families, who constituted the true power elite of Luoyang, far beyond the reach of families like the Yus. Although the Yu family appeared to thrive in the martial realm, they were ultimately overshadowed by the true aristocracy. The distinction between the Hall of Governance and the realm of martial arts was stark and well-defined. Historically, there has always been a notion that the affairs of the martial world remain separate from those of the government, with officials refraining from interfering in martial matters, unless, of course, a martial individual committed a crime, such as robbery or the murder of civilians. Particularly, the assassination of officials was tantamount to rebellion. In the eyes of the court, such an act was deemed the gravest offense, utterly intolerable. Should an instance of official murder arise, the court would respond with unyielding force, meting out severe punishment. There have been instances in history where a martial sect inadvertently killed a county magistrate, leading to the annihilation of the entire sect by the court. Such occurrences are not uncommon throughout history. Throughout the ages, the court has never sought to provoke martial individuals, and martial practitioners have never dared to confront the authorities. This unspoken agreement has persisted to this day. The Yu family, though rooted in the martial lineage, may not have attracted the gaze of true aristocrats. Yet they held a respectable position within the martial community. In the realm of martial arts, the Yu family status was akin to that of the aristocracy, serving as an aspiration for ordinary martial practitioners. The Yu family's current standing in the martial world was earned through the relentless struggles of their ancestors. The martial realm has never been a haven of virtue. To rise above the rest, one must possess superior martial skills and wield sharper blades. Chapter 24. Wine and Sorrow. In the residence of the Yu family, Yu Zhenkong had just returned home. Early that morning, he made his way once more to the Mingjian villa to visit Zhuo Buer, who was recuperating there. During the previous day's assembly, Zhuo Buer had sustained injuries and lost consciousness in a duel against the Amei swordswoman, Lu Qingmei. Fortunately, his injuries were minor. After consuming the ginseng pills provided by Gu Luming, he was no longer in serious danger. The primary cause of his unconsciousness stemmed from the significant blow to his morale, as he struggled to accept his defeat to Lu Qingmei. Although his physical condition had improved, his spirit lay in tatters, stripped of the former vigor he once possessed. Much like his current reputation in the martial world, which still afforded him the title of a distinguished disciple of Guo Shan, he had long since lost his former glory. Once hailed as the leader among the 4 heroes of the Jianghu, He had now become a source of ridicule, a title he no longer wished to hear, as it had transformed into a blatant mockery for him. Yu Jinkong found himself at a loss for words to comfort his companion. Perhaps this was for the best, as it only served to highlight the sincerity of the Yu family of Luoyang. Zhuo Buer's defeat was inconsequential. It did not diminish the Yu family's intent to foster goodwill with the Huashan sword sect. After all, Yu Jinkong was not enamored with Zhuo Buer's prowess, but rather with the significance of the Huashan sword sect he represented, as long as he remained the current senior brother of the sect. Maintaining amicable relations with him would undoubtedly yield more benefits than drawbacks for the Yu family. However, Zhuo Buer now wore a scowl, his emotions tumultuous, prompting Yu Jinkong to take his leave after offering a few brief words of consolation. His intentions had been conveyed. Other matters could wait until Zhuo Buer's spirits lifted. Upon returning to the Yu residence, Yu Jinkong was filled with astonishment and reflection. He had anticipated the possibility of Zhuo Buer's defeat, yet he had not foreseen the extent of his humiliation. Losing to the infamous Jianghu would have been somewhat more palatable, especially as his swift sword technique had become the stuff of legends within the Jianghu. But the notion that he had lost to Lu Qingmei was utterly unfathomable. Previously, both had been esteemed among the four heroes, with Zhuo Buer even holding the top position. Now, having succumbed to Lu Qingmei, he had been reduced to a mere laughingstock. The people of the Jianghu unanimously deemed him a hollow figure, devoid of substance. It was no wonder Zhuo Buer's spirit had shattered, leaving him despondent. Had he been in Yu Jinkong's position, he too would have found it impossible to show his face in the Jianghu again. Reflecting on Zhuo Buer's earlier fury, Yu Jinkong began to entertain the worst-case scenario. He had witnessed too many young prodigies falter after encountering setbacks, ultimately fading into obscurity. Zhuo Buer was the prime example. Yet this was not a fate Yu Jinkong wished to witness, as it might jeopardize their opportunity to align with the Huashan sword sect, a disastrous outcome for him. Meanwhile, in a guest room at Mingjian Villa, Zhuo Buer's fury erupted as he smashed a teapot to smithereens. The sound of shattering pottery immediately drew the attention of a maid outside. "What is wrong, young hero Zhuo? Are you injured?" A maid rushed in, her eyes falling upon his arm, now cut by the shards of the teapot, blood seeping from the wound and staining the table and the broken pieces. She quickly fetched a white cloth to bandage his injury. Observing the maid's anxious demeanor, Zhuo Buer's ire subsided slightly. "All right, once you've finished, you may leave," he dismissively instructed, only for a fresh wave of resentment to surge within him. "Cursed Jianghu, this is all your fault. Not only did you steal my Qi Hong sword, but also my dignity in the Jianghu. My reputation lies in ruins." Rather than harboring bitterness towards Lu Qingmei, Zhuo Buer directed all his animosity towards Jianghu. In his mind, losing to Lu Qingmei was inconsequential. The people would only perceive it as a testament to his chivalry. The true culprit behind his downfall was Jianghu, the one who had robbed him of his rightful sword and shattered his reputation. "No, I cannot let him get away with this." Zhuo Buer's heart burned with vengeance. He had never endured such a tremendous loss before. He vowed that he would not rest until he avenged this slight. His expression twisted into a dark scowl. Although he had not witnessed Jianghu's prowess firsthand, he had learned from Gu Luming that the latter's true strength was undoubtedly that of a top-tier expert in the Jianghu. Zhuo Buer found himself reeling from both shock and envy, realizing that the missive from his master's father had turned out to be ominously prophetic. He understood that he was not a match for Jianghu at present, nor did he possess confidence in his ability to triumph over him in the future. As this thought consumed him, his pride ignited anew, and he slammed his palm down upon the table. The maid outside, upon hearing the resounding crash, hesitated but ultimately refrained from entering, standing motionless as if the noise had not registered. Yet the cacophony within continued unabated, reverberating through the room until Zhuo Buer's hand turned crimson from the impact. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he abruptly seized a brush and ink from his desk, beginning to compose a letter to his master's father. In Luoyang, within the Jindao sect, Lu Qingmei sat in a guest room, partaking in wine. While drinking is a commonplace activity, it was unusual for Lu Qingmei, who was known to abstain from alcohol. Yet, at this moment, she found herself indulging in a light, subtly sweet fruit wine that exuded a delicate fragrance, reminiscent of her own enchanting aura, enough to intoxicate those who merely inhaled its scent. However, Lu Qingmei was not yet inebriated. The sweetness of the wine belied an underlying bitterness that she experienced with each sip. Had an aficionado of wine been present, they would surely have remarked that the enjoyment of wine is contingent upon one's mood. when one is in high spirits. Even the most modest of wines can taste sweet. Conversely, in times of sorrow, even the finest wine may turn bitter. It was apparent that Lu Qingmei's mood was less than favorable. People often turned to drink in moments of despair, hoping to drown their sorrows. Lu Qingmei was no exception. What troubled her? She was undeniably beautiful, yet such beauty often comes with its own set of burdens. Her strength was formidable, rendering her unmatched among her peers within the Amei sect. Yet, neither her beauty nor her prowess were the sources of her current distress. No. Her sorrow stemmed from one individual, the cursed Jianghu. She could not fathom why his swordsmanship was so astonishingly swift, so utterly unfathomable. Chapter 25. The Swift Sword of the Gale. After a few cups of fruit wine, Lu Qingmei gradually succumbed to the effects of intoxication. Sister Lu, why are you here drinking alone? And why are you so drunk? In her hazy state, she seemed to glimpse Wang Muji. Shaking her head to clear her vision, she confirmed it was indeed him. Muji, you've come. Hee. I came to keep you company so that you wouldn't feel bored. Wang Muji exclaimed, taking a curious sniff from the wine jug. A smile instantly brightened her face. It smells delightful. What kind of wine is this? Fruit wine, Lu Qingmei replied. Her words slightly slurred. She vaguely noticed Wang Muji pouring herself a cup and downing it in one go. Muji, can you drink? Does your grandfather allow you to? Hee. Just a little sip won't hurt. Wang Muji said nonchalantly. But Sister Lu, you still haven't told me why you're drinking alone. Isn't it dreary? Is it because you lost to the evil swordsman? Not entirely. Lu Qingmei felt a moment of clarity at the mention of the evil swordsman. I'm simply very curious as to why his sword is so incredibly swift. It's utterly baffling. This question had plagued her for a day, making even drinking feel bitter. Upon mentioning the evil swordsman, Wang Muji's interest piqued. I've heard the storyteller at the tavern say that the evil swordsman's swift sword technique is unparalleled in the martial world. Yet no one knows what kind of swift sword technique he employs. As she grew animated, she couldn't help but mimic swordplay with her hands, gesturing toward Lu Qingmei. Lu Qingmei chuckled softly, teasing, you, a daughter of the prestigious Golden Blade sect, prefer sword techniques over wielding a saber? How ironic. Humph, how dare you mock me? I simply dislike saber dancing. It looks utterly ungraceful. Wang Muji retorted, her displeasure evident. However, her mood shifted quickly, and soon she was tugging at Lu Qingmei's sleeve. Playfully pleading, Hee, Sister Lu, why not teach me the Amei sword technique? I adore your Amei sword technique. Not a chance. Lu Qingmei immediately refused without hesitation. The Amei sword technique is a sect secret and cannot be taught unless you join our Amei sect. She smiled at Wang Muji, fully aware that it was impossible for her to join, even if she wished to, given the hurdles posed by her father and grandfather, who would be hard to persuade. Wang Muji's face fell in disappointment. That's impossible. My grandfather would never agree. Then there's nothing to be done. Lu Qingmei shrugged, feigning helplessness. Perhaps you could ask your grandfather to teach you a sword technique. After all, the Golden Blade sect holds some influence in Luoyang. Surely you have a technique of your own? Suddenly, Wang Muji's eyes sparkled with realization. You're right. I remember that Brother Guo practiced a lesser-known swift sword technique from the Golden Blade sect called Swift, Sword of the Gale. Brother Guo? Lu Qingmei asked with curiosity, intrigued by the mention of his name, which she had not heard before. He must be a disciple of the Golden Blade sect. Yes. Brother Guo was always so fond of me, recounting tales of heroes in the martial world. He was more captivating than the old storyteller at the tavern. Alas, Brother Guo ventured out to explore the world 3 years ago. Otherwise, I could have simply asked him for the swift sword of the gale. Wang Muji lamented. Seeing Wang Muji's face fall, Lu Qingmei couldn't help but smile wryly. Though your brother Guo is no longer around, you can still ask your grandfather to teach you. Can't you? Yes. Wang Muji's spirits lifted at the suggestion. Thank you for the reminder. I will go seek my grandfather right away. With a renewed smile, she dashed off. Lu Qingmei shook her head, a touch of envy swelling within her. With matters concluded, it was time to return to the Amei sect. She was eager to go back, determined to immerse herself in rigorous training and vowing to catch up with the evil swordsman. The next time they met, she would not allow herself to lose so easily. The following day, Lu Qingmei formally bid farewell to the members of the Golden Blade sect. Elder Wang, young sect master, I am deeply grateful for your hospitality during my stay. Today, I must take my leave, but I hope we shall meet again. Are you returning to Amei, Miss Lu? Young sect master Wang Dahai inquired, nodding. Yes, Lu Qingmei confirmed with a gentle nod. The journey from Luoyang to Shu is long and arduous. There happens to be a fine steed in the courtyard. If you do not mind, you may ride it on your way. Wang Dehai offered graciously. Very well. I accept your kindness, Uncle Wang. Lu Qimei expressed her gratitude, her heart set on returning home. Sister Lu, are you leaving so soon? Why not stay a few more days? I just learned the swift sword of the gale from my grandfather yesterday, and I wanted to spar with you. Wang Muji pleaded, her reluctance palpable, the joy of mastering the technique fading away. Yet Lu Qimei was resolute in her decision. Muji, I will come to visit you the next time I descend the mountain. We can spar then. Farewell for now. Farewell for now. On the official road outside Luoyang, a fine steed galloped westward. Dressed in white, Lu Qimei rode off, her expression returning to one of icy resolve, dismissing any would-be suitors from afar. Wow, that rider was the MA heroine Lu Qimei, wasn't she? Truly a breathtaking beauty. Alas. Alas. What? Alas. Such a stunning beauty is to be admired from a distance and not trifled with. We should be content to glimpse such a beauty from afar. What? Do you wish to overstep your bounds? As the ancient saying goes, a graceful lady, a gentleman's pursuit. Hee, bold words. But beware, you may not be worthy of such fortune. Indeed, a beauty like this can bring disaster. Such an enchanting lady is beyond the reach of ordinary folk. We should merely savor the sight from a distance. As night fell, Lu Qimei rested at an inn along her journey. After a day of rapid travel, even with her exceptional inner strength, she felt fatigue settle in. The inn was situated in a secluded small town, where few inhabitants resided, yet it served as a stop for merchants traveling into Shu. Venturing alone into the martial world was undeniably perilous, particularly for a beauty like Lu Qimei. The allure of the martial world often masked its treachery and bloodshed. In the dead of night, as Lu Qimei sat cross-legged in her room, she suddenly opened her eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within. A barely perceptible sound drifted in from outside the window. With a swift motion, she drew her sword and leapt toward the window, where she encountered not one, but 3 figures clad in black, lurking in the shadows. In an instant, they were reduced to lifeless corpses, one of them having attempted to plead for mercy. But Lu Qimei granted them no such opportunity. Just a few insignificant ruffians, how audacious. She mused, her thoughts icy. She began to search the bodies, hoping to uncover their origins. Moments later, her brow furrowed in disappointment as she departed, her sleeves brushing against her. The world of martial arts was never short of lascivious scoundrels, and she lamented that she had not slain enough of them, nor dispatched them cleanly enough. Chapter 26. The 4 great kings of Shaolin. Approximately 30 li south of Luoyang lies a quaint town, nestled conveniently beside the official road, serving as a haven for weary travelers in need of respite. Its proximity to Luoyang has rendered it rather prosperous. In the realm of martial artists, any thriving town is bound to possess an Inn of Joy. Yesterday, a distinguished guest graced the Inn of Joy with his presence. Clad in a conical hat and a rain cloak, wielding a long sword, he bore an austere expression. The moment the innkeeper laid eyes upon this figure, a singular name sprang to mind, the Wicked Swordsman. As an innkeeper, the tales of the Wicked Swordsman were inescapable, though he lacked martial prowess and did not consider himself a true wanderer of the martial world. The numerous travelers who sought refuge in his inn had imparted enough knowledge about the world of martial arts for him to be well informed. The Wicked Swordsman, a prodigious talent in the realm of martial arts, was a name that resonated deeply within the community. Thus, he eagerly and warmly welcomed the guest, preparing a splendid room for him. Given the limited number of patrons in the town, the inn's upper quarters rarely reached full capacity. The innkeeper deliberately selected the most spacious room from the remaining options, hoping to ensure the guest's satisfaction. With a sense of pride swelling within him, he mused about the potential for doubling the room's rate. Just as he relished this thought, a peculiar group entered the inn, a cadre of bald monks. Masters, please come in. Are you here to rest or to dine? May I offer you some vegetarian fare? The innkeeper approached them with unbridled enthusiasm, betraying no trace of anxiety. In the martial world, the entire Luoyang region fell under the influence of the Shaolin Temple, and given the town's proximity to the city, it was not uncommon for disciples of Shaolin to pass through. Moreover, the temple enjoyed an impeccable reputation, never oppressing the common folk, which endeared them to the local populace. Amitabha, the elder monk intoned, there is no need for formality, good sir. We have come solely to seek someone. Seek someone? Who might that be? The innkeeper instinctively glanced at the Wicked Swordsman, who was indulging in his breakfast. In the next moment, the monk's eyes converged upon him as well. The Wicked Swordsman continued to drink, his conical hat firmly in place, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny. Amitabha, 3 years ago, you took a treasured item from our temple without permission. Today, I implore you to return it, the elder monk proclaimed solemnly. Oh, so it is Master Binwu of the 4 great kings of Shaolin. I trust you have been well? The wicked swordsman responded with a light-hearted smile. As though encountering an old friend after many years, his tone relaxed. Master Binwu regarded the most renowned swordsman of recent years. The very individual they had pursued tirelessly for nearly 3 years, his expression grave. In the martial world, none understood the wicked swordsman better than he. This was the man who had eluded their grasp time and again during their relentless pursuit, all while executing several sensational feats that had captivated the martial community. Master Binwu was acutely aware that the wicked swordsman was far more formidable than the rumors suggested. Throughout their 3 years of pursuit, he had faced the swordsman multiple times. Yet each encounter ended with the latter vanishing as if by magic. He understood that the swordsman's greatest strengths lay not only in his unparalleled swordsmanship but also in his astonishing agility. However, no one in the martial world had ever managed to compel the wicked swordsman to reveal his extraordinary speed, for they invariably fell to his unrivaled sword technique. The only reason Master Binwu had been able to push him was due to the ineffectiveness of the swordsman's technique against his own mastery of Shaolin's unique martial arts. The Golden Bell skill, which he had cultivated to perfection. To his astonishment, the swordsman's agility proved just as remarkable, allowing him to evade capture with ease. A few days prior, Master Binwu had received word that the wicked swordsman had appeared at the renowned Sword Manners selection event and had acquired the latest prized sword, the Jianghu sword. Upon hearing this, he had led a group of Shaolin disciples in pursuit, finally encountering him here again. There is no need for pretense, wicked swordsman. The great returning pill is a treasure of our temple, and we cannot allow it to remain lost. I urge you to return it swiftly. Master Binwu's gaze was sharp, ready for action. He understood that the swordsman's speed could allow him to slip away at any moment. The surrounding Shaolin disciples had also closed in, leaving no avenue for escape. Though this plan might not guarantee success, it was the utmost they could achieve. Beyond this, they would have to leave the rest to fate. Can one regurgitate what has been consumed? Besides, after such a lengthy period, that item has long been digested within me. I assure you, I am utterly powerless in this matter. The wicked swordsman laughed heartily, then added, Master, do not be so stingy. It is merely a great returning pill. I shall return another to you in the future. Your jest is misplaced, wicked swordsman. The great returning pill is a treasure of our temple. If I fail to retrieve it, how shall I explain myself to the abbot? Words are futile. In that case, I must take you back to Shaolin. Wicked swordsman, you are under arrest. Master Binwu bowed again, preparing to strike first. He swiftly flipped his sleeve, directing a surge of profound energy towards the wicked swordsman, and immediately leaped into the air, closing the distance to engage in close combat. His greatest advantage lay in his perfected martial arts. Only by fighting up close could he unleash its full power. However, in the blink of an eye, the wicked swordsman had retreated to a distance of 3 zhang. Master Binwu, isn't fighting rather dull? Why not sit down and share a drink? It's on me. The wicked swordsman, still clutching his wine jug, had not forgotten to bring it along as he swiftly distanced himself. He casually approached another table, seated himself, and raised a toast to Master Binwu from afar. He drank it all in one gulp. Amitabha, as a monk, I do not partake of alcohol. Master Binwu uttered another Buddhist chant, internally lamenting his continued inability to apprehend the swordsman. It seemed that capturing him would require the united efforts of all 4 great kings. Chapter 27. The Art of the Golden Bell. After the recent altercation, the patrons of the inn scattered in all directions. Those with even a modicum of experience in the martial world quickly recognized the identities of the 2 parties involved. After all, both the monks from Shaolin Temple and the sinister swordsman in his rain cloak were unmistakably conspicuous. It would be quite impossible to remain oblivious. Had they lacked even this basic discernment, they might have already fallen victim to the chaos, meeting an untimely demise. The innkeeper, witnessing the scene, felt as though his heart were bleeding. None of these guests had settled their bills yet. This was undoubtedly a significant loss for him. The combined cost of several tables' worth of meals amounted to quite a few taels of silver. Was this not a matter of life and death for him? With this single incident, he had effectively worked for nothing over the past fortnight. It was all the fault of these Shaolin monks. Why must they resort to violence instead of simply enjoying their meal? He resolved to demand compensation for his losses from them later. The sinister swordsman shook his head slightly and downed another cup of fine wine. Master, Life is fleeting and death is unpredictable. Why not indulge in pleasure while we can? If there is wine, let us drink. If there is meat, let us savor it. Your words are misguided, O swordsman. Master Binwu replied with a calm demeanor, unaffected by the swordsman's temptations. As a monk, I am detached from the four desires and unmoved by worldly dust. Thus, I do not share your sentiments. Ha ha ha. The sinister swordsman chuckled lightly, saying, You and I merely pursue different paths. Though you may be free of desires, there are still aspirations within your heart. This was a point that Binwu could not refute. No one is a sage. Who among us is without folly? Moreover, once one steps into the martial world, one is not free to choose, whether for fame, fortune, or to avenge deep-seated grievances. There are no exceptions. This, of course, includes these Shaolin monks as well. On the surface, they may appear to be detached from worldly concerns, but in truth, they hold their own reputation in high regard. If not, why would they engage in martial training? Why would they go to such lengths to confront me? It is simply because I have pilfered the treasured elixir of Shaolin Temple. Naturally, they must seek redress for the sake of their temple's honor. To claim they are free of desires is merely to say their interests have not yet been threatened. Once their interests are at stake, they are no different from any ordinary martial artist. Let us not forget that monks too must train in martial arts. Monks can kill. At this juncture, further words are of no use. The sinister swordsman tossed his wine cup lightly, and it landed firmly on the table before him. His right hand now rested upon the hilt of the Jianghu sword. Junior brother, let us all strike together. The three Shaolin monks behind him stepped forward, aligning themselves with Master Binwu. They were indeed the four great Vajra of Shaolin. With a sharp command, Master Binwu lunged forward, and the other three immediately surrounded the swordsman from three directions. The sinister swordsman, however, felt no surprise. Instead, a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Clang! The Jianghu sword was drawn. A beam of sword light shot forth, colliding directly with Master Binwu's palm imbued with true energy. In the past, such a strike would have been effortlessly deflected, causing no harm to the opponent. Yet, at this moment, the sword light shimmered with a hint of crimson, a testament to the Jianghu sword's prowess. Brilliant as jade and thirsting for blood. Truly, it was the latest masterpiece from the renowned sword manor. Remarkable in every way. With that single stroke, it shattered Master Binwu's palm energy, forcing him to retract his hand. Otherwise, a single blow would have severed his entire palm with the Jianghu sword's razor-sharp edge. Is this the legendary Jianghu sword from the renowned sword manor? Master Binwu's expression shifted to one of shock as he gazed at the sword in his opponent's hand. Likewise, the four great Vajra behind him inhaled sharply in unison. It is well known that martial artists who practice horizontal training techniques are the most formidable to deal with. Yet this does not imply that such techniques are insurmountable. To counter horizontal training, one can either strike at its inherent vulnerabilities or, more simply, wield a divine weapon. Before a divine weapon, even those who have mastered horizontal techniques cannot escape injury. This has long been an accepted truth in the martial world. Thus, upon witnessing the sinister swordsman wielding the Jianghu sword, the four great Vajra were visibly astonished. Now it makes sense. The swordsman's appearance at the renowned sword selection tournament was to acquire the Jianghu sword to contend with our four great Vajra. Master Binwu sighed, internally bracing himself for the worst. The opponent's swift swordplay was already unrivaled, and with the Jianghu sword in hand, it was akin to adding wings to a tiger. There was no hope left for them to capture him. The sinister swordsman casually twirled the sword, his left hand gently caressing the blade. What a fine sword! What a lethal weapon! Even the typically indifferent swordsman could not help but exclaim in admiration. He disdainfully flicked away a streak of crimson from the blade, further disregarding the four great Vajra before him. With the divine weapon in hand, they no longer posed any threat. Master, 3 years ago you could do nothing to me. Now you are even less capable. Why not let this matter rest? As he spoke, the Jianghu sword was slowly returned to its sheath. Is it not merely a treasure elixir? Consider it a favor owed to the Shaolin Temple. While I may not be a hero, I am certainly not a man of broken promises, am I? The sinister swordsman fixed his gaze upon them, no longer fearing his adversaries. Yet, he was aware that he bore some culpability in this matter. Should he resolve it amicably, that would be the most favorable outcome. The gathered Shaolin disciples turned their eyes to Master Binwu, eager to see how he would choose to proceed. The four great Vajra exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with unspoken meaning. Ahmedbah, Master Bin was silently lamented. From the moment the swordsman drew the Qing sword, he had prepared for the worst. Fortunately, the swordsman not only provided them with a way out but also promised to owe them a favor. This outcome was more than satisfactory to him. Since the swordsman is willing to accept this consequence, I, as the representative of the temple, shall let this matter pass. Swordsman, you are free to go? Ha ha ha. Excellent. Masters, until we meet again. The onlookers watched as the sinister swordsman departed with his sword in hand. Brother, this. The younger monk behind Master Benwu attempted to voice his thoughts, only to be silenced by a firm hand. The other Shaolin disciples wore expressions of discontent, unable to accept that their 3-year pursuit would end in such an anticlimactic manner, casting furious glances at the retreating figure of the sinister swordsman. Chapter 28, A Fortuitous Encounter Amitabha. With this matter concluded, it serves as an adequate explanation for our temple, and my junior need not elaborate further. Master Ben sighed deeply once more, then turned and slowly departed. Brother, are we truly to let the evil sword master go just like that? Can a mere favor from him compensate for the loss of a precious Dan pill from our temple? Indeed, that pill was crafted from a millennium-old ginseng, capable of augmenting one's inner strength by 30 years with just one. How could a single favor suffice? Afterward, the 4 great protectors of Shaolin Temple, Bunxing, Benji, and Ben Wei spoke in unison. Master Benwa looked at them solemnly and inquired, given that the opponent wields a sharp sword, do you 3 have the confidence to detain him? Or do you believe that the combined might of the 4 guardians would surely suffice to capture him? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, their heads bowed. The reality was that with the opponent's sword in hand, it was already a significant achievement for the 4 guardians to ensure their own safety. Although the evil sword master had stolen our temple's precious Dan pill, I perceive him not as an inherently wicked individual. Moreover, he seems reluctant to provoke our temple. Accepting this personal favor is akin to forging a benevolent connection with him. Master Benwu explained gently, though everyone understood that the underlying reason for this leniency was the formidable strength of the evil sword master. Such power warranted caution in our dealings. As the matter came to a close, the Shaolin disciples felt an unexpected emptiness in their hearts. They had pursued the evil sword master for 3 long years, and now they could not help but feel a sense of regret and loss. Masters, please do not depart just yet. As the monks were about to leave, the innkeeper hurriedly emerged from behind the counter. Masters, look at the damage you've caused to my establishment. The monks exchanged awkward glances, their expressions a mix of embarrassment. As monks, we possess little in the way of worldly possessions. We hope you can be understanding. What? You broke my property and expect not to compensate? Is there no justice left? Is there no law? What? Are monks above accountability? Do monks not have to pay for what they break? The innkeeper's relentless inquiries pierced through the resolve of the 4 guardians, rendering even their formidable skills useless against such blunt questioning. He had been emboldened by the fact that they were monks, believing their reputation for reason would protect him. Had they been ordinary travelers, he would not dare to speak so boldly. The outcome would have likely been his own misfortune. But alas, they were indeed monks of Shaolin. Master Benwu, ever mindful of his dignity, promptly turned to one of his disciples and asked, "How much money do we have left? Let us offer it to this kind gentleman as compensation." "Master, we have no funds remaining. We exhausted our resources long ago. For the past 3 years, we have been traveling while begging for alms." The disciple explained with a sheepish expression. Yet it was Master Benwu who felt the greater embarrassment. Noticing the innkeeper's impending derision, he quickly removed a string of prayer beads from around his neck. "Esteemed gentlemen, this string of prayer beads has been consecrated by our temple's esteemed monks. Let it serve as compensation for the damages." He caressed the beads with a reluctant demeanor. They appeared ancient and possessed a rustic charm, exuding an air of distinction. The innkeeper's eyes lit up at the sight of the beads. Though he knew not their true value, he surmised they must be worth a considerable sum. After all, they had been blessed by a high monk of Shaolin. Even if he were to pawn them, they should fetch at least 10 taels of silver. He felt he had struck gold, not only avoiding personal loss, but also acquiring a seemingly extraordinary set of prayer beads. Elated, he mused, if only all the people in the world were as noble as the masters of Shaolin, the realm would be free of strife and vendettas. Yet this was but a fleeting ideal. Could a realm inhabited solely by virtuous souls truly be called a realm? When only the virtuous remain, they themselves may turn to vice, and when only the wicked exist, they may cease to exist altogether. Good or evil, it mattered little to him. He was merely an innkeeper. For him, paying guests were virtuous, and those who did not pay were wicked, especially those armed wanderers. He dared not demand payment from them. fearful that a moment's displeasure could end in violence. The four great guardians of Shaolin, accompanied by their fellow disciples, embarked on the journey back to the temple. 3 long years had been spent in pursuit of the evil sword master. In the beginning, they managed to find respite at inns along the way. However, as time passed, their funds dwindled, forcing them to camp outdoors, relying on alms for sustenance. Of course, on occasion, they would find hospitality from kind-hearted families. But such circumstances could not compare to the convenience of an inn. Now, their monk robes were tattered and soiled, their spirits weary to the utmost. At last, they were returning to the temple, allowing a collective sigh of relief to escape their lips. Though the conclusion was less than satisfactory, they had nonetheless fulfilled their mission, providing some semblance of accountability to their sect. Master Binwu, who would have thought this arduous 3-year journey would end so anticlimactically? I dread how to face our abbot upon our return, lamented Binhui, the youngest of the 4 guardians. Though he was the youngest, he was already in his 40s. The thought that the 4 guardians could not subdue the evil sword master left him feeling despondent. Bah, Master Binwu intoned, his countenance neither joyful nor sorrowful. Junior brother Binhui. This situation arose for a reason. I am certain the abbot will comprehend. Yet, with such a formidable evil sword master now in the martial world, one cannot discern whether this is a blessing or a curse. Brother, why worry so? That evil sword master relies solely on his divine weapon. Had he not acquired the newly forged Qinghong sword from the Mingjin manor, he would likely still be fleeing in desperation. Bunqing, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. He had been a key player in the pursuit, having perfected the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique, which had once cornered the evil sword master on several occasions. Yet now, with the opponent wielding a divine weapon, the tides had turned unexpectedly. His heart still burned with unyielding frustration as he added, if only Brother Benchen were here. His golden dragon Zen staff is impervious to any divine weapon. With him around, Junior Brother Benchen, cease your idle musings. Brother Benchen has long retreated into seclusion to contemplate the Dharma. We cannot allow trivial matters to disrupt his cultivation. Speak of this no more. Yes, brother. Chapter 29. The Returning Wind and the Sword of Shao by outside the city of Luoyang, at the famous Sword Manor. Nearly half a month had elapsed since the conclusion of the famous sword selection conference. Since the event's end, the manor had returned to its customary tranquility. However, its reputation in the martial world had taken a turn for the worse. The root of this discontent lay in the lackluster performance of the manor's master, Guo Luming. During the conference, which failed to reflect the prowess expected of a top-tier martial artist, drawing considerable criticism from the community. Consequently, Guo Luming's reputation suffered, dragging down the entire famous sword manor with it. Nevertheless, this tarnished reputation held little significance for them. Both the manor and Guo Luming remained largely indifferent to the opinions of the martial world. The famous sword manor had always maintained a distance from the conflicts of the martial realm, thus the ebb and flow of its reputation bore little weight upon their existence. This detachment was particularly evident in Guo Luming himself. Although he had ascended to the rank of a premier martial artist long ago, he rarely ventured into the world. And with age, his seclusion had only intensified. He now spent his days within the confines of the manor, rarely setting foot outside. As one ages, it is inevitable to become somewhat apprehensive, weighing the pros and cons of various situations. During the aforementioned conference, Guo Luming had been acutely aware of the formidable strength of the evil swordsman, leading him to exhibit a demeanor that could be described as timid. Yet, in his view, the choice to exercise caution was justified. He had sacrificed a modicum of reputation to avoid offending such a fearsome individual. To him, the threat posed by the evil swordsman was on par with that of the major sects of the martial world. While the larger sects often acted with a degree of restraint due to their considerable influence, a lone wolf like the evil swordsman was unbound by such constraints and acted solely on personal whims, making them far more unpredictable and dangerous. In light of this perspective, Guo Luming felt a sense of vindication regarding his previous actions, even harboring a hint of pride. Within the inner courtyard of the manor, Guo Luming had just finished practicing a sword technique, his body slightly worn by exertion. Behind him stood a young man in splendid attire, appearing to be beyond his 30th year, with the beginnings of a beard and a striking resemblance to Guo Luming. This young man was none other than Guo Luming's only son, Guo Jilai. The famous sword manor had always been sparsely populated, following a tradition of single-line inheritance. This was largely due to the obsession with sword forging that characterized each generation of masters. Aside from martial training, most of their energy was devoted to the art of swordsmithing. where the creation of a named sword held greater significance than achieving the title of the world's foremost martial artist. Thus, in their youth, upon the birth of an heir, they would often become engrossed in this craft, showing little interest in romantic pursuits or even the idea of taking concubines. By the time they yearned to rejuvenate their lineage, they found themselves lacking the vigor needed to do so. Gu Luming looked at his only son with a mixture of nostalgia and regret. He wished to place the hopes of revitalizing the family upon him. Yet Gu Jinlai, much like Gu Luming in his youth, was wholly absorbed in the art of sword forging. Jinlai, did you comprehend the sword technique I just demonstrated? Now it is your turn to try it. I would like to see how well you have grasped it. Father, I have only recently begun to learn the Blazing Heaven sword technique. I am still merely a novice and do not wish to embarrass myself, Gu Jinlai replied. What am I to do with you? Must you always be drawn to the forge? I have been teaching you this technique for nearly a year. And you are still just a novice? Gu Liuming's face darkened, his frustration evident as he felt the sting of disappointment. From today onward, you are forbidden from visiting the forge. You may return only when you have mastered the Blazing Heaven sword technique to the minor accomplishment stage, he commanded sternly. Gu Jinlai's expression turned sour at his father's words. Father, please, I promise to practice diligently. Do not deny me access to the forge. I just completed forging a treasured sword this month, and it is about to be finished. Humph. What you have forged is hardly a treasured sword. It is merely a refined longsword at best. You must remain here and focus on mastering the Blazing Heaven sword technique. You may only return to the forge once you reach the minor accomplishment stage, Gu Luming retorted, ignoring his son's pleas as he turned away. As he stepped out of the courtyard, a middle-aged steward approached, evidently having waited outside for some time. Upon seeing Gu Luming, he hastened to greet him. Master, the young master is indeed absorbed in sword forging, which has led to his neglect of sword technique training. Under your strict guidance, I believe he will soon achieve the minor accomplishment stage in the Blazing Heaven sword technique. One can only hope, Gu Luming replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. The Blazing Heaven sword technique was a treasured skill of the famous sword manner, traditionally passed down from father to son and never to daughters. And given the manor's history of single-line inheritance, Gu Luming had no choice but to place all his expectations on his sole son, Gu Jinlai. By the way, steward who? Has everything been normal in the manor recently? Gu Luming inquired, then suddenly seemed to recall something. What of the young hero Zhuo from the Guo Shan sword sect? Is he still residing here? Yes, master. Young hero Zhuo remains within the manor, the steward replied. Odd. Wasn't his internal injury healed long ago? Why does he still linger here? Has he mentioned when he plans to depart? Gu Luming pressed further. Not as of yet. However, I have visited him several times, and he has been practicing in his room, rarely emerging, the steward added. Furthermore, he did request that we send a letter on his behalf, presumably back to the Guo Shan sword sect. It seems he wishes to avoid the swirling rumors of the martial world for a time, seeking refuge until the gossip dissipates. Gu Luming mused, deciding not to dwell on the matter. However, just a few days later, to Gu Liuming's astonishment, the third elder of the Guo Shan sword sect personally arrived at the famous sword manor. It is truly an honor to receive the esteemed elder of the Guo Shan sword sect. I am Gu Luming, the master of the famous sword manor. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Gu Luming said, scrutinizing the elder before him, quickly recalling the details he knew about him. The returning wind, Xiao Bai, the third elder of the Guo Shan sword sect, a premier martial artist of the realm, had once defeated the wind hero Su Chi Feng of the Wudong twin heroes in 3 moves, ranking 49th on the list of martial arts experts. Chapter 30, The List of Martial Arts Masters, is a renowned work penned by the enigmatic figure Baixiaoxing, encompassing the 100 most formidable martial artists within the realm. Among them, there are numerous masters of unparalleled prowess. Currently, reigning supreme atop this esteemed list is the illustrious Wujizhenren, the foremost among the 3 great masters of the world. The mere mention of Wujizhenren evokes profound admiration and respect among the denizens of the martial realm. As the unparalleled leader of the triad of masters, he epitomizes this era. The martial sect he founded, the Wudong Sword School, has risen to prominence, standing alongside the Shaolin Temple, the Guo Shan Sword School, and the Amei Sword Schools, collectively recognized as the 7 great sects of the martial world, wielding significant influence over the righteous path. The Rewind Sword, Xiao Bai, holds the 49th position on the list of martial arts masters, a testament to his extraordinary capabilities. In contrast, Gu Luming, though also recognized on the list, finds himself ranked beyond the 50th position, indicating a slight inferiority in strength. Clad in a resplendent purple robe, Xiao Bai exudes an aura of an esteemed figure. He slightly bows his hands in greeting, stating, "I have long admired the esteemed name of Gu Zhuangzhu. Recently, I received a letter from my esteemed disciple, Shua, sent from Guo Shan. Coincidentally, I had business in Luoyang, and today I came to visit my disciple, Shua. I hope for your understanding, Gu Zhuangzhu." "Not at all," Gu Luming replied, understanding the situation. "In that case, I shall not intrude upon your reunion with your disciples. Please, go ahead." With an astute sense of propriety, Gu Luming gracefully exited the hall, yet his mind was abuzz with skepticism. Shuobuer merely sustained minor injuries, and he has long since recovered. What merit is there for such a visit? He mused, pondering the true intentions behind Xiao Bai's arrival. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned Steward Hu. "Steward Hu, from this moment forth, closely monitor the movements of those disciples. Should there be any unusual activities, report back immediately." "Understood. I shall attend to it at once." Though uncertain of the reasons, Steward Hu accepted his orders without question. "Go now. Remember to exercise caution." Inside the room, Zhuobuer expressed his surprise. "Uncle Xiao, has my father sent you here this time?" Uncle Xiao, a third elder of the Huashan Sword School, ranks among the top 5 within the sect. Zhuobuer had not anticipated that his father would send such an esteemed figure. "I am aware of the recent events, though you have faced setbacks. This could serve as a fortuitous lesson. Remember, in this vast martial world, there are always those greater than oneself." Xiao Bai's expression lacked the anticipated excitement or anger and bore an air of calm detachment. Yet, Zhuobuer sensed a deeper undercurrent of tension beneath Xiao Bai's tranquil facade. "Uncle Xiao, no need for explanations. You have previously enjoyed unbroken success, encountering no challenges, which has inevitably fostered a degree of arrogance in you." As Xiao Bai spoke, he gradually took a seat, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea from the pot on the table, savoring its flavor. After a moment, he continued, "A hint of pride in a genius is acceptable, but one must never succumb to hubris. This setback should enlighten you on this matter." The esteemed Mingjian villa, despite its modestly arranged tea, exuded a faint fragrance, revealing the quality of its contents. A connoisseur of tea, he found himself unable to identify the specific variety used. Surely, it must be a type of tea flower harvested from the surrounding mountains, possessing a unique aroma. He nodded in satisfaction. However, across from him, Zhuobuer's heart raced with urgency. "Uncle Xiao, are we truly allowing that evil swordsman to get away with this? I cannot accept this indignity." Xiao Bai snorted dismissively. "Now that I am here, how could this matter be so easily dismissed? In the martial world, our Huashan Sword School is not to be trifled with." He downed his tea in one swift motion, his voice cold and resolute. "Uncle Xiao, I knew you would stand by me." Zhuobuer's spirits lifted, his countenance now brimming with excitement. "As far as I know, the evil swordsman is elusive, and with Luoyang being his domain, locating him may prove challenging. What are your thoughts?" Xiao Bai's expression darkened slightly. Zhuobuer fell into contemplation, only to suddenly brighten with a realization. "Uncle Xiao, I have a plan." He recalled the earlier interaction with Yu Jinkong, who had extended a friendly gesture. Although the Yu family was merely a second-tier clan in the martial world, they held significant influence in Luoyang, making it relatively easy to find someone of their stature. Excitedly, he shared his ideas regarding the Yu family with Xiao Bai. "The Yu family of Luoyang?" Xiao Bai expressed mild surprise, clearly having heard of them before. "If I recall, the head of the Yu family is a first-rate expert in the martial world. While his strength may be average, he commands respect in Luoyang." He regarded Zhuobuer with approving eyes and nodded. "Very well. Let us make our way to the Yu family in Luoyang." Xiao Bai's decisiveness was evident as he immediately instructed Zhuobuer to accompany him to the Yu residence. Half an hour later, they arrived in the bustling city of Luoyang. The recent conclusion of the Mingjian Selection Conference had been the talk of the martial world, and as Zhuobuer entered the city, he was recognized by numerous onlookers, who whispered and pointed behind his back. Zhuobuer's expression darkened. It was clear that the comments were not in his favor. How ironic that he had previously wagered 1,000 taels at Wangyue Tower on his own victory, only to find himself in this predicament now, his wealth lost, and his reputation tarnished. He swiftly led Uncle Xiao through the vibrant streets of the western market of Luoyang, arriving at the Yu residence at the end of the main thoroughfare. The Yu residence was impressive, flanked by 2 grand stone lions at the entrance, as if to deter any ill-intentioned visitors. Yet, they were no common intruders, rather, they were esteemed guests of the Yu family. Zhuobuer resumed his usual cold and haughty demeanor, summoning a Yu family servant at the entrance and proclaiming, Quickly inform your family head that Zhuobu of the Huashan Sword School, accompanied by Elder Xiaobai, has come to pay a visit. The Yu servant hesitated momentarily, but instinctively complied and entered to announce their presence. Moments later, the head of the Yu family, Yu Jinkong, personally emerged to greet them. I am Yu Jinkong, the head of the Yu family. May I inquire if you are Elder Xiaobai of the esteemed Huashan Sword School? Chapter 31. What constitutes a top-tier master? In the main hall of the Yu residence, upon hearing the intentions of the two visitors, Yu Jinkong felt a surge of joy. The fact that they, the Luoyang Yu family, were now of use to the other party indicated that his previous overtures had borne fruit. As for the request to locate an individual, this was merely a trifling matter for him and the Luoyang Yu family. As a prominent force in Luoyang, tracking someone's whereabouts was a simple task, particularly when the individual in question was the notorious evil swordsman. The evil swordsman's distinctive attire made him exceedingly conspicuous in the martial world. Thus, discovering his trail was remarkably effortless for Yu Jinkong. He was not overly curious about why the other party sought the evil swordsman. It was merely a matter of recruitment or assassination. Having navigated the martial world for decades, he had witnessed many such scenarios, and he himself had not been a stranger to similar endeavors. Typically, figures like the evil swordsman, with no backing, were prime targets for major factions, who would first attempt to recruit them, not out of genuine trust, but rather to exploit their capabilities until they could be discarded. Should recruitment fail, or should there be a conflict, the preferred course of action would be clandestine assassination. Such solitary figures often exhibited a rebellious nature and lacked support, making them ideal targets for establishing dominance without the worry of retaliation. Would it be recruitment or assassination? Yu Jinkong leaned towards the latter. Given the Huashan sword sect's established demeanor of pride, which would preclude them from actively seeking out a wandering swordsman. Not only Huashan, but all major sects shared this arrogance, regarding themselves as superior to solitary wanderers. This confidence was well-founded. The disciples of these sects possessed abundant resources, backgrounds, talents, and diligence, qualities far surpassing those of a lone traveler. However, the evil swordsman was no ordinary recluse. He was renowned as the most talented swordsman of recent years, universally acknowledged as the fastest sword in the martial realm. Such prowess transcended the typical definition of a solitary swordsman, positioning him at least as an elder within any faction. Thus, Yu Jinkong held little faith in the success of the assassination attempt and felt no curiosity, fearful that unforeseen complications might arise. Such outcomes were far from improbable. It was not an exaggeration. The abilities displayed by the evil swordsman undoubtedly marked him as a top-tier master of the martial world. Throughout history, few have achieved such a level of mastery at such a young age, and to call him a prodigy would be an understatement. What defines a top-tier master? A master who has attained the perfection realm of external techniques is classified as a top-tier master. What constitutes external techniques perfection? A flawless mastery of an external technique, coupled with the comprehension of an ultimate skill derived from it, is deemed external technique perfection. For instance, in the martial world, to perfectly master a sword technique and grasp an ultimate sword skill from it is regarded as sword technique perfection. It is said that the evil swordsman, through his unparalleled speed and swordsmanship, has defeated numerous top-tier masters, including many long-standing luminaries in the martial world, renowned masters of swordplay who had never tasted defeat. Thus, he earned the title of the fastest sword in the martial realm. Clearly, his unique speed technique has reached the perfection stage. Yet no one in the martial world is aware of the ultimate skill he comprehends. Perhaps he has already showcased it, or perhaps he has not. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that the evil swordsman possesses the strength of a top-tier master. Otherwise, during the recent famous sword selection event, the master of Mingjian Villa, Gu Luming, would not have refrained from striking when faced with him. Contemplating this, Yu Jinkong was reluctant to involve himself in the affairs of the other party. Fortunately, the other side had no intention of dragging them into the fray. They merely requested assistance in locating someone. He had already resolved that he would help find the person, but would not involve himself further. Moreover, this task was a mere formality for him. As the local authority of Luoyang, finding someone was a simple endeavor. What if the other party truly intended to target the evil swordsman? He shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to entertain such thoughts. The following morning, Yu Jinkong summoned his eldest son, Yuangjie. After personally assessing him, he entrusted the task to his son, considering it a form of affirmation. After all, not only was he the eldest son, but he was also the future successor of the Yu family, and it was time for him to shoulder great responsibilities. Yingjie, remember, Our Yu family is only to assist in finding this person. Do not inquire about anything else, and absolutely do not involve yourself. Yu Jinkong cautioned earnestly. Father, I understand. Rest assured, I am aware of my responsibilities. That is good to hear. Yu Yingjie, in his 30s, possessed a resolute demeanor, his eyes seemingly harboring a flicker of brilliance. A reflection of his profound understanding, prompting admiration from those who beheld him. Although the eldest son of the Yu family, he exhibited none of the frivolities often associated with such status. Yu Jinkong could not help but burst into hearty laughter. His greatest pride in life was not merely in elevating the Yu family to a preeminent position in Luoyang's martial society, but in nurturing Yu Yingjie, a true dragon among men. People often speak of wishing for their sons to become dragons, yet this sentiment hardly applied to him, for as long as Yingjie stood there, who could not exclaim in awe, "This is indeed a dragon among men." After concluding his grievances with the Shaolin Temple, the evil swordsman departed the quaint town. His striking attire had become his trademark, ensuring that attention was drawn to him wherever he went. Upon his arrival at the foot of Laojun Mountain, situated near Luoyang, the surrounding martial artists turned their gazes towards him. It is the evil swordsman. He has come to Laojun Mountain. Look, he is wielding the renowned Qinghong sword, freshly forged by Mingjian Villa. It is said to shine like jade and slice through iron like mud. A truly extraordinary weapon. Is it really that formidable? With that sword in his grasp, isn't it akin to a tiger gaining wings? Indeed. The fastest sword in the martial world combined with an unparalleled treasure, surely he will ascend the martial master rankings. Martial master rankings? Who could argue otherwise? I believe his current prowess merits a place on the list. Certainly. The evil swordsman's strength surpasses even that of Gu Luming, the master of Mingjian Villa, who is already on the rankings. It stands to reason that he should be included. Ah, how enviable. If I could merely ascend the martial master rankings, I would consider my life fulfilled. Keep dreaming. If even you could make it onto the martial master rankings, it would hardly hold any significance. Hey, look. The evil swordsman is heading up the mountain. What do you suppose he is doing? Perhaps he is going up for a leisurely visit. The scenery atop Laojun Mountain is exquisite, perfect for a delightful outing and a doubling of happiness. You beast, you are nothing but a beast. Chapter 32. Laojun Temple. Laojun Mountain stands majestically, its scenery akin to a picturesque painting. Particularly from a high vantage point, the view is truly enchanting, resembling an ethereal realm. In such moments, one is inevitably compelled to ascend to greater heights, to behold even more splendid vistas. However, the evil swordsman ascends not for the sake of the scenery, but to meet a certain individual. More precisely, it is for an appointment. Ha ha ha, Brother Xia, you are quite late. Upon reaching the summit, a hearty laughter resonated from the temple atop the mountain, where a Taoist sage clad in traditional robes emerged to greet him with a smile. Upon seeing the sage, a smile also crept onto the evil swordsman's face. Ah, Master Wang, how delightful to see you well. You had previously promised that upon our reunion at Laojun Mountain, we would indulge in a hearty drink together. In the evil swordsman's heart, Master Wang embodies the true essence of a Taoist sage. Despite not practicing martial arts or being part of the martial world, his unique insights into various matters often strike at the core of the issues, resonating deeply and enlightening those around him. The tranquility and composure he exudes invariably bring calm to the evil swordsman's own spirit, instilling a sense of reverence within him, especially upon learning that his counterpart is a disciple of the renowned Taoist master Wang Yangming. This revelation only heightened his desire for a profound conversation under candlelight. Situated on a secluded peak of Laojun Mountain, this temple is not located on the lofty main summit. Laojun Mountain has long been hailed as an unparalleled sacred ground and the foremost immortal mountain in the world. Yet, the main peak is firmly controlled by a group of self-proclaimed orthodox Taoist priests who, armed with their purportedly profound Taoist practices, have come to regard the entire Laojun Mountain as their personal domain. Even Master Wang, a fellow Taoist, is not permitted to remain here for quiet cultivation. Although this temple is not perched atop the towering main peak, it is nestled in a tranquil and secluded area. Compared to the renowned grand temples, it may appear diminutive. Yet it possesses a unique charm. An aura of serenity pervades the place, as if it can help one forget the clamor and turmoil of the world. Entering the temple, one is greeted by a rich and profound Taoist essence that feels refreshing and substantial. Ancient cypress trees stand tall in the courtyard, their lush branches resembling verdant umbrellas, shielding this little sanctuary from the storms of the outside world. A winding path of blue stone leads to various halls, where statues of deities with diverse expressions are enshrined, some solemn, others benevolent. Amidst the swirling incense and flickering candlelight, an air of mystery envelopes the grand hall. The walls are adorned with exquisite murals that narrate ancient Taoist tales and legends. In the eyes of the evil swordsman, although this temple lacks widespread fame, its embodiment of Taoist essence and profound heritage is by no means inferior to any renowned temple. Every blade of grass and every stone exudes a spirit of non-contention, evoking a sense of reverence within him. The most magnificent structure in the temple is undoubtedly the Golden Hall at its center. The hall appears ancient and solemn, clearly a structure of some age, with much of the golden paint on its roof having faded, leaving only faint traces behind. However, it is this patina of time that imparts a rustic beauty to the Golden Hall, as if it has witnessed the sedimentation and steadfastness through countless storms. It is uncertain when it was built or which previous dynasty it belongs to. The Golden Hall is neither large nor tall. Yet the statue of Lao Jun right at the front is strikingly prominent, immediately catching the eye upon entering. The evil swordsman promptly offered 3 sticks of incense, adhering to no particular formality, for sincerity suffices. After completing his offering, Master Wang chuckled again. "Brother Xia, what do you think of this temple?" The evil swordsman detected a hint of pride in his voice and replied, "Master Wang, you wouldn't choose to settle down here for cultivation, would you?" "Ha! You understand me well, Brother Xie." Master Wang laughed heartily. The mountain summit of Laojun has long been overtaken by those self-important priests claiming to be the true Taoists. Not only is settling difficult, but even finding a temporary place to stay is a challenge. It's no wonder, as Laojun Mountain is a sacred site for Taoism, the abode of the Taoist ancestor Laozi, where countless disciples strive to gain entry. Furthermore, he is not the type to cling stubbornly to a place, so the outcome is naturally predictable. Also, Brother Xia, please refrain from calling me master. Just call me Daozhang, Master Wang casually suggested. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, the evil swordsman felt a sense of ease and replied, "Oh? Then Daozhang, please do not call me Brother Xia. My given name is Guo." "Ah, pleased to meet you, Brother Guo." "Delighted to meet you, Daozhang Wang." Laughter ensued as the two exchanged smiles, akin to longtime friends. Daozhang Wang invited him into the grand hall and leisurely poured him a cup of tea. "Brother Guo, please try my wild chrysanthemum tea, which I personally gathered from the nearby mountains." He spoke as if it were the finest tea, and after finishing his own sip, he appeared quite pleased. "Sometimes I truly envy you, Brother Guo. At such a young age, you possess exceptional martial skills, allowing you to roam the world freely, righting wrongs and helping the needy. What a delightful existence." After taking a sip, he poured himself another cup, his face radiating contentment. The evil swordsman drank it all in one go. He seldom indulged in tea, preferring wine. Typically, he would disregard tea offered by others. However, in the presence of Daozhang Wang, he was more than willing. Drinking tea, like wine, can bring joy if the company is right. "Daozhang, you jest. In this world, one is often bound by circumstances. Even if my martial skills are commendable, how could I enjoy the same freedom as Daoang?" "Oh, what makes you say that?" Daozhang Wang inquired with curiosity. Daozhang will now reside in this secluded, tranquil temple, free from worldly distractions. Is that not the epitome of freedom? Indeed, for me, this is the ultimate freedom. You truly understand me, Brother Guo. Allow me to toast to you with tea instead of wine. This time, he drank deeply, then stroked his long beard and exclaimed, "What a delight! Brother Guo, you cannot imagine the hardships I endured before finally arriving at this temple. Surely, it must be a divine arrangement." Master Wang lamented. Yet it was clear he held no regrets, rather feeling quite content with his situation. Thus, the evil swordsman chose to ignore his complaints and rose to survey the Golden Hall once more. "By the way, what is the name of this temple?" he inquired. Having seen no plaques upon entering, save for the one hanging above the Golden Hall inscribed with "Tranquility leads to far-reaching wisdom," Laojun Temple. Master Wang replied earnestly. "This temple is named Laojun Temple, and the abbot is a devoted practitioner." His approval for the abbot's dedication was evident, and he felt a profound satisfaction at the prospect of remaining here for his cultivation. "I have wandered the world for half my life, and at last, I have found a place to call home. At this moment, in this place, amidst the scenery, it is indeed an opportune time for an intimate conversation with Brother Guo. A delightful prospect, is it not?" Thus spoke the evil swordsman with pleasure. The two sat across from each other, sipping tea and engaging in lively discourse. Resembling two ordinary old men immersed in casual chatter, They discussed not only the current political climate but also the amusing anecdotes from the lives of common folk, passionately debating instances of injustice with fervor. As time gradually passed, the laughter resonating from the grand hall was unceasing. During this time, the evil swordsman produced a wine gourd from his waist and began to drink, while his companion remained unfazed and continued their spirited discussion. Brother Guo, you are undoubtedly at the pinnacle of your prowess in the martial world. Even I, a hermit, have heard of your esteemed title, evil swordsman, remarked Taoist Wang with a sudden chuckle, casting a subtle glance at the Jianghu sword resting beside him, suggesting a deeper meaning. The evil swordsman, seemingly indifferent, replied, "It is merely a hollow reputation of little significance. Such empty accolades can be burdensome, and one must be wary of public opinion." At that moment, he realized the implication behind his companion's words, who then advised, "I counsel you to maintain a low profile for the time being. It would be wise to vanish from the martial world for a while." Although Brother Guo possesses formidable skills, the world of martial arts is fraught with peril. While one can evade overt threats, hidden dangers are far more insidious, so it is prudent to exercise caution. The evil swordsman fell into contemplation upon hearing this, beginning to reflect within himself. Chapter 33. Ambush in the mountains. The following day, at the midsection of Laojun Mountain, several figures donned in tight-fitting attire, wielding sharp swords, concealed themselves by the roadside. Among them, a young swordsman, the leader of the group, frequently peered out, his demeanor betraying a palpable sense of urgency. "Yuangjia, are you certain that the evil swordsman is indeed atop this peak? We have been stationed here for 2 days and nights, yet he has yet to make an appearance." The young swordsman questioned, his irritation becoming increasingly evident. If any wanderers of the martial world were present, they would undoubtedly recognize him as Zhuo, the current senior disciple of the Guo Shan sword sect. "Rest assured, young hero Zhuo, I can assure you with utmost certainty that the evil swordsman is indeed on this very peak," replied another man beside him, unwavering in his conviction. Undeterred by Zhuo's irritable tone, "Our family servants witnessed the evil swordsman ascend to this remote peak of Laojun Mountain and have remained vigilant at the base. Yet he has not descended. Thus, it is indisputable that he is still up there. Let us hope that is indeed the case." Zhuo, exasperated, turned and seated himself upon a stone, his face darkening as he took a swig from his water flask. Ever since the arrival of the third elder of the Guo Shan sword sect, the returning windsword, Xiaobai, Zhuo had been unable to contain his desire for revenge. He had initiated his scheme by contacting Yu Jinkong of the Luoyangyu family and, through their influence, successfully tracked the whereabouts of the evil swordsman, culminating in the ambush that now unfolded. Zhuo cast a disdainful glance at Yuangjia, whose countenance was calm and composed, and felt a surge of irritation. "Just a mere dog, yet he dares to stand on equal footing with me? What a contemptible display!" In his mind, Yuangjia was merely a junior of the Luoyangyu family, yet he showed no inclination to curry favor with Zhuo. He fails to recognize his own insignificance. Were it not for his potential utility, I would have dealt with him harshly. Zhuo, exercise a bit more patience. Once the evil swordsman emerges, my master will assist you in venting your frustrations." Xiaobai, who had been standing behind, spoke calmly, sword in hand, his eyes half closed yet his words resonating with authority, as if a single utterance could seal another's fate. To be candid, his conduct of taking advantage of the weaker was typically viewed with disdain among martial artists. However, as long as his actions remained concealed, he had no qualms about personally eliminating the adversary. It was a pity that the evil swordsman had provoked the Guo Shan sword sect. Regardless, Shuo represented the face of the Guo Shan sword sect. To strike a blow to their reputation would necessitate consequences. Otherwise, who would dare offend the Guo Shan sword sect? Would their esteemed authority be cast aside? Xiao Shu, when you incapacitate the evil swordsman, ensure that the Jianghu sword is kept safe. It must not be revealed that it is in your possession, for it would tarnish our sect's reputation, Xiaobai cautioned, stroking his beard with a hint of concern. Eliminating the evil swordsman poses no issue, but we must prevent any awareness of our involvement. Otherwise, we would attract scorn from the martial world. After all, it is well known that the evil swordsman has recently acquired the Jianghu sword, and should he perish shortly thereafter, it would be evident to all that the Guo Shan sword sect had orchestrated this treachery, resulting in irreparable damage to our reputation, a scenario I wish to avoid at all costs. Rest assured, I am fully aware of this. Zhuo replied nonchalantly, envisioning the evil swordsman's demise at his hands, imagining the astonishment that would grace his face in his final moments. Meanwhile, Yuangjia observed the two with a cold gaze, harboring deep-seated resentment against them. Although he had deliberately avoided this confrontation, he had not anticipated their utter shamelessness. After successfully locating the evil swordsman's whereabouts, he had intended merely to inform them, after which he would be free of entanglements. Yet, they had audaciously coerced him into complicity. Now, Jianghu was forced to follow their path into darkness. Watching with disdain while silently cursing their lack of integrity, he could scarcely believe that the renowned Guo Shan sword sect could descend to such depths. Their conduct even more contemptible than that of lesser martial wanderers. They were not only repugnant in their behavior, but utterly devoid of the dignity expected of skilled practitioners. Especially when considering that one was the current senior disciple of the Guo Shan sword sect, the foremost among the four heroes of the martial world. And the other was the third elder of their sect. Such actions were tantamount to disgrace for Guo Shan. Despite the prevalence of self-serving individuals in the martial realm, the sheer shamelessness displayed by these two was a rarity. This revelation had profoundly altered his perception of the martial world and reshaped his understanding of human treachery. In that moment, he fervently supported his father's aspiration to elevate the Yu family and comprehended his desire to transform the Luoyang Yu family into one of the foremost clans in the martial realm. Why should the Luoyang Yu family not assume the mantle when surrounded by such despicable figures? The more he scorned them, the more cautious and discreet Jianghu became. He now found himself partly embroiled in their schemes, compelled to tread a treacherous path. Thus, he resolved to act with utmost prudence. This attempt to eliminate the evil swordsman must succeed in a single strike, for should the adversary escape, he and the Luoyang Yu family would be equally doomed. The evil swordsman was no mere foe, though he had often committed acts of kindness and upheld justice throughout his wanderings. He could not forget that the number of lives claimed by his blade was not insignificant. A lifetime of wielding a sword, drawing it always means death. This maxim encapsulated the essence of the evil swordsman perfectly. Anyone who underestimated him met their demise beneath his swift blade. In contrast to Jianghu, Jianghu was undoubtedly more circumspect. He glanced at the seemingly unperturbed Xiaobai, and though he reasoned that this ambush should proceed without incident, he resolved to remain vigilant. He had previously arranged traps in this location. While they may not necessarily be employed, their mere presence provided him with some comfort. He recalled his father's teachings from his youth. Jianghu, always remember that there are individuals in this world who are smarter than you, more talented, possess greater connections, and even outwork you. But do not be disheartened. Those who ultimately triumph are often the cautious and meticulous. Indeed, those who truly emerge victorious are often those who exercise caution and prudence. Chapter 34. A sword that slays. In an instant the sun hung high in the sky, casting its fierce rays through the dense forest onto the narrow mountain path. A gust of wind swept through the valley, rustling the trees and stirring the fallen leaves that lay along the roadside. The breeze brought a refreshing chill, alleviating the earlier agitation among the travelers. Suddenly, the wind-returning sword, Xiaobai, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them wide. Someone was approaching. As a master of the wind-returning sword technique, he sensed the change in the mountain winds immediately. He gently lifted the long sword that was planted in the ground and quietly warned Jianghu beside him. Be cautious. Someone is coming. The intruder was moving with remarkable speed. In Xiaobai's eyes, the speed of the approaching figure was nearly as swift as his own full exertion of lightness skills. How could they be so fast? Did they have pursuers behind them? His mind raced with confusion, all while he remained on high alert. For an exceptional master like the evil swordsman, the opportunity for a surprise attack was fleeting. 100 paces, 90 paces, 30 paces, 20 paces, 10 paces. Just as the intruder closed in to within 10 paces, they suddenly halted, planting their sword into the ground. Who dares to set an ambush in these mountains? Show yourself. The evil swordsman barked, his right hand slowly resting on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw at any moment. What should we do if we've been discovered? Jianghu whispered from behind a massive rock, naturally seeking guidance from Xiaobai. Among them, only Xiaobai was a top-tier expert, capable of vanquishing or even slaying the evil swordsman. Though Jianghu was reluctant to admit it, he knew his own strength paled in comparison to that of the evil swordsman. What kind of swift sword technique had that individual cultivated to wield such power? Xiaobai's expression darkened. He was perplexed as to how the opponent had discerned their ambush. Hearing Jianghu's hushed inquiry, he suppressed his own confusion and feigned calmness. No matter. Even in a direct confrontation, I can easily subdue him. At that moment, Xiaobai exhibited the confidence of the third elder of the Guo Shan sword sect. Ranked 49th on the Jianghu master's list, With that declaration, he sprang out from behind the rock, followed closely by the other two. Evil swordsman, did you ever anticipate this? You were so domineering in seizing the Qihong sword, yet here you are today. Not only will I reclaim my Qihong sword, but I shall also personally slay you. I shall ensure that the people of Jianghu recognize that I, Zhuo Bu'er, am the foremost genius of the younger generation. As Zhuo Bu'er emerged, his eyes were fixed hatefully on the evil swordsman, his face contorted with jealousy. Jealousy had twisted his features to the point of distortion, revealing the depth of his envy. In stark contrast, Yuing Jie remained silent, his demeanor cold. A sense of foreboding had begun to stir within him. Although the trap he had set was not foolproof, it was certainly not easily detectable. How had the opponent managed to sense something amiss from such a distance? Unlike Xiao Bai, who was filled with confidence, and Zhuo Bu'er, who was overly optimistic, Yuing Jie believed in being prepared for any eventuality. The current situation had clearly exceeded his expectations, and now all he could do was place his hopes on the third elder of the Guo Shan sword sect, Xiao Bai, hoping he could indeed overcome the adversary without incident. Xiao Bai shared this sentiment but held unwavering confidence in his ability to defeat the opponent. What was this so-called genius of the younger generation? Merely a trifling junior. Relying on his seniority, he dismissed the need to strike first, regarding the opponent with an arrogant gaze, as if looking upon a corpse. In his mind, the opponent was already as good as dead. Who are you? Have you come to trouble me? The evil swordsman inquired coldly, sensing the formidable strength of his challengers. He did not recognize them and was unaware of their motives for confronting him. However, upon seeing Zhuo Bu'er leap forth, a vague understanding began to dawn on him. Are you perhaps from the Guo Shan sword sect? Indeed. This is our esteemed third elder, the Wind Returning Sword, Xiao Bai, ranked 49th on the Jianghu Masters list. It is an honor for you to perish at the hands of Master Xia today. Zhuo Bu'er sneered once more, brazenly scrutinizing the evil swordsman, eager to witness fear etched upon his face. Yet, such expectations would lead to disappointment, for the evil swordsman displayed no trace of fear. Instead, a hint of mockery graced his features. Oh, so you Guo Shan sword sect intend to bully the weak with your numbers? The evil swordsman did not conceal his disdain, and his gaze towards Xiao Bai was laden with contempt. Even from the mountaintop, he had sensed something was amiss. Did not the birds take flight and avoid this area entirely? In the depths of the forest, even if a person were to pass through, the birds would merely flutter in alarm rather than circumvent the area altogether. Clearly, there was an aura of menace. An ambush lay in wait. The frightened birds dared not approach. During his discussion with Taoist Wang the previous day, he had been cautioned about the treachery of the Jianghu. Little did he expect to encounter such peculiarity upon leaving the Laojun temple. Yet, knowing there was something amiss, he still dared to approach boldly. Evidently confident in his martial prowess, dismissing these individuals entirely. How could he possibly show fear? Bah, you wretched junior, merely boastful with your words. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, making you realize the importance of respecting your elders in the Jianghu. Xiao Bai, infuriated, launched an attack. His thoughts focused on capturing the opponent swiftly, leaving the aftermath to Zhuo Bu'er. As for how Zhuo Bu'er would deal with him, that was no concern of his. After all, he was merely teaching the opponent a lesson, not bullying the weak. Initially, he hesitated to uphold his dignity as an elder of the Jianghu, refraining from striking first. Instead, he employed the deadly chain palm, intending to apprehend the adversary in one fell swoop. The deadly chain palm was derived from the Guo Shan sword sect's legacy technique, the deadly chain 3 Immortal's sword. Although this sword technique was of first-rate quality, it epitomized the characteristics of the Guo Shan sword sect's martial arts and was among their oldest traditions. Second only to the sect's ultimate skill, the innate purple chi. Against the evil swordsman, the deadly chain palm would suffice. With swift steps, Xiao Bai closed in on the evil swordsman, launching a series of 3 strikes aimed at vital points. With a swift whoosh, the long sword was drawn. The evil swordsman's figure flickered. A flash of white light, a spray of blood, the sword returned to its sheath, and a life was claimed. A streak of white light flashed, instantaneously severing the opponent's throat. The moment the white light crossed before his eyes, he was already dead. Xiao Bai's body toppled backward. It was only at this moment that a trickle of crimson began to appear at his neck. In his final moments, did he regret his hubris? Did he lament not having unleashed his most powerful sword technique? Surely he would. He not only regretted and lamented, but felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. He had met his end in utter humiliation. He had not even drawn his sword. He had not yet had the chance to employ his most formidable technique, the Wind Returning Willow sword technique, his most powerful and proudest swordplay. Who would have thought that in a moment of arrogance, he would be left without even the opportunity to draw his sword? Xiaobai the Wind Returning Sword met his demise. Chapter 35, The Second Slaying of Yuangjia Dead. Dead? Witnessing his master, Uncle Xiao, being slain in an instant by the evil swordsman left Zhuobuer utterly speechless, overwhelmed by shock. Such a swift swordsman. Such a rapid strike. How could there exist a sword technique so astonishingly fast in this world? What manner of swordplay is this? Who dares challenge me? The Qinghong sword lies here. Do you dare to take it? No, no. Evil hero, spare me. I am the current senior brother of the Guo Shan sword sect. To kill me would mean an everlasting feud with the sect. Now realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhuobuo was consumed by fear. Terrified that the next moment would see his throat cut by the very sword he admired. The image of Uncle Zhao's demise haunted his mind, amplifying his dread. I cannot perish. I am the senior brother of the Guo Shan sword sect, the foremost among the 4 heroes of the Jianghu. I aspire to become the brightest talent of the younger generation in the martial world. How can I meet my end here? My death would not only be a loss to the Guo Shan sword sect, but a monumental loss to the entire Jianghu. Evil hero, please do not kill me. Surely, you do not wish for a relentless vendetta with the Guo Shan sword sect? If you show mercy today, I promise I will never trouble you again. I shall always keep my distance from you in the future. Zhuobuo curled his body, exhibiting a demeanor of utter humility, as if he were about to kneel at any moment. This stood in stark contrast to his usual proud and lofty demeanor. Was this truly the same Guo Shan sword sect's illustrious senior brother? The evil swordsman, filled with disdain, prepared to strike down another. Hold! A voice of urgency called from behind, and a figure suddenly appeared before Zhuobuer. Evil hero, please show mercy. Gu Luming, the master of the Gu family? Are you also in league with them? Upon recognizing the newcomer, the evil swordsman immediately questioned, as if a mere admission would lead him to slay the man before him. Gu Luming quickly waved his hands in protest. Evil hero, do not misunderstand. I am not allied with them. I merely followed out of curiosity after witnessing their hasty departure this morning. Seeing the evil swordsman's expression soften slightly, he continued, however, this matter arises from the Qinghong sword. I implore you to spare him for the sake of our shared regard for the sword. Zhuobuo is indeed the senior brother of the Guo Shan sword sect, a representative figure in the current Jianghu. Should you slay him, not only would you invite the sect's wrath, but many others might also be embroiled in turmoil. I cannot bear to see the Jianghu descend into chaos. Suppressing his murderous intent, the evil swordsman recognized that while he could disregard others, he could not dismiss the face of the Gu family master. Having acquired the Qinghong sword, he owed Gu Luming a debt of gratitude. Thus, he decided to grant this favor. Moreover, a petty individual like Zhuobuer was scarcely worthy of sullying his blade. Despite the harsh reality, Gu Liuming's words held truth. Zhuobuer, being the senior brother of the Guo Shan sword sect, would undoubtedly create an inescapable cycle of vengeance if slain. The evil swordsman feared not the Guo Shan sect, but dreaded the incessant troubles arising from their persistent pursuit. With this in mind, the evil swordsman slowly sheathed the Qinghong sword. The blade, bright and lustrous, glimmered like jade, its sanguine hue stark against the sunlight, exuding an unusual beauty. Haha! Since my debut in the Jianghu, I have never feared to kill anyone. However, today, for the sake of the Qinghong sword, I shall grant you, Gu Luming, this favor. But no. It is a one-time reprieve. Next time, I shall not show such mercy. The evil swordsman cast a disdainful glance at the cringing Zhuobuer. Geniuses are often proud and arrogant, not merely due to their innate talents, but also because their spirits are nurtured to soar from birth. It is precisely this elevated ambition that propels them toward greater heights. Clearly, Zhuobuer, now gripped by terror, had lost all semblance of that ambition, and his future achievements would inevitably be stunted unless fate intervened. In stark contrast, a nearby man exhibited calmness and composure, neither servile nor arrogant, capturing the evil swordsman's attention. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Qinghong sword was drawn once more, slicing towards the throat of the other man with blinding speed. This scene was eerily reminiscent of the moment the evil swordsman had dispatched the wind sword. Xiaobai. Yuangjia clutched his throat in desperation, his eyes wide with disbelief. Why? Why must I be killed? In that moment, he finally grasped the suffocating despair that Xiaobai must have felt in his final moments. Why was it that Zhuobuer, who had instigated the ambush, emerged unscathed while he faced death? Was there no justice left in this world? Did principles mean nothing? His final thoughts echoed like a silent accusation, yet this world preferred strength to reason. Strength was the only undeniable truth. Yuangjia perished. Across the way, Gu Luming felt a chill run down his spine. Such a swift swordsman. Such an incredibly rapid strike. Though he had witnessed the evil swordsman's prowess from afar when he had dispatched Xiao Bai, witnessing it up close left him no less astonished. He could not fathom surviving such speed, nor did he desire to test it personally. In that moment, he felt an immense relief that the evil swordsman had spared him for the Jianghu sword's sake. Yet, he found himself regretting his decision to intervene on Zhuobuer's behalf. Realizing he had squandered a valuable favor, the weight of this favor grew heavier in his mind, eclipsing even the potential goodwill with the Guo Shan sword sect. He inwardly lamented. Had he truly traded a sesame seed for a watermelon? How foolish to leap into danger, a lesson even children understand. Yuangjie's demise once again shocked Zhuobuer, prompting him to collapse to his knees. As he regained his senses, the embarrassment washed over him. Fortunately, only Gu Luming was present to witness this humiliation. If others had seen, his reputation in the Jianghu would have been irreparably tarnished. Yet, as he prepared to rise, he was met with the icy gaze of the evil swordsman, freezing him in place. He dared not stand, instead forcing a strained smile toward the evil swordsman. Gu Luming recognized this as Zhuobuer's first display of such a smile, prompting him to look down upon him even more. What folly! To waste such a precious favor on someone like him. Gu Luming felt his heart bleed. He had truly suffered a grievous loss. Chapter 36. The shame of Mount Hua. Gu Luming was acutely aware that, regarding the Jianghu sword, the favors owed by the other party had been completely exhausted. Out of respect for the Jianghu sword, the opponent had already shown mercy on 2 occasions. There would be no third chance. He had utilized the goodwill of the evil swordmaster to save Zhuobuer, thereby earning a favor from the Guo Shan sword sect. Under different circumstances, he would have considered this a lucrative exchange. But now, he felt utterly cheated. Regret consumed him. If given another chance, he would never have intervened to save Zhuobuer. He would have simply turned a blind eye to the situation. After all, the Guo Shan sword sect would primarily seek revenge on the evil swordmaster, and their Mingjian villa would only suffer minimal repercussions. As for the other Yuangjie, Gu Luming recognized him at first glance as the son of Yu Zhenkong from the illustrious Yu family of Luoyang, a renowned young talent and a rising star. He never expected that this individual would be entangled with Zhuobuer. Zhuobuer had only recently arrived in Luoyang and had spent most of his time at their Mingjian villa. How had they become involved? Had they known each other before? Unable to fathom it further, he resolved to let it go. If fate decreed death, then so be it. At most, he would inform Yu Zhenkong later to extend his condolences. The evil sword master flicked his wrist, casting off the blood that clung to his blade, before sheathing it with deliberate calm. This time, he had truly withdrawn from the conflict. After his sword returned to its scabbard, he turned away and gracefully employed lightness skills to depart, not sparing a glance at the 2 figures across from him. As for why he had targeted Yuangjie, he did not know the young man personally. However, the boy exuded a certain tenacity that he could not afford to overlook. He understood the principle of eliminating threats at their roots. Out of respect for the Jianghu sword, he had spared Zhuobuer. Others, however, would not be so fortunate. He was unaware that the other party was not even a member of the Guo Shan sword sect, but that was inconsequential. Since they had conspired with Zhuobuer to ambush him, they were his enemies. The evil swordmaster had never been one to show mercy to his foes. Even if the opponent were merely a defenseless child, he would not hesitate. 3 days later, the Yu residence in Luoyang was draped in white mourning cloth. Yu Zhenkong sat alone before his son Yuangjie's memorial, remaining motionless for 3 days and nights, without food or drink, without sleep or rest. Even a young man would struggle to endure such a trial, yet Yu Zhenkong persevered. He remained steadfast, his eyes wide open, fixated on the coffin before him. It was a tragic twist of fate. Having traversed the martial world for a lifetime, he now faced the heart-wrenching reality of burying his own son. And the Yu family's legacy risked falling to distant branches. He seethed with hatred. Not only did he loathe the evil swordmaster who had slain his son, but he also resented his own avaricious ambitions. Had it not been for his desire to align with the Guo Shan sword sect, the Yu family would never have been embroiled in the conflict with the evil swordmaster, and his son would still be alive. He despised the evil swordmaster. He also loathed Zhuobuer and the entire Guo Shan sword sect. On that fateful day, it was Gu Luming himself, the master of Mingjian Villa, who returned Yu Yingjie's lifeless body to the Yu residence. Upon seeing his son's corpse, Yu Zhenkong felt as if his heart had stopped. Disbelief washed over him. He could hardly stand, and had it not been for the timely support of his attendants, he might have collapsed to the ground. Master Gu, what on earth transpired? Why did my son meet such an untimely death? Yu Zhenkong struggled to contain his sorrow and fury, attempting to maintain composure as he questioned Gu Luming. Gu Luming could only respond truthfully. Although he had been involved, the matter was not directly his fault. Moreover, he had squandered a valuable favor in the process. Thus, he had no reason to conceal the truth. As for Yu Zhenkong's belief in his account, the man was free to confront Zhuo Buer or the evil sword master for answers. However, this was no longer Gu Luming's concern. His act of personally delivering Yuangjie's remains to the Yu residents was already a display of utmost respect. He had done so out of consideration for the fact that both parties were local powers in Luoyang and had no direct conflicts until now. After hearing Gu Luming's account, Yu Zhenkong felt a semblance of belief. He had sent his son to investigate the whereabouts of the evil swordmaster, and the result had pointed to the remote peak of Laojun Mountain. Yet he never anticipated that his son would venture there, nor that he would meet his demise at the hands of the evil swordmaster. The very place he had intended for exploration had turned out to be the site of his son's tragic end. How profoundly ironic. What had begun as a conflict between the Huashan sword sect and the evil sword master had ultimately ensnared his son. Anguish and rage consumed him, and he vowed to avenge this grievous wrong. Thank you, Master Gu, for personally returning my son's remains. I am immensely grateful. However, given these unfortunate events, once I have attended to my son's funeral, I shall certainly pay a visit to express my gratitude in person, Yu Zhenkong declared, his voice steady yet filled with sorrow. Master Yu, please take care of yourself during this time of mourning. I shall take my leave now, Gu Luming said, departing with a sense of understanding, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the grieving father. Meanwhile, Zhuo Buer, having narrowly escaped death, found his first impulse not to seek vengeance against the evil swordmaster, but rather to confront Gu Luming, the master of Mingjian Villa, who had saved his life. The events of that day had been a profound humiliation. More crucially, Gu Luming had witnessed his disgrace in its entirety, a fact he could not tolerate. Compared to the formidable evil swordmaster, confronting Gu Luming seemed more manageable. However, with the death of Elder Xiao, who had come to assist him from the Huashan sword sect, Zhuo Buer found himself lacking the strength to confront Gu Luming and had no choice but to bide his time. Unbeknownst to him, upon returning to the Huashan sword sect, news of his disgrace had already spread throughout the martial world. Yu Zhenkong, with deliberate intent, orchestrated an elaborate funeral for his son, inadvertently disseminating the story of Zhuo Buer's humiliation in the process. His desire for revenge now encompassed not only the evil swordmaster, but also Zhuo Buer and the entire Huashan sword sect. He vowed that they would all pay tribute to his son, Yuangjie, in death. Zhuo Buer's disgrace became the subject of scorn throughout the martial world. Even among some disciples of the Huashan sword sect, the lowest-ranked disciples whispered amongst themselves, branding him the shame of Huashan. They sought to strip him of his title as the contemporary master brother of the Huashan sword sect, deeming him unworthy and a disgrace to their legacy. Upon learning of this, Zhuo Buer was engulfed by a mix of rage and shame, retreating to his quarters, unable to face anyone. He could only hope that with time, this incident would fade from memory. Little did he know, rather than fading, the incident only escalated. As a result, the reputation of the Huashan sword sect in the martial world suffered a significant blow, leading many disciples to harbor resentment towards Zhuo Buer, with some even seeking to provoke him. However, all such attempts were thwarted by the sect leader, who cited Zhuo Buer's seclusion for cultivation as a reason, leaving everyone helpless. After all, he was not only the contemporary master brother of the Huashan sword sect, but also the sole son of its leader. Chapter 37. The Divine Catcher Ma Jingfeng on the 15th of August, during the Mid-Autumn Festival. The monks of Shaolin Temple had just concluded a lively Buddhist ceremony atop Shusher Mountain. Each year, as the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches, even the most ascetic of monks cannot escape the stirrings of their hearts, yearning for reunion and festivity. The Buddhist ceremony, held in honor of this auspicious occasion, provided a rare opportunity for merriment among the monks of Shaolin Temple. Even the evening's vegetarian meal was noticeably more sumptuous than usual, as the monks indulged in the celebration. It is well known that the 8 precepts of Buddhism make the temptation of gluttony relatively easy to resist for most Shaolin monks. However, this does not imply that they are averse to enjoying good food. Even vegetarian fare is categorized into superior and ordinary varieties. This evening's meal was undoubtedly of a higher caliber, bringing joy to the hearts of the monks. As the festivities continued into the night, the atmosphere remained jubilant until the quiet of midnight settled in. Perhaps influenced by the day's events, the monks slept deeply, their slumber particularly profound. Aside from the usual patrol team responsible for nighttime watch, the entirety of Shaolin Temple succumbed to a serene silence. At midnight, under the full moon, a shadowy figure glided silently across the rooftops, making no sound at all. Should any martial arts experts have witnessed this scene, they would have marveled at the gracefulness of the figure's lightness of foot, feeling a sense of inferiority. The dark silhouette blended seamlessly into the night, akin to a whispering wind as it moved toward the treasure pavilion of Shaolin Temple. The following day, on the official road from the capital to Luoyang, a majestic steed galloped past, sending dust swirling into the air. Ugh, who splashed mud all over me. How audacious, one bystander exclaimed. Right? Riding like that. Are they in such a hurry to meet their end? Another chimed in. Shoo, keep your voices down. Can't you see that rider is on a fine steed? That horse is a top-quality breed, found only at the outskirts of the capital. Only the affluent can afford such a horse, certainly not someone we can afford to provoke. Ah, what's so special about riding a fine horse? What is there to be so arrogant about? Just wait until I master my skills. I will surpass him in arrogance. One retorted. Humph. Do you really think you can achieve mastery? Do you possess the talent for it? We should simply look for a job guarding a courtyard in Luoyang and focus on making a living. How hard could that possibly be? With my minor accomplishment and the lying blade technique, finding a job as a guard would be child's play. Ma Jingfeng tightened the reins, causing his steed to rear back with a powerful whinny, halting suddenly at a fork in the road. Glancing at the signpost by the roadside, he noted directions to Luoyang and Shaoshi Mountain. After a brief moment of contemplation, he chose the path leading to Shaoshi Mountain. Shaoshi Mountain, Shaolin Temple. Ma Jingfeng muttered to himself, an instinct guiding him to believe that his target had headed toward the temple. As a divine catcher of the six doors, he had unwavering faith in his instincts, which were honed over years of experience as a constable. Many occurrences that seemed coincidental were, in fact, underpinned by inevitable causal relationships. And his so-called intuition was merely a culmination of these insights. It was this very intuition that had established his reputation as a prestigious figure within the six doors. The name Ma Jingfeng was well known in the martial world, particularly feared by those who defied the law and wielded power unlawfully. They dreaded the thought of crossing paths with him, knowing that no matter how far they fled, he would inevitably bring them to justice. On this occasion, his target was none other than the renowned master thief, Hui Yudao, known as the empty-handed master thief. The pursuit began 2 weeks prior when a precious artifact was stolen from the estate of a high-ranking official in the capital. A theft that was audaciously marked by the thief's signature token, Hui Yudao. Ma Jingfeng was no stranger to the name Hui Yudao, who was said to be the latest disciple of the ancient thieving organization known as the Kong sect. This sect had always passed down its teachings to a single disciple each generation, ensuring that every successor was a master of unparalleled skill. This exclusivity had allowed the Kong sect to endure through the ages, becoming the most venerable lineage of thieving arts, representing the pinnacle of such techniques. Hui Yudao was the current embodiment of this legacy, and the two were natural adversaries, Ma Jingfeng, the esteemed divine catcher, and Hui Yudao, the acknowledged master thief of the realm. This dichotomy piqued Ma Jingfeng's interest, and he was resolute in his belief that he would one day apprehend this elusive foe. Thus, he had meticulously studied this destined opponent well before their paths would cross. Hui Yudao was indeed a formidable adversary, most notably due to his remarkable agility. The Kong sect's signature skill, silent as a goose, was recognized throughout the martial world as one of the highest forms of lightness of foot, and despite Hui Yudao's youth, his proficiency was exceptional, leading many to speculate that he had already achieved great accomplishment in this discipline. This speculation was not unfounded. No one in the martial world could claim to outrun Hui Yudao. This was the primary reason for Hui Yudao's audacity, as he reveled in the knowledge that none could match his prowess. It was this very skill that allowed him to brazenly disregard the laws of the court, frequently infiltrating the residences of high-ranking officials, leaving behind his signature token as a blatant mockery. In an instant, the court was collectively incensed. Vowing to capture him and uphold its dignity, a decree was issued, assigning Ma Jingfeng of the Six Doors with the sole responsibility of apprehending the thief, with no regard for life or death. However, upon receiving the task, Ma Jingfeng felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, Hui Yudao was celebrated as the top thief of the realm, and his lightness of foot was unparalleled. Even if he were to locate Hui Yudao, capturing him would prove to be a formidable challenge, unless he were to mobilize a considerable force to encircle and subdue him, which would afford them a slim chance of success. Chapter 38. The Art of Capturing Dragons and Controlling Cranes. A few days later, Ma Jingfeng rode swiftly towards Shaoshi Mountain, only to find the disciples of Shaolin Temple in a state of urgency, as if preparing for an imminent battle. "Esteemed guest, please hold." One of the Shaolin disciples called out. "Last night, our temple faced an unexpected incident, and it has now been sealed. If you wish to ascend for prayer, kindly return another day." Ma Jingfeng felt a wave of foreboding wash over him and promptly replied, "I am Ma Jingfeng, a constable from the 6 doors, and I seek an audience with the abbot of your temple. I hope you will convey my request." "The renowned constable Ma?" the disciple exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed. That is I," Ma Jingfeng responded with a respectful gesture. "Please wait a moment. I shall inform him at once," the disciple said courteously, his demeanor softening. As he watched the disciple retreat into the temple, a sense of unease settled in Ma Jingfeng's heart. After a brief interval, the disciple returned. "Constable, the abbot requests your presence. Please follow me." Ma Jingfeng followed him into the main hall. "Ahmedba, I, Master Benin, was unaware of your intentions in seeking me, esteemed guest," the abbot inquired as he turned to face him. "Greetings, Master Abbot." Ma Jingfeng clasped his fists in respect and continued. "Might I inquire about the pressing matters that have led to the temple's closure today?" Upon hearing this, Master Benin's expression shifted to one of reluctance. "This is a family matter that should not be publicly disclosed. However, considering your esteemed position as a constable, I shall reluctantly share. Last night, our scripture repository was burglarized, and the thief left behind a token of identity." With that, Master Benin produced a token, its surface inscribed with the formidable characters of Kongkongman, the elusive Miaosho Kongkong Ho Yudao. Ma Jingfeng immediately grasped the token and flipped it over, confirming the name etched on the reverse. "Indeed, it is he. I must confess, my journey to Shaolin was precisely to apprehend him," Ma Jingfeng declared resolutely. "Oh, pray tell, what brings you to this conclusion?" "Recently, the notorious Ho Yudao had committed a grave crime in the capital, and I was dispatched to pursue him here, only to discover that he has struck again within your esteemed temple," Ma Jingfeng stated, his face etched with concern. The audacity of his actions amidst Ma's pursuit was nothing short of a provocation. It has been nearly 2 decades since Kongkongman last appeared in the martial world. It seems that Ho Yudao has emerged as their current successor, Master Benin reflected. The lightness of his skill is indeed unparalleled, and I can attest that his abilities have reached a level of mastery, placing him among the top 5 in the realm in terms of speed alone. The top 5. Ma Jingfeng was taken aback by the high praise. This meant that apart from the 3 great masters of the martial world, Ho Yudao's speed was sufficient to rank second. Given Master Benin's status, such an assertion could not be taken lightly. He felt a blend of astonishment and curiosity. Who, then, held the title of first? Yet, he refrained from voicing this inquiry, as it seemed in an opportune moment. The priority now lay in capturing the elusive Ho Yudao. Days later, news of the theft from the Shaolin Temple's scripture repository rippled through the martial world, creating a stir. How could such a grand temple, filled with eminent monks and masters, fall victim to theft? It was rumored that the perpetrator was none other than the long-vanished successor of Kongkongman, recently resurfaced. Thus, the various sects of the martial world must be on high alert, fearing for their own safety, one remarked. Indeed, but what concern is it of ours? If the Kongkongman's successor is to steal, it will be from the esteemed sects of the martial world, not from us with our humble skills, another replied. True. Yet, it is said that the stolen treasure was an invaluable technique. I wonder which of Shaolin's prized arts was taken. In the western district of Luoyang, within a modest dwelling, Ho Yudao had donned the garb of an ordinary citizen, blending in seamlessly, even among the revered monks of Shaolin. It would be nearly impossible to link him to the notorious Miaosho Kongkong. With a self-satisfied grin, he strutted out. Days earlier, he had stealthily infiltrated Shaolin Temple and successfully pilfered the treasured manual of the art of capturing dragons and controlling cranes. Though it lacked widespread fame, it was the most formidable internal skill of Shaolin, second only to their revered scripture, the Kuyang Classic. Upon entering the scripture repository, Ho Yudao found the manual placed in a heavily guarded area, and he seized the opportunity to abscond with it. However, his interest in internal martial arts was minimal. After a cursory glance, he felt little desire to delve deeper. His motive for the theft was not to covet Shaolin's secrets, but to validate his claim as the foremost thief of the martial world. 3 years prior, the infamous Jianghu had stolen one of Shaolin's 3 treasures, leading to a relentless pursuit by the 4 great Vajras for 3 years. This incident had been largely unknown in the martial realm, yet Ho Yudao was among the few privy to the information. After stumbling upon this revelation months ago while perusing the archives at the 6 Doors headquarters, he could no longer remain idle. leading to his audacious infiltration of Shaolin. Shaolin Temple, revered as the foremost sect in the martial world, had suffered an extraordinary loss at the hands of Jianghu. Yet, Hou Yudao felt unsatisfied. In the realm of thievery, he acknowledged no equal, firmly believing that Kong Kongman was the true master of the art. He caressed the manual he had stolen, pride swelling within him. Having successfully pilfered a sacred text from Shaolin, he intended to ensure that this feat would echo throughout the martial world. He was determined to proclaim to all that he, Hou Yudao, was the true master of the art of thievery. As the current heir of Kong Kongman, he held no desire for wealth or beauty. His singular ambition was to be recognized as the unparalleled thief. Such was the wisdom imparted to him by the former sect leader, and it resonated deeply within him. In life, one must possess something to cherish. Otherwise, what distinguishes them from a mere fish? Chapter 39. The ingenious and the empty-handed. The central street of the Western Market in Luoyang was as bustling as ever, filled with the lively chatter of the crowd. Shops were teeming with customers, and street vendors shouted their wares, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Dressed as an ordinary commoner, Hou Yudao meandered through the lively thoroughfare. Before long, he found himself with a delightful snack in his left hand and a pear in his right, which he took a hearty bite from. Ah, how sweet! The pear was large, succulent, and refreshingly juicy, truly quenching his thirst. Indeed, Luoyang, the capital of the divine land, rivaled even the grandeur of the imperial city. While savoring the sweet, juicy pear, Hou Yudao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Of course, Luoyang is the heart of the world, situated in the Central Plains with an unparalleled geographical advantage. If it weren't for its historical status as a battleground, would it still be overshadowed by the capital? Suddenly, a man appeared beside him, wearing a proud expression. The man, dressed like a scholar, had a long robe that had long faded and was patched in several places. "Brother, how shall I address you?" Hou Yudao inquired, glancing at the impoverished scholar with interest. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wei Jin, a native of Luoyang," the scholar replied, puffing his chest with a sense of pride. "May I ask, young Master Wei, which establishment here is the most lively and renowned tavern?" Hou Yudao queried. "Haha, you have come to the right person. The most bustling and famous tavern in Luoyang is undoubtedly the Wangwei Tower." The scholar laughed heartily, continuing his praises. The Wangwei wine served there is considered a treasure of Luoyang, attracting countless literary figures who leave behind their masterpieces. Moreover, at this point, Wei Jin suddenly paused, a dreamy smile crossing his face. "Moreover what?" Hou Yudao asked, intrigued. "Hiki. Moreover, the enchanting Miss Yuexiang at Wangwei Tower is unrivaled in beauty, with unparalleled musical talents," he concluded, his face once again adorned with a lascivious grin. Hou Yudao silently rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, this scholar is quite frivolous. No wonder he appears so destitute, likely a fool at heart. He immediately lost interest in the man and decided to disregard him. However, he found himself intrigued by Wangwei Tower and resolved to pay a visit. He quickly finished his snack and, filled with anticipation, made his way to the most prosperous section of the central street. Wangwei Tower was located right there. "Esteemed guest, please come inside." As soon as Hou Yudao stepped into Wangwei Tower, a cheerful waiter greeted him warmly. Upon entering the grand hall, he was met with a cacophony of voices. The hall was packed with patrons, the air filled with the sounds of lively conversation and clinking glasses. Hou Yudao felt as though he had entered another realm, the atmosphere brimming with the essence of the martial world, making him feel at home. After casually finding an empty table, he couldn't help but call out, "Waiter, bring me some wine. Coming right up. What would you like to eat?" The waiter hurried over, still in motion as he pulled a towel from his shoulder to wipe the table clean. "I've heard that your Wangwei wine is exceptional. Bring me a pot of that, along with a few of your specialty dishes. As for the rest, you may choose as you see fit." "I am not short of coin," Hou Yudao declared generously. "Very well, esteemed guest, please wait a moment." While waiting for the dishes to arrive, he leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, his gaze subconsciously sweeping across the entire hall. Whenever he found himself in unfamiliar territory, he instinctively assessed his surroundings and began planning an escape route in his mind. This had become second nature to him. A glance around the hall revealed no individuals of notable distinction, allowing him to relax. By individuals of distinction, he referred to formidable figures, at least of first-rate caliber. As for those below that level, they posed no threat to him and were hardly worth mentioning. Many patrons, after a few drinks, boasted loudly, claiming their victories over various opponents or recounting epic battles with first-rate masters that ended in a stalemate. Uninformed onlookers might have thought they were conversing about renowned heroes of the martial world, only to discover upon closer inspection that they were nothing more than third-rate pretenders. Hou Yudao smiled knowingly. It seemed that those in the martial world loved to drink just as much as they relished boasting. At the front of the hall stood a counter where an elderly storyteller leaned back, leisurely sipping tea, preparing to begin his tale. It was customary for storytellers to start their performances around mealtime, as that was when the tavern was most crowded and vibrant. With mealtime approaching, Hou Yudao patiently awaited the performance, curious whether the storyteller would recount the recent exploits at Shaolin Temple, in the inner courtyard of the Golden Blade sect. "Grandfather, please let me go out and play. I feel stifled being cooped up at home all day. Don't worry. I'll just stroll around the streets and one tea wander off, all right?" Wang Muji pleaded, tugging at the old sect leader's sleeve, pouting adorably. The stern expression of the old leader faltered, and a broad smile broke across his face, though he remained concerned. "No, I cannot allow you to go out alone. If you must go, let Dahai accompany you." "But Dad, he always sneaks out by himself and never takes me along." Wang Muji pouted, feeling aggrieved at the mention of her father. That rascal, truly outrageous. The old leader feigned anger, then turned to his granddaughter. "If you wish for him to take you, just say it's my command." "Yay, grandfather, you're the best. I'm off now." With that, Wang Muji dashed away in excitement. "Oh, that crazy girl." The old leader chuckled, shaking his head in resignation. Wang Muji eagerly arrived at her father's chamber, knocking a few times on the door. When there was no response, she boldly pushed the door open. The young master, Wang Dahai, was still recovering from a hangover, unmoving in his slumber. "Dad, what time is it? Wake up." Wang Muji shook her father's arm vigorously until he finally stirred awake. "Muji, quickly pour me a glass of water. My throat is killing me." Wang Dahai groaned upon waking, clearly suffering from last night's excess. "Humph. Dad, who told you to drink every day? Now you know how it feels, huh?" Wang Muji teased while pouring a glass of water. "Here's your water. But you must take me out to play once you're up." That's what grandfather specifically instructed. Chapter 40. This is Wang Muji. Wang Dahai, still in a state of drowsiness, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden remark. He was not particularly concerned about his daughter venturing out, as he himself relished the company of friends over a drink. The lives of those from the martial world are seldom bound by strict conventions. Moreover, his daughter possessed considerable skill, more than capable of handling the typical rascals of the underworld. Yet, a daughter must eventually marry, and he harbored concerns that she might face criticism from her future in-laws. "Muji, you are nearly grown. You must cultivate the demeanor of a refined lady. How can you gallivant about in public?" Wang Dahai instinctively retorted. "Humph, father. This is what grandfather has said. If you do not heed my words, I shall inform him," Wang Muji declared with an air of confidence. Upon hearing this, Wang Dahai felt a twinge of apprehension. Although he often disregarded the old master's admonitions and indulged in drinking with friends, he still felt a sense of unease whenever reprimanded by the old master. This was rooted in the strict upbringing he had received, which left a lasting impression despite the old master's leniency in recent years. With no other option, he rose decisively. After a quick wash, he noticed that Wang Muji was already growing impatient. "Father, why are you so slow? If you take any longer, we shall miss lunch." "That would be splendid. We can enjoy lunch out and perhaps indulge in a few drinks as well," Wang Dahai replied nonchalantly. "Humph. Father, why do you always think of drinking? Be careful, or I shall tell grandfather, and he will scold you again." Wang Muji expressed her disdain for his drinking habits, as he often returned home inebriated. "Rest assured, this time I shall limit myself to just a few cups. Later, I will take you to Wangwei Tower, where the Wangwei wine is a true delicacy of Luoyang. You must try it," Wang Dahai said with a smile, nostalgic at the mention of Wangwei wine. "Wangwei Tower? Wonderful. I've heard that the storyteller there is exceptionally entertaining. Let us hurry," Wang Muji exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The Jianghu sect was located just a short distance from the bustling center of the West Market, separated by only 2 streets. Yet the disparity in property values between the 2 locations was substantial. The main street of the West Market was indeed a treasure trove, where owning a residence was a privilege reserved for the elite. The Jianghu sect was also esteemed in Luoyang, and yet the old master had chosen this location for its seclusion and tranquility, a sanctuary amidst the chaos. As a martial arts sect, it was essential for its disciples to have a peaceful environment for practice, hence the decision to establish the sect nearby yet distanced from the central thoroughfare. The old master's foresight had borne fruit. Although the sect had few disciples, each was exceptionally skilled, rendering it unique in all of Luoyang. Once outside the Jianghu sect, Wang Muji dashed toward Wang Wei Tower like a wild horse set free. Muji, slow down. Mind your appearance. Wang Dahai shook his head in dismay, regretting his decision to bring her along. What would his old friends think if they saw her behaving so recklessly? His first instinct was one of embarrassment. Yet he felt no inclination to reprimand his daughter. Since the tragic passing of his wife during childbirth, he had showered his only daughter with affection, indulging her whims and refraining from scolding her even once. In a matter of moments, they arrived at the entrance of Wang Wei Tower. "Father, let us go in quickly. It's so lively inside," Wang Muji exclaimed, tugging at her father's sleeve, eager to enter. Wang Dahai offered a wry smile, allowing her to lead him inside. This was not his first visit to Wang Wei Tower. He had frequented the establishment many times, reveling in both the wine and the camaraderie it provided. However, this visit was unlike any before, as he was accompanied by his daughter. In a fleeting moment, he was transported back in time, recalling a time when another captivating figure had similarly tugged at his sleeve. As the mealtime approached, the storyteller at the front of the hall began his performance. Word has it that since the conclusion of the renowned sword selection conference, the martial world has been stirred once again as Wang Muji stepped into the hall. She was immediately captivated by the storyteller's voice. "Father, look, the storyteller is recounting a tale," she exclaimed, turning to her father with excitement. Her loud cheer drew the attention of those nearby. "Indeed, let us not make a fuss. We should find a seat swiftly." Wang Dahai, feeling slightly embarrassed, hurriedly led her to an empty table. Yet, murmurs began to circulate around them. Isn't that the young master of the Jianghu sect and his daughter, Wang Muji? Wang Muji? The one hailed as one of the four beauties of the martial world? She is truly a vision of grace and beauty. Indeed, she possesses exquisite charm and an innocent demeanor. One can only wonder who will eventually win her heart. Precisely, I hear that the Jianghu sect has no other daughters. Whoever marries her will inherit the legacy of the sect. Wang Dahai's expression darkened as he overheard their remarks. "Enough," he barked, his patience wearing thin. He scolded inwardly. "This rabble dares to dream of marrying my precious daughter? They must be delusional. Anyone wishing to marry her must at the very least be a great hero or a person of noble lineage." Ignoring the chatter around him, his good mood dissipated. "Waiter, bring the wine," he bellowed. Typically, he preferred to drink in good spirits, but in times of discontent, he sought solace in a bottle. Wang Muji furrowed her brow, not out of concern for her father's drinking, but due to the unflattering remarks circulating around them. While she was indeed innocent and carefree, she was not oblivious to the ways of the world. She admired the chivalrous heroes of the martial realm and detested the petty gossipers. Sometimes, she imagined that if she were a man, she would embody a hero who upholds justice and punishes evil. Alas, she was not. Yet, this did not diminish her admiration for those gallant figures. She yearned for their valor and nobility, and her aspirations remained unwavering. This is her. This is Wang Muji. Chapter 41. The Master of a Generation. Esteemed guests, what would you like to eat? The waiter rushed over, his feet scarcely touching the ground. And as he spoke, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with the towel draped over his shoulder. By the usual custom, "Let us begin with a jug of moonlight wine," Wang Dahai instructed the waiter with practiced ease. In addition to the wine, he ordered several signature dishes. "Muji, do you have anything else you wish to order?" He turned to inquire, only to find that his companion was enraptured by the storyteller's narration. "Very well then," he sighed, shaking his head in resignation, and waved the waiter away. "Right away. Please hold on for a moment. Surely you have heard the news. A significant event has transpired in the martial world recently. The esteemed Shaolin Temple's Songjin Pavilion has been robbed, and it is said that the thief left behind a distinctive identity token." As the storyteller reached a pivotal moment, he paused for dramatic effect and took a sip of tea. "Dear storyteller, please continue. Why have you stopped? Indeed, who could that thief possibly be? Was he ultimately captured by the Shaolin monks? Patience, my friends. I find myself a bit parched. Allow me a moment to quench my thirst." The storyteller, seemingly unhurried, elicited a reaction from the audience. A man clad in splendid garments tossed a silver ingot onto the counter, its size suggesting it weighed no less than 2 taels. "Old man, do continue. We are all eager to hear the tale," the elegantly dressed man urged impatiently. Upon seeing the silver coin on the counter, the storyteller's face lit up with joy, and he promptly set down his teacup. You would never guess. For the token bore the engraved characters Kong Kong Men. It turns out that the thief is none other than a disciple of the Kong Kong sect, which had been shrouded in obscurity for over 20 years. The storyteller paused once more before continuing. The reverse of the token was inscribed with Miao Shou Kong Kong Ho Yu Dao. It seems this is the current heir of the Kong Kong sect, and what audacity he possesses, so brazenly daring, however bold, however ostentatious. He managed to steal a secret manual right from under the noses of the esteemed Shaolin monks and made a successful escape. The storyteller's words sparked a wave of astonishment from below. What? The Shaolin Temple was robbed of a secret manual? Which manual could it possibly be? What kind of prowess does this Miaosho Kong Kong Ho Yu Dao possess to evade capture from the Shaolin monks? Could he truly be a master of a generation? A master of a generation? How could that be? If he were indeed a master, why would he concern himself with a mere secret manual? Surely, he could have borrowed it openly. For what sect would dare refuse him? Not so fast. Do not forget, there is indeed a master within the Shaolin Temple. True. Yet, would even the Shaolin Temple resort to harming a master over a secret manual? Could this manual be the temple's prized treasure, the Yijingjing? The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation, their conjectures growing increasingly absurd. Wang Muji, too, was captivated, for such matters of the martial world always piqued her interest. Particularly as the storyteller wove his tale with fervor and vivid detail, it felt as though she was witnessing the events firsthand. Alas, the story did not encompass the narrative she yearned to hear. Observing the patrons around her bestowing generous tips upon the storyteller, she instinctively reached into her pocket, only to discover it was devoid of any coins. In the next moment, she turned to her father with a pitiful gaze. "Father, may I have some silver?" "You." Wang Dahai initially intended to question her motives for needing money, but a glance at the storyteller made everything clear. He promptly produced 10 taels of silver and handed them over. "Here are 10 taels, spend them wisely." Due to his frequent outings, he himself had little silver remaining, and parting with 10 taels stung him considerably. 10 taels could sustain an average family for 3 months. It could purchase 5 jugs of moonlight wine. Indeed, it could even provide for a humble wedding. However, in an instant, Wang Muji tossed the 10 taels to the storyteller. "Old sir, a tip for you." Wang Dahai's lips twitched involuntarily at the sight. Meanwhile, in a corner of the moonlight pavilion, Ho Yu Dao savored the moonlight wine, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. He was uncertain of the wine's flavor, but in his heart, it was utterly delightful. What was it like to hear others recount one's own tale? His answer was, utterly delightful. At this moment, every dish tasted sweet, every sip of wine fragrant. The martial world was indeed fascinating. He had fallen in love with it. Regrettably, he was not the master of a generation that the masses speculated him to be. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned. To him, being the foremost thief in the realm held far greater allure. He intended to solidify his reputation by standing atop the Shaolin Temple. As for the evil swordsman, a confrontation with him was inevitable. Within the hall, the crowd continued to fervently debate the question of whether Miaosho Kong Kong was truly a master of a generation. Humph, a master of a generation? How could you even entertain such a thought? A chilling voice suddenly cut through the air. The crowd turned to see a man dressed in constable's attire slowly enter, followed by a group of Shaolin monks, at the forefront of whom stood the 4 great guardians of Shaolin. Goodness, the 4 great guardians of Shaolin are here? Who is that constable? Why are the 4 great guardians following him? I know that man. He is the divine catcher Ma Jingfeng from the 6 gates. The divine catcher Ma Jingfeng? It is he? Has Shaolin summoned him to pursue Miaosho Kong Kong Ho Yu Dao? Indeed, it must be so. Rumor has it that the divine catcher Ma Jingfeng possesses exceptional tracking skills, no matter the cunning criminal. Be they a nefarious bandit or a skilled seducer, he never fails to capture them. Is that truly the case? Is he really that formidable? Regardless of his true prowess, the sight of him alongside the 4 great guardians of Shaolin raised the question, was Miaosho Kong Kong Ho Yu Dao currently in Luoyang? Chapter 42. A presence in Luoyang. The mention of Luoyang sent a shiver through the crowd, catching them off guard. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite plausible. Luoyang's proximity to Shaolin Temple made it likely that the elusive master of empty hands, Ho Yu Dao, could indeed have fled there. The astute constable, Ma Jingfeng, slowly entered the grand hall, and an immediate silence fell over the assembly of martial artists around him. Historically, the court and the martial world have existed in separate spheres, often at odds with one another. The sudden appearance of a constable among the gathering of martial artists left everyone feeling somewhat disoriented, to the extent that even their whispers subsided. Amitba, the 4 great protectors of Shaolin Temple, chanted in unison, nodding slightly to the crowd before taking their seats at an empty table behind Ma Jingfeng. Observing this, the surrounding martial artists resumed their hushed conversations, speculating on which treasured martial arts manual had been stolen from Shaolin Temple to warrant the involvement of the esteemed constable. Indeed, given the gravity of the situation, It was only natural that the temple would take serious measures in response to the theft of its cherished secrets. The deployment of the 4 great protectors, in conjunction with the assistance of Constable Ma Jingfeng, suggested that the culprit would find it exceedingly difficult to evade capture. Undoubtedly, while the 4 great protectors of Shaolin Temple were formidable in their own right, the expertise of the constable in tracking down criminals was unparalleled. The temple's strategy was, without a doubt, a wise one. Among the crowd, Wang Muji observed Constable Ma Jingfeng with curiosity. Being in Luoyang, she had certainly heard tales of his prowess. It was said that he possessed an almost supernatural sense of smell, enabling him to detect the scent of criminals from miles away, rendering them utterly unable to escape his pursuit. She scrutinized his nose, which, though slightly prominent, did not reveal any extraordinary features. "Muji, don't stare so rudely," Wang Dehai reminded her, equally astonished by the presence of Constable Ma and the Shaolin monks. As the focus of the incident shifted to Luoyang, he felt an ominous sense of foreboding. What began as a simple outing for dinner with his daughter had turned into an unexpected spectacle, extinguishing any desire he had to indulge in alcohol. As a prominent figure in the Jin Dao sect, he was wary of the potential fallout for his sect. Wang Muji redirected her gaze from Ma Jingfeng's nose to the 4 great protectors of Shaolin Temple. She recalled her sister Lu's tales of their formidable prowess, noting that their combined strength could rival the best in the martial world. Among her acquaintances, only Gu Luming, the master of the Mingjian Villa, and the unique evil swordsman could be counted among the elite. Her curiosity piqued at the thought of how the 4 protectors would fare against the evil swordsman, rumored to be the fastest in the martial world, with skills that had reached an unparalleled level. On the other side of the hall, Hou Yudao felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The arrival of Constable Ma Jingfeng and the Shaolin monks extinguished any remnants of his good mood. Why does this government hound follow me like a persistent leech? He cursed inwardly, inadvertently lowering his wine cup. While he was not particularly fearful, the constant presence of an adversary was indeed irksome. He cast a disdainful glance at Ma Jingfeng, noting that this was their 3rd encounter. Their previous 2 meetings occurred in the capital, where he had effortlessly evaded capture after intruding upon the residence of a high-ranking official. He had hoped that leaving the capital would afford him some respite, but to his dismay, Ma Jingfeng had tracked him down to Luoyang. The atmosphere in the Wanyu Tower froze momentarily, with the crowd holding their breath, casting furtive glances at the constable and the Shaolin monks. The storyteller in the corner observed the scene with keen interest, a smile playing on his lips, silently reflecting that he could wrap up early today. With the midday donations already secured, it was prudent to depart before any potential chaos erupted that might involve him. Ma Jingfeng, seemingly unperturbed, took a sip of tea while the 4 great protectors of Shaolin remained seated, silently reciting their chants. Eventually, it was Ma Jingfeng who broke the silence. Addressing the masters, based on intelligence gathered by the 6 doors and my own investigations, the master of empty hands, Hou Yudao, is most likely hiding within Luoyang. He paused, noting the subtle shift in the expressions of the masters, who were clearly attentive. I will coordinate a citywide search, enlisting all constables to scour the prominent inns and taverns, leaving no stone unturned. Master of Empty Hands is known for his penchant for food and drink, so we shall commence our inquiries at the Wanyu Tower. I am confident we will soon uncover his trail. With a tone of assuredness, Ma Jingfeng articulated his strategy. His understanding of Hou Yudao's high-profile nature assured him that even with the knowledge of their manhunt, the latter would not alter his behavior. Amipa. Master Binwa nodded in agreement, appreciating the thoroughness of the plan. When they had pursued the evil swordsman, they were often relegated to trailing behind, only able to act once he made himself known. Hearing Ma Jingfeng's strategy filled him with admiration, acknowledging the constable's reputation as a master of his craft. Ma Jingfeng's words were devoid of any attempt at concealment, and the onlookers in the hall absorbed every detail. A ripple of excitement swept through the crowd. Has Master of Empty Hands truly arrived in Luoyang? Does that mean the stolen martial arts manual is also here? The atmosphere buzzed with anticipation, reminiscent of the excitement that followed the Mingjian Villa's recent gathering. Indeed, but with Luoyang being so vast, will they truly be able to find Master of Empty Hands? Isn't it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack? Exactly. Who even knows what Master of Empty Hands looks like? Even if he stood before us, we might not recognize him. Are you foolish? Whoever currently possesses the stolen manual is Master of Empty Hands, unless he has already hidden it away. Chapter 43. The Human Skin Mask. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd suddenly stiffened. Indeed, what if the opponent had concealed the treasured martial arts manual beforehand? This thought led the crowd to indulge in wild fantasies. This was the esteemed secret manual treasured by the Shaolin Temple. Who in the martial world would not be intrigued? A few individuals had already begun to discreetly rise and retreat, planning to immediately summon people to search the city upon their return, hoping to benefit from the turmoil. In a corner, Hou Yudao couldn't help but cast an appreciative glance at Ma Jingfeng, recognizing him as a tenacious follower. Truly, he possessed some skill. With such discernment, it would be no challenge for him to identify a novice martial artist among the crowd. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would be exposed today. Yet, he remained unperturbed, convinced that as long as he wished to leave, no one in the martial world could detain him. He continued to indulge in the signature dishes of Wangyue Tower, sipping the house special wine, presenting himself as an ordinary diner. At this moment, several martial artists had stealthily departed. Ma Jingfeng merely cast a cursory glance at them before allowing their exit. From a single glance, he discerned that these individuals were merely of mediocre skill, far from the prowess of the elusive Hou Yudao. Hou Yudao was likely an extraordinary master, at the very least a first-rate expert, possessing internal strength that had undoubtedly reached a state of consummation. Although it was impossible for others to discern a person's internal strength without the use of their abilities, this was a trivial matter for the esteemed constable. With his experience and insight, he could estimate a person's internal power merely by observing their breathing and gait. This was precisely why he was confident he could identify the opponent soon. After all, young and capable martial artists were a rarity in the martial world, most of whom were renowned geniuses. For instance, the sweet and innocent Wang Muji beside him. Ma Jingfeng discreetly glanced at her, marveling inwardly at her unparalleled beauty. After a while, the main hall of Wangyue Tower saw a continuous flow of patrons leaving, as well as new arrivals. Ma Jingfeng had long since focused his attention, no longer the casual observer he had been while sipping tea. Suddenly, an utterly ordinary figure caught his eye, though the individual bore an exceedingly plain face. Their steps were remarkably light, their movements exuding a natural grace that even astonished him, indicating that their skill was undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even surpassing his own. "Stop!" Ma Jingfeng immediately called out. "Your skills are impressive. Might I inquire your name and your sect?" As soon as he spoke, the four great protectors of the Shaolin Temple turned their gazes toward the individuals simultaneously. This commotion instantly drew the attention of all the martial artists present, compelling them to look toward the unremarkable man. Ha ha ha! Amidst the crowd's scrutiny, the man suddenly burst into laughter, his mirth laced with palpable disdain. Ma Jingfeng instantly braced himself. At that moment, he recognized this person as the elusive Hou Yudao he had been pursuing. "Masters, please apprehend this man immediately. He is the master of Empty Hands Hou Yudao we are seeking." It is said that the Empty sect possesses a remarkable skill, disguise techniques, whose highest form allows one to create a human skin mask, indistinguishable from a real person once donned. Unless actively revealed, there would be no visible flaws. Could it be that he is indeed master of Empty Hands Hou Yudao? The four great protectors of Shaolin exclaimed. Yet their movements did not falter as they encircled him. Seeing the situation, Hou Yudao continued to laugh heartily. "Ha ha ha, masters. It's been a while since our last encounter at the scripture pavilion. I trust you have all been well." His audacity astonished the crowd. They wondered what gave him such confidence. "Bah, so you are indeed master of Empty Hands Hou Yudao. You intruded upon our temple that night, and subsequently absconded with our treasured martial arts manual. I implore you to return it at once." Master Wu admonished, his expression revealing anger. Mirrored by the other monks of Shaolin. "Masters, be cautious. This man possesses exceptional agility. We must not allow him to escape," Ma Jingfeng warned, remaining vigilant while alerting the four great protectors. "Rest assured, Master Ma, I will not take this lightly concerning our temple's secret manual." Though he had not needed Ma Jingfeng's reminder, he was already on high alert. He had witnessed Hou Yudao's agility before, even when besieged by numerous Shaolin monks. He had managed to escape with ease. Thus, he dared not be careless now. As the crowd observed, many began to retreat from Wangyue Tower, fearing they might be caught in the impending conflict. Those who remained engaged in fervent discussions. "So that is master of Empty Hands Hou Yudao? He appears rather unremarkable. You don't understand, do you? Haven't you heard the saying, don't judge a book by its cover? Moreover, the Empty sect is a thieving sect. They naturally must blend in to avoid attracting attention." "Oh, that makes sense. I didn't expect Ma Jingfeng to identify master of Empty Hands so swiftly. He truly lives up to the reputation of the renowned constable. Indeed, the title of constable is not without merit. Anyone who commits a crime should be wary of attracting his attention, otherwise You're the one who get caught. I'm a law-abiding citizen and would never engage in wrongdoing. I trust you as far as I can throw you, Muji. We should leave. A fight is sure to break out here soon in the crowd. Wang Dehai sensed the escalating tension and grasped his daughter's hand, ready to depart. No. I want to stay and watch. Don't worry, father. They can't harm me. Wang Muji insisted, her face alight with anticipation. Wang Dehai pondered for a moment and, reassured by the presence of the four great protectors, decided to remain. The four great protectors of Shaolin had surrounded the elusive Hou Yudao, poised to strike at any moment. Hou Yudao finally ceased his laughter, stating calmly, "Now that the secret manual is in my possession, why would I willingly return it? If you have the ability, then reclaim it. If you fail, it merely means that master of empty hands Hou Yudao is superior." With that, Hou Yudao lightly sprang into action, swiftly leaping toward the window. Quick! Stop him. Do not let him escape through the window. Ma Jingfeng urged, hastening toward the window as well. Thief, do not flee. Master Wu swiftly executed a palm strike. The force aimed directly at Hou Yudao's back. Simultaneously, the remaining three protectors moved in unison, converging on him in a formation. Chapter 44. The robe exorcism technique. As the force of a palm strike was about to land on the back of the elusive Hou Yudao, he unexpectedly turned around and countered with a palm of his own, perfectly intersecting the incoming attack. The two palms met in midair, nullifying each other's energy. Utilizing the momentum from the opposing force, Hou Yudao swiftly changed direction and dashed once more towards the entrance of Wanhua Tower. This turn of events took everyone by surprise. The previous encirclement by the four great kings had been rendered ineffective, leaving them helplessly watching as he fled towards the entrance. However, Master Binhua remained unperturbed. Please, stop, he commanded, instantly casting his robe towards Hou Yudao. Huh? The robe exorcism technique? Hou Yudao exclaimed in shock upon hearing the sudden movement behind him. He dared not underestimate the situation. The robe exorcism technique was a unique and formidable skill from Shaolin Temple, renowned for its ability to subdue opponents through the masterful manipulation of internal energy via the robe. Little did he expect that Master Binhua, the foremost of the four great kings, not only possessed exceptional martial arts but also remarkable internal strength. Hou Yudao felt a mix of astonishment and admiration, realizing that the Shaolin monks were indeed formidable adversaries. Yet, this was not the time for awe. Seeing the robe descending upon him, he quickly unleashed another palm strike. In the next instant, he felt as though his palm had struck a mass of cotton. There was no resistance whatsoever. The area of the robe where he had hit concaved inward, yet the robe remained unscathed, continuing its approach to envelop him. Henceforth, this is troublesome, he thought, channeling all his energy into his lightness skill just in time to narrowly evade the attack. After this delay, the four great kings closed in on him once more, cornering him at the entrance of Wanhua Tower. Amitabha, Hou Yudao, if you do not surrender the sacred scriptures of our temple today, you shall not leave here unscathed. The most irritable of the four great kings bellowed, his temper flaring as he recalled how close they had come to letting Hou Yudao escape. Hou Yudao's expression shifted slightly. He had no time for retorts and instead gazed gravely at Master Binhua, the leader. Amitabha, the scriptures of our temple must not be lost. I implore you to return them, and I can assure you that if you do so, our temple will no longer pursue this matter. Master, this cannot be, exclaimed Ma Jingfeng, urgently interjecting. The elusive Hou Yudao is a wanted criminal by the court. How can we let him go so easily? He instinctively tightened his grip on the sword at his waist, his gaze fixed intently on the four great kings of Shaolin, a hint of scrutiny glimmering in his eyes. Although he understood that it was not the time for internal strife, the grave implications of letting a court fugitive go free weighed heavily on him. Seeing Ma Jingfeng's stance, Master Binhua found himself in a difficult position. Ma Jingfeng represented the six doors and the court, both of which were entities Shaolin could not afford to offend. Especially the latter, the temple would never dare to oppose the court. Yet, having spoken, he could not retract his words without losing credibility. Hou Yudao observed this exchange with keen interest, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. The entrance to Wanhua Tower lay just behind him. Once he stepped outside, he would be free to roam the streets, where the skies were high and the seas vast. At this moment, his only concern was Master Binhua's robe exorcism technique. Should he become ensnared by it, even he would find it difficult to escape. However, he felt little apprehension. While the empty-hand sect might lack in other abilities, their prowess in evasion was unparalleled in the martial world. Lightness skill was merely one of their assets. Amitabha. After a prolonged silence, Master Binhua uttered the phrase once more, this time imbued with a sense of resignation. Under Ma Jingfeng's scrutiny, he solemnly continued, Yesterday's actions lead to today's consequences. Hou Yudao, your past transgressions have brought you to the brink of despair. It is time to turn back before it is too late. Though a twinge of guilt flickered within him, it quickly solidified into resolve. The Buddha saves those with affinity. It seems you are not among them, Hou Yudao. Upon hearing this, Ma Jingfeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He gradually relaxed his grip on his sword, realizing that his palms had begun to sweat. Ha ha. Amidst the encirclement, Hou Yudao erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Even with a mask concealing his features, the mockery was palpable. The elusive Hou Yudao, facing imminent peril, why do you still laugh? Ma Jingfeng barked, attempting to disrupt Hou Yudao's mirth. Yet, the laughter continued unabated. This world of martial arts is indeed absurd. There are always those who presume they have everything under control, yet in his eyes, they are nothing more than a farce. Alas, the robe exorcism technique of Shaolin is truly remarkable, especially effective in subduing opponents. I wonder if this time, my adversary will succeed in escaping? Wang Muji mused quietly among the crowd. Intrigued by the peculiar martial arts, she replayed Master Binwu's earlier moves in her mind. She believed that had she been in his position, escape would have been impossible, despite the prowess of the Golden Blade sect. It remained but a second-rate faction in the martial world, lacking any unique techniques. The only skill they could showcase was the Golden Blade technique, a mere first-rate swordplay that paled in comparison to the more established sections. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in her mind, Wang Dehai expressed a hint of envy. Shaolin has always been revered as the foremost sect in the martial world, with a plethora of unique and diverse techniques. It's truly admirable. Wang Muji, upon hearing this, could only roll her eyes in silence. As they observed the incessantly laughing Hou Yudao, not only Ma Jingfeng and the monks from Shaolin were baffled. Even the onlookers were puzzled. What could the elusive Hou Yudao possibly find amusing? Did he realize that escape was impossible and had succumbed to madness? How could this be? With such an audacious demeanor, he must surely have some hidden card up his sleeve. A hidden card? What could possibly allow him to escape the encirclement of the four great kings of Shaolin? I believe the elusive Hou Yudao is simply overconfident, disregarding the might of the four great kings, and now he is facing the consequences. Indeed, had I stolen the sacred scriptures of Shaolin, I would have hidden away at the first opportunity, quietly honing my skills rather than attracting attention. Chapter 45, The Deadly Golden Wheel. As the crowd exchanged words, their gazes towards Hou Yudao gradually turned tinged with mockery. How can mere ants comprehend the demeanor of a sage? Hou Yudao finally ceased his laughter. Casting a disdainful glance at the surrounding onlookers, his heart ignited with anger. He then turned his attention back to Master Binwu, speaking in a grave tone. Do not presume that numbers will allow you to capture Mysterious Hand, Empty Hand Hou Yudao. Prepare yourself. As soon as his words fell, Hou Yudao raised his hand, summoning a golden wheel-shaped artifact. In the next moment, shimmering cold beams shot forth rapidly from the golden wheel. Clang. Ah. After a series of metallic clashes, a cacophony of screams erupted. The monks of Shaolin Temple and some curious onlookers had already collapsed, suffering heavy casualties. Only the four great guardians of Shaolin, masters of the formidable horizontal training technique, stood numbly in place. Taking advantage of the chaos, Hou Yudao moved swiftly, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. This is. Ma Jingfeng also fell to the ground, his body pierced by several leaf-shaped flying daggers. His expression one of disbelief as he exclaimed, "Is this the long-lost secret weapon of the Tang sect from Shu, the deadly golden wheel?" He gazed in a daze at the bloodied daggers embedded in him, his mind a tumultuous storm. The deadly golden wheel? Master Binwu, standing beside him, was equally stunned, beginning to recall the golden wheel-shaped artifact displayed by Hou Yudao, which indeed bore a striking resemblance to the legendary secret weapon of the Tang sect. Hadn't the deadly golden wheel been lost to history? How could it possibly reappear in the hands of Mysterious Hand, Empty Hand Hou Yudao? Master Binwu instinctively voiced his thoughts, then reconsidered. Hou Yudao was the current heir of the Empty Hand sect, so it was plausible he possessed the deadly golden wheel. This implied that the deadly golden wheel had originally been stolen from the Tang sect by the Empty Hand sect. Ma Jingfeng withdrew a bloodied flying dagger from his body, relieved to see that the daggers were not poisoned. Otherwise, he cast a glance at the injured masters and the fallen monks around him, his heart heavy with lament. The thief had escaped, still wielding the deadly weapon. He pondered what should be done next. Ma Jingfeng was not concerned about tracking down Hou Yudao. Rather, he feared how to apprehend him once he was found. The Shaolin masters fell into silence, equally troubled by the situation. Outside, Wang Dehui and Wang Muji, standing at a distance, had not been affected by the flying daggers. Yet, they too were gripped by fear. The speed at which the deadly golden wheel launched its daggers was astonishing, nearly surpassing the reaction time of the crowd. Only Ma Jingfeng instinctively twisted his body to evade a fatal blow. Muji, the matter here is concluded. Let us return quickly, Wang Dehui said, still shaken. Wang Muji nodded, rising to follow his father. The once lively Wang Wei building had fallen silent, with only the occasional moans of the injured breaking the stillness. Ba, Master Ma. Allow me to attend to your wounds. Master Binwu approached Ma Jingfeng, swiftly applying pressure to several acupoints before extracting the remaining 3 daggers. Master Binwu hastened to apply medicine to Master Ma. He instructed his companion, then proceeded to tend to the injured Shaolin disciples and onlookers. Sadly, some had sustained fatal injuries and were beyond help. Ba. News of the deadly golden wheel resurfacing swiftly spread throughout Luoyang, sending shockwaves through the martial world. The deadly golden wheel? Was it not the long-lost secret weapon of the Tang sect from Shu? It was said that the Tang sect had once dominated the region with this unique weapon, suppressing the Yimei and Qi-Qing sword sects. Now, it had reemerged? Indeed. The 4 great guardians of Shaolin and their disciples had surrounded mysterious hand, Empty Hand Ho Yu Dao, only to be taken by surprise when he unleashed this hidden weapon, causing them to fall en masse. SSS. Does this not render Mysterious Hand, Empty Hand Ho Yuao invincible? With the deadly golden wheel in his possession, who in the martial world could hope to capture him? Invincible? Not quite. Let us not forget the presence of the 3 grandmasters, one of whom is still at Shaolin. Hadn't the 3 grandmasters long since withdrawn from worldly affairs? Might they emerge for this matter? While it is uncertain for the other 2. The Shaolin master may indeed take action, especially given the stakes involved. In Luoyang, at the Yulei Kexian Inn, in a private room, the 4 great guardians of Shaolin sat cross-legged, while Ma Jingfeng occupied the lone table. Masters, with Ho Yu Dao now wielding the deadly golden wheel. Capturing him will be a formidable challenge. I intend to return to the 6 doors for assistance. What are your plans? Ma Jingfeng spoke first. Well aware that even if he sought help, the support from 6 doors would be limited. As the chief investigator, he was only subordinate to the head of 6 doors, who remained at headquarters and could not possibly come to his aid. However, he harbored no expectation of summoning the head. Even having a gold medal officer assist him would suffice. Amipa, I too intend to write to the abbot of our temple, as a martial assembly may be convened to jointly apprehend this rogue. Master Benwu responded. A martial assembly? Ma Jingfeng was taken aback, then felt a surge of hope. Convening such an assembly was indeed a commendable strategy. If they could not apprehend the thief, the martial world would surely remain unsettled. He surmised their intentions were to prevent Ho Yu Dao from further plundering their temple's treasures, knowing well that no martial sect harbored fondness for the Empty Hand sect. Moreover, uniting the strength of various sects would enhance their chances against Ho Yu Dao. After a thorough discussion, Ma Jingfeng spoke again. I shall take my leave, esteemed masters. Farewell. Amiba. May your journey be smooth, Master Ma. Chapter 46, The Qualities of a Master Mount Hua, Jianghu Hall. At the summit, ethereal purple mist envelopes the area, nurturing the lofty spirit of the protagonist. Zhuo Buer, wielding a longsword, displays a somewhat sinister demeanor as he violently chops at an ancient tree in the courtyard, sending branches and leaves flying until the tree stands bare. He then discards his sword and delivers a heavy palm strike against the trunk. A surge of purple mist rises, and the bark of the old tree cracks under the force of his blow. Observing this, Zhuo Buer feels a sense of relief. Ever since his failed ambush on the wicked swordsman, which led to his disgrace as the shame of Mount Hua, he has been confined by his father, the sect leader, to this hall for contemplation and cultivation. Despite being regarded as a disgrace by the martial world, he retains his title as the senior disciple of the Hua Mountain Sword sect. Initially, he experienced a period of anxiety, but it has since been replaced by a deep-seated resentment. His list of grievances is long. First, the wicked swordsman. Next, the owner of Mingjin Villa, Gu Luming. And then the chief elder of the Hua Mountain Sword sect, alongside his numerous disciples. The Hua Mountain Sword sect boasts 9 elders, divided primarily into 2 factions, the conservative faction led by the chief elder, advocating adherence to tradition and gradual development, and the radical faction led by the 2nd and 3rd elders, fervently supporting the sect leader's ambitions to eclipse the Shaolin Temple and establish the Hua Mountain Sword sect as the preeminent martial faction in the world. As the Hua Mountain Sword sect has grown stronger in recent years, it seemed poised to overshadow the Shaolin Temple, with the radicals gaining the upper hand. However, following the unexpected demise of the third elder, Xie Fengjian, Zhuobuer's reputation plummeted, and he became the subject of scorn, causing the radicals' momentum to falter, struggling to contain the conservatives. During this time, disciples of the radical faction have mocked him behind his back, frequently suggesting to the sect leader that his title be revoked, which has only deepened his resentment. In this context, although Zhuo Qingyun, the sect leader, has suppressed the matter, he has had no choice but to place Zhuobuo in this hall for self-cultivation. Zhuo Qingyun, with his jade-like complexion and dark beard, bears a striking resemblance to Zhuobuo, suggesting he was once a figure of remarkable charisma in his youth. As he steps into the hall, his eyes immediately fall upon the disarray caused by Zhuobuo. Alas, Buer, how have I taught you? You must always maintain your calm, with a tranquil heart. All else will fall into place. Zhuobuo, upon hearing this, quickly composes himself, albeit with a hint of gloom in his expression. Father, I can hardly endure it. Haven't you heard how they speak of me behind my back? They label me the disgrace of Mount Hua. It's utterly preposterous. Humph. Zhuo Qingyun huffs heavily. Is it those old fogies again? Clinging to their antiquated morals, they fail to realize that in the martial world, the victor is king. Even he, known for his exceptional skills in nurturing one's spirit, cannot conceal his darkened expression. Perhaps due to the matter concerning his only son, he attempts to reassure him, saying, Buer, do not dwell too much on the present. Only those who laugh last are true victors. Though your strength may not yet match that of the wicked swordsman, I believe that one day you will surpass him, for you possess the innate qualities of a master. The qualities of a master? Zhuobuo murmurs. This is not the first time he has heard his father say such words. In the past, he regarded them as mere flattery. Yet now, a flicker of doubt arises within him. Could he truly become a master in the future? Seeing his son's troubled expression, Zhuo Qingyun realizes the cracks in his mindset. He feels a burning hatred, wishing he could swiftly eliminate the wicked swordsman. He knows he possesses the ability, yet he is restrained, at least for now. Once the mind has been fractured, mending it requires confronting the root of the turmoil. What is Zhuobuo's turmoil? Undoubtedly, it is the wicked swordsman. Only by defeating him can Zhuobuo restore his inner peace. Therefore, the wicked swordsman must not die, at least not yet. Buo, our sect's ultimate technique, innate purple qi, is the most authentic Taoist practice, deeply emphasizing innate talent. You, at such a young age, have already cultivated this technique to the level of mastery. Such talent is destined to lead you to become a master. Zhuo Qingyun offers further solace. His words are not empty comfort. In terms of innate talent, Zhuobuo stands among the finest of Hua Mountain's disciples throughout history. At Zhuo Qingyun's age, he had barely reached the foundational level of internal cultivation, while Zhuobuo has far surpassed that. It is indeed fortunate for Zhuobuo to have a father who is the sect leader of Hua Mountain. Many martial artists yearn for such renowned techniques, but for him, they are easily within reach. Upon hearing this, Zhuobuo's spirits begin to lift. You are right. Only those who laugh last are the true victors. I will certainly become a master. When that time comes, what will the wicked swordsman amount to? Defeating him will be a mere formality. Seeing his son regain his confidence, Zhuo Qingyun feels a wave of relief wash over him. Excellent. It is wonderful that you think this way. In a few days, the Shaolin Temple will hold a martial assembly in Luoyang. You shall accompany Elder 8. Remember, be sure to listen carefully to Elder 8 during this trip. He is wise and possesses profound experience in the martial world. Seeking his counsel is always prudent. Zhuobuo, filled with delight, exclaims, Father, you need not worry. I will certainly heed Elder 8's words. In truth, he has now become the shame of Mount Hua, and few within the Hua Mountain Sword sect pay him any mind. Yet, Elder 8 is known for his tendency to lecture the younger disciples, and he fears that he will not escape a barrage of admonishments this time around. Chapter 47. The Tang Sect of Shu in a Nondescript Residence in Shu. The unremarkable exterior belies its significance as the headquarters of one of the two renowned assassin organizations in the martial world, the Tang Sect of Shu. When the name Tang Sect of Shu is mentioned, the most profound impression it leaves on the people of the martial world is its array of extraordinary and potent concealed weapons, particularly its legendary unique weapon, the life-stealing Golden Wheel. Regrettably, this unique weapon has long since been lost to the martial world, which has contributed to the Tang Sect's decline from its former position as the foremost assassin organization. The two leading assassin organizations in the martial world are the Tang Sect of Shu and the Blood-Clothed Tower, with the latter reigning supreme. These two organizations coexist in the martial world, situated at opposite ends of the realm, each refraining from encroaching upon the other's territory. At this moment, Within the silent residence, several masked men clad in black stood motionless, the entire room enveloped in an eerie stillness that even silenced their breathing. After a considerable time, a shadow suddenly flitted into the room, a figure cloaked in darkness. In an instant, a black-clad man with a ghostly mask appeared before the gathered individuals. "Ghostface, you are late," exclaimed a leader, a man donning a fox mask, his voice grave yet unperturbed, as if he had been awaiting Ghostface's arrival all along. "Apologies, Elder. I had a tail following me and it took some time to deal with them on the way here," Ghostface replied, his tone equally somber and devoid of inflection. His icy demeanor palpable even behind the mask. The Elder merely nodded in acknowledgement, showing no surprise, as if he had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Ghostface, the Tang sect's premier assassin, had successfully eliminated 37 elite martial artists since his debut, earning the title of the Tang sect's #1 killer. Thus, the Elder felt no doubt regarding Ghostface's ability to handle the pursuers. He furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Are the hounds of the Six Gates still on your trail?" "No worries, they are but a few insignificant mice," Ghostface replied nonchalantly, his voice unwavering. "Enough of this idle chatter. Recently, our unique weapon, the life-stealing golden wheel, has resurfaced in the martial world, reportedly in the hands of the current heir of the Kong sect." Upon hearing this, despite the weight of the news, none among them appeared surprised. It was evident that they had all been informed prior. The Elder paused for a moment before continuing, "The life-stealing golden wheel is our sect's unique weapon, and we must mobilize the entire Tang sect to retrieve it." With an air of authority, the Elder cast his gaze across the group. "You are all the most outstanding disciples of our generation, the strongest gold medal assassins in our sect. Whoever can bring back the golden wheel will be granted the position of Elder in the Tang sect." As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Ghostface. "Among this generation, you are the one I hold in the highest regard. I hope you will not disappoint me." At the Elder's words, everyone turned their attention toward Ghostface, who could not suppress his astonishment. "The position of Elder?" he exclaimed, his tone revealing a hint of surprise for the first time. His astonishment was warranted, for the Tang sect operates without a sect leader or a family head. All decisions are made by the three elders, with the Elder's authority equating to that of a sect leader. Currently, besides the Elder, the second Elder was too advanced in years to involve himself in sect affairs, and the position of the third Elder had remained vacant. The Elder's implication was clear. He intended to bestow the third Elder's position upon Ghostface. Realizing this, even the typically aloof Ghostface could not help but show his surprise. The Tang sect is not merely an assassin organization. It also operates as a familial entity within the martial world. Thus, Ghostface's sense of belonging to the Tang sect is undoubtedly stronger than that of an ordinary disciple. "I vow to fulfill the Elder's command," Ghostface assured, a hint of excitement in his demeanor as he nodded earnestly. The other disciples exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts, yet all wore expressions of enthusiasm. The Elder observed this with keen eyes, silently watching the unfolding dynamics. After a brief interval, several figures departed, leaving the residence once again steeped in profound silence and almost deathly stillness. Once Ghostface had left, he swiftly traversed a narrow alleyway, emerging onto a bustling street. At this moment, the ghostly mask had vanished, replaced by a wide-brimmed hat pulled low, obscuring his features. With the mask removed, Ghostface felt a slight sense of relief. While donning the mask, he was a killer, ever vigilant and composed. But without it, he allowed himself a measure of relaxation. Assassins are still human. No one wishes to remain a cold, unfeeling machine. Each time he sheds the mask, Ghostface experiences an indescribable lightness, as if momentarily unshackled from his burdens. Akin to embracing a beloved, evoking a long-lost sense of freedom. Yet this reprieve was fleeting, as he soon sensed he was being followed. Was it again those pesky hounds from the Six Gates? He instinctively lowered the brim of his hat and swiftly turned into a side alley. As the pursuer entered the alley, they were met face-to-face with Ghostface, who had deliberately awaited their arrival. "Who are you? Hedgehog? Why are you following me?" Ghostface exclaimed, genuine surprise evident in his eyes as he recognized the figure before him, the very hedgehog from whom he had just parted moments ago. "Indeed, it is I. I came specifically to find you," Hedgehog replied, having removed his mask and hat, revealing his youthful and strikingly handsome visage, which still bore traces of boyishness. His smile was so disarming that he hardly resembled a person of the martial world, let alone a killer from the Tang sect. Chapter 48. The situation in Luoyang. Upon recognizing the true identity of the newcomer, the Ghostface suddenly relaxed. "Speak, what brings you here?" he inquired in a surprisingly casual tone. Unknown to many, within the Tang sect, he shared an exceptionally close bond with this individual. Not merely due to their familial ties as cousins, but because they had been the best of friends since childhood. In fact, disciples of the Tang sect often had some degree of kinship, with numerous cousins and distant relatives among them. Yet, Ghostface had only this one friend. A successful assassin requires no companions, nor can they afford to have friends. Within the Tang sect, family reigns supreme. This is the principle instilled in them since their youth. Thus, he and his friend had kept their camaraderie hidden, safeguarding one another's interests. They exchanged knowing smiles, their understanding transcending words. Be cautious of the Golden Snake. He has always resented your position as the foremost assassin of the Tang sect. This mission concerns the Elder's position, and he will undoubtedly seek to undermine you from the shadows. The Porcupine warned earnestly, which was the very reason he had come along. Golden Snake? Humph. He is but a scheming little man. Ghostface scoffed in response. His snake blood darts rank last among the 12 hidden weapons of the Tang sect, possessing only mediocre power. The only aspect that incites fear is the snake venom smeared upon them. Rest assured, with my agility and skill, it is impossible for me to fall prey to his darts. He dismissed the threat entirely, but to alleviate his only friend's concerns, he added earnestly, "Thank you for the warning. Now that I am alert, I shall not be ensnared by him. Just keep that in mind, and prioritize your safety," the Porcupine reiterated. Unable to resist another caution, in the alley, Ghostface took one last glance at his friend before turning to depart. The Porcupine also discreetly headed in the opposite direction. In the western market of Luoyang, within a humble dwelling, Hou Yu Dao toyed with a golden wheel-like object. Had a disciple of the Tang sect been present, they would have recognized it as the infamous Death Wheel, an exclusive hidden weapon of the Tang sect. At this moment, the Death Wheel had been replenished with a series of willow leaf-shaped flying daggers, ready to unleash devastation once activated. Many in the martial world had already witnessed its formidable power, with numerous lives claimed by its deadly daggers. However, what most were unaware of was that the true strength of the Death Wheel did not lie in the daggers themselves, but in the wheel as a whole. Those daggers were merely ordinary iron blades, easily forged by any local blacksmith. Currently, Hou Yu Dao was prepared with hundreds of these willow leaf daggers for immediate replenishment. The Death Wheel contained a total of 108 daggers. Once activated, all could be shot simultaneously or in rapid succession. Faced with such a lethal weapon, even the most skilled martial artists would find themselves as helpless as an ordinary person. With such a supreme weapon at his disposal, Hou Yu Dao felt no trepidation, even upon learning that Shaolin Temple was preparing to convene a martial assembly against him. He remained unfazed in Luoyang, showing no inclination to flee. Let them stir up a ruckus. The more chaotic, the better. Ideally, it should reach a level where the entire martial world is aware, he mused confidently. For he believed that only in such turmoil could he solidify his title as the foremost thief. The thought brought him immense solace as he began to envision a future where, after this matter concluded, he would head south to Suzhou and Hangzhou, living as a wealthy gentleman. A month later, at the Golden Saber sect. Early in the morning, Wang Dahai rarely led the disciples in practicing sword techniques in the courtyard. When he abstained from alcohol and hangovers, he appeared quite earnest. In fact, for the past month, he had indulged sparingly, if at all. The influx of martial artists into Luoyang had increased, once again turning the city into the focal point of attention in the martial world. Unlike the previous gathering at the Mingjin Mountain Villa, this time, the Shaolin Temple was set to hold an assembly in Luoyang. During this period, numerous martial artists had entered the city, and the major inns were once again filled to capacity. Particularly, the largest inn, the Yueli Inn, had been completely booked by a significant figure early in the morning. In light of this situation, the old sect master promptly summoned all disciples back and strictly ordered everyone, including the young sect master, to refrain from going out unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing this news, Wang Dahai muttered a few complaints internally, yet he adhered strictly to the old sect master's commands. Though he often appeared carefree and unruly, he could discern the gravity of matters when it counted. While the Golden Saber sect ranked as a second-tier force in Luoyang, its foundation was ultimately insufficient, relying heavily on the old sect master's former reputation. Otherwise, with his status as a second-tier martial artist, he would struggle to make a mark in the martial realm. Also confined was the ever-enthusiastic Wang Muji, who was thus compelled to spend extra time with his beloved daughter. Time had flown, and his daughter had blossomed into a young woman of 18. He found himself contemplating whether it was time to consider her future prospects in marriage. However, among the young talents in Luoyang, very few caught his eye. One such individual was the young master of the Mingjin Mountain Villa, Gu Jinlai, whom he had seen several times. The young man was quite handsome, and it was said his family's internal skills had reached minor proficiency, placing him on par with Wang Dahai. Moreover, the Mingjian mountain villa traditionally practiced lineage continuity, making him a suitable match. Yet, even he fell short of Wang Dahai's expectations. Another candidate was Yu Yingjia, the legitimate son of the Yu family in Luoyang. But he had recently perished at the hands of the evil swordsman. Logically, given that his daughter was esteemed as one of the four great beauties of the martial world, the ideal match would be the foremost of the four heroes, the Cloud Sword Masters Rubai. However, the latter's poor character had led to his disgrace, rendering him a figure of ridicule in the martial community. Wang Dahai shook his head slightly, feeling a wave of distress. Having an exceptionally talented daughter was, in itself, a burden. In truth, he already had a satisfactory candidate in mind, Ouyang Yu, the renowned scholar from the Ouyang family in East Luoyang. Ouyang Yu was celebrated for his intellect, having recognized characters at the age of 3, studied literature at 5, and achieved the status of a scholar by 13. It was rumored that the prefect of Luoyang had predicted he would surely achieve fame before turning 30. Such words from the prefect held considerable weight, and all scholars in Luoyang respected him. Consequently, Ouyang Yu's reputation as a talented scholar spread throughout the city. In terms of talent, Ouyang Yu was a worthy match for his daughter. The only uncertainty was whether Ouyang's family would disdain their connections to the martial world. Wang Dahai repeatedly hesitated in his thoughts, daring only to entertain this notion in the confines of his mind. Chapter 49. The Happy and How Dull. Grandfather is truly intolerable. He won't allow me to go out and play. In her chamber, Wang Muji rested her chin on her hands, her face marred by a frown. Miss, it is getting late. Aren't we practicing needlework today? The maid, Xiao Hong, gently reminded her. At this, Wang Muji could not help but glance out the window. The sun shone brightly outside, its rays glaring, indicating that midday was approaching. Needlework is uninteresting. I shall go practice my swordplay instead, Wang Muji resolutely declined. Initially, she had been quite enthusiastic about needlework, thinking that if she crafted a splendid coat for her grandfather, he might be pleased enough to allow her some leisure. However, after just 2 days, her patience had waned completely. She had always been a lively spirit, and sitting quietly to engage in needlework felt like a torment. Compared to needlework, she would much rather devote her time to honing her swordsmanship. But without bringing joy to her grandfather, her chances of venturing outside were even slimmer. Contemplating this, Wang Muji felt increasingly despondent. If only I could be like Sister Lu, freely practicing swordplay and adventuring through the martial world. Hearing this, Xiao Hong couldn't help but interject. Miss need not be troubled. I have heard that Miss Lu envies you. Envies me? What could she possibly envy? Wang Muji asked, intrigued. She envies that you have a happy family, that you are cherished by many, and can live without a care in the world, Xiao Hong replied earnestly. In truth, Xiao Hong secretly harbored her own envy. Compared to the average person, Miss was undoubtedly much happier. Countless individuals, like herself, looked upon Miss with admiration. She had heard the Buddhist saying, life is impermanent, and there is a next life. If indeed there is a next life, she vowed to do more good deeds in this one, hoping to be reborn as someone as fortunate as Mississippi. Noticing Xiao Hong's somber demeanor, Wang Muji momentarily forgot her own troubles. Indeed, if she envied Sister Lu, Xiao Hong must also harbor some envy toward her. Reflecting on Xiao Hong's pitiful background, having been sold by her parents to a wealthy family and enduring many hardships before arriving at the Golden Blade sect, Wang Muji recognized her own fortune. Xiao Hong, why don't you join me in practicing swordplay? That way, you won't have to fear being bullied anymore. Miss, that might not be appropriate. I would rather continue with needlework. I am not skilled with weapons. Xiao Hong shook her head, declining the offer. Practicing martial arts is quite costly. Such aspirations were beyond her reach. Well, it's true that your hands are deft. Your needlework is far more exquisite than mine, Wang Muji said. A hint of disappointment in her tone, yet quickly shifted to admiration. Miss, your hands are quite adept as well. Your swordsmanship is swift and beautiful, if you focused. Your needlework could also be splendid, Xiao Hong encouraged. Wang Muji felt a surge of pride at her words. Indeed, I believe my swordplay is quite impressive, unlike the cumbersome and clumsy knife techniques. As she spoke of swordsmanship, she couldn't help but demonstrate with her hands. Xiao Hong watched in awe. She didn't understand martial arts, but found Miss S' movements graceful, akin to a dance. With such elegance, surely Miss S' swordplay must be formidable. In the bustling western market of Luoyang, the Happy Inn stood out. As a multitude of martial artists flooded into the city, every inn in Luoyang had become overcrowded, with rooms in high demand. However, the Happy Inn, renowned as the largest and most famous in the city, was an exception. Rumor had it that over a month ago, a certain influential figure had reserved the entire establishment. This information proved accurate, for in stark contrast to the clamor of other inns, the Happy Inn appeared particularly desolate. From a distance, the lively main street revealed a striking calmness where the Happy Inn was located. Upon approaching, one could easily spot a fully booked sign at the entrance. Peering through the slightly ajar door, one could see the innkeeper lazily sprawled over the counter, his eyelids drooping, as if he were on the verge of succumbing to slumber. "Hey, you there. Bring us some wine so we can quench our thirst." A booming voice approached, and with a loud thud, the door was kicked open. "Who is it? Can't you see the fully booked sign?" The innkeeper groaned in annoyance, but upon spotting several officials dressed in constable attire, his demeanor transformed instantly as he hurried to greet them with a smile. As the old adage goes, commoners should not provoke officials. Though these were merely a few lowly constables, the innkeeper was required to tread carefully. If he offended them, who could say whether the inn would remain in business? "Here is the finest liquor for you, esteemed sirs. Please enjoy. Is there anything else you require?" The innkeeper swiftly brought the drinks and inquired with a grin. "That'll do. You may leave now." The lead constable, a middle-aged man, waved his hand to dismiss the innkeeper and poured drinks for his companions. "Come, brothers. Let us toast to a drink and wet our throats." With a satisfying gulp of strong liquor, the middle-aged constable exclaimed, "Ah, what a relief. Curse that master of empty hands Ho Yu Dao. Why did he have to come to our Luoyang? It has caused us endless trouble. Indeed, that esteemed constable is truly unreasonable, forcing us to inspect every inn and tavern in the city daily. Do they truly believe such actions will lead us to master of empty hands Ho Yu Dao?" Another middle-aged constable chimed in with frustration. "Old Lu is correct. I suspect master of empty hands has already fled Luoyang. Who would be foolish enough to remain in the city waiting to be captured? If it were me, I would escape the moment I could. Once outside Luoyang, the sky is vast, and the ocean wide. No one could catch me then," spoke a younger constable, his impatience evident after days of relentless searching. "Xiaohu, cease your foolishness." The lead constable interjected sharply, casting a wary glance around to ensure no eavesdroppers were present before relaxing. "Do you all wish to lose your jobs? Such talk is reckless." He then turned to the older constable, Old Lu, reprovingly. "Old Lu, you should know better. Xiaohu is young and naive, but you should be more prudent. Speaking ill of superiors is a grave offense. Do you all wish to be dismissed?" "Captain Zhao, do not be overly anxious. I see there are no outsiders here," Old Lu stammered, feeling somewhat guilty, yet unable to resist a defensive retort. Chapter 50, The Blood-Handed Killer, Luo Xingfeng. "Old Lu, you." Sigh. Captain Zhao let out a helpless sigh, and then solemnly addressed the group. "From now on, such words should not be spoken, even in the absence of outsiders. Understood? Got it," came the chorus of replies. Upon hearing their responses, Captain Zhao nodded with slight satisfaction and then turned to the youngest among them, Xiaowu, instructing, "All right, we've had our drinks. It's time to get down to business. Xiaowu, go and call the waiter over for some inquiries." "Understood, Captain Zhao." The young constable surnamed Wu promptly replied, hurrying towards the counter and shouting, "Waiter, come here quickly. I have some questions for you." Several officials had just entered the establishment, and the waiter, ever vigilant, rushed over with a smile upon hearing the call. "Esteemed official, how may I assist you?" Seeing the waiter approach promptly, the young constable Wu nodded in satisfaction and asked, "As per our usual practice, have you seen any suspicious individuals visiting the inn recently?" "Esteemed official, who in Luoyang doesn't he know that this inn has been fully booked since early morning? The fully booked sign has been hanging at the entrance, so any outsiders seeing it would surely turn away to find another inn." The waiter replied with a forced smile, his meaning quite clear. Hearing this, Constable Wu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He continued, "All right, if you encounter any suspicious individuals in the future, report to the Yamen immediately. You know the consequences if you dare to withhold information, right? Rest assured, esteemed official, I will report to the Yamen at the first opportunity. I wouldn't dare to conceal anything," the waiter assured hastily. "You wouldn't dare. Now, you're free to go." Constable Wu waved the waiter away and turned back to Captain Zhao. "All right, we've finished here. Let us move on to the next place. Brothers, let us go." The group followed Captain Zhao out of the Yulian, and the waiter hurriedly ran out after them. "Esteemed officials, take care." In truth, he longed to inquire about the payment for their drinks but ultimately refrained from speaking up. What nonsense. Just a bunch of mere constables. Once they were out of earshot, the waiter muttered disdainfully under his breath, his voice barely audible, even quieter than the sound of him wiping the table. "What bad luck." A jug of fine liquor costs 300 won, equivalent to several days of my wages. Without this money, the manager would definitely deduct it from my pay, making my efforts worthless for days. Just the thought of the manager's harsh demeanor made the waiter feel miserable. He had hoped that with the inn being fully booked, he could have a more leisurely month, but instead, he would rather work a little harder than to toil for nothing. Hearing the constables mention that they would return in a few days made him panic. No, if that's the case, I'll be working for nothing this month. Perhaps next time, I'll just serve them some cheap liquor. A large jar costs only a few won. A group of constables patrolled along the main street and soon arrived at the central establishment, Jianghu Tower. Captain Zhao glanced at the sky and said nonchalantly, "It's getting late. Let us go in and have lunch." Upon hearing this, the group felt a surge of joy. Dining at Jianghu Tower was a delightful prospect, especially since they were on official duty, and all expenses could be charged to the public account, though they claimed it was on the public account. The Yamen had never settled any bills, and the shopkeepers dared not demand payment. This arrangement effectively equated to free meals and drinks, a sort of invisible perk for the constables that everyone tacitly accepted. Even if the shopkeepers harbored grievances, they could only accept it helplessly. The group strode confidently into Jianghu Tower, which was bustling with activity, but the atmosphere quieted significantly upon their entrance. The patrons, though not fearful of the constables, instinctively lowered their voices, creating an oddly silent ambience. Many eyes furtively glanced at the newcomers, and the scene descended into an unusual stillness. As midday approached, there were no empty tables left within Jianghu Tower. Captain Zhao, with an unruffled demeanor, led his companions to a table occupied by a single patron. "Good sir, would you mind sharing your table with us?" "Oh, not at all. I've just finished eating. Please, esteemed officials, take a seat," the patron replied nervously, quickly vacating his spot. Captain Zhao noted the uneaten dishes on the table and smiled faintly. The young constable Wu, seated behind him, displayed delight and promptly called out, "Waiter, bring us some wine." After several rounds of drinks and dishes, the youngest constable, Wu, was about to raise a toast to Captain Zhao in gratitude for his past kindness when he noticed that Captain Zhao was intently staring at a particular spot ahead. Following Captain Zhao's gaze, Wu's heart skipped a beat as he exclaimed inwardly, "Is that the blood-handed killer Luo Xingfeng?" Before him stood a burly man, raising a cup and a hearty drink, unconcerned as the liquor splashed onto his beard. Towering at 8 feet tall, he was robustly built, with thick brows that resembled wolf hairs. Upon recognizing the figure, Constable Wu instinctively set down his cup, his right hand moving to rest on the hilt of his long knife. Beside him, Constable Lu was the first to notice Wu's unusual reaction, and he too spotted the infamous Luo Xingfeng in the crowd. He quickly alerted the others, causing the group to collectively gasp in shock. "See, Captain, it is blood-handed killer Luo Xingfeng. What should we do? Should we confront him?" Another constable asked, visibly trembling, his fear evident. The others shared in this trepidation. They understood that Luo was not only notorious for his brutality but was also an unparalleled master of martial arts. Even if they gathered all the constables in Luoyang, it would be a daunting task to apprehend him. With their limited numbers, confronting him would be akin to courting death. The group turned to Captain Zhao, some of the younger constables scarcely daring to look at the infamous killer any longer. "Stay calm, everyone. Do not move. Shall we hurry and inform the divine constable?" Captain Zhao lowered his head, no longer looking at Luo, signaling the others to remain composed. He resumed drinking, feigning ignorance of Luo's identity. Chapter 51. The Clear Windsword. Sui on the other side, the notorious blood-hand butcher, Luo Xingfeng, had already noticed the group of constables approaching. The officers, clad in their uniforms, swaggered into the Wangyue building, drawing the attention of all present. Only a blind person could have overlooked them. However, Luo Xingfeng was far from blind. In fact, his vision was exceptional, surpassing that of anyone else in the vicinity. He could distinctly see the numerous wrinkles etched upon the face of the oldest constable among them. Not only did he possess keen sight, but his strength also far exceeded that of the gathered crowd. Known as the Bloodhand Butcher, Luo Xingfeng held the 39th position on the Jianghu Masters list, a testament to his formidable prowess. Such might render him nearly untouchable, even if the entire city's constabulary were to conspire against him. This was the most straightforward explanation for why he had remained at large despite being the #1 wanted criminal of the court. Despite this, he maintained a notably low profile in his daily activities. He was acutely aware that the imperial court was rife with hidden talents and formidable figures. One should never underestimate the capabilities of the court. Setting aside the enigmatic Jianghu, The six doors, which served to counterbalance the forces of the Jianghu, was not to be taken lightly. Within the six doors, aside from the various gold badge captains from different locales, lay the illustrious four great captains, all of whom were first-rate experts in the Jianghu, each possessing unique skills that could easily outmatch conventional masters. Yet, even these formidable captains paled in comparison to the chief captain of the six doors, the cold-faced divine eagle, Jianghu, one of the three greatest masters in the world. The mere thought of this name sent a shiver of dread coursing through Luo Xingfeng's veins. During his visit to Luoyang, Luo Xingfeng had, as per usual, acted discreetly, drawing no attention from anyone. He had successfully evaded the notice of the six doors and remained under the radar of the various powerful factions in the Jianghu. However, it was truly unfortunate that he had encountered a team of constables today, and it appeared they had recognized him. A most inauspicious beginning. With the death-defying flying wheel resurfacing in the Jianghu, it had stirred considerable commotion. He had been dispatched on a mission to clandestinely seize this artifact. Now, it seemed that this ambition was no longer feasible. What a stroke of ill fortune. Waiter, the bill. Luo Xingfeng drained his goblet of fine wine, tossed a couple of silver coins onto the table, and rose to depart. Captain, they're leaving. Should we pursue? The previously terrified constable pointed nervously at the departing figure. Pursue? Who will go? You or I? Captain Zhao remained seated, casting a sidelong glance at the anxious constable, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The demon had left, thank goodness. With his departure, all was well. Had he stayed, matters would have been complicated. The other constables exchanged glances, remaining silent, while the oldest constable opposite them showed no surprise and continued sipping his drink nonchalantly. A few days later, at the Yu residence in Luoyang. Today, the doors of the Yu residence swung wide open as the head of the Yu family personally stepped out to welcome esteemed guests. Soon, the four great arhats of Shaolin Temple, accompanied by a throng of disciples, arrived. Masters, what a pleasure. Please, come inside. Yu Zhenkong hurried forward, extending a courteous invitation to the Shaolin entourage, his face adorned with a smile that belied the recent tragedy of his son's death. In truth, over a month prior, when the four great arhats had announced their intention to convene a Jianghu assembly, Yu Zhenkong had already conceived a plan. If a Jianghu assembly was to be held, why not host it at the Yu residence? After all, the Yu family was one of the foremost Jianghu clans in Luoyang, and as local power brokers, they were naturally entitled to take the lead. Moreover, with the participation of the Huashan sword sect, Yu Zhenkong, still reeling from the loss of his son, was eager for revenge against them and would not miss this opportunity. While the Yu family might not be capable of inflicting significant harm, even a minor inconvenience to their adversaries would be worth his while. Thus, over a month ago, he had reserved the entire Yueli Inn and had actively sought out Master Benwu, the leader of the four great arhats, ultimately persuading him to select the Yu residence as the venue for the Jianghu assembly. Amipa, Master Yu, you are too gracious. We are grateful for your hospitality during our stay. Master Benwu bowed respectfully as he followed the Yu family head into the residence. No need for such formality, Master. The assembly concerns the entirety of the Jianghu, and as a participant, the Yu family naturally wishes to contribute, Yu Zhenkong replied humbly as he led the way. The Yu residence was expansive, with no fewer than a dozen guest rooms. After ensuring the comfort of the Shaolin disciples, a steward hurried over and whispered some information into Yu Zhenkong's ear. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Yu Zhenkong's eyes before he resumed his smile, saying, Masters, please rest for a moment. The people from the Huashan sword sect have arrived. I must excuse myself for the time being. Of course, Master Yu. The 8 elders of the Huashan sword sect, known in the Jianghu as the Clearwind sword, Sui. Upon returning to the entrance, Yu Zhenkong immediately recognized that the leader of the Huashan contingent was indeed the 8th elder of the sect, though not particularly renowned within Huashan. Sui's reputation in the Jianghu was modest at best. His recognition stemmed from Yu Zhenkong's prior collection of intelligence on all mid to high-ranking members of the Huashan sect. As for his strength, Yu Zhenkong had scant information, only knowing that he was an elite master, albeit slightly inferior to the previously noted returning wind sword Xiaobai. Dressed in a blue long robe and wielding a long sword, Sui bore a mature demeanor, exuding an air of composure. However, Yu Zhenkong's attention was swiftly drawn to a figure behind him, the white cloud swordsman, Zhuobu the very person responsible for his son's demise. A chill ran through him as he fixed a steely gaze upon Zhuobu's silhouette. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that this was not the time for vengeance. forcing his gaze to shift back to the clear wind sword. Su-yi, managing to muster a strained smile. I am Yuzhen Kong. Honored to meet Senior Su of the Guo Shan Sword Sect. I have long admired your name. Ah, it is the esteemed Master Yu. You are too kind. Su-yi replied with a slight bow, having heard of the recent events surrounding the Yu family, and discreetly glanced at Zhuobu, shaking his head inwardly. Observing the reaction of the Yu family head, he sensed that this matter was far from over. Chapter 52. The Golden Tiger Technique. Recently, the city of Luoyang has become increasingly lively, with wandering martial artists brandishing swords and blades appearing on every street. A few days ago, disciples from the Shaolin Temple and the Huashan Sword Sect took residence within the Yu residence in Luoyang, followed by disciples from the Wudong Sword Sect, a Mei Sword Sect, and Qiqing Sword Sect being accommodated at the Wulayan. Among the 6 major sects of the martial world, all but the Tianshan Sword Sect have gathered in Luoyang, along with various other martial factions arriving in succession. The martial arts gathering is about to commence. In the inner courtyard of the Golden Blade Sect, Wang Muji is practicing her swordsmanship, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, indicating that she has been training for quite some time. Her maid, Xiaohong, stands nearby, holding a basin of clean water, ready to assist her mistress once the practice concludes. Though Xiaohong lacks knowledge of swordplay, she can discern that Wang Muji is not in high spirits today. After a considerable duration, Wang Muji finally ceases her practice. Her forehead glistens with sweat, and her entire body is drenched, her lips pursed in discontent, as if clearly displaying her displeasure. Humph, that detestable father of mine. Attending the martial arts gathering without taking me along. Upon hearing her mistress's complaints, Xiaohong refrains from responding, merely suggesting, Miss, you should wash your face quickly. Wang Muji instinctively touches her forehead, realizing just how drenched she is, and feels uncomfortable all over. After a hasty wash of her face, she instructs Xiaohong, prepare for me. I shall bathe and change soon. With a graceful flick of her wrist, her sword returns to its sheath in a stunning display. A technique she has mastered and takes great pride in. After her bath and change of attire, Wang Muji's mood lightens considerably. Her brows are no longer furrowed, and her lips no longer pouted. Miss, you look absolutely beautiful in this outfit. In my opinion, you should stick to this. What good is it to wield a sword and dance with blades? You end up drenched in sweat. Xiaohong remarks, her envy evident since she observes her mistress's improved spirits. In contrast to earlier, when her mistress might have ignored her, Wang Muji is now easily appeased. Hearing Xiaohong's praise makes her beam with joy. Isn't it? I too think this pink attire is lovely. Grandfather bought it for me during the Mid-Autumn Festival when we went to the market, crafted from the finest silk available. She twirls in her garments, pride radiating from her face. However, her expression soon turns somber as she reflects on her lack of talent in swordsmanship. Despite practicing the simple swift wind sword for days, she has yet to grasp it. This deficiency starkly contrasts her impressive internal martial arts aptitude. It must be that the swift wind sword simply does not suit her. It cannot be that her swordsmanship talent is lacking. Wang Muji, filled with disbelief, recalls how even Lu, one of the 4 heroes of the martial world, praised her exceptional talent. How could her swordsmanship be so mediocre? Forget it. I shall continue to hone my internal skills. After a long moment of contemplation, Wang Muji resigns herself to her fate. Her extraordinary aptitude for internal martial arts promises her future as a formidable heroine of the martial world. This thought comforts her greatly, especially when comparing herself to her father, whose skills in both blade techniques and internal arts are mediocre at best. Wang Muji is filled with curiosity about the upcoming martial arts gathering. It is said to be the grandest event in the martial world, with the 6 major sects sending representatives, alongside numerous renowned figures and talented disciples. Just thinking about it makes her heart race with excitement. Alas, her father did not take her along today, leaving her with a sense of regret. Would Lu attend this gathering? It has only been a few months since their last parting, during which Lu expressed her intent to retreat for training. It seems unlikely she would emerge now, especially after her previous defeat at the hands of the evil swordsman. Lu, known for her cold demeanor yet kind heart, surely would not emerge unless her skills had significantly improved. As the sun sets, a commotion arises in front of the Golden Blade sect. The young master, accompanied by numerous disciples, has returned and immediately seeks out the elder master. Upon hearing the noise, Wang Muji feels an irresistible urge to rush out and inquire about the happenings, eager to satiate her curiosity. Yet, she ultimately restrains herself, her lips curling into a pout once more. She is still not entirely placated, and she resolves not to forgive her father easily this time. Xiaohong, Suppressing laughter, teases Miss. It seems the young master has returned. Why not go and see? Though she tries to stifle her mirth, the gleam in her eyes betrays her amusement. Humph. Xiao Hong. Even you mock me? I shall ignore you. Wang Muji deliberately turns away, though her thoughts linger on the commotion outside. Torn between her emotions, she ultimately decides to sulk and sits cross-legged on her bed to meditate. It must be said that her aptitude for internal martial arts is indeed extraordinary, bordering on the terrifying. Within the span of merely a tea's time, she enters a state of deep meditation, her internal energy flowing smoothly, her countenance serene. Since childhood, she has practiced the Golden Blade sect's internal technique, the Golden Tiger technique. Though the name sounds impressive, it is merely a second-rate internal skill. Nonetheless, having such a technique is commendable for the Golden Blade sect, and combined with their renowned first-rate blade techniques, their foundation is indeed respectable within the second-tier martial sects. In Luoyang, they are not inferior to any other faction. Disciples of the Golden Blade sect often take pride in their skills. Though the Golden Tiger technique is inherently a forceful internal art, not particularly suitable for women. Despite this, Wang Muji has already cultivated the Golden Tiger technique to a level of mastery, further illustrating her exceptional aptitude. The elder master feels both joy and concern. He rejoices in his granddaughter's remarkable talent, having reached mastery at such a young age, destined to surpass them all. Yet, he is troubled by the fact that the sect lacks a superior internal skill, and the best they offer, the Golden Tiger technique, is not well suited for her. A deep sense of regret lingers in the elder master's heart. Chapter 53. The Jianghu Conference. Wang Muji felt little regret in her heart. Firstly, she had never held much interest in internal martial arts, thus the quality of the technique seemed inconsequential to her. Secondly, even though the Golden Tiger skill might not have been ideally suited for her, she still found herself quite at ease while practicing it. What could one say? Exceptional talent often breeds such audacity. During dinner, upon seeing her father, Wang Muji pouted again, ignoring him despite his repeated glances in her direction. Muji, are you still upset with your father? Look, he has brought back your favorite osmanthus cake. Oh, so sweet. Humph. Wang Muji feigned a sulky expression. Yet her gaze inevitably drifted towards the osmanthus cake on the table. One glance, two glances, three glances. Noticing this, Wang Dahai promptly pushed the osmanthus cake towards her. Humph, father, do not think you can win me over with mere pieces of cake. I shan't indulge. Wang Muji declared with a proud demeanor. Really not going to eat? What a pity. It seems this osmanthus cake shall be enjoyed solely by your father. No. Father, you are insufferable for wanting to hoard it all to yourself. Unable to maintain her facade any longer, Wang Muji quickly seized a piece of the cake and took a bite. Indeed, it was from the Leaf family shop on the street. The osmanthus cake made by them was her absolute favorite. No other shop could replicate such fragrance and flavor. In the presence of such delectable cake, Wang Muji's spirits soared, and she began to savor it wholeheartedly. Wang Dahai chuckled to himself and advised, Muji, perhaps you should eat just a little less cake for now. Save some for after dinner. The old sect leader observed the two with a smile, evidently unperturbed by the scene before him. All right, let us quiet down and commence our meal. After the old sect leader spoke, he turned to the young sect master, stating, Dahai, this time, let us refrain from involving ourselves in the Jianghu conference. Merely go with the flow. The old leader, having aged, was disinclined to engage in such Jianghu affairs, preferring to keep the Golden Knife sect uninvolved in the ensuing turmoil. Wang Dahai nodded in agreement, replying, Father, rest assured, with the 6 major sects sending numerous skilled masters, we will find no need for our Golden Knife sect's involvement. We shall merely attend to add to the spectacle. He bore an unconcerned expression, showing no desire to take the spotlight. Good. As long as you understand, the old sect leader nodded, satisfied with his son's self-awareness, appreciating that he would not act impulsively. Hearing their conversation about the Jianghu conference, Wang Muji turned to her father with curiosity, asking, Father, which masters will attend this time? Please tell me. There are countless, indeed. Leading the Shaolin Temple are the 4 great kings. The Guo Shan sword sect is represented by its 8 elders, with Qingfeng Sword Su Yi at the forefront, along with Wind Hero Su Chi Feng from the Wudong sword sect. The Ma sword sect will also be present, though I have yet to see Miss Liu. Miss Liu is not coming this time. What a pity. Wang Muji felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. Although she had anticipated Miss Liu's absence, the confirmation still left her feeling a bit dejected. Oh, and that Su Buo from the Huashan sword sect will be there. But this time the leader is one of the 8 elders. Wang Dahai recalled, then inquired if the old sect leader knew of him. Qi Feng Sword Sui? I have no particular recollection, yet as an 8th elder of the Huashan sword sect, he must undoubtedly be an exceptional master in the Jianghu. And being appointed to lead suggests he is no ordinary character, the old sect leader pondered, adding a cautionary note. We must not involve ourselves in the affairs of the 6 major sections. Look at the fate of the Yu family recently. Old Yu has lost his son. And it is truly tragic. Though the events between the Yu family and the Huashan sword sect had been discreet, those with discerning eyes could perceive the hints. Especially someone like the old sect leader, who had navigated the Jianghu for decades. Humph, that Su Buer is nothing but a scoundrel. It is a disgrace that he and Miss Lu are both hailed as the 4 heroes of Jianghu. I feel for Miss Lu. Wang Muji spoke indignantly upon hearing her father's mention of Su Buer. Muji, such words are best kept within these walls. Do not utter them elsewhere. The young sect master promptly cautioned her. While her statement held truth, it was imperative to exercise discretion, especially considering Su Buer was the senior disciple of the Huashan sword sect. Despite his tarnished reputation, such remarks were not for those of the Golden Knife sect to make. Muji, your father speaks wisely. I have taught you before to avoid the pitfalls of careless speech, the old sect leader concurred. Wang Muji scoffed, yet she replied, understood. Upon her acknowledgement, the two resumed their conversation. What Muji said was not unfounded. The Jianghu was rife with individuals like Su Buer, who were cowardly and self-serving. In your future interactions with them, remain vigilant. Do not be deceived by their flowery rhetoric of Jianghu morality, the old sect leader reiterated, imparting his wisdom once more. A lesson he had shared many times before. As one ages, the desire for peace and safety often supersedes the vigor of youth. And the old sect leader was no exception. Fortunately, young sect master Wang Dahai was not one driven by ambition. The old sect leader felt reassured, entrusting the Golden Knife sect to him. Father, rest assured, I shall steadfastly guard the Golden Knife sect, and I will not seek out the disciples of the 6 major sections. The rivalry among the 6 has been relentless. Getting embroiled in their conflicts would only lead to becoming cannon fodder. I shall ensure the Golden Knife sect remains uninvolved, Wang Dahai asserted firmly, lamenting. What a loss for the Yu family. Their prodigal son has also been lost to the cruelty of fate. Alas, that evil swordsman is a truly extraordinary talent. Having even slain the Huashan sword sect's 3rd elder, chasing Windsword Xiaobai, it has indeed shocked the entire Jianghu. The old sect leader's tone shifted, suddenly expressing admiration for the evil swordsman. Indeed, in this vast world, talents emerge continuously. One cannot predict when another genius akin to the evil swordsman might arise. Leaving one both astonished and envious, the young sect master concurred. Let us not forget the master of empty hands Hou Yudao. He is no ordinary opponent. To counter him, the 4 masters of the Shaolin Temple have decided to ally with the 6 doors to capture him. Oh, the old sect leader was quite astonished. In his lifetime, he had never heard of the 6 doors collaborating with the Jianghu faction. One must remember that the 6 doors were, in essence, the imperial court's blade against the Jianghu. Their positions inherently adversarial. The old sect leader could not help but feel a flicker of curiosity. The alliance between the 6 doors and the Jianghu factions would surely create considerable uproar. Who would have thought that a disciple of the Kong Kong sect could stir such commotion? What treasure could he have possibly stolen? Chapter 54. Disguised as a man the following day, the 4 main gates of Luoyang City were placed under strict guard from dawn. Simultaneously, a group of constables began a thorough search throughout the streets and alleys of the city. From a distance, one could see that many martial artists had gathered behind them. The grand display drew the attention of the city's populace, who peeked out of their homes, curiosity piqued by the commotion, only to quickly retreat in fear. Such a large-scale operation inevitably instilled a sense of panic among the citizens of Luoyang, who harbored considerable grievances. However, any discontent was swiftly suppressed, for the 6 doors had come under imperial orders, and even the governor of Luoyang was staunchly supportive of this endeavor. The eyes of the martial world were fixed upon Luoyang, and there was no doubt in anyone's mind regarding the determination of the 6 major sects to capture Hou Yudao. Many even predicted that the cunning thief would inevitably face dire consequences. In the world of martial arts, discretion is paramount. This time, the infamous cunning thief Hou Yudao had incited public outrage. Indeed, who could blame him for being so ostentatious? Why would a mere thief seek such attention? Did he not wish to be despised even more? Yes, he had finally drawn the ire of the martial community, and many believed he deserved it. Haha. What treasure could he have possibly stolen to provoke such a massive response? What treasure? Was there a rumor that he had stolen the secret manual of Shaolin Temple? Could a mere manual warrant such a commotion? Surely there must be something far more valuable. For how else could the court and the various martial factions unite in their pursuit of him? Something more precious than a secret manual? Perhaps a potion that could elevate an ordinary person's internal skills to perfection? Or maybe a treasure from a bygone dynasty, filled with gold, silver, and jewels? Ah, you truly have an imagination. Yet it is not entirely impossible. Who knows? In a narrow alleyway of Luoyang's Western Market, a group of constables, clad in their uniforms, searched each household from one end of the alley to the other, soon completing their thorough inspection. Reporting to Captain Ma, they stated, "The Wumu alley has been thoroughly searched, and no trace of the thief was found." Standing at the forefront of the group, Ma Jingfeng remained stoic upon hearing his subordinate's report. He had anticipated this outcome. In truth, whether they could capture the elusive Hou Yudao hinged on whether he still lingered in Luoyang. If he had already fled, then this grandiose search would be in vain. However, if he remained, it was only a matter of time before they uncovered his whereabouts. Ma Jingfeng understood all too well that this was a one-sided gamble, and they had no options left. He could only choose to take the risk, regardless of the imperial order he bore or his unwavering obsession with capturing Hou Yudao. He would not relinquish even the slightest chance. He believed he understood Hou Yudao perfectly. Now he was wagering on the thief's confidence, betting that he still resided in Luoyang. They were like fated adversaries, one a government official, the other a thief. Yet, thus far, in their numerous encounters, the upper hand had always belonged to the latter. Returning to the present moment, Ma Jingfeng resolutely commanded, "Continue, search the next alley." The group of constables proceeded to the next alley, followed closely by the elite martial artists of various sections. Inside the courtyard of the Golden Blade sect, Wang Muji donned a male guise, brandishing an exquisite longsword. Her male attire captivated her maid, Xiao Hong, who couldn't help but exclaim, "Miss, you look truly handsome in this outfit," as if what? Wang Muji, feeling rather pleased, inquired with curiosity, "Miss, you resemble the celestial beings described in books, radiating an air of ethereal grace. Do not speak nonsense." Wang Muji, though delighted, quickly retorted, "The celestial being in the book refers to the poet Li Taibai. Do not embarrass me. Enough of this chatter. I must head out. Stay in the room, and if grandfather comes looking for me, just say I am resting. Understood?" Xiao Hong hesitated. "Miss, are you sneaking out again? If the master finds out, he will be furious. Just make sure he doesn't discover it, and all will be well. Now, return to your room. I shall be back shortly after a stroll." "Oh, Mississippi. Without waiting for Xiao Hong to continue her protests, Wang Muji harnessed her inner strength and leaped over the courtyard wall. Once outside, Wang Muji navigated the bustling streets of Luoyang's Western Market with ease. Observing the lively crowd and the numerous martial artists, she felt elated. Her father had been right. The martial community in Luoyang had indeed swelled. And with the upcoming martial arts conference, many masters from the 6 major sects had come, providing her with an excellent opportunity to witness their prowess. Dressed as a man, Wang Muji walked with excitement down the central street, but soon she found herself captivated by a street performer showcasing acrobatics, and before long, her figure vanished into the throng. "Bravo! That was splendid! Do it again! Do it again!" As one thrilling performance concluded, Wang Muji couldn't help but cheer along with the crowd. When a performer approached her, holding a plate, she impulsively pulled out a silver ingot from her pocket and tossed it onto the plate. Its weight no less than 10 taels. "Thank you, young lady, for your generous donation." The performer beamed, unable to hide his delight at the sizable contribution. Wang Muji's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this, and she dashed away, feeling flustered. "Ah, so she is a novice? How amusing." The performer chuckled to himself, shaking his head as he continued to entertain other spectators. Wang Muji ran 100 steps away, her cheeks still flushed, until she finally distanced herself from the performance troupe. How vexing. How did that performer see through my disguise? Is there something wrong with my attire? At that moment, she felt a wave of frustration mixed with confusion. This white long robe had been secretly borrowed from her father. What could possibly be amiss? Standing there, perplexed, she examined her outfit closely. Upon noticing her pronounced bust, her eyes suddenly lit up, and a realization dawned upon her. Chapter 55. Gifted beyond compare to the untrained eye, her attire appeared to be riddled with flaws. Apart from the most conspicuous aspect of her bosom, her stunning beauty and graceful figure represented the most glaring inconsistencies. Unaware of her own shortcomings, Wang Muji felt a twinge of regret. She resolved that next time she ventured out, she would rectify these oversights. After a moment of self-reflection, she chose to abandon her worries and, upon lifting her gaze, realized she had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the Wangyue building. Since she was already there, she might as well go in, especially as her stomach was beginning to growl with hunger. More than mere hunger, however, her heart longed to hear the tale spun by the venerable storyteller within. This escapade was not solely to witness the prowess of the 6 major sects. It was her most anticipated pursuit. Wang Muji hurried into the grand hall of the Wangyue building, and upon entering, she heard the old storyteller recounting the events of the previous day's martial arts gathering. It was common knowledge that the 6 major sects of the martial world in the imperial court had always maintained a respectful distance from one another. Their boundaries were clearly delineated. To everyone's astonishment, the 6 sects had chosen to ally with the 6 doors of the imperial court to discuss the capture of the notorious thief, Miaosho Kongkongho Yudao, marking a groundbreaking collaboration. Reportedly, the alliance was not only because Ho Yudao was a high-priority target for the court, but also due to Master Benwu, the foremost of the 4 great Vajras of Shaolin Temple, who sought to utilize the tracking skills of the 6 doors divine catchers to locate Ho Yudao. Speaking of tracking skills, none could surpass the legendary divine catcher Ma Jingfeng. Dear patrons, allow me to elaborate, the storyteller continued. It was said that Ma Jingfeng's tracking abilities were unparalleled, a unique talent unmatched throughout the realm. However, what many did not know was that his skills were not cultivated through any martial arts manual. Rather, they were an innate gift. At this point, the storyteller paused habitually, leisurely taking a sip from his teacup to moisten his throat. What? This was an innate ability? Could it be that he was born with such extraordinary talent? How could one be naturally endowed with such tracking prowess? Was it true? It seemed utterly unbelievable. The storyteller's words elicited waves of astonishment from the audience. Observing the crowd's reactions, the old man chuckled quietly, taking his time to enjoy his tea. Wang Muji was exhilarated and, seizing the opportunity during the storyteller's tea break, quickly found an empty table close to him. Before long, the storyteller resumed. What is so impossible about that? Throughout history, there have been numerous individuals born with extraordinary gifts. For instance, Jianghu of ancient times was endowed with godly strength from birth, capable of lifting a cauldron. There are also those who can see for miles or possess extraordinary hearing. So, what makes it implausible that divine catcher Ma Jingfeng was born with the ability to track? As the old man unveiled the final truth, yet another wave of astonishment rippled through the audience. So, it was said that divine catcher Ma Jingfeng had an extraordinary sense of smell, which allowed him to master the art of tracking from birth. Or perhaps it was a potent 6th sense that provided him with an unexplainable guidance. Damn it. Why am I not gifted? Wang Muji thought, feeling a pang of unfairness. Well, I may lack extraordinary talents, but at least I am blessed with striking looks. Pooh. You think you're striking? She scoffed at herself. Caught up in the tale, Wang Muji began to ponder what kind of extraordinary gift divine catcher Ma Jingfeng possessed. Such gifts, in contrast to mere martial arts, were undoubtedly more alluring. Who hasn't fantasized about being born with exceptional abilities? Lost in thought, a voice suddenly interrupted her musings. Excuse me, brother, all the tables in the hall are occupied. Would you mind if I shared a table with you? Wang Muji looked up, momentarily stunned. Before her stood a figure clad in a bamboo hat and a raincoat, holding a long sword, with a stern expression. Is that the evil swordsman? She gasped, shock mingling with excitement. She had never anticipated encountering the evil swordsman in such circumstances, let alone sharing a table with him. Surveying her surroundings, she realized the hall was filled with patrons, and at some point, the crowd had fallen silent, their gazes fixed on the man in the raincoat. A mix of astonishment and curiosity in their eyes. Why, you are indeed the evil swordsman. Please, take a seat. Allow me to treat you to a drink, Wang Muji exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Thank you, brother, the evil swordsman replied, sitting down with an air of ease, gently placing his long sword on the table. Only then did Wang Muji notice that the sword he held was a rare treasure, glistening like jade and seemingly capable of drawing blood with a mere glance. This was undoubtedly the legendary Qinghong sword, freshly crafted by the Mingjian manor. With the Qinghong sword present, it was clear that she was in the company of the genuine evil swordsman. No need for formality. Wang Muji smiled again, recalling her previous encounter with him at the selection of the Sword's Master event, where she had only glimpsed him from afar. This was her first close encounter. She gazed at the evil swordsman, whose hat was pulled low, obscuring his features. Yet, she sensed a profound aura of chivalry emanating from his simple raincoat. Is this truly the evil swordsman? He is indeed remarkable. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a sense of familiarity. Meeting his fate. "May I ask how to address you, brother?" he inquired, seemingly uncomfortable under her scrutiny. Wang Muji's cheeks flushed as she recalled how he had emphasized brother, clearly recognizing her disguise. This made her feel bashful, and she replied shyly, "I am Wang Muji, honored to meet the great evil swordsman." Wang Muji, the evil swordsman's gaze sharpened, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he took in her attire. "Ah, so it is one of the four great beauties of the martial world. A pleasure." "Humph, are you mocking me in your heart?" Wang Muji pouted, feigning indignation. "Of course not. Miss Wang, your straightforward nature is admirable, and I can only appreciate it." "Really?" Wang Muji felt a surge of joy, her disdain for him quickly dissipating. Chapter 56, Navi and Innocent He, O valorous swordsman. "Allow me to treat you to a drink. The moonlit wine here is renowned. Once tasted, you are sure to adore it." After regaining her composure, Wang Muji remained exceedingly excited, and coupled with her vivacious and candid character, it was difficult for the swordsman to decline her invitation. The swordsman regarded Wang Muji as a mere young girl, innocent and charming. "Very well, I shall partake first to honor you. However, can you handle your liquor?" "Miss Wang, does your father have any objections?" The swordsman raised his cup and drank it down in one gulp, then hesitated slightly before posing his question. As soon as these words escaped his lips, Wang Muji furrowed her brow momentarily, but then feigned nonchalance, saying, "What does it matter? Do wanderers of the rivers and lakes concern themselves with such things?" After saying this, she too downed her cup with bravado, feeling quite exhilarated. She pretended to be carefree, yet internally lamented, "How bitter! Is wine truly this unpleasant? Why do so many in the realm of martial arts enjoy it?" Instantly, she thought of her wine-loving father, struggling to comprehend her feelings. "Ha ha ha, Miss Wang, do not drink too hastily. Fine wine must be savored to appreciate its true essence." The swordsman laughed heartily, having witnessed her earlier grimace at the taste, which only endeared her to him more. Observing this scene of their drinking duel, the surrounding martial artists could not help but display peculiar expressions. Among them, quite a few recognized the girl disguised as a boy, sparking a flurry of hushed discussions. That must be Wang Muji from the Jin Dao sect in Luoyang. No wonder she's one of the four great beauties of the martial world. She's stunning even in disguise. Given her appearance, could she have sneaked out? What a rare opportunity. I must seize the chance to make her acquaintance. Perhaps fortune will favor me, and I might win her heart. You? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. How fanciful. Indeed. I have heard that Wang Muji is not only one of the four great beauties but also possesses remarkable internal skill at her tender age. Her internal strength has already reached the realm of great accomplishment. To win her heart, one would need at least the prowess of a top martial artist. Alas, is that even feasible? Yet, the swordsman does seem to be a fitting match for her. It appears only a genius swordsman like him is worthy of such an unparalleled beauty. How enviable. Indeed, if only I were the swordsman with a strength, reputation, and beauty by my side, what a life of fulfillment that would be. But why is the swordsman here? Could it be for the martial gathering? No. I heard nothing of his presence at last day's gathering at the U residence. This must be coincidence. The swordsman is known for his solitary nature, and I have not heard of any connections he has with the 6 major sections. In fact, he has had a falling out with the Shaolin Temple. Thus it is unlikely he is here to assist them. Indeed, I heard that the 4 great guardians of the Shaolin Temple and their disciples pursued the swordsman for 3 long years. Their relationship is undoubtedly adversarial. Hence he has no reason to help them. Upon overhearing the discussions around her, Wang Muji felt a spark of curiosity and asked the swordsman, "O valorous swordsman, did you come to Luoyang for this martial gathering?" "Yes and no," the swordsman replied enigmatically. "Huh?" Wang Muji was taken aback. His answer was entirely unexpected. And she promptly pressed further, "Then is it, or is it not? Or do you have other reasons?" The swordsman smiled faintly, but did not directly address her question. Given their mere acquaintance, such an inquiry was somewhat impertinent. However, considering her honesty and innocence, he bore no ill will towards her. Rather, he found her navette quite endearing. In this realm, few possess such simplicity and sincerity, yet it is perhaps ill-suited for the treacherous paths of the martial world. He recognized her yearning for adventure, but her disposition made her vulnerable to deception and misfortune. Those like her are often overly protected by their elders and remain blissfully unaware of the perils that lurk in the world. Thus, they are ill-prepared for the intrigues of the martial realm and often find themselves either despondent or drastically changed after facing setbacks. But that is a tale for another time. For now, the swordsman was quite willing to enjoy her company. After 3 years of traversing the martial world alone, his naturally aloof disposition had left him with but 1.5 friends. Casting a cold glance around, the swordsman noted that at least half of the onlookers' gazes were fixed upon the two of them, which dissuaded him from discussing such matters in public. He silently lifted the wine jug on the table, refilled both their cups, and said, "Miss Wang, would you care for another?" Seeing him pour, Wang Muji instinctively placed her hand over her cup. "No, I think I shall have some tea instead." After saying this, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Her face flushed. "Tea is splendid. It is said that girls who drink tea can enhance their beauty," the swordsman remarked. "Is that truly so? Drinking tea has such an effect? I have never heard of this before." Wang Muji was instantly captivated by the question. Her attention diverted from the prior topic. As noon approached, a large throng suddenly surged into the main hall of the moonlit pavilion. The patrons within immediately turned their gazes, witnessing a group of officials clad in constabulary attire entering, followed by a cadre of martial artists. "Esteemed officials, please come inside. Captain Liu, is this gentleman the famed divine Constable Ma Jingfeng from the capital?" The inn's waiter eagerly approached, recognizing Captain Liu among the constables and smilingly inquiring, "You've guessed correctly. This is indeed Ma Darren from the capital. Quickly arrange the tables, for my comrades are famished." The hall was filled with an animated crowd, and it was evident that all the tables were occupied, yet Captain Liu appeared unfazed. "The main hall may be full, but there are private rooms upstairs." "Very well. Esteemed officials, please follow me upstairs." The waiter hastily led the group to the second floor. Amidst the crowd, Wang Dahai, the young master of the Jin Dao sect, rubbed his eyes and fixed his gaze on a certain spot. "Muji, how did you end up here?" Spotting Wang Muji in disguise, Wang Dahai exclaimed in surprise, "Father, I am here dining. You haven't tea eaten yet, have you? Come join us." Wang Muji awkwardly replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be caught sneaking out by her father. Chapter 57. Nothing more than this upon witnessing his daughter's peculiar attire. Wang Dahai felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Turning his gaze towards the man beside him, clad in a raincoat, he was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "And who might this be?" "Father, allow me to introduce this esteemed gentleman, the evil sword hero. We happened to meet just now, and I even treated him to a drink." Wang Muji eagerly interjected with a smile. Wang Dahai nodded slightly in acknowledgement, realizing that this was indeed something his daughter was capable of. In contrast to her confidence, he felt somewhat awkward in the presence of the evil sword hero, a preeminent figure in the martial world, renowned for his unparalleled speed and skill. As the junior master of the Golden Knife sect, Wang Dahai instinctively felt a sense of inferiority, and the sight of his daughter so at ease with such a notable figure only heightened his discomfort, leaving him uncertain about how to comport himself. "Having met the master of the Wang sect, I find your daughter quite charming. However, I have pressing matters to attend to and shall not intrude upon your meal any longer," the evil sword hero remarked, discerning Wang Dahai's unease. "Evil sword hero, shall we meet again in the future?" Wang Muji inquired, her heart racing at his recognition of their friendship. "Certainly. As long as the mountains remain green and the waters flow, I shall await you in the martial world." The term martial world echoed in Wang Muji's mind as she watched the hero depart, igniting a sudden yearning within her to explore that realm. Her curiosity about the martial world had always lingered, and now she felt an impulsive desire to step into it. "All right, he has left," Wang Dahai said with feigned irritation, observing his daughter gazing dreamily after the retreating figure. Snapping back to reality, Wang Muji sheepishly asked, "Father, what would you like to eat? What else is there to eat? Hurry and come home with me," Wang Dahai retorted sternly. "Does the old man know you sneaked out? If he finds out, he will surely be anxious." "Grandfather likely doesn't he know. I've arranged for Xiaohong to cover for me," Wang Muji whispered, adopting a guilty expression. Wang Dahai felt a mix of amusement and frustration. His daughter always seemed to have a contrite demeanor after mischief, rendering him unable to chastise her too harshly. "Ah, you should really spare me the trouble." Several days later, in a modest residence within the western market of Luoyang, Hou Yudao leisurely entertained himself by coaxing a small bird in the courtyard. Although the yard was not large, it was impeccably tidy. In the center stood an ancient locust tree, its branches lush and verdant, with a delicate birdcage hanging from one of its limbs. While feeding the bird, Hou Yudao spoke to it cheerfully, "Little bird, soon you shall be free, though I bought you from someone for 10 taels of silver. Your company has been worth it these days. Eat up, and once you're full, I shall return your freedom, all right?" The little bird chirped in response as it enjoyed its food, seemingly engaging in a conversation with him. "Ha ha ha, I may not understand your words, but your cheerful demeanor suggests you comprehend. No need to thank me. It's merely that I find you pleasing to the eye, Hou Yudao chuckled, tossing all the birdseed into the cage. He then strolled around the courtyard, as if anticipating something. Before long, the sound of footsteps approached, growing louder as they neared the small courtyard. They arrived after waiting so long. They are finally here. A smile crept onto Hou Yudao's face upon hearing the footsteps. The martial arts assembly had convened for 3 days. He had expected to wait at most 1 or 2 days, clearly underestimating his opponents. Ma Jingfeng, it seems your tracking skills are not as formidable as I thought. Bang! The courtyard door was flung open, and a throng of constables surged in. It's Master of Empty Hands Hou Yudao. Everyone be cautious. We must not let him escape this time. The leading officer, Captain Zhao, shouted, rallying his subordinates to encircle Hou Yudao, who stood calmly in the yard. Ma Jingfeng hastily entered the courtyard, locking his gaze onto Hou Yudao, while the elite fighters from the 6 major sects promptly followed, sealing off the area completely. Hou Yudao, you are indeed so arrogant as to await us here, convinced we cannot take you down? Ma Jingfeng's voice was low, laced with a hint of anger, devoid of any joy from capturing him. Ha ha ha, why would I flee? Can you truly overcome my deadly golden wheel? Or have you not yet learned your lesson from our last encounter? Hou Yudao replied nonchalantly, exuding confidence. He strolled over to the ancient locust tree, causing a ripple of tension among the surrounding constables, who remained on high alert, wary of his deadly golden wheel. Yet, to their surprise, he merely smiled and opened the birdcage, allowing the bird to flit joyfully into the sky. Amitabha, Ho, you have committed a grave error. Do not be so reckless. Quickly return the secret scriptures of our temple. Do not be obstinate. Master Wu, a monk from Shaolin Temple, stepped forward, flanked by the 4 great guardians, who formed a protective barrier behind him, prepared to shield against Hou Yudao's weapon. This was indeed a prudent strategy against the deadly flying wheel. Observing the 4 great guardians, Hou Yudao's smile waned slightly. Hou Yudao, you escaped last time thanks to your deadly flying wheel. What tricks do you have this time? Ma Jingfeng seized the opportunity to inquire. Ma the divine catcher, why waste your breath on him? This time, he shall not escape. Indeed, this scourge of the martial world must be eradicated to prevent future calamities. Do not waste words. As long as this villain remains, peace in the martial world will be but a dream. Today shall mark the end of the Empty Hands sect. The crowd of martial artists behind them echoed their indignation. Hou Yudao coldly regarded those who had spoken, imprinting their faces in his memory. Masters, please be cautious and do not underestimate him. We cannot allow him to escape again. Otherwise, he will surely seek vengeance. An elderly voice rang out from behind, belonging to Sui, the 8th elder of the Guo Shan sword sect. Chapter 58. Phantom Shadows. Sui, the quiet sword of Qing Feng, had maintained a notably subdued demeanor during the recent gathering of the martial world. This event, proposed by the Shaolin Temple, naturally placed the temple at the forefront. Additionally, the recent scandal involving Zhuo Buer, the chief disciple of the Guo Shan sword sect, had tarnished the reputation of the sect, necessitating a more low-key approach. As an experienced elder, Sui was acutely aware of this dynamic and thus chose to remain particularly discreet. However, this did not imply that he would abstain from contributing to the proceedings. On the contrary, he was resolute in his intention to assist the Shaolin Temple in recovering the stolen martial arts manuals, thereby restoring the Guo Shan sword sect's standing in the martial world. In recent years, the Guo Shan sword sect had seen a burgeoning of talent, leading to a sense of arrogance among some disciples, which eroded their former humility. This attitude was not confined to the sect. It was increasingly evident throughout the martial community, further damaging the sect's reputation. At this moment, witnessing the vengeful intentions of Hou Yudao, Sui felt compelled to intervene. His warning was met with a modicum of appreciation from the assembly, who regarded him and the Guo Shan disciples with less distance than before. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Sui's mind as he refocused his attention on the gathering, only to find Hou Yudao's cold gaze fixed upon him. With a disdainful huff, Sui thought to himself that, were it not for the treacherous golden wheel of death wielded by his adversary, he would have easily subdued him. The thought of retribution against such a villain was already forming in his mind. Hou Yudao, will you not surrender? Ma Jingfeng taunted, aiming to provoke Hou into revealing the deadly weapon. Although the golden wheel of death possessed immense power, Sui was aware of its limitations. It could only unleash 108 leaf-shaped daggers at a time, and once expended, it required a significant interval to reload. Should Sui seize the opportunity when the daggers were exhausted, he would ensure that Hou would not have the chance to refill his arsenal. Hou Yudao was acutely aware of this predicament. He slowly withdrew the golden wheel of death from his robes, the daggers shimmering ominously in the sunlight. "Everyone, be cautious," Master Benwu of the Shaolin Temple cautioned, beginning to channel his energy. The crowd of martial artists retreated a few steps, praying that the four great protectors of the temple would withstand the onslaught of the golden wheel. Yet, Hou Yudao did not immediately activate the weapon. As long as the daggers remained unspent, the assembly dared not act, choosing instead to hide behind the formidable presence of the four protectors. A tense silence enveloped the scene, with everyone exchanging furtive glances. Ma Jingfeng's face reflected uncertainty, while Su Yi was poised, ready to strike as soon as the opportunity arose. The crowd's expressions were a mixture of anxiety, vigilance, and ulterior motives, except for one. Amidst the throng, Yu Zhenkong, the head of the Yu family, was not fixated on the golden wheel of death, but rather on Zhuobuer from the Huashan sword sect. He struggled against the urge to act impulsively, fearing that he might not succeed in avenging his son if he engaged Zhuo directly. After a prolonged standoff, Master Benwu, sensing the impasse, decisively declared, "Brothers, let us advance together." With that, the four protectors surged forward, their movements a synchronized display of power. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Hou Yudao activated the golden wheel. The daggers shot forth like a tempest, most striking true against the four protectors, while a few unfortunate souls behind them fell victim to the onslaught. Witnessing the carnage, Master Benwu's composed facade cracked, revealing a flicker of rage as he charged forward with renewed vigor. The other three protectors followed suit, their collective resolve igniting. The four protectors, now fully unleashed, executed their formidable golden bell technique without reservation, embodying the wrath of vengeful deities. Yet, in the face of their assault, Hou Yudao remained unfazed, even taking the moment to retract the golden wheel with a sense of calm. As the powerful blows descended upon him, Hou Yudao appeared to vanish, leaving only a fleeting image behind. "Phantom!" Sui exclaimed in disbelief. "What is this phantom?" Others murmured, bewildered by the spectacle. It was clear that the four protectors had seemingly obliterated Hou Yudao, yet he stood unscathed in the distance. Indeed, what had just occurred was an extraordinary display of speed, leaving behind nothing but an illusion. "This is the essence of a phantom," one onlooker explained, their voice tinged with awe. "Such swiftness that the human eye cannot respond in time. Is this real? I have never encountered such a phenomenon." Another questioned, struggling to comprehend. "Your ignorance is understandable," came the reply. "Only those who have mastered the legendary pinnacle of lightness can leave behind a phantom." Who would have thought that master of empty hands Hou Yudao had achieved such a remarkable proficiency? Chapter 59. The silent flight of wild geese. The gathering of martial artists behind him was left utterly astonished by the unfolding scene, engaging in fervent discussions below. Meanwhile, the masters from the 6 major sects of the martial world were not only shocked, but also found it hard to believe. The lightness of foot of the renowned Hou Yudao had evidently reached a state of perfection. Who, apart from the 3 great masters, could possibly detain him now? Sui, the 8th elder of the Huashan sword sect, felt his heart plummet. He realized that Hou Yudao, having attained the pinnacle of lightness of foot, was no longer someone they could hope to restrain. The thought of the impending retribution he would face left his expression devoid of emotion, merely staring at Hou Yudao with a face full of reluctance. Ma Jingfeng's countenance was equally grim. At this juncture, it was clear that they would not be able to keep him here today. After all their calculations, they had never anticipated such a conclusion. Ultimately, they had underestimated their adversary. The lightness of foot technique, the silent flight of wild geese, passed down from the Kong sect, was already renowned as one of the finest martial arts in the realm. The mastery level of the silent flight of wild geese was unparalleled, and what more could be said of its perfected state? Although there were many eminent martial artists present, even those of extraordinary caliber, the possibility of detaining someone whose lightness of foot had achieved perfection was virtually non-existent. If they were to retain him, it would likely require the personal intervention of the chief constable. At this moment, Master Benwu's expression darkened, and his pursuit halted involuntarily. Amipa. The secret martial arts manual pertains to the 1,000-year legacy of our temple. Should Master Ho insist on not returning it, the old monk may have no choice but to summon Master Liaochan from the temple. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes with curiosity. The only 3 acknowledged masters in the realm today were Master Liaochan of Shaolin Temple, the true man Wujie of the Wudong sword sect, and the cold-faced chief constable of the 6 gates, Xie Wanli. If Master Liaochan were indeed summoned from seclusion, capturing Hou Yudao would surely not pose a challenge. Upon hearing these words, a change flickered across Hou Yudao's face, revealing a hint of concern. The reason for his previous audacity was not solely his deadly golden wheel, but rather his own lightness of foot, which had reached the state of perfection, the silent flight of wild geese. This was his greatest pride, and he was confident that in terms of lightness of foot, he was unmatched in the martial world. However, this did not extend to the three great masters. Even the most self-assured individual would hesitate to make such claims. To do so would be arrogance rather than confidence. While Hou Yudao was indeed a man of great self-assurance, he was by no means arrogant. Faced with one of the three great masters, Master Liao Chan, he was uncertain whether he could emerge unscathed from such an encounter. With this thought, Hou Yudao made a resolute decision. It was best not to provoke a master. After all, he had already perused the secret manual, and keeping it served no purpose. It would be wiser to return it rather than incite the wrath of a master-level warrior over a useless tome. With this in mind, he relaxed and slowly withdrew the secret manual from his bosom. Witnessing this, the four great guardians of Shaolin Temple were taken aback, their eyes fixed intently on the manual in Hou Yudao's hands. Master Hou, I solemnly promise that if you return the secret manual to our temple, we shall no longer pursue this matter, Master Bin was stated in a deep voice. My lord, this. Ma Jingfeng, hearing this, instinctively sought to object. Yet, considering the fact that none present could detain Hou Yudao, his protest died on his lips. Just then, Sui, the eighth elder of the Huashan sword sect, spoke up. Master Binwu, it is permissible to let Hou Yudao go today, but the deadly golden wheel in his possession must remain. This instrument of death has claimed the lives of many of our fellow martial artists and cannot be allowed to continue wreaking havoc in the realm. Indeed, Elder Su is correct. Such a lethal weapon cannot be left in his hands. Who knows how many more lives it may claim? Chimed in a middle-aged man of shorter stature, sporting a distinctive mustache. This individual was none other than Cui Wuchang, the leader of the Qingsheng sword sect. Known for their lesser standing among the six major sects, the Qingsheng sword sect had historically maintained a close alliance with the Huashan sword sect, making his words unsurprising. Their remarks ignited a wave of greed among the assembly. The deadly golden wheel, a long-lost secret weapon of the Tang sect, could effortlessly dispatch even the most skilled martial artists, making it an object of desire for all present. Haha. Hou Yudao was amused by the avarice of those around him. These individuals were utterly oblivious to the absurdity of their desires. If they wished for the secret manual and the deadly golden wheel, they ought to come and claim it themselves. He tossed the secret manual high into the air, simultaneously employing his perfected lightness of foot to retreat swiftly in the opposite direction. Master Binwu of Shaolin Temple leaped forward, grasping for the secret manual soaring above. Seeing this, the surrounding martial artists hesitated, unwilling to contest him, and could only watch helplessly as the manual fell into Master Binwu's grasp. Once the manual was in his hands, Master Binwu immediately sensed something amiss. He hastily opened it, only to find it utterly blank. The manual is a counterfeit. Quick! Pursue him. Do not let him escape. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. A fake? Let me see. Su Yi from the Huashan sword sect rushed forward to inspect it, confirming the blank pages within. Master Binwu handed the counterfeit manual to the crowd and led the Shaolin disciples in pursuit. However, the lightness of foot of the four great guardians of Shaolin could not compare to that of Hou Yudao, and they quickly lost sight of him. In the residence of the Yu family in Luoyang, Amipa, esteemed martial comrades, Hou Yudao's The Silent Flight of Wild Geese has reached perfection, and further pursuit is futile. Let this martial assembly come to an end, Master Binwu proclaimed expressionlessly before the gathered martial artists. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. It was evident that this martial assembly had ended in utter failure. However, upon hearing Master Binwu's intention to summon Master Liao Chan, interest was rekindled among the assembly. The three great masters had not shown their prowess in ages, and everyone yearned to witness their might, particularly among the superlative martial artists present. Many had been trapped in their current state for years, even decades, without progress. If they were fortunate enough to witness a master in action, perhaps they could glean insights that might facilitate their own breakthroughs. Chapter 60. White Horse Temple. Regrettably, it was unforeseen that the rogue Hou Yudao had already attained a level of mastery and lightness skills that could be deemed perfect. If word of this spread, we would all become the subject of jest in the martial world, lamented an elder from the martial community within the grand courtyard of the Yu residence. This statement was undeniably accurate. The recent martial arts gathering had garnered the attention of all in the realm, and the attendees could already envision the ridicule that would ensue. Each individual present was a notable figure in the martial world. And the fact that such a formidable assembly could not subdue a master thief like Hou Yudao was indeed a source of considerable embarrassment. They would ultimately serve as mere backdrops to Hou Yudao's rise to fame. The thought alone cast a pall over the faces of those gathered. Regardless of the circumstances, Hou Yudao would undoubtedly become a significant blight on the martial world, and after today's events, none present would escape unscathed. Thus, it was imperative that we eliminate this rogue and rid the martial community of this grave threat. Elder Sui of the Guo Shan sword sect once again stepped forward to voice his stance. Despite his seemingly righteous demeanor, his words were merely superficial. The lightness skills of the master thief, Hou Yudao, were not something that could easily be countered. If he were to flee with determination, only the three great masters might be capable of detaining him. Everyone present was astute and bid farewell to Master Benwu, watching him depart. With this matter concluded, the others had no immediate intention of leaving Luoyang. Fellow martial artists, since Master Benwu of Shaolin Temple plans to return and request Elder Lycan's intervention, why not linger here a while longer and await good news? The host, Yu Kong, interjected at an opportune moment. Although the outcome of the martial arts gathering was less than satisfactory, he had undeniably gained a favor from the assembly. Furthermore, he had begun to conceive a plan for retribution against the Huashan sword sect, which kept his spirits relatively high. Your Excellency, you is indeed noble-hearted. We shall impose upon you for a while longer. The attendees expressed their gratitude. It is only fitting. Please consider this your home and stay as long as you wish. Yu Kong replied with a smile. Moments later, he arranged accommodations for the martial practitioners in his guest rooms, while the disciples of the 6 major sects were lodged at the nearby Uli Inn. Before long, the vast Yu residence courtyard was left with only Yu Kong, his expression growing increasingly sinister. I must acquire the deathly golden will by any means necessary. Only with the deathly golden will can I avenge the death of my son and slay Zhibuer. Outside Luoyang City, at Whitehorse Temple. Located 20 miles east of Luoyang, Whitehorse Temple is the birthplace of Central Plains Buddhism, revered as the ancestral ground of the Buddhist faith. The temple was bustling with life, incense wafting continuously. Countless dignitaries and their families from Luoyang flocked to pay their respects, making it a local trend. On this day, with the sun rising and a gentle breeze blowing, the weather was splendidly favorable. A seemingly ordinary yet remarkably unusual figure arrived outside the temple. His ordinariness lay in his unremarkable face, while his extraordinary nature was evident in his luxurious silk attire and an air of distinction that ordinary folk could never possess. Charismatic, dashing, and unconventional, such qualities were not typical of common individuals, yet they manifested in this seemingly unremarkable man. In an instant, he appeared within the temple grounds, his fleeting silhouette dissipating as though the preceding events had merely been an illusion. At last, I have returned to Whitehorse Temple. It has been far too long since I last visited the old man. A smile graced his lips, nostalgia reflected in his eyes. This was none other than Hou Yudao, the recent sensation of the martial world, the disciple of the Empty Hand sect. 3 days had passed since he escaped the encirclement of the 6 major sects elite, and the events of that day had quickly circulated throughout the martial community. As he had anticipated, he was now thoroughly renowned in the martial world. Conversations about him echoed throughout taverns and inns, and the name Hou Yudao had surged to prominence, becoming the most discussed figure of recent times, eclipsing even the previously unrivaled speed of the evil swordsman. Now, the most fervent debate in the martial realm was who was swifter, he or the evil swordsman. One was acknowledged as the fastest swordsman, while the other had recently astonished the entire martial community as the greatest thief in the world. Both were celebrated prodigies, shining brightly in their respective domains, leading to natural comparisons between the two. Some argued in favor of the evil swordsman's sword speed, while others contended that Hou Yudao's lightness skill surpassed all. Supporters from both sides were nearly equal, resulting in intense verbal disputes that often escalated into actual confrontations, bringing much excitement to the martial world. Hou Yudao felt quite satisfied with the current state of affairs. In his previous contemplation, he envisioned that after achieving fame, he would discreetly journey south to Suzhou and Hangzhou, living the life of a wealthy gentleman from Jianghu. However, since departing Luoyang, he had been plagued by the unsettling sensation of being followed by unseen rodents. Despite his repeated attempts to elude his pursuers using his lightness skills, they invariably resumed their relentless pursuit. Though uncertain of the identities or intentions of those trailing him, he was certain they harbored malevolent designs. If they were merely coveting his gold and treasures or martial arts secrets, that would be manageable. However, he dreaded the possibility that they might be agents of the 6 major sects, covertly tracking him. He was acutely aware that Master Binwu of Shaolin Temple had returned to the monastery and would soon summon Master Lycan to take action personally. Hou Yudao inwardly lamented, recalling how he had intended to return the sacred texts to the Shaolin Temple, only to be met with insatiable greed from certain individuals, prompting him to angrily discard a counterfeit manuscript instead. The thought of facing a master-level expert weighed heavily on him, and he longed to escape as far away as possible. Surely, even a master could not pursue him indefinitely? Chapter 61. Poisoning Hou Yudao swiftly navigated through the White Horse Temple, feeling a profound familiarity with every corner, as if he had returned home. In truth, the White Horse Temple could indeed be considered one of his homes, for he had lived there for nearly a decade. Before long, he arrived at a desolate area on the temple's rear mountain, a graveyard, to be precise. The mountains behind the White Horse Temple were overgrown with weeds. Save for this solitary, barren graveyard, here lay the remains of esteemed monks from generations past. Apart from the annual Qiming festival, few ventured into this somber place. The old man Hou Yudao often spoke of was interred here, a grave he had personally dug. This man was not only the greatest figure of reverence in his life, but also a master of the Kong sect, his mentor in the ways of life and knowledge. In Hou Yudao's eyes, his master was a whimsical figure of the martial world, often imparting wisdom with a nonchalant demeanor. He would say, "All worldly matters are but illusions. Fame and fortune are fleeting like the wind. The essence of life is to be content." Yet, Hou Yudao had never fully embraced these words, often finding them somewhat amusing. Contentment? It seemed a touch ironic coming from a disciple of the Kong sect. In life, the old man had regarded everything with indifference, instructing that after his death, he should simply be buried, without a gravestone or any need for annual tributes. Hou Yudao adhered to these wishes, though he struggled to comprehend them. He would always follow the old man's commands. "Old man, I have returned to see you." Hou Yudao sat before a mound of earth, pulling a jar of fine wine from his satchel. He spoke to the grave. "Old man, look what I've brought. This is the moon-viewing wine I specially fetched from Wangwei Tower, your favorite drink when you were alive." He unsealed the jar and poured the contents before the grave, memories flooding his mind. From the moment he could remember, he had been at the old man's side, learning the art for a decade until the master's passing. He found it perplexing that despite not being a monk of the White Horse Temple, the old man was intimately acquainted with its every detail. The old man had never spoken of it, nor had he ever asked. However, before his demise, the old man had taken him to a hidden passage leading from the White Horse Temple to the outside world. When Hou Yudao inquired about its origins, the old man had replied he did not know, merely stating that the passage was known only to the disciples of the Kong sect, serving as their last refuge. "Old man, after returning this time, I may not be able to visit you for a long while. Please save some of this wine. Do not blame me for not being able to return when you feel the urge." He sighed. "Now, I too must ensure my own safety and escape through this passage." In the graveyard, Hou Yudao conversed with the grave, unaware of how long he had been speaking. When he finally looked up at the sky, the sun had dipped below the western hills, casting a warm glow across the horizon, igniting his long-silenced heart. The desolate graveyard, under the fading sunlight, appeared less forlorn, imbued with a tinge of warmth. Suddenly, Hou Yudao turned his gaze toward a distant tombstone, his expression sharpening. "After watching for so long, why not show yourself?" His voice echoed across the empty graveyard, but at that moment, he was far from speaking to himself. As he finished speaking, a subtle sound emanated from behind the tombstone, and a figure clad in black, wearing a ghostly mask, slowly emerged. Hou Yudao scrutinized the stranger, confirming he did not recognize him. His eyes narrowed. "Who are you? Why have you been following me? What I am does not matter. Surrender the deathly golden will you possess, and I assure you I will leave Luoyang at once." "Never to pursue you again," the masked man replied, his demeanor tense, as if anticipating an ambush. Hou Yudao's expression darkened. Indeed, he had contemplated such an action. But the stranger's vigilance forced him to reconsider. The man's mysterious attire and stealthy approach made him a formidable opponent. Since this was the case, Hou Yudao decided to engage in a confrontation. He had never been one to resort to violence. If he could resolve matters with agility, he would prefer that. However, this time, he felt compelled to act, lest he allow petty adversaries to flourish. He harnessed his lightness skill, swiftly closing the distance. The moment the masked man sensed the sudden approach, he drew a longsword, displaying impressive swordsmanship and agility, clearly a skilled martial artist of the highest caliber. Yet, within mere 10 exchanges, Hou Yudao's strike found its mark upon the man's chest. With a muffled thud, The masked man staggered back several paces. Huh? Hou Yuao thought. Surprised at the man's weakness, how dare he seek trouble with him? Just as he prepared to deliver a second, more ruthless blow, he felt an unusual sensation in his palm. Raising his hand, he was alarmed to see the imprint of a dark mark spreading from where he had struck the man, accompanied by a faint, acrid odor. Oh no! I've been poisoned. The realization struck him. The adversary had tainted his clothing with the toxin. As a disciple of the Kong sect, he was well-versed in the art of poisoning. How careless. It was ironic that a master of toxins had unknowingly fallen victim to another's schemes. Despite this revelation, he remained remarkably composed. He quickly retrieved an antidote pill from his robe and swallowed it, simultaneously sealing several of his acupoints to halt the toxin spread within him. Having completed these actions, he finally exhaled, looking with resentment at the masked figure before him. So you are a Tangmen assassin. No wonder you have been trailing me. Black garb, ghostly mask, skilled in toxins. He mused. If he could not deduce the identity of his opponent now, he would not deserve to be a disciple of the Kong sect. The masked man maintained a calm demeanor, neither confirming nor denying his identity. As I said, who I am is of no consequence. I merely seek the deathly golden wheel. You seem quite certain of yourself, Hou Yuao retorted disdainfully. A mere toxin cannot possibly thwart me, a disciple of the Kong sect. He was not being arrogant, indeed. The number of poisons capable of incapacitating him could be counted on one hand, and none were commonplace. He found it hard to believe that the masked man possessed one of those rare toxins. You are correct. A trivial poison cannot defeat you. However, the toxin within you has yet to be completely purged. It would be wise not to recklessly wield your vital energy, the masked man replied with a calm smile. A hint of provocation in his tone. Chapter 62, Soul Sand of the Night. At this moment, Hou Yuao was indeed hesitant to recklessly mobilize his vital energy. The toxicity of the soul sand of the night within him, if not suppressed by his vital energy, would soon reach his heart, rendering any antidote futile. However, the inability to utilize his vital energy did not imply he was powerless against his adversary. Have you forgotten about the death-claiming golden wheel in my possession? He remarked with a semblance of a smile. The masked man, upon hearing this, maintained his calm demeanor and replied, of course not. To perish beneath the death-claiming golden wheel would be no regret for me. But, do you not wish to know what poison you have just encountered? Hou Yuao's expression darkened further, his confusion deepening. Could it be that this individual truly disregarded life and death simply to poison him? Or was there something extraordinary about the poison? His curiosity piqued, he inquired. Oh? What peculiar poison is this? Ha. I wouldn't call it peculiar. But it is indeed quite rare, the masked man exclaimed, a proud smile finally gracing his features. I wonder if you have ever heard of the soul sand of the night? The soul sand of the night? What makes this poison so remarkable? Hou Yuao asked, intrigued not only by the poison itself but also by its name, which sparked his curiosity. The masked man slowly rose, stating, it is quite normal for you to have never heard of the soul sand of the night. This poison originates from the indigenous people of Jianghu and is extracted from the excrement of local bats. While the toxicity is not lethal, its most notable characteristic is the incessant emission of a pungent odor, and once one becomes contaminated, it is akin to a relentless affliction that is exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Upon hearing this, Hou Yuao's countenance changed dramatically. Such a poison would serve as an excellent tracking mechanism. No wonder he had been perceiving a faint, acrid scent since the poisoning. This was the effect of the poison. It seemed this was the adversary's greatest reliance. Hou Yuao felt a sense of being ensnared. Realizing that his opponent had pretended to be feeble, deliberately feigning a state of heightened vigilance as if fearing an ambush, when in truth, their actual intent was to provoke him into action, leading to his exposure to the soul sand of the night. As long as the poison remained, even if he fled through secret paths for 1,000 miles, he would ultimately be unable to escape the tracking arts of Ma Jingfeng. He had no doubt about this. Though he held no fear of Ma Jingfeng, this time he might face a master. The thought of confronting a master-level powerhouse plunged Hou Yuao's spirits into despair, and he regarded the masked man with a glimmer of murderous intent. Hand over the antidote, and do not force my hand. You should know that as an heir of the Kong sect, I possess numerous methods to torment you. Ha. If you want the antidote, you must exchange it for the death-claiming golden wheel. I have already stated, I only desire the death-claiming golden wheel. The masked man retorted with a laugh, his confidence unwavering. He was certain that until the antidote was surrendered, Hou Yuao would not dare to take his life. Now it was a matter of whether he could withstand the torment from his adversary. If he could endure, all would be well. If he could not, If he couldn't even withstand this, how could he hope to revitalize the Tang sect? It would be better to die right here. The masked man gazed resolutely at Hou Yudao, seemingly indifferent to the concept of life and death. Observing the change in the masked man's expression, Hou Yudao could not help but glance askance. He had only seen such expressions on the faces of certain family assassins, whom he deemed to be nothing short of lunatics. Having long cast aside the notion of life and death, this only confirmed his suspicion that this man was indeed an assassin from the Tang sect of Shu. It was said that the assassins of the Tang sect were cultivated from a young age within their families, each undergoing rigorous training and indoctrination, displaying absolute loyalty to their clan. With the intention of tormenting his opponent, Hou Yudao swiftly abandoned that thought. He no longer wished to waste time. Slowly retrieving the death-claiming golden wheel from his robe, coldly stating, "Where is the antidote?" Haha, how could I possibly carry the antidote with me? What if? You must first hand over the death-claiming golden wheel, and once I am safe, I will send someone to deliver the antidote, the masked man suggested tentatively. Do you dare to deceive me? Hou Yudao's anger flared at the audacity of the masked man. It was utterly outrageous. The masked man remained unfazed, saying, "How could I dare? Your lightness of foot is unparalleled. Until I ensure my own safety, I cannot risk handing over the antidote. I hope you can understand." Hou Yudao fixed his gaze upon the man, his expression oscillating between anger and contemplation. "Speak, how do you wish to exchange? First, you must hand over the death-claiming golden wheel to me. Once I return safely, I will certainly send someone with the antidote." Impossible. The moment the masked man finished speaking, Hou Yudao resolutely rejected the proposal. Both parties had their own calculations, unwilling to relinquish control to the other. After a prolonged silence, Hou Yudao finally spoke again. 3 days. I will give you only 3 days. If I do not see the antidote after 3 days, even if the poison manifests, I will pursue you and exact your life. With that, he raised his hand, unleashing a surge of vital energy directed at the masked man. The masked man instinctively raised his hand to block, but the vital energy struck his arm. However, the anticipated pain did not follow. The energy melded seamlessly into the meridians of his arm, as if water dissolving in the ocean. Seeing this, Hou Yudao felt satisfied, declaring, "Do not think of escaping, with this vital energy within you. Even if you flee to the deepest mountains, I will still be able to find you." The masked man's expression darkened instantly. After a brief examination of the foreign vital energy in his arm, he was convinced of Hou Yudao's words. That energy was not something he could refine in a short time. There would be ample time for his opponent to catch up, before he could ponder further. He noticed Hou Yudao had already thrown the death-claiming golden wheel toward him. The death-claiming golden wheel. The masked man's heart soared with joy as he prepared to catch it. However, suddenly, several piercing sounds sliced through the air from a distance. Swish. The masked man let out a muffled groan, collapsing heavily to the ground. Who is it? He strained to turn his head, eager to identify his assailant. Upon recognizing the figure who had attacked him, the masked man's face filled with shock as he exclaimed, "It's you." "Indeed, it is I. I did not expect this. I must thank you for retrieving the death-claiming golden wheel for our sect." A man in a golden snake mask slowly approached him. "It's you, Golden Snake." The masked man stared fixedly at the newcomer, trembling with excitement, his eyes bulging as he collapsed lifelessly on the spot. "Haraha, did you not expect this? You have lost. The death-claiming golden wheel is now mine." The man with the golden snake mask laughed maniacally, bending down to retrieve the death-claiming golden wheel from the ground, when suddenly another figure lunged at him from behind. Die. A blood-red palm struck heavily against the back of the golden snake masked man, producing a sharp crack as his spine shattered. Tang sect assassins are nothing remarkable. Should the death-claiming golden wheel fall into your hands, it would be akin to a precious pearl cast into darkness. Chapter 63, The Legacy of the Martial Marquis. Not far away, Hou Yudao observed the scene with great interest, displaying no intention of intervening. The assailant, who had targeted the golden snake, slowly turned, revealing a rugged face adorned with a thick beard. Hou Yudao scrutinized the rough man, his gaze instinctively drawn to the large, calloused hand hanging by his side. It was an extraordinary hand, larger and coarser than that of an average person, its skin resembling aged leather. Thick and dark, evidence of years dedicated to honing martial skills. Bloodhand Butcher, Luo Xingfeng, have you come for the deadly golden wheel as well? Hou Yudao boldly identified the man, casually concealing his poisoned hand behind him, adopting a vigilant demeanor. Stop pretending. Hou Yudao, I know that your empty sect possesses a legacy treasure that can neutralize all poisons. Luo Xingfeng retorted coldly, his gaze fixed on him. Hou Yudao feigned recollection. I almost forgot. Your words remind me. The clumsy performance provoked a chuckle from him. Yet, Luo Xingfeng maintained a serious and solemn expression, never underestimating anyone, especially not a disciple of the empty sect. This ancient and secretive faction, which had offended the entire realm yet still thrived, was undeniably formidable. One could never predict what treasures an opponent might produce. Even an ancient divine weapon would not be surprising. From the beginning, Hou Yudao had sensed the three individuals following him, particularly the Bloodhand Butcher, whose aura of bloodshed was palpable even from a distance. Initially, he found it amusing and sought to observe the methods of Tang sect assassins. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in such theatrics. However, Luo Xingfeng was evidently different from the previous two assassins. His strength far surpassed theirs. Noticing the man's extraordinary hands, Hou Yudao suspected he possessed the prowess of a top-tier martial artist. Such might require caution, even from Hou Yudao himself. Moreover, Luo Xingfeng appeared to be quite knowledgeable about the empty sect, which surprised him. As far as he knew, Luo operated alone in the martial world, with few friends and no known allies. Could it be that he concealed his connections so well? Otherwise, how could he possess such insights into the secrets of the empty sect? Setting aside Hou Yudao's speculations, Luo Xingfeng shook out his disheveled sleeves and spoke directly. Hou Yudao, let us be frank. I will trade you a secret for the deadly golden wheel. Luo's words were succinct, his expression impassive. He had no intention of becoming enemies with Hou Yudao. The more he learned about the empty sect, the more he recognized its terrifying potential. To oppose such an individual would rob him of a peaceful night's sleep. Fortunately, his aim was solely the deadly golden wheel. Oh, what secret? Hou Yudao inquired instinctively. Luo Xingfeng shook his head in silence, casting a glance at the deadly golden wheel lying at his feet. Though he remained silent, his intention was clear. The wheel rested just out of reach, yet he refrained from bending down to retrieve it. Since Hou Yudao had thrown it away, it had remained there. Despite Hou Yudao's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Luo Xingfeng understood that no one could take what belonged to the disciple of the empty sect in plain sight. Seeing this, Hou Yudao smiled faintly, pleasantly surprised by Luo's adherence to rules. He continued, you should at least disclose the nature of the secret. Otherwise, how can I judge whether it is worth exchanging for the deadly golden wheel? At this, a smile crept onto Luo Xingfeng's lips as he uttered four words. The Martial Marquis' legacy. The Martial Marquis' legacy? You mean the legacy of the former Martial Marquis Guo Shan? Hou Yudao exclaimed, his spirit suddenly invigorated. Indeed, it was the legacy of the former Martial Marquis Guo Shan. Would this secret be worth the deadly golden wheel? Observing Hou Yudao's reaction, Luo Xingfeng felt assured. As expected, no thief could resist the allure of the Martial Marquis' legacy. Not even a disciple of the empty sect. Very well, the deadly golden wheel is yours. Speak. Hou Yudao eagerly agreed, his figure shifting as he swiftly approached Luo Xingfeng. Upon witnessing this, Luo Xingfeng's expression changed, a deep sense of wariness rising within him. Such speed. Is this the silent movement of the perfection, realm's silent goose passing? Gaining his composure, he looked deeply at Hou Yudao before leaning closer to whisper a few words in his ear. In the dead of night, under the hazy moonlight, shadows danced. The streets of Luoyang lay in darkness, impenetrable to the eye. A figure flitted by, akin to a gust of night wind sweeping through fallen leaves. The watchman, lantern in hand, traversed the empty streets, a sudden breeze stinging his eyes. The flickering candle within the lantern swayed, its light wavering as if it might extinguish at any moment. The watchman instinctively squinted, faintly perceiving a shadow pass by. He struggled to open his eyes, yet the next moment, there was nothing to be seen. What a ghostly sight. Just now, a shadow clearly passed by. Could I have imagined it? The watchman, glancing at his flickering lantern, began to doubt his own vision. He chided himself for being timid and resumed his patrol, calling out loudly, knock, knock, knock. Beware of fire in dry weather. His voice faded into the night as a dark figure ghosted silently across the street, slipping unnoticed into an inn. The following morning, Luo Xingfeng awoke in his own room, instinctively reaching for the pillow beside him, only to find nothing. Startled, he sat up to discover the space entirely empty. His deadly golden wheel was gone. Who stole my deadly golden wheel? Panic and fury surged within Luo Xingfeng as he immediately suspected the crafty Hou Yudao. Who else could have stealthily taken the wheel while he slept? Moreover, he had just exchanged it with Hou Yudao, and now it was stolen that very night. What a remarkable coincidence. Hou Yudao, you have broken the code of honor. We shall see what transpires. Chapter 64. The secret passage on the other side. Hou Yudao, brimming with pride, entered a secret passage. With one hand holding an oil lamp, and the other playfully manipulating the recently reclaimed deadly golden wheel, he chuckled to himself. Ha! Not only have I retrieved the deadly golden wheel, but I have also stumbled upon a hidden secret of the martial marquee. What a delightful surprise. That blood-handed butcher, Luo Xingfeng, is indeed a good person. I can hardly wait to see his furious expression when he awakens. Hehehe. The passage was dimly lit, even with the oil lamp. He could barely discern objects 10 meters away, beyond which lay an indistinct haze. Hou Yudao walked straight for a quarter of an hour, yet the end remained elusive. Showing no signs of impatience, he continued for another quarter of an hour until the passage veered rightward, extending further ahead. At this moment, a smile finally graced his face. In truth, this was not his first journey through this passage. Seeing the turn indicated that he was halfway through. With renewed vigor, he pressed onward. Soon hearing the faint sound of flowing water, and the exit came into view. Pushing aside the stones blocking the exit, he was instantly blinded by the long-lost sunlight. Emerging from the passage, he felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. No one would ever suspect that within the confines of the White Horse Temple lay a secret route to the outside world. Nor would they imagine that this passage stretched for miles, leading directly to the banks of the Luo River. Gazing at the river before him, Hou Yudao reveled in his triumph. Who would have thought this secret passage leads straight to the Luo River? Truly a marvel of craftsmanship. Just as he was basking in his elation, a voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Who? Hou Yudao was startled, his heart racing with shock. He spun around, his expression shifting from overwhelming pride to sheer astonishment. There stood a man wearing a bamboo hat and a rain cloak, a long sword in hand. His countenance austere and keenly observing him. It was none other than the legendary swordsman, Jianghu. Upon recognizing the figure behind him, Hou Yudao gasped, Jianghu? You have been following me all along? Aha! Hou Yudao, you were quite the rogue, stealing back what you just lost. That blood-handed butcher, Luo Xingfeng, must be beside himself with rage upon discovering the deadly golden wheel has been taken from him again, Jianghu teased with a smile. Hearing this revelation of his secret, Hou Yudao felt a surge of both anger and embarrassment. Why have you been tracking me? Jianghu replied coolly, I seek to reclaim something from you. What is it? Hou Yudao pressed. The secret manual of supreme skills that you pilfered from Shaolin Temple. Hou Yudao stared at him, genuinely surprised. That seems to have little to do with you. Are you also interested in this manual? Jianghu remained silent, merely observing him. Noting this demeanor, Hou Yudao felt a renewed sense of irritation, though it was overshadowed by an immense pressure. Is this truly the legendary Jianghu? Had it been before, I would have scoffed at this man, yet now, the mere presence of his adversary was enough to instill great pressure. However, despite this, surrendering the manual without a fight was out of the question. After a prolonged silence, Hou Yudao could not resist probing again. Do you intend to forcefully take it? Or are you considering a trade? Am I to be likened to blood-handed butcher Luo Xingfeng? Jianghu regarded him with a smile that was both amused and intimidating, causing Hou Yudao's scalp to prickle. At this moment, Hou Yudao finally grasped his adversary's intentions. So, you do plan to take it by force? Not forcefully, but to reclaim it, Jianghu asserted earnestly. Hou Yudao's voice lowered. Is there truly a distinction? Is it not all mere theft? Upon hearing this, Jianghu suddenly chuckled. Of course, there is a difference. You stole the manual for personal gain, whereas I seek to return it to its rightful owner. Return it to its rightful owner? Hou Yudao was taken aback, having considered many reasons but never this. He scrutinized Jianghu once more, remarking, This is the first time I have heard of stealing something to return it to its rightful owner. You are indeed a rather unique individual. In his heart, he held back another thought. Not only was this man unique, but he also exuded an immense pressure. If it could be avoided, he would rather offend the blood-handed butcher than become an enemy of Jianghu. Meanwhile, Jianghu continued to observe him, and Hou Yudao felt as though the man could draw his sword at any moment. At that instant, he felt a long-forgotten tension, something he had not experienced in ages. And it felt foreign to him. His body began to tremble slightly, a natural response indicating that his opponent possessed the lethal capability to threaten him. How is this possible? Hou Yudao refused to believe it. He knew his lightness skill had reached the pinnacle of perfection, having mastered one of the top techniques in the martial world, silent goose passing. Aside from the 3 grandmasters, how could anyone pose a fatal threat to him? He was unwilling to accept this, yet his body betrayed him. The instincts of his body do not lie. Jianghu, what kind of prodigy are you? He was reluctant to believe and equally hesitant to engage in combat. He was not afraid of death. It was merely that fighting was not his forte. Very well. He could not even convince himself of this sentiment. Thus, he proposed. If you wish to reclaim the manual, it is not impossible. It is said in the martial world that you are the fastest sword. Why don't we engage in a contest? If you win, I shall gladly hand over the manual. However, if you lose, you shall no longer refer to yourself as the fastest sword in the martial world. What do you say? A simple provocation, yet cleverly executed. By transforming a potential conflict into a contest, he managed to avoid a direct confrontation. Even if he were to lose, it would merely appear as a natural outcome, allowing him to save face. Upon hearing this, Jianghu laughed heartily, his amusement evident. Interesting, very interesting. How shall we compete? Feeling somewhat apprehensive, Hou Yudao averted his gaze and glanced at the leaves above them. It is quite simple. We shall simultaneously strike down the leaves overhead, within a breath. Whoever brings down more leaves shall be the victor. Jianghu nodded in agreement. Very well. Let the contest begin. Chapter 65. The ghostly pearl. Hou Yudao picked up a stone from the ground and threw it high into the sky, proclaiming, "The stone falling signifies the beginning." With that, the stone hit the ground, and two figures leapt into the air almost simultaneously. The evil swordsman, unwilling to even draw his sword, swiftly thrust the scabbard, cutting down leaves as he moved, catching them deftly with his other hand. Meanwhile, Hou Yudao wielded his fingers as if they were a sword, deftly pointing and striking, making shadows dance as he sent leaves fluttering to the ground. Ultimately, the contest concluded as anticipated, with the evil swordsman severing more leaves than Hou Yudao. It was a defeat he had foreseen. After all, the other was widely recognized as the fastest swordsman in the martial world. Competing in swordplay was undoubtedly a mismatch, and winning would have seemed far-fetched, leading him to question the veracity of his opponent's reputation. However, as he presented his secret manual with both hands, an unfamiliar bitterness welled within him. He had always been the one to take from others, and now, for the first time, someone had taken something from him. What a strange feeling it was to have one's possessions seized by another. Seeing the evil swordsman accept the secret manual, Hou Yudao, filled with reluctance, asked, "Evil swordsman, would you dare to compete with me once more?" "Oh." The evil swordsman was pleasantly surprised, his interest piqued. Generally, he had little interest in wagers with others. But against Hou Yudao, his interest was immense. After all, the latter was the contemporary successor of the Empty Gate, possessing treasures that could incite frenzy among martial artists. "Then what shall we compete in, and what will be the stakes?" The evil swordsman inquired. "You, recognized as the fastest swordsman in the martial world, have just demonstrated your swordplay. Should we not now test our lightness skills?" Hou Yudao provoked. The evil swordsman nodded. "Since you have put it that way, I shall accept your proposal. However, what will the stakes be?" Unperturbed, Hou Yudao produced an item that had recently drawn envious glances, the death wheel. He expected the appearance of the death wheel to excite his opponent, yet the evil swordsman merely displayed disappointment. Perplexed, Hou Yudao asked, "What is the matter? Are you not interested in the death wheel?" The evil swordsman shook his head, replying, "Indeed, I have no interest. While this may be a coveted treasure in the martial world, it serves no purpose for me." "Why is that?" The evil swordsman replied nonchalantly. "I need only a sword to accomplish my task of killing. What need have I for it?" At a loss for words, Hou Yudao was momentarily stunned. Gritting his teeth, he reached for another item, a pearl emanating an eerie green glow. "What is this?" the evil swordsman inquired, intrigued. "This is one of the treasures of our sect, the ghostly pearl," Hou Yudao proudly declared. "You must have heard the blood-handed butcher Luo Xingfeng mention that our sect possesses a treasure capable of dispelling all poisons, yet he knows not what that treasure is." Upon hearing this, the evil swordsman immediately grasped his intention and asked, "Are you saying that the ghostly pearl is that treasure?" "Indeed," Hou Yudao proclaimed with pride. The evil swordsman's eyes sparkled with interest as he gazed at the ghostly pearl in Hou Yudao's hand. "Excellent. I shall accept these two stakes." "Two?" Hou Yudao exclaimed in surprise, realizing the implications. "Did you not just say you were uninterested in the death wheel?" The evil swordsman chuckled at his reaction. "True. My interest in the death wheel is minimal, but why should I refuse an opportunity to acquire something for free?" Hou Yudao, increasingly exasperated, glared at him. "You are being rather greedy. The ghostly pearl is already an exceedingly rare treasure, worth as much as that secret manual. Do you truly wish to have my death wheel as well?" Had he not known he could not defeat the evil swordsman, he might have been tempted to extract the darkness from his heart. Unfazed by Hou Yudao's fury, the evil swordsman replied calmly, "Let us not speak in such terms. I have always been one for fairness. Since my stakes are 2, I will not allow you to wager 3 or 4. At this, Hou Yudao's anger intensified. He realized the evil swordsman had merely used his initial stakes as a pretext, caring little for the title of the fastest swordsman in the martial world. To hear such audacity laid bare was shameless. Seeing Hou Yudao silent, the evil swordsman continued, "Are you not confident in your lightness skills? I understand you have reached the pinnacle of the perfection, realm and lightness techniques. Do you truly fear defeat?" "Absolutely not," Hou Yudao retorted vehemently, facing the evil swordsman. His lightness skills were his last bastion of confidence, a matter of utmost pride. He straightened his posture, psyching himself up. "Very well, I accept your wager. I refuse to believe I could lose to you in lightness skills." The evil swordsman replied, "How shall we compare? Speak." Hou Yudao scanned the surroundings and suddenly pointed across the Luo River, smiling. "Do you see that willow tree on the opposite bank? Let us make it our finish line. Whoever reaches the willow tree first is the victor. What say you?" The evil swordsman followed his gesture and spotted the willow tree on the other side of the river. The Luo River was a considerable width, and with the swift current, crossing it would require exceptional lightness skills. However, this was evidently not a challenge for either of them. "Very well, let us begin." The evil swordsman agreed eagerly. Hou Yudao secretly rejoiced. This contest was not a random choice. He was well aware that the evil swordsman possessed formidable agility, but he believed the gap between their skills would be minimal, otherwise, the other would not exhibit such confidence. To ensure success, he had chosen a route that favored him. The empty gates technique, soundless passing of the wild goose, was among the finest in the martial world. Characterized not only by its silent execution but also by its grace, allowing one to leap great distances. Indeed, this was the perfect skill for traversing the expanse of the Luo River. Chapter 66. The two exceptional talents. Hou Yudao bent down for the second time to pick up a stone from the ground, tossing it high into the air once more. As the stone landed, the two figures sprang forth almost simultaneously. They could be seen skimming over the river's surface, moving with remarkable speed. Their movements created two distinct ripples on the water, radiating outward. From the onset, Hou Yudao had exerted all his strength, and at this moment, the perfected technique of silent goose passing was executed to perfection. His form raced like the wind, leaving behind a series of afterimages that made it nearly impossible for the ordinary eye to discern which was the true body and which was merely an illusion. By the time one caught sight of him, he had already transformed into a mere specter. Had the previous generation's disciples of the Kong sect still been alive, they would have been utterly astounded by the scene before them, unable to suppress an exclamation of like a shadow following its master. This was the ultimate skill of the Kong sect's treasured technique, silent goose passing, the art of shadow following. The afterimages appeared as though they were perpetually pursuing his form. Yet this illusion was simply a byproduct of his blinding speed, leaving a trail of phantoms in his wake. Among the disciples of the Kong sect throughout the ages, those who could cultivate silent goose passing to the pinnacle of perfection and comprehend the art of shadow following were exceedingly rare. This velocity represented the zenith of lightness skill, perhaps only surpassed by 3 master-level practitioners in the entire realm. According to the Kong sect's teachings, these masters are referred to as innate masters, possessing a unique internal energy known as innate true qi. Unlike ordinary true qi, this energy encompasses an extraordinary potency, resulting in effects that far exceed those achievable with common true qi. In the blink of an eye, Hou Yudao had outpaced the evil swordsman, leaving him far behind. At that moment, a flicker of pride welled within him. In the realm of lightness skills, he was confident that he could rival anyone. However, before he could revel in his triumph for long, he caught a glimpse of the other's figure rapidly closing the distance and surpassing him. How could this be possible? A sense of dread gripped his heart. Had the opponent's lightness skill also reached perfection, mastering a technique of the highest caliber? Within the span of a mile, the distance evaporated, and Hou Yudao watched helplessly as the evil swordsman caught up and crossed the riverbank first, reaching the willow tree ahead. Turning around, the evil swordsman proclaimed, "You've lost again." With a solemn expression, Hou Yudao regarded his opponent, his gaze betraying a hint of trepidation. "I concede. A bet is a bet. The Yume pearl is yours." This time, he readily tossed the wager to the other, devoid of any bitterness. This individual was simply too formidable. He was grateful he had chosen not to make an enemy of him. As the old man had said, talents in the martial world are as numerous as the fish in a river. He was but one among many. With this thought, a sense of despondency washed over him. This martial world was fraught with peril. Perhaps it would be wiser to retire to Suzhou and Hangzhou to live as a wealthy gentleman. On that day, the 6 major factions of the martial world attempted to capture the elusive Hou Yudao, only to meet with failure. Once the news spread, The entire martial realm erupted into a frenzy of speculation. Some claimed Hou Dao was simply too formidable, while others argued that the six factions were woefully inept. When word of Hou Dao's lightness skill reaching perfection circulated, many could not help but mutter a prodigy. Thus, the name of Hou Dao surged above countless martial talents, earning him the title of the foremost thief in the realm, his reputation echoing far and wide. In contrast, the once great talents of the six major factions appeared dimmed, leaving an impression of a lineage in decline. The only one who could be considered his equal was the widely acknowledged fastest sword in the land, the evil swordsman. Enthusiasts began to regard the two as the only two exceptional talents of the contemporary martial world. Titles like the four heroes of the martial world had all but faded from memory, and storytellers in the taverns were loath to recount their tales, fearing an audience too sparse to warrant their tales. In Luoyang, the Yu residence, as the day unfolded, many passers-by noticed that the main gate of the Yu residence stood wide open. It is known that prominent households typically only open their main gate on special occasions or when receiving distinguished guests. Ordinarily, only the side doors are in use. The neighboring residents exchanged glances, speculating what eminent figure might be visiting the Yu family. Inside the grand hall, the head of the Yu family, Yu Jianghu, sat in the main seat, his gaze frequently drifting toward the entrance of the courtyard. The courtyard was devoid of any presence, not even a servant to tidy up. This was because, apart from him, all members of the Yu family had already assembled at the entrance to welcome a distinguished guest. Seated beside him were three masters from the Shaolin Temple, the three of the four great Vajras, Bunxing, Bunji, and Benhui. Since the day the head of the four great Vajras, Benwu, returned to the temple, these three masters had remained at the Yu residence, regularly corresponding with the abbot of their temple. Just a few days prior, they had received a letter stating that Master Benwu would be returning shortly, and by calculations, that day was today. However, as the hour approached, Master Benwu had yet to make an appearance, causing Yu Jianghu to feel a twinge of anxiety. He turned to the three masters beside him and could not help but inquire, "Masters, surely the date cannot be incorrect? Why has Master Benwu not yet arrived?" "Do not fret, Master Yu. The date is undoubtedly correct. Perhaps there was a delay along the way. Let us wait a bit longer," Master Benxing replied solemnly. The four great Vajras had always regarded Master Benwu as their leader, and now that he was absent, Master Benxing naturally took it upon himself to respond. "Then we shall wait a little longer. There is no rush," he added reassuringly. Yu Jianghu took a sip from the teacup on the table to mask his unease. After a brief interlude, they still awaited news from the servants. Suddenly, Yu Jianghu stood up, pacing to the entrance to gaze outside, only to return disheartened to his seat. After several such attempts, he could no longer restrain himself, asking the three masters, "Surely Master Benwu has not encountered any mishap on the road?" Yet upon uttering this, he regretted his words. Master Benwu was returning to summon the temple's master. How could anything possibly go awry? At that moment, hurried footsteps were finally heard approaching. The Yu family's steward entered the hall, barely steadying himself before exclaiming, Master Benwu has returned and should have entered the residence by now." "Oh, he has finally returned. Quickly, let us go and welcome the master." Yu Jianghu, filled with excitement, stood up, his face beaming with joy. It was no wonder he was so animated. The presence of a master was an event that no one in the martial realm could remain indifferent to. The three masters, however, displayed little change in expression, appearing somewhat more relaxed than before. "Masters, please join me in welcoming him," Yu Jianghu invited with a smile. With that, the group exited the grand hall and made their way toward the courtyard. Chapter 67. The return of the secret manual. As several individuals arrived at the front courtyard, they fortuitously encountered the figure of Master Benwu. The master appeared travel-worn, with traces of hardship etched upon his face. Noticing that only Master Benwu was present, the group began to glance behind him expectantly. Yu Jianghu inquired, "Master Benwu, why is there no sign of your esteemed temple's grandmaster?" "Ahmedba," Master Benwu intoned softly, his voice heavy. "Master Liaochan is still within the temple. This time, I have returned alone." Yu Jianghu was momentarily taken aback, disappointment creeping into his expression as he asked, "Master, how can this be?" The three companions beside him cast questioning glances in his direction, with Benxing voicing, "Senior brother, has Master Liaochan not come out?" Master Benwu remained silent, slowly retrieving an envelope from his robe. Upon returning to the main hall, Yu Jianghu examined the letter, his face suddenly reflecting astonishment. He looked up at Master Benwu and asked, "Master, what does the Grandmaster must not act recklessly mean?" With a grave expression, Master Bin sighed and explained, Master Yu. You may not be aware, but there has been an agreement among the three grandmasters. They are not to intervene in the disputes and controversies of the martial world. This is the meaning behind the grandmaster must not act recklessly. Yu Jinkong's countenance fell, hesitating as he asked, So, does this mean Grandmaster Liaochan cannot intervene? Master Bin nodded slowly. The room fell into a heavy silence, each person exchanging glances. If Grandmaster Liaochan did not intervene, who would confront the elusive Master Yudao? Yu Jinkong's expression darkened, disappointment shadowing his features. Previously, he had harbored hopes of seizing the deathly golden wheel, but now it seemed utterly hopeless. Besides the three grandmasters, he could scarcely conceive of anyone capable of wresting the deathly golden wheel from Master Yudao's grasp. Master Bin felt an even deeper sense of distress. Upon his return to the temple, he had promised the martial guests he would summon a grandmaster to take action. Now, with the 6 major sects waiting for his news in Luoyang, it appeared he would have to break his promise. While his personal dishonor was minor, the damage to Shaolin Temple's reputation was significant. He lamented inwardly, it seems Shaolin Temple's standing in the martial world will suffer greatly. At that moment, the butler of the courtyard hurried in again, whispering urgently to Yu Jinkong, Master, the evil swordsman is outside. He requests an audience with Master Binwu of Shaolin Temple. Though the butler's voice was quiet, the individuals in the hall were all skilled martial artists with exceptional hearing. The butler's actions were akin to ringing a bell in silence. The evil swordsman? He dares to come to the Yu residence? Yu Jinkong gasped, anger surging within him at the thought of the murderer of his son standing outside. If he were not at a disadvantage, he would have rushed out with a blade in hand. Now, faced with his enemy's presence, he found himself not only refraining from immediate action but also worrying whether the man might storm into the Yu residence to eliminate him completely. Fortunately, upon hearing that the visitor sought an audience with Master Binwu, he turned with a pained expression and implored, Master, the evil swordsman unjustly killed my son, Yu Yingjie. You must seek justice for our family. Master Binwu was taken aback, puzzled as to why the evil swordsman would wish to meet him. After all, the man had once stolen a treasured artifact from the temple, leading to a 3-year pursuit by the 4 great guardians. However, had that grudge not been settled already? Master Binwu suppressed his confusion but felt uncertain upon hearing Yu Jinkong's plea, unsure of how to proceed. Such disputes were inherently personal grievances, and he was reluctant to intervene. Thus, he merely replied, Master Yu, let us meet with the evil swordsman first. Yu Jinkong, seeing no other option, reluctantly instructed the butler to bring the evil swordsman inside. A moment later, the evil swordsman entered the hall with measured steps. His gaze swept the room, taking in everything before settling momentarily on Yu Jinkong, whom he regarded with a slight smile before looking away. He instead addressed the 4 great guardians of Shaolin with a respectful nod, saying, Masters, it has been a while since we last met. The atmosphere grew tense, the guardians casting him cold, disapproving glances. Only Master Binwu maintained an inscrutable expression, asking, Evil swordsman, what brings you to seek me today? The evil swordsman smiled faintly, stating, I have come today to repay a debt of gratitude. I, the evil swordsman, have always been clear about my debts. Kindness for kindness, vengeance for vengeance. With that, he produced a manual from his robe and tossed it lightly towards Master Binwu. The master caught the manual, and as he perused it, his countenance shifted dramatically. This is indeed the secret manual stolen from our temple. Evil swordsman, how did it come to be in your possession? Curiosity sparked among the onlookers as they gathered closer. Indeed, this is the stolen manual. How has it returned to us? Did Master Yao fall at his hands? That seems improbable. His lightness of foot has reached unparalleled heights, unmatched except by the 3 grandmasters. Who could possibly defeat him? Surely he did not gift it to the evil swordsman? The evil swordsman paid no heed to their astonishment, smiling blandly as he declared, I believe this manual should suffice to balance the debt I owe. As for how it came to be in my possession, I must respectfully decline to elaborate. Masters, I take my leave. As he turned to depart, a voice called out, Hold on. Yu Jinkong burst forth from the crowd. His voice a fierce growl akin to a wounded wolf, eyes fixed menacingly on the evil swordsman, despite his trembling legs resembling a vicious dog barking behind a protective fence. His fierce demeanor failed to intimidate the evil swordsman, instead eliciting laughter from the assembled crowd. Yu Jinkong shouted, Evil swordsman, why did you kill my son, Yu Yingjie? Yu Yingjie? The evil swordsman immediately recalled the resolute young man, and replied coldly, He sought to kill me, so I eliminated him. Yu Jinkong erupted in a fit of rage. Nonsense. My son was merely with Zhuobuer of the Huashan sect. You killed him without cause. The evil swordsman frowned, his voice growing colder. Zhuobuer sought to kill me. He was with your son. I had no choice but to eliminate them both. A palpable aura of menace radiated from the evil swordsman as he spoke, chilling the air like a winter wind, causing the gathered individuals to shudder involuntarily. Yu Jinkong's fierce expression faded, leaving him helplessly watching as the evil swordsman's figure retreated, unable to utter another threatening word. A dog without a master is ultimately just a feeble barker. Chapter 68. The Swift Sword. In the early morning, as the mist rose and dew fell, Wang Muji practiced her swordplay in the small courtyard outside her home, her silhouette dancing gracefully amidst the swirling fog, reminiscent of a celestial being frolicking among mortals. Her maid, Xiao Hong, stood quietly by, holding a pristine towel, ever ready to wipe the sweat from her mistress's brow. After a stick of incense had burned down, Wang Muji's movements gradually slowed, concluding her practice with a graceful sheathing of her sword. At this moment, her body and face were glistening with sweat, her garments dampened. Yet this did not render her disheveled. Rather, it bestowed upon her a touch of allure and charm. Xiao Hong hurried forward, presenting the immaculate towel, as was customary. Typically, at this juncture, the young mistress would complain about the difficulties of mastering swordplay while dabbing at her perspiring face. But today, a smile graced her features. Xiao Hong too smiled, for when her mistress beamed, her joy was infectious. Wang Muji's spirits seemed exceptionally high, her laughter radiating warmth, compelling even the most stoic to share in her mirth, allowing those burdened by sorrow to momentarily forget their woes. Curiosity piqued, Xiao Hong ventured to ask, "Miss, what has brought you such happiness today? Is there joyful news to share?" "Ah, Xiao Hong, you have guessed correctly," Wang Muji replied, her voice laced with excitement as she wiped her brow. "Not just one, but two pieces of delightful news." "Oh, pray tell, what are these two joyful tidings?" Xiao Hong inquired eagerly. Wang Muji returned the towel, her eyes sparkling. "Gaga, Xiao Hong. I have finally made my entry into the realm of Swift Sword today. Isn't that remarkable?" Though Xiao Hong did not grasp the significance of this entry, the sheer joy radiating from her mistress suggested it was indeed something extraordinary. Reflecting on how her mistress had achieved such progress in merely a few months, admiration swelled within her. It was fortunate Xiao Hong remained oblivious. Had she known that Wang Muji had mastered her internal cultivation in less than 3 days, her awe might have waned. In the realm of martial arts, Wang Muji's aptitude for swordplay was modest, yet her passion for it was undeniable. She dedicated far more time to sword practice than to her internal training, and her achievement of merely entering this new discipline brought her greater joy than her prior mastery of internal techniques. Xiao Hong, still somewhat puzzled, pressed on, "Miss, what is the other piece of joyous news?" Wang Muji's enthusiasm surged once more as she declared, "The other news is that my birthday is fast approaching. Yesterday, grandfather promised me a precious birthday gift." Xiao Hong was well aware of the significance of this occasion for her mistress. Each year, the celebration of her birthday brought boundless joy, a period marked by warmth within the Jianghu sect. "Xiao Hong, do you remember what grandfather gifted me last year?" Wang Muji continued, not waiting for a response. "It was this exquisite sword." She gently caressed the beautiful long sword in her hand, adorned with 3 radiant gems on its sheath and a long crimson tassel at the hilt. "This is my favorite birthday gift, unlike father, who presented me with a set of 4 books for women. How utterly insufferable." Xiao Hong recalled that the very next day after receiving that set of books, her mistress had reduced them to shreds with the very sword she now held. Both of them chuckled at the memory. After breakfast, Wang Muji and Xiao Hong eagerly departed the Jianghu sect. This time, they were not sneaking out. Following their last escapade, the old sect master had resigned himself to the fact that he would no longer restrict her outings. Wang Muji had grown up and had the means to protect herself. Thus, he decided to grant her freedom. Although the young mistress still harbored some reservations, she dared not openly challenge the old master, especially since she could no longer best Wang Muji in combat. Wang Muji had anticipated punishment for her previous escapade, but the outcome had turned out quite favorably, leading her to conclude, "Grandfather is indeed a good man. Whether father is a good father remains uncertain." Upon leaving the Jianghu sect, Wang Muji and Xiao Hong made their way to the cosmetics shop. Although the shop catered to women's needs, it was not exclusively frequented by women. Men occasionally entered, typically to purchase gifts for their wives, concubines, sisters, or lovers. As Wang Muji entered the shop, she noticed 2 men inside, one a young scholar in his 20s, and the other an elderly gentleman. The young scholar, upon seeing two beautiful young women enter, was visibly enamored, particularly by the youthful and stunning Wang Muji, to the point that drool began to escape the corners of his mouth, creating unsightly stains on the shop's tiled floor. Disgusted, Wang Muji took a step back, her smile evaporating, feeling as though she had swallowed two dead rats. Unfazed, the scholar approached, introducing himself. I am Jianghu. It is a pleasure to meet you both. May I ask your names? Wang Muji frowned, recognizing him as Jianghu, the famed talent of Luoyang, and was taken aback by his demeanor. How could such a celebrated figure be so lacking in decorum? Miss, perhaps we should return another day, Xiaohong suggested, tugging at Wang Muji's sleeve, hoping to avoid confrontation. However, Wang Muji, undeterred, shot a fierce glare at Jianghu and retorted, "What manner of scoundrel dares to approach me? You would do well to inquire about this sword in my hand first." Chapter 69. Jianghu's eyes widened in astonishment. What noble lady was this, whose very anger radiated such beauty? Yet, the lady appeared unmoved upon hearing his name. Could it be that she had never heard of his illustrious reputation? Such a notion seemed improbable. After all, Jianghu hailed from the illustrious Ouyang family in Luoyang, having mastered literacy by the age of 3, engaged in scholarly pursuits by 5, and attained the title of Xiuzai by 13. His renown had spread throughout Luoyang. How could anyone remain ignorant of him? Noticing the lady draw her sword in a defensive posture, Jianghu quickly interjected, "Please, fair lady, do not misconstrue my intentions. I assure you, Jianghu is no lecher who would disrespect a lady's dignity. Since childhood, I have devoted myself to the study of sages. And while I do not presume to call myself a paragon of virtue, I am certainly not the rogue you imagine." Upon seeing her cease the threatening motion, Jianghu felt a surge of relief and continued, "It is a pleasure to meet such a graceful lady today. My heart was momentarily overwhelmed with joy, prompting me to approach you for an introduction. I hope you will forgive any perceived rudeness on my part." His words flowed with elegance and ease, transforming an impetuous advance into a heartfelt desire for acquaintance, delivered with a charming confidence. Truly, he was a celebrated talent of Luoyang. However, rather than easing her suspicions, Wang Muji's expression hardened further, and she kept her sword raised. "Who says I wish to be acquainted with you? Dare to approach again, and I will not hesitate to show you my displeasure." With a sharp command, she beckoned her companion, Xiaohong, and exited the cosmetics shop, leaving behind any desire to shop or the pleasant mood she had just possessed. Once outside, Jianghu's complexion shifted to a dismal mix of green and white. He turned to the shopkeeper at the counter, inquiring, "Pray tell, do you know which noble family that lady belongs to?" The shopkeeper, who had remained stationary during the earlier altercation, finally replied, Esteemed Ouyang, that young lady is the daughter of Wang Dehai from the Golden Blade sect. She is renowned as one of the most beautiful women in Luoyang and has gained quite a reputation in the martial world, often listed among the 4 great beauties of the realm." "Oh, she is the fairy of Luoyang, Wang Muji?" Jianghu realized with clarity. He had only heard whispers of her beauty. Today marked his first encounter with her in person, and she truly lived up to her famed title as one of the most celebrated beauties. Although not a denizen of the martial world, he had certainly heard of the 4 great beauties and was particularly intrigued by Wang Muji, given her esteemed lineage in Luoyang. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Such an unparalleled beauty is worthy of Jianghu, he mused, feeling an impatient yearning welling within him. Without delay, he left the shop, heading straight for home. Behind him, the shopkeeper called out, "Ouyang, will you not take this wooden hairpin?" But alas, Jianghu's figure had already vanished into the bustling streets. Upon returning home, Jianghu intended to seek information regarding Wang Muji when a young attendant approached him. "Young master, you have returned at last. The master was just looking for you and seemed quite urgent." "My father seeks me," Jianghu asked, curious. What matter could be so pressing? The attendant merely stared, opening his mouth but failing to voice a word. Jianghu quickly withdrew his gaze, realizing the attendant, being but a mere boy, could not possibly know what he himself did not. Yet, in the next moment, the attendant seemed to recall something and spoke. "Young master, a guest has arrived today." And it was the master who received them. Perhaps it is related to that? Jianghu was somewhat taken aback and inquired, "Do you know who the guest was?" The attendant shook his head. "No, the master received them in the front hall, and I did not see who it was." Upon hearing this, Jianghu felt no disappointment. Instead, he set off to find his father. Entering the front hall, he found only his father there, indicating that the guest had departed. "Father, you called for me? You've returned?" Jianghua looked up, his face stern. "Why do you not focus on your studies at home? instead of gallivanting outside. What sort of behavior is this? Ouyang lowered his head, acknowledging his misstep. Father, I understand my fault. I shall devote myself to my studies from now on. But what urgent matter did you wish to discuss? Hearing this, Ouyang Hua's expression softened. Today, a representative from the Guo Shan sword sect visited. One of their senior disciples is of a similar age to you, and I intended for you to meet him. The Guo Shan sword sect? Ouyang expressed confusion. Father, when did our Ouyang family become involved with the Guo Shan sword sect? And have you not always looked down upon those of the martial world? Not at all. Ouyang Hua corrected him. This is a different time. The court has weakened considerably, beset by internal strife and external threats, leading to a long-standing state of turmoil. The law has become a mere formality, and chaos reigns both centrally and locally, revealing the signs of a waning dynasty. Many local tyrants are covertly bolstering and courting martial factions, awaiting their moment. Thus, our Ouyang family must adapt our strategy should the situation change drastically. We must possess some means of self-preservation during the chaos. Ouyang was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom his father's uncharacteristic sentiments. He had devoted his life to scholarly pursuits, never considering such matters. In Luoyang, their Ouyang family was a notable power. Ouyang had believed that once he achieved success and entered the court, the family would thrive for generations. Yet now, he realized that without the means to protect themselves, they would easily become prey in times of upheaval. Caught in this sudden shift in perspective, he stood in stunned silence. Beside him, Ouyang Hua gently patted his shoulder and urged, Are you not going to awaken from your reverie? Awakening from his stupor, Ouyang asked, Father, how shall our Ouyang family safeguard itself? Should I abandon my studies and take up arms instead? There is no need for such drastic measures. Ouyang Hua quickly interjected. My intention is not to have you forsake your studies. While martial prowess is admirable, it is merely a tool of the common folk. True excellence lies in the cultivation of knowledge. Seeing Ouyang still bewildered, he patiently elaborated, I have already begun discreetly training several retainers. If chaos truly descends, it is only the martial factions that pose a threat to our Ouyang family. Therefore, forging alliances with certain martial groups is indeed prudent. This is the very reason for my recent dealings with the Guo Shan sword sect. Ouyang, being a renowned scholar since youth, possessed both knowledge and acumen. He had heard tales of the Shaolin Temple's 18 warrior monks rescuing the Tang Emperor. Whenever chaos arose, the martial factions emerged as formidable forces. If handled wisely, they could become invaluable allies. If mismanaged, they could turn into merciless foes. As for why his father sought to ally with the Guo Shan sword sect rather than the more powerful Shaolin Temple, it seemed that the Ouyang family had yet to earn such standing. With this realization, Ouyang felt a sense of calm wash over him, though his thoughts drifted back to Wang Muji. Since she was heralded as one of the 4 great beauties, why not seek out someone from the Guo Shan sword sect to inquire about her? Chapter 70. Spare me, great hero. After Wang Muji dragged Xiaohong out of the cosmetics shop, her mood was still quite dismal. Xiaohong suggested, Miss, let us return home for now and come back another day to purchase the cosmetics. No, Wang Muji retorted, her anger still simmering. We have only just begun our outing. Let us wander a bit longer. If that Ouyang dares to follow us, I shall give him a proper lesson. Xiaohong couldn't help but glance back, relieved to see he had not trailed behind. Miss, he has not followed us. But what shall we do next? Wang Muji looked ahead and declared, Let us go to Wangwei Tower. Today, I shall take you to hear the storyteller recount tales. While accompanying Xiaohong was a secondary motive, the primary reason was her own longing. It had been ages since she had last listened to the venerable storyteller. The mere thought of hearing his stories ignited her excitement, making her momentarily forget about the earlier encounter with the constable. Xiaohong, intrigued, pondered the concept of the Jianghu. What could it be that captivated her mistress so? In the storyteller's narrative, Jianghu comprised thrilling tales that stirred the blood, filled with remarkable exploits of heroes. Upon entering the grand hall of Wangwei Tower, they found the storyteller animatedly recounting a recent secret from the Jianghu. Esteemed guests, you must have heard of the phrase, masters must not act recklessly. It is said that an agreement exists among the 3 great masters that they shall not arbitrarily interfere in disputes of the Jianghu. This is the essence of masters must not act recklessly. Wang Muji, hearing this for the first time, excitedly grabbed Xiaohong's hand and sought a nearby empty table. The crowd in the hall was noticeably thinner than before, with several vacant tables still available. This was due to many Jianghu patrons having recently departed from Luoyang. Since the return of Master Binwo, the agreement among the 3 great masters had become widely known, leading to the departure of many who found the atmosphere lacking in excitement. The storyteller cleared his throat and continued, indeed, with Master Liaoqing of Shaolin abstaining from action. The skilled practitioners of the 6 major sects found themselves helpless against the notorious Miaosho Kongkong Ho Yudao. However, I have learned that the stolen secret manuals from Shaolin have once again returned to the hands of Master Benwu. Upon hearing this, the uninformed patrons gasped in astonishment. What? The stolen secret manuals from Shaolin have returned? When did this occur? How is this possible? Did Miaosho Kongkong Ho Yudao voluntarily return the manuals? This was not entirely implausible. After all, Master Liaoqing resided at Shaolin, and while the agreement existed, who could guarantee he would not act covertly? Thus, it was conceivable that Ho Yuao chose to return the manuals of his own accord. Perhaps Master Liaoqing had indeed intervened secretly, as there had been no news of Ho Yudao recently. Indeed, he might have already met his end at Master Liaoqing's hands, which was a pity. What a pity! A pity for the deadly golden wheel in his possession, which would now rest in the hands of Shaolin, making it unlikely to be seen again in the Jianghu. Precisely. Listening to the discussions below, the storyteller suddenly chuckled, his smile enigmatic. Not at all. The reason the secret manuals returned to Master Benwu was not due to Master Liaoqing acting in secret, but because someone voluntarily returned them. Everyone must have assumed it was Miaosho Kongkong Ho Yudao who returned them, but no. The one who returned the manuals to Master Benwu was none other than the fastest sword in the Jianghu, the evil swordsman. The evil swordsman? How could it be him? Indeed, it is well known that the one who pilfered the secret manuals was the disciple of Kongkong sect, Miaosho Kongkong Ho Yudao. How could they end up in the hands of the evil swordsman? Was Ho Yudao actually the evil swordsman? How could that be possible? How could it not be? No one in the Jianghu has ever seen the true visage of the evil swordsman, nor do they know his real identity. Perhaps he is indeed Miaosho Kongkong Ho Yudao? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Wang Muji, upon hearing this, passionately interjected, impossible. I have met the evil swordsman, though I have not seen his true face. I have shared a drink with him. His voice sounded quite youthful, and he cannot possibly be Miaosho Kongkong Ho Yudao. The crowd turned to look at her. One exclaimed, isn't that the fairy of Luoyang, Wang Muji? Truly stunning. No wonder she is hailed as one of the 4 beauties of the Jianghu. Another chimed in, you only noticed her now? I saw her when she first entered. But she is right. The evil swordsman only emerged in the Jianghu 3 years ago, so he cannot be very old. Just because he has been active for a short time does not mean he is young. Perhaps he has spent decades honing his skills before finally revealing himself. Before the speaker could finish, he noticed someone beside him tugging at his sleeve, exchanging furtive glances, while the surroundings fell eerily silent. Realizing something was amiss, he looked forward only to see a figure clad in a straw raincoat, a wide-brimmed hat, and holding a long sword, with a grim expression, approaching slowly. Evil swordsman. His voice trembled as he recognized the figure, fear evident in his gaze. Continue speaking. Do not stop. The evil swordsman had now approached him, a smile gracing his face. The man also smiled, though it resembled more of a grimace. He stammered, evil swordsman, I was wrong. I speak without thinking. I am but a petty man. Please do not hold this against me. I will never dare again. The evil swordsman replied coolly, do not be timid. I rather enjoyed your earlier unrestrained and rebellious demeanor. Regain that spirit. And no, I know I was wrong. Please spare me, evil swordsman. The man, trembling, collapsed to his knees. The evil swordsman chuckled again, no longer toying with him, and waved his hand lightly, saying, begone. Thank you, great hero, for sparing me. The man's face brightened, ready to rise and flee, only to find his legs had given way, rendering him unable to stand. Chapter 71. The evil swordsman appeared to be in remarkably good spirits, and when he noticed the clumsy figure of a person rising from the ground, he merely smiled lightly and passed by without further acknowledgement. At that moment, his gaze landed on Wang Muji amidst the crowd, and he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Indeed, any healthy man would find it impossible to overlook her presence in a gathering. The evil swordsman was no exception the instant he laid eyes on her. A joyful smile broke across his face. Wang Muji, of course, had seen the evil swordsman even earlier. In fact, the moment he stepped into the grand hall of Wangyue Tower, her attention had been fixated on him and had not wavered since. Now that she realized he had spotted her as well, she sprang up with delight, exclaiming, evil swordsman, we meet again. Come, sit over here. Upon hearing her melodious voice, like that of a golden oriole, the smile on the evil swordsman deepened. There is no man in the world who could refuse such a voice, nor could any man deny such an invitation. This was especially true for the evil swordsman, as he would never refuse Wang Muji, not in the past, and certainly not in the future. With a calm demeanor, the evil swordsman approached Wang Muji and took a seat before her. Only then did he cast a curious glance at the maidservant, Xiao Hong, who stood beside her, feigning unfamiliarity as he inquired, "And who might this young lady be?" Xiao Hong, feeling somewhat bashful, displayed a shy demeanor, but Wang Muji's voice quickly interjected, "This is Xiao Hong. She has been by my side since childhood." The evil swordsman nodded slightly. "Pleasure to meet you, Miss Xiao Hong." At this, Xiao Hong became even more embarrassed, hastily lowering her head and avoiding his gaze. Seeing the familiar Xiao Hong, the evil swordsman found her as endearing as ever. Turning his attention back to Wang Muji, he remarked, "Miss Wang, it is a pleasure to see you again. This time, it is my turn to treat you to a drink." Upon hearing this, Wang Muji's smile faltered as she recalled the unpleasant taste of the last drink they shared. She hesitated, saying, perhaps we should just have some tea instead." The evil swordsman was momentarily taken aback but quickly grasped the implication. His face lighting up with a grin, "Very well, let us enjoy some tea." He picked up the teapot from the table and poured a cup for both ladies, then filled his own cup, teasingly stating, "Miss Wang, it seems you enjoy coming here. It is rather unexpected." Wang Muji took a sip of tea and looked up with curiosity. "What is so surprising about that?" The evil swordsman surveyed the surroundings and replied, "Do you not think it peculiar for a young lady to visit a tavern alone?" Wang Muji then realized the truth of his words, glancing around the hall. She noticed that apart from herself, there were no other women present, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. The evil swordsman quietly chuckled to himself and finished his cup of tea. The tea at Wangyue Tower was indeed delightful, especially when he was parched. Even a simple bowl of lukewarm water could taste sweet when one was thirsty. Wang Muji observed him enjoying tea as if it were wine, her eyes shimmering with a unique light. In her heart, she had always believed that a hero should embody such qualities. Around them, the crowd of martial artists gradually began to murmur. They were taken aback to see these two sharing tea together. The evil swordsman had always been a lone wolf in the martial world. Did he harbor feelings for the fairy of Luoyang, Wang Muji? What was so strange about that? A graceful lady is a worthy match for a gentleman. Moreover, as the fairy of Luoyang, who could resist her allure? Any normal man would surely be captivated. Ah, how enviable it was. The evil swordsman, a prodigious talent. Not only the fastest swordsman in the martial world, but also able to encounter a beauty like Wang Muji. Truly, it was remarkable. But what good is envy? Do you possess his strength? Do you have his talent? This world of martial arts is all about power, with strength, fame, and beautiful companions are within reach. Indeed, the evil swordsman's talent and ability are rare in a century. If I could possess his gifts, I would willingly sacrifice 20 years of my life. Yet, thinking further, how did the legendary martial arts manual, stolen by the crafty Miaosho Kongkong Ho Yu Dao, end up in the hands of the evil swordsman? This was perplexing. There have been no prior rumors of any connection between the two. Could it be they had crossed paths? Questions swirled in the minds of the onlookers, who could not help but direct their gazes toward the main figure of this matter, yet none dared to approach the evil swordsman directly. A person of great skill and a master of the sword. He kills with a single draw? This was the finest appraisal of the evil swordsman among the martial community, and few remained unaware of this saying. Thus, the crowd turned their attention to the storyteller, an elderly gentleman, who appeared quite at ease sipping tea. Since the sudden appearance of the evil swordsman in the hall, the attention of the martial artists had been captivated, allowing the storyteller to indulge in a brief respite. Taking advantage of the moment, the storyteller scrutinized the evil swordsman closely. With a hat atop his head, draped in a cloak, holding a long sword, and wearing a stern expression, he not only exuded an air of mystery, but also displayed remarkable caution, often keeping his hat brim low to obscure his features. The more he observed, the greater his admiration grew for this legendary young man. At such a tender age, he was already an unparalleled swordsman, his unique speed and swordplay nearly unrivaled in the martial world. His talent and strength were rare to find in a century. Coupled with his prudent demeanor, well-versed in the perils of the martial realm, barring any unforeseen events, this young man was destined to amaze an era. As the crowd suddenly turned their attention to him, the elderly storyteller snapped back to reality. He set down his teacup, cleared his throat, and declared, after returning the martial arts manual to Master Benwu of the Shaolin Temple, the evil swordsman proclaimed, "This manual serves to repay the debts owed, and from henceforth, we are no longer indebted to one another." With that, the evil swordsman turned to leave. To learn of what transpired next, one must await the next tale. The storyteller brought his wooden block down with a resounding clap upon the table, preparing to conclude his session for the day. The audience, having waited in anticipation, felt discontented with the unsatisfactory conclusion, and they began to voice their grievances toward the elderly man. "Old man, what was that? You left us hanging." "Indeed. You haven't explained how the martial arts manual ended up in the evil swordsman's possession." "Exactly. And why does he owe a debt to the Shaolin Temple?" "We still don't know." The elderly storyteller looked troubled and replied, "Dear guests, I have finished my tale. As for the matters you inquire about, I am as clueless as you." He then cast glances toward the direction of the evil swordsman, as if to suggest, "The main figure is over there. You may ask him yourselves." Chapter 72. Human Sentiment. Wang Muji was exceedingly elated today. Not only did she encounter the enigmatic Swordmaster again at the moon viewing pavilion, but they also shared tea and engaged in delightful conversation. She relished their dialogue, particularly when he recounted his adventures in the martial world. His storytelling surpassed even that of the most seasoned raconteurs, captivating her with its brilliance. This reminiscing inevitably led her thoughts to her senior brother Guo. She wondered how he fared now. Was he gallivanting freely through the realm of martial arts? A pang of envy surged within her as she contemplated Guo's unrestrained exploits. She yearned to traverse the world with such liberty as well. After a satisfying meal, the Swordmaster rose to bid farewell, saying, "I must take my leave, Miss Wang. Until we meet again. Farewell, Swordmaster. I shall seek you out in the martial world." Wang Muji replied resolutely. The Swordmaster raised an eyebrow, finding her naivety amusing. As she watched his departing figure, a glimmer of yearning crossed Wang Muji's face. At this moment, the usually reticent Xiao Hong suddenly interjected, "Miss, why does the title Swordmaster sound so peculiar? Is he truly surnamed Xie? I have never heard of such a surname in the 100 family surnames." "Of course not," Wang Muji clarified. "The Swordmaster is shrouded in mystery. No one knows his origins or his name. However, his actions are capricious, embodying both righteousness and wickedness, which is why the people of the martial world have dubbed him Swordmaster Xie." "Oh." Xiao Hong nodded, pondering, "Is this Swordmaster truly formidable? It seems everyone around us is quite fearful of him." "Indeed, he is exceptionally powerful," Xiao Hong continued without turning her head. "He is recognized as the fastest sword in the martial world, and even Sister Lu is no match for him." Upon hearing that even Lu Qingmei could not rival him, Xiao Hong truly grasped the Swordmaster's prowess. Lu Qingmei was the most formidable figure in her eyes, one of the 4 heroes of the martial world, with even her former disciples praising her in private. If this Swordmaster surpassed Lu Qingmei, then he must be the most formidable among the younger generation. Meanwhile, after departing the moon viewing pavilion, the Swordmaster made his way directly out of Luoyang City. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the renowned Mingjian Villa, not far from the city. When the steward announced the Swordmaster's presence at the gate, the villa's master, Gu Luming, was taken aback and wondered what brought him here. The steward shook his head, then asked, "Master, should we invite him in?" Reluctantly suppressing his curiosity, Gu Luming instructed the steward to bring the Swordmaster inside. Soon, the steward led the Swordmaster to the main hall. "Master, the Swordmaster has arrived," the steward announced before discreetly retreating. The Swordmaster entered the hall, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "Greetings, Master Gu. It has been some time since our parting at Laojun Mountain. I trust you have been well?" Taken aback by the Swordmaster's unexpected courtesy, Gu Luming returned the gesture, saying, "You are too kind, Swordmaster. It has been a while, and your renown has only grown." This was no exaggeration. Recently, he and the renowned doctor, Yu Dao, had become the only 2 paragons in the martial world, overshadowing the younger generation of the 6 major sects and establishing themselves as the most illustrious talents. The Swordmaster waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It is merely a matter of reputation." Gu Luming, perplexed, reflected on how the Swordmaster had previously exuded a chilling demeanor, yet today he seemed so polite and courteous. He inquired, "Might I ask the purpose of your visit today?" In response, the Swordmaster produced an object from his pack, leaving Gu Luming utterly astonished. The deathly golden wheel? Gu Luming stared in disbelief at the object in the Swordmaster's hands, overwhelmed by astonishment. He was already aware of the recent rumors of the deathly golden wheel resurfacing in the martial world, but had not this artifact been in the possession of Yu Dao? Connecting this to the recent news of the Shaolin Temple's stolen secret texts being returned by the Swordmaster, it seemed plausible that he had indeed confronted Yu Dao and emerged victorious. The Swordmaster continued, "Mingjian Villa is renowned for its sword forging. I have come today with a request." "What is it?" Gu Luming inquired. The Swordmaster raised the deathly golden wheel and said, "I seek Master Gu's assistance in modifying this item." Gu Luming regarded him with confusion. How does the Swordmaster wish to alter it? With a subtle smile, the Swordmaster extended the golden wheel towards Gu Luming, saying, "I possess a Qi Hong sword, and this item is cumbersome to carry. I kindly request Master Gu's help in transforming it into a hat." "Oh?" Gu Luming exclaimed, having never heard such a request before. Why transform a perfectly good deathly golden wheel into a hat merely for convenience? He could not resist glancing at the Qi Hong sword in the Swordmaster's possession, feeling a twinge of displeasure at the memory of how he had acquired it. The Swordmaster, aware of Gu Luming's discomfort, pressed on. "This item is a long-lost secret weapon of the Tang sect from Shu. I believe that only Mingjian Villa possesses the requisite skills to undertake this transformation without damaging its internal structure. I implore you, Master Gu, to assist me. Rest assured, I shall reward you handsomely upon completion." After the Swordmaster's flattering words, Gu Luming's demeanor softened significantly. Compliments regarding his forging skills were a source of pride for him, especially coming from the fastest sword in the martial world, Swordmaster Xie himself. Gu Luming carefully examined the deathly golden wheel for some time, marveling, remarkable, truly deserving of its title as the first secret weapon of the Tang sect. It is a masterpiece of craftsmanship. He caressed the golden wheel, admiring its every detail as if it were a rare treasure. Noticing Gu Luming's fascination, the Swordmaster felt a twinge of concern. "Master Gu, will modifying this item pose any difficulties?" Gu Luming promptly replied, "Altering the exterior should pose no problem." However, he paused, locking eyes with the Swordmaster. "I can assist you, but you must owe me a favor in return." The Swordmaster was taken aback, wondering why yet another favor was required. He had just repaid his debt to the Shaolin Temple. Now, must he accrue another obligation? Chapter 73. The heart of the earth coal. The evil Swordmaster couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. When did his goodwill become so valuable? Why did so many desire his favor? Gu Luming quietly observed the other party, feeling a sense of satisfaction swell within him. At last, he could exert a small amount of influence, relieving some of the resentment he harbored. As for the reason behind his request for a favor, it was a decision he had pondered over for quite some time. Was it not evident that the other party had gone out of his way to assist the Shaolin Temple in recovering stolen martial arts manuscripts in order to repay a debt? In the martial world, who was unaware of the weight of the evil Swordmaster's goodwill? For Gu Luming, aiding the other in transforming the deadly golden wheel was merely a simple task. If it could earn him a favor in return, it would be an unequivocal gain for both him and the Ming Sword Manor. The evil Swordmaster nodded, a bittersweet smile on his face. "Very well. I shall accept this favor. I hope, Master Gu, that you will take great care in this matter." Gu Luming offered a faint smile in response. "Rest assured, young hero Yi, having accepted this task, I shall ensure your satisfaction. Please wait a few days in the manor. I will notify you once the transformation is complete." With that, he instructed the steward outside, "Take young hero Yi to the guest room for rest." Once the evil Swordmaster was settled, Gu Luming eagerly made his way to his sword forging room, his mind already racing with thoughts of the upcoming transformation plan. The deadly golden wheel was shaped like a golden disc, and it would be quite fitting to transform it into a conical hat. However, he immediately recognized that its material was no ordinary metal. It was neither entirely gold nor iron, its hardness far surpassing that of common metals. Could it be crafted from heavenly gold from beyond the skies? The more he examined it, the more astonished he became, and disbelief gripped him. As a renowned swordsmith in the martial world, he fully understood the preciousness of heavenly gold. This metal was known to be the strongest in existence. Even a small amount mixed into a weapon would elevate it to the status of a rare sword, although it might not compare with divine weapons like the Qi Hong sword. Its durability was undoubtedly superior to standard swords. Such a large piece of heavenly gold was truly extravagant. While Gu Luming marveled internally, he also felt a pang of worry. The melting of heavenly gold was no easy feat. Fortunately, there happened to be a piece of heart coal in the manor, which would prove useful at this moment. Just as he was about to fetch the heart coal, an urgent voice rang out from outside. "Father, I have finally mastered the burning sky sword technique to a small degree. You can no longer prohibit me from forging swords, right?" "Huh, is that the deadly golden wheel?" Gu Jinlai burst into the sword forging room, his eyes immediately landing on the deadly golden wheel in his father's hands, and he exclaimed in surprise. Gu Luming turned to see his son's impetuous demeanor and couldn't help but scold. "What are you shouting about? How uncouth. Father, how did the deadly golden wheel end up here? Could it be?" "Stop speculating. This item was brought by the evil Swordmaster not long ago. He has come to Ming Sword Manor to request my assistance in transforming it." Gu Luming replied curtly. Evil Swordmaster? Gu Jinlai was even more puzzled. Rumor had it that the deadly golden wheel was in the possession of mysterious hands Hou Yudao. Seeing the confusion in his son's eyes, Gu Luming shared his speculation. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinlai's shock deepened. Even mysterious hands Hou Yudao is not his match. How is that possible? Isn't it said that Hou Yudao's lightness skill has reached the pinnacle stage of perfection? He couldn't fathom how Hou Yudao could lose to the evil Swordmaster. How would I know? Perhaps he possesses some unique means. Every renowned expert in the martial world has their own hidden tricks. Those who gain fame are never mere trifles. One must never underestimate any martial artist in this realm. Gu Luming explained. Gu Jinlai nodded, partially understanding, and then shifted his focus back to the deadly golden wheel. Father, let me take a look at this item. The method of its creation is said to have been lost in the Tang sect of Shu, and I am eager to know its mysteries. His obsession with the art of forging made him unwilling to miss out on such a legendary item, and he eagerly reached out to grab the deadly golden wheel from his father's hands. However, Gu Luming promptly stopped him, saying, "Do not cause a ruckus. Go and fetch the heart coal from the storeroom." Heart coal? Gu Jinlai's eyes lit up. The use of heart coal indicated that the material of this item was extraordinary. "I'll be right back, father." Gu Luming shook his head with a smile, amused by his son's eagerness. This rascal, it seems I must push him a little. However, it is good that his burning sky sword technique has finally reached a small degree of mastery. Before long, Gu Jinlai hurried back to the sword forging room, a piece of black coal in hand. "Father, I have brought the heart coal. What material is this deadly golden wheel made of that it requires the precious heart coal from the manor?" Without answering, Gu Luming handed the deadly golden wheel over. "Take a look for yourself. You should stay to assist when we temper this item." "Really? Thank you, father." Gu Jinlai exclaimed joyfully. The most crucial component of the deadly golden wheel was its intricate mechanism, crafted with exquisite precision. Without knowledge of the detailed methods of its components, even a master swordsmith like him would be unable to replicate it. Thankfully, Gu Luming only needed to alter its exterior and wouldn't need to touch its core mechanism. "Jinlai, prepare to ignite the fire," Gu Luming commanded, taking his position at the bellows. As Gu Jinlai ignited the furnace, the flames began to grow more vigorous with the assistance of the bellows. Though it was their first collaboration, their synergy was remarkably harmonious. In no time, the temperature in the furnace soared to over 1,000 degrees. Not enough. To melt heavenly gold, we need a temperature exceeding 3,000 degrees. However, the current temperature had already reached the furnace's limit. Gu Luming shouted again. "Jinlai, quickly add the heart coal to the furnace." Understood. Gu Jinlai complied without delay. As the heart coal was tossed into the furnace, the flames leaped dramatically, shooting up over a meter high, sending a wave of scorching heat toward them, reddening their faces. Gu Luming focused intently on the color of the flames, observing as they deepened. Only then did he take the deadly golden wheel and commence the tempering process, carefully rotating it with the iron tongs to ensure the flames did not reach the core mechanism. Chapter 74. The Deadly Hat 3 days later. The door to the swordsmith's chamber swung open once more. Despite their weary forms, the joy in the eyes of Gu Luming and his son was unmistakable. "Father," Gu Jinlai inquired, "the deadly hat has finally been transformed, but why did you specifically dye it black?" Although he found the black hue more aesthetically pleasing, he still harbored confusion over his father's seemingly unnecessary decision. What if the other party preferred the original golden color? Gu Luming gazed at the black deadly hat in his hands and smiled faintly. The reformed deadly golden wheel had now taken the form of a hat. Thus, calling it deadly golden wheel seemed inappropriate. Hence the name deadly hat. Gu Luming regarded his son with a profound glance and replied, "You are mistaken. My intention was deliberate, not superfluous. Do you know why the evil swordsman always dons a hat and wears a raincoat?" Gu Jinlai shook his head. "What is so strange about that? Many in the martial world wear raincoats and hats." Gu Luming countered, "But have you ever seen a renowned master dress in such a manner?" Gu Jinlai found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, while many in the martial world donned raincoats and hats, those were typically second or third-rate characters. True masters of fame were often adorned in splendid garments, exuding charm and elegance. Even those wild, reckless brutes of the wilderness wore furs and displayed their grandeur. Gu Luming continued, "The evil swordsman is recognized as the fastest sword in the Jianghu. His attire reflects his humble nature, a desire to conceal his true identity and appearance. Such a person would hardly favor something as ostentatious as gold." "That makes sense." Gu Jinlai began to grasp his father's reasoning. Yet Gu Luming's explanation was not over. "Do you know what price the evil swordsman paid for my assistance?" Gu Jinlai shook his head, Isn't it just money? Gu Luming shot him a disapproving look. You think mere silver could persuade me to act? I am the master of the Mingjian Villa and a top-tier expert in the Jianghu. To enlist my help, at least 1,000 taels of gold would be required. The evil swordsman does not appear to be someone who could provide such a sum. Besides, the Mingjian Villa is renowned for its sword forging, producing swords in high demand each year. As the master, I lack for nothing. True, Gu Jilai mused, scratching his head. If not money, then what could it be? Surely not a martial arts manual? Gu Luming dispelled the mystery and stated plainly, I had him leave a favor. A favor? Isn't that akin to offering my services for free? Gu Jinlai exclaimed in surprise. In his view, a favor was the most intangible of things, far less substantial than other forms of compensation. Gu Luming replied, favors depend on whom they are owed. Given that he is the fastest sword in the Jianghu and the most talented youth of the present generation, his favor is worth at least 1,000 taels of gold. Are you not aware that he voluntarily returned the stolen martial arts manual from Shaolin Temple to repay his debt to them? Gu Jinlai nodded, beginning to acknowledge his father's perspective. Gu Luming smiled gently. Since we have allowed the evil swordsman to owe us a favor, it must be substantial. Therefore, the more satisfactory our creation is to him, the greater the weight of this favor. Finally, Gu Jinlai understood. After the duo exited the swordsmith's chamber and took a brief respite, Gu Luming summoned the evil swordsman once more. The master of Mingjian Villa is truly renowned in the Jianghu. In just 3 days, you have transformed the item perfectly. I am immensely impressed. Came the hearty laughter of the evil swordsman even before he entered, although he lacked knowledge of the forging arts. The swift transformation of his desired item reflected the other party's exceptional skill. Gu Luming rose to greet him with a smile. You flatter me, young hero. The item you requested is ready for your inspection. Upon entering, the evil swordsman's gaze was immediately drawn to the deadly golden wheel. No, more accurately, it was now the deadly hat. The now entirely black had exuded a metallic sheen that hinted at a cold menace, reminiscent of a dark shadow lurking in the night. Gu Luming remarked, young hero, this deadly hat has been tailored to your specifications. Perhaps you would care to step outside and test it? The evil swordsman eagerly seized the deadly hat from the table and followed Gu Luming outside. Rise, he commanded, throwing the hat high into the air. It soared upward, seemingly guided by an invisible hand, darting rapidly around the courtyard. Dragon capture? Crane control? Gu Luming exclaimed in astonishment. He gazed at the evil swordsman, who was utilizing his chi to manipulate the hat, his expression a mix of shock and confusion. It is well known that dragon capture, crane control is an esoteric secret of the Shaolin Temple, derived from their legendary martial arts technique. Such a remarkable ability is unparalleled in the Jianghu. Apart from the Shaolin's own teachings, Gu Jinlai, witnessing the spectacle, mirrored his father's astonishment, muttering, is there truly such a wondrous technique in the world? Could this be the work of deities? The evil swordsman continued to control the deadly hat, which spun and soared through the air, its edges glinting ominously in the sunlight, evoking a chill in the onlookers. Suddenly, without warning, the swiftly flying hat unleashed a flurry of deadly blades. Gu Luming instinctively shielded Gu Jinlai, retreating swiftly as dust swirled around them. Moments later, the courtyard lay in disarray. The deadly hat returned slowly to the evil swordsman's hand, his eyes glimmering with astonishment as he reflected on the earlier display. However, as it was his first time activating the deadly hat, he had miscalculated the angle of the flying blades, resulting in unintended injuries to 2 nearby individuals, leaving him filled with remorse. Gu Liuming's expression was complex. Fortunately, they had been at a distance, only suffering minor effects from the scattered blades. Nonetheless, both bore wounds. Gu Jinlai's left arm hung limply, a blade embedded within, blood seeping slowly and staining his garments. Gu Luming fared worse, with 3 blades lodged in his body, one in his thigh, one in his shoulder, and another dangerously close to his kidney. Chapter 75. The sword enthusiast of Shu. Upon witnessing the injuries sustained by the two, the evil swordsman hastened to inquire, Master Gu, are you gravely harmed? Please, allow me to summon a physician at once. Gu Luming pressed his hand against his abdomen, reflecting. The deadly golden will truly deserves its reputation as a long-lost secret weapon of the Tang sect. I never anticipated that I would be caught off guard. As a master of unparalleled skill in the martial world, if he could not evade the deadly golden wheel, one could only imagine the dire fate of others. The evil swordsman urged, Master Gu, let us tend to your wounds without delay. Have you sustained any critical injuries? Gu Luming waved his hand dismissively, merely a surface wound. It is of no consequence. The evil swordsman, feeling a pang of remorse, replied, Master Gu, I sincerely apologize for my momentary lapse. Nevertheless, allow the physician to dress your wounds. Half a stick of incense later, Guo Yoming's injuries had been adequately attended to, yet his mind was plagued with myriad questions. Such a formidable weapon, capable of befuddling even the most skilled fighters. How did the evil swordsman acquire it from the elusive master Hou Yudao? Had his speed surpassed that of the weapon's release? If so, what extraordinary swiftness must he possess? Seeing that Guo Luming was now in stable condition, the evil swordsman, with a face full of regret, said, Master Guo, I deeply regret that my carelessness has caused harm to both you and the young master. Guo Luming reassured him. It is but a minor injury. Do not burden yourself with guilt. After some polite exchanges, the evil swordsman noted the fatigue etched on Guo Yoming's face. Having devoted 3 consecutive days to assisting him in modifying the deadly hat, it was clear that Guo was in dire need of rest, and thus, he refrained from further imposing. With matters settled, he felt the inclination to take his leave, clasping his fists in farewell. Master Guo, please focus on your recovery. I shall take my leave now. Guo Luming, mustering his strength to rise from the bed, replied, Evil swordsman, you are free to go. The road of the martial world is long. May we meet again in the future. Until we meet again. The evil swordsman nodded respectfully before departing from the Mingjian villa. In the confines of his chamber, Guo Luming watched the evil swordsman leave, exclaiming, what a prodigy. The evil swordsman truly lives up to the title. Beside him, Guo Jilai felt a stir of admiration in his heart. He had never heard his father speak so highly of anyone. For his father was the undisputed genius of the martial realm. In terms of martial prowess, his father ranked as a top-tier expert, placed 94th on the martial expert rankings. As a master swordsmith, he was renowned throughout the martial world, having previously produced the legendary Qi Hong sword and now receiving assistance from the evil swordsman. In Guo Jinlai's mind, his father had always been the greatest talent in the martial world. Yet, the fact that such a formidable genius would commend another young talent left him astounded. Guo Luming continued, it has been a long time since such an exceptional young swordsman has emerged in the martial world. Remember, you must cultivate good relations with such individuals and never make an enemy of them. Confounded, Guo Jinlai replied, Father, is this not a bit exaggerated? He is merely a genius in swordsmanship, is he not? Did you not often say that the martial world is filled with talents, with new ones emerging every year? Is this truly deserving of such solemnity? Humph. Guo Luming scoffed. While talents abound in the martial world, prodigies are rare. The evil swordsman's gifts are undoubtedly those that arise but once in a century. His expression grew grave as he continued, Jinlai, though you too possess talent, you are still far from being a prodigy. The reason our Mingjian villa has stood strong for over a century is not only due to our own strength but also our ability to discern the times. We must never provoke the geniuses among the 6 great sects, nor should we challenge true prodigies. 100 talents cannot compare to a single prodigy. Guo Jinlai nodded, albeit with a hint of misunderstanding. He may not fully grasp the terror of a true prodigy, yet he was resolute in following his father's counsel. In his heart, he believed his father's talent rivaled that of any prodigy. Had his father not devoted himself to the craft of sword-making in his youth, perhaps his strength would rival that of the leaders of the 6 great sects today. On the official road, the evil swordsman instinctively adjusted the deadly hat atop his head, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The deadly hat, while heavier than the one he had previously worn, offered a unique advantage. No longer would he fear being blown away by the wind. He was content with this new acquisition, despite having incurred a debt of gratitude, deeming it worthwhile. After departing from Mingjian Villa, the evil swordsman proceeded westward along the official road. He had lingered in Luoyang for quite some time. It was 3 years ago, pursued by the 4 great Vajra of Shaolin and a host of their disciples, that he had first heard of the Mingjian Villa's upcoming selection conference, prompting his journey to Luoyang. Armed with the newly acquired Qi Hong sword, he had boldly confronted the 4 great Vajra and resolved his grievances with the Shaolin Temple. With matters concluded, it was now time to leave Luoyang. Having been in the martial world for 3 years, he had gained a modicum of fame, even being heralded as the fastest sword in the realm. Though he did not place much value on such ephemeral titles, he could not help but feel a twinge of pride. Yet, this was not enough. His aspirations had never been for mere renown. His singular aim was to become a grandmaster. To fall short of becoming a grandmaster is to remain a mere insect. His next target was to challenge the sword enthusiast of Shu, Yu Qing. Yu Qing, the vice master of the Shu Sword Pavilion, was an elite martial expert who had, over a decade ago, swept through the ranks of renowned swordsmen in Shu without a single defeat, earning the moniker sword enthusiast of Shu. It was rumored that he had bested the leader of the Qingcheng sword sect within 20 moves, and the then acknowledged top expert of Shu. The leader of the Ma sword sect had lasted only 38 moves against him. When Bai Shaoxin compiled the martial expert rankings, Yu Qing was placed 7th. Regrettably, he had become so infatuated with swordsmanship that he relinquished his position as vice master of the sword pavilion and vanished from the martial world. Some speculated that he had secluded himself to comprehend the mysteries of a certain sword technique, while others believed he had embarked on a journey through the mortal realm in pursuit of a breakthrough to grandmaster level. In any case, for over a decade, he had not been seen in the martial world, and no one had laid eyes upon him. Yet, the evil swordsman knew precisely how to find him. Chapter 76. The Thunderbolt. The journey ahead is long and winding. The world of martial arts stretches far and wide. The evil swordsman rides alone, accompanied only by his steed and sword, urging his horse onward. As he travels westward, the mountain paths are numerous and the official roads arduous, making it challenging for those unfamiliar with the terrain to progress swiftly. However, the evil swordsman sits atop his horse, gazing at the mountains with a serene expression, entirely devoid of any hint of anxiety. It seems as if he is not in haste, but rather enjoying a leisurely excursion through the scenic landscape. Along the way, he occasionally encounters small groups of travelers, and from time to time, swift horses pass him by, ridden by seasoned travelers who skillfully maintain a pace just quick enough to overtake him. The evil swordsman regards this with indifference, merely smiling as he continues to appreciate the picturesque views. As he traverses a valley, an unexpected stillness envelopes the surroundings, and upon closer inspection, he notices the absence of any other travelers ahead. He spurs his horse into the valley, where towering cliffs block the sunlight, gradually shrouding his figure in shadow. The evil swordsman squints slightly, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. His horse, sensing a twinge of unease, slows its pace. Suddenly, a series of whistling sounds pierce the air as numerous hidden weapons come hurtling toward him. With a swift motion, the evil swordsman waves his hand, deflecting all incoming projectiles, and coldly calls out, "Who dares to ambush me? Reveal yourselves." No sooner had he spoken than a group of masked figures clad in black emerged from behind the massive rocks. The evil swordsman raised an eyebrow. Their attire was strikingly familiar, resembling that of the Tang sect assassins he had encountered previously. He smirked. "So, it is a band of Tang sect assassins daring to ambush me again. They seek their own demise." With that, he leaped onto his horse and charged toward them, sword in hand. Just then, another whistling sound reached his ears, and he turned to see a black sphere flying toward him. His expression shifted, and he promptly halted, retreating swiftly. The sphere landed and erupted in a violent explosion, shattering stones and sending dust swirling through the air with the pungent scent of gunpowder. "Thunderbolt," the evil swordsman uttered coldly, recognizing the devastating weapon as one of the Tang sect's most formidable hidden devices, the Thunderbolt. Ranked third among the 12 hidden weapons of the Tang sect, it may not possess the highest power, but it certainly boasts the greatest destructive capacity. However, it is a one-time use weapon that is difficult to craft. Otherwise, the Tang sect in Sichuan would dominate the martial world solely with this device. The evil swordsman's gaze turned icy as he focused on a figure emerging from behind a nearby boulder. A man wearing a fox mask slowly stepped forward, brandishing 3 more black spheres. "Evil swordsman, surrender the deathly golden wheel, or the Tang sect shall not rest until we settle this matter." The man's voice was slightly hoarse, indicating he was likely an elder. The evil swordsman replied, "Pray tell, which elder from the Tang sect are you? If you seek the deathly golden wheel, why not seek out mysterious hand, empty hand Ho Yu Dao?" The fox-masked man retorted, "Humph, evil swordsman, I know the deathly golden wheel is now in your possession. Do not feign ignorance." Seeing the man's unwavering confidence, the evil swordsman was inwardly astonished. The duel he had with Ho Yu Dao should have been known only to them, unless it had been leaked from Ho Yu Dao himself. However, he knew Ho Yu Dao would not be so careless as to disclose such information. Could it have originated from the Ming Sword Manor? That too seemed unlikely. The man's demeanor suggested he was unaware that the deathly golden wheel had been transformed into the deathly hat, ruling out any leaks from the manor. How then did he come to know of the deathly golden wheel being in the evil swordsman's possession? The fox-masked man remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the evil swordsman. Should the latter make any sudden movements, he would immediately unleash the 3 thunderbolts he held. The evil swordsman, renowned as the fastest sword in the martial realm, compelled the man to remain on high alert. The evil swordsman continued, "Do you truly believe that with merely 3 thunderbolts, you can contend with me? This time, The fox-masked man did not remain silent. I am well aware that 3 thunderbolts alone cannot defeat you. If they could, I would not need to be here in person. However, he paused, raising his left hand, signaling several black-clad figures who emerged, escorting over 10 captives. It appeared these individuals were merely passing travelers, 2 of whom were dressed as martial artists. Upon seeing the evil swordsman, they immediately cried out like they had found a lifeline. "Evil swordsman, save us!" The fox-masked man's voice rang out again. "Evil swordsman, if you refuse to hand over the deathly golden wheel, I shall kill these hostages." The evil swordsman could not help but chuckle at the situation. "You do not truly believe I would be swayed by such hostage tactics, do you?" The fox-masked man's expression shifted, revealing his uncertainty about the evil swordsman's character. He acted out of desperation. The rumors surrounding the evil swordsman painted him as someone fiercely opposed to evil, whose actions, whether to save or to kill, were dictated by personal whim. Overall, his reputation in the martial realm was quite commendable, with most of his victims being nefarious figures. Thus, the fox-masked man decided to gamble on this notion. Should he win, he would reclaim the long-lost unique hidden weapon, the deathly golden wheel. Should he lose, it would be no great loss. Unmoved, the evil swordsman smiled again. "By all means, proceed. These individuals are strangers to me. I have no ties to them. Your attempt to use them as leverage is utterly laughable. Do you truly not care?" The fox-masked man's countenance darkened, revealing his murderous intent. "Regardless of whether you care or not, I will count to 3. If you do not surrender the deathly golden wheel, I shall first kill these 2 martial artists." Upon hearing this, the 2 martial artists, held firmly by the black-clad figures, were instantly overcome with terror, struggling desperately. "Mercy, esteemed masters. Do not kill me. I am but an insignificant nobody. Slaying me would serve no purpose. Please do not tarnish your hands with my blood. Evil swordsman, save me. I am a disciple of the Guo Shan gang from Luoyang. Should you rescue me, I will sing your praises for your heroic deeds. Indeed, I too shall spread the word of your benevolence throughout the martial world, ensuring all know you are a gallant and altruistic hero." Chapter 77. Instant kill. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the foxman felt a flicker of anticipation within his heart. He intoned solemnly, 1, 2. Yet, the sinister swordsman remained unperturbed. Behind him, 2 wandering heroes were paralyzed by sheer terror, their trembling legs unable to support their weight. At this moment, they could scarcely muster a scream, only managing to mutter repeatedly, "Spare me. Do not kill me. I am not ready to die." The sinister swordsman, however, paid them no heed, his gaze fixed elsewhere, never acknowledging the desperate pleas of the 2. The foxman's expression darkened, and he coldly counted, 3. No sooner had the words left his lips than the 2 black-clad men behind him raised their gleaming swords and decisively severed the throats of the 2 wanderers. Murder! The remaining onlookers erupted in terrified screams, their hearts gripped by panic and dread, unleashing a chorus of despair and helpless wails. Noticing the sinister swordsman's continued indifference, the foxman's countenance grew increasingly grim, his pupils betraying a hint of fear. Fearful that his scheme would fail. Fearful that he might never reclaim the deadly golden wheel for the Tang clan. He resembled a gambler on the verge of losing everything, unwilling to accept the impending defeat. In a moment of desperation, he resolved to eliminate the remaining witnesses altogether. If he could not possess it, then let it be destroyed. The black-clad men behind him, too, felt the tension mount, their palms sweating as they instinctively tightened their grips on their swords. They understood that if the hostages became useless, their fates would be equally sealed. The black-clad men raised their swords once more, aiming at the remaining hostages. Terror was etched on their faces, and one young hostage, overwhelmed by fear, lost control and soiled himself, his trousers dampened significantly. The sword was poised at the throat of the hostage, ready to claim more lives. "Stop!" The sinister swordsman barked, his face now cold as ice. "Release these people, and I shall give you the deadly golden wheel." At that moment, the black-clad men collectively exhaled in relief, with one even beginning to gasp for breath. "Ha ha ha, you are indeed a renowned hero of the martial world. I admire you." The foxman's laughter echoed throughout the valley, for he knew he had won this gamble. The sinister swordsman regarded him with a frigid stare, as though the foxman were already a ghost in his heart. He could dismiss the deaths of the 2 wanderers, for they had chosen to tread the path of the martial world and must bear the consequences. Yet, he could not abide the slaughter of innocents before him. The common folk were blameless. He could not tolerate the wanton killing of the innocent in his presence. He did not consider himself a hero. Were he merely an ordinary man, he would have distanced himself from the matter, turning a blind eye. But within the limits of his power, he was unhesitant to step forward. Had he been certain he could rescue all the hostages in an instant, he would not have allowed these black-clad men to take another breath. This is the deadly golden wheel you seek. The sinister swordsman removed the deadly hat from his head and cast it into the air. The crowd looked up in unison. The foxman, bemused by the swordsman's action, wondered why he had removed his hat. Upon hearing the swordsman's words, he immediately suspected that the deadly golden wheel was concealed within the black hat. Just as he prepared to leap and seize it, the hat began to spin of its own volition, releasing a flurry of leaf-shaped daggers that shot toward the black-clad men behind him. Everyone, be careful. A sense of foreboding surged within him, prompting him to warn urgently. Before he could finish his warning, the leaf-shaped daggers streaked like shooting stars, slicing through the throats of the black-clad men. It was not difficult to eliminate these black-clad men, but to do so in a manner that left them utterly unresponsive could only be achieved through the daggers fired from the deadly hat. Buzzing filled the silent valley, the only sound being the rapid whirring of the deadly hat. The black-clad men remained gazing skyward, as if the last sight they beheld in life was that of death. Crimson lines appeared upon their necks, and regardless of how fervently they pressed their hands against the wounds, they could not fend off the arrival of death. Blood flowed between their fingers, and at that moment, the color of blood was the most resplendent hue in the realm, the color of demise. No. The foxman emitted a desperate low growl, his eyes wide with disbelief as he witnessed the scene unfold. His spirit seemed to dissipate with that anguished cry. It was over. Utterly over. He believed he had triumphed, only to discover that the house had cheated. As the black-clad men fell, their throats cut in an instant. The remaining hostages finally realized they were saved and began to express their gratitude to the sinister swordsman. Some of the more astute among them began to call out, "Thank you, hero." The sinister swordsman waved his hand dismissively. "You are all safe now. Disperse at once." After speaking, his gaze turned once more to the foxman. The rescued individuals hastily fled, leaving only the sinister swordsman and the foxman behind in the valley. The sinister swordsman taunted, "The deadly golden wheel is over there. If you desire it, go and claim it yourself." The foxman, glaring at the sinister swordsman with intense resentment, glanced at the still-spinning deadly hat nearby and seethed, "Sinister swordsman, you have deceived me." At that moment, he fully comprehended that his demise was inevitable. His gaze locked onto the sinister swordsman with a fierce intensity, wishing he could consume him whole. The sinister swordsman merely chuckled. "The martial world is a place of blades and shadows, of deceit and treachery. How could you utter such naive words?" "Humph." The foxman scoffed. "In the end, it is the victor who prevails. If you wish to kill me, do so. But do not presume to humiliate me. I simply did not anticipate your mastery of the Shaolin's dragon seizing and crane controlling skill. The deadly golden wheel is a long-lost secret weapon of the Tang clan. How could I not be aware of it? Were it not for your skill, how could you unleash the deadly golden wheel from afar? The dragon seizing and crane controlling skill is a renowned and exceptionally difficult technique in Shaolin, with few mastering it even within the temple." Witnessing the sinister swordsman wield it with such proficiency left him astounded. The sinister swordsman smiled silently, tacitly acknowledging the foxman's words. The striking efficacy of the dragon seizing and crane controlling skill was hard to conceal, and he never intended to hide it. This technique was, after all, the stolen treasure from the Shaolin temple, which he had retrieved from the skilled thief, and later returned to the temple. Having learned it, what harm was there? Even if the Shaolin temple were to learn of it later, he would fear nothing and feel no guilt. Once more, he activated the dragon seizing and crane controlling skill, causing the deadly hat to spin even faster, darting toward the foxman. However, the foxman's expression bore no trace of fear. He declared, "To die beneath the deadly golden wheel would be a privilege." The deadly hat flashed past his neck, leaving a faint crimson mark. The foxman met his end. Chapter 78. A proposal at the door in the city of Luoyang, within the confines of the Golden Blade sect. The air had turned brisk as winter descended on the second day of the 12th lunar month. The atmosphere inside the sect was filled with joyous laughter. From the venerable sect leader to the servants, everyone wore smiles, but none were as radiant as that of the sect leader's granddaughter, Wang Muji. Today marked her 18th birthday, a significant milestone. In an era when girls were considered adults at the tender age of 15, Wang Muji stood out as a remarkable exception. This was no mere triviality. It was a testament to the affection showered upon her by the entire Golden Blade sect. Having lost her mother at a young age, She had been the sole object of adoration and indulgence. Both the elder and younger sect leaders cherished the hope that Wang Muji would remain forever youthful, a cherished treasure in their hearts. The elder sect leader's smile was unwavering, his thick cotton attire offering no respite from the cold as he laughed heartily. With a beard as white as snow, he still radiated vitality, as if he could easily live another 20 years. He had prepared a birthday gift for his granddaughter well in advance, a golden bracelet adorned with a tiny bell. When worn, it jingled melodiously, reminiscent of his granddaughter's laughter. A truly delightful sound. "Grandfather, is this truly my birthday gift? It's simply exquisite," Wang Muji exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she slipped the bracelet onto her left wrist, shaking it joyfully, filling the room with the sweet chimes and her own laughter. Not long after, the young sect leader, Wang Dahai, arrived with a gift carefully cradled in a wooden box, revealing his nervousness at the thought of it being damaged on the way. Wang Muji's eyes brightened. Clearly, her father had chosen something special this time, far more thoughtful than the last gift, a mere book of women's classics. "Father, is this my birthday gift? What treasures lie within?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. With a gentle smile, Wang Dahai opened the small box, revealing an ancient jade pendant, its vibrant green hue clear and pure, unmarred by imperfection. The pendant shimmered with a verdant glow, a testament to its excellent care over the years. "Muji, this pendant belonged to your mother during her lifetime. Now that you have reached 18, I present it to you as a birthday gift. Cherish it well," he solemnly declared. Upon learning the pendant was once worn by her mother, Wang Muji felt a profound connection, caressing the jade as if it could bridge the gap between them. Having never known her mother, who had tragically passed during childbirth, she found herself yearning to envision her mother's visage. As Wang Dahai placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, words of solace lingered unspoken between them. Overwhelmed, Wang Muji burst into tears, unable to conjure an image of the mother she had never seen. "Father, what did my mother look like?" she asked, her voice trembling with emotion. By midday, having emerged from her melancholic reverie, the merriment of the Golden Blade sect resumed. At that moment, a disciple hurried in with news. "Sect leader, the esteemed scholar Ouyang Yuli seeks an audience. He has brought numerous gifts." "Ouyang Yuli? Is he the renowned scholar from the Ouyang family?" Wang Dahai inquired, surprised. "Indeed, it is he," the disciple confirmed. Wang Dahai was taken aback, uncertain why such a distinguished scholar would seek them out. The Ouyang family held a prestigious reputation in Luoyang, while the Golden Blade sect was merely a modest force in the martial world, lacking any true connection. In the eyes of the prominent families, the Golden Blade sect was simply a collection of unrefined warriors, lacking significance beyond their martial prowess. This was indeed the reality. Despite their perceived glory, martial sects were often seen as transient and unstable, unable to compare with the esteemed families who could achieve official titles and serve in court. However, these noble families seldom provoked martial artists, aware that desperation could lead to violence. Thus, the divide between the court and the martial world had always been stark. With little interaction between them, Wang Dahai turned to the elder sect leader, who mirrored his confusion, prompting him to invite Ouyang Yuli in. Wang Muji furrowed her brow, harboring a less than favorable impression of Ouyang Yuli, and wondered why he had come to the Golden Blade sect. Respecting decorum, she discreetly retreated from the main hall, remaining just behind a wall. Soon, Ouyang Yuli entered, donned in a flowing white robe, his demeanor exuding confidence and pride, accompanied by a servant. He greeted them politely. "I am Ouyang Yuli, honored to meet the esteemed young sect leader and elder sect leader." Wang Dahai, struck by Ouyang Yuli's impressive presence, thought, "Truly, he lives up to his reputation as a celebrated scholar of Luoyang, a striking figure indeed." The elder sect leader, however, wore a grave expression. Keenly aware that a young man of Ouyang's stature would not visit without a purpose, Wang Dahai replied, "It is an honor to finally meet you, Ouyang Yuli. I have heard much of your talents. Might I inquire what brings you here today?" Before Ouyang Yuli could respond, his servant interjected, "My master has come to propose marriage. Here are some modest gifts, and we hope the sect leader will graciously accept them." Chapter 79. Running Away from Home. A Proposal? Upon hearing this, Wang Dahai was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the other party wished to marry his daughter? He had only one daughter, Wang Muji, who had just turned 18. In the realm of martial arts families, this age was indeed suitable for courtship. As he pondered this matter, he was taken aback that someone had come to propose so soon, and that the suitor was none other than the renowned talent of Luoyang, the most distinguished descendant of the Ouyang family. He quickly turned to Ouyang Yu, who appeared to confirm the situation, and his heart filled with joy. This was a significant matter, and he instinctively glanced at the old sect leader, who, however, did not display much joy, his expression rather solemn. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "I am grateful for the esteemed Ouyang talent's affection for my daughter. However, this is a serious matter and has arisen quite suddenly. I would appreciate a few days to consider before providing a response. What does the esteemed Ouyang talent think?" Seeing that the other party did not immediately agree, Ouyang Yu's smile faltered. How outrageous. Here he was, a distinguished talent from the Ouyang family, personally seeking a marriage proposal, and yet they wanted time to consider? It was utterly ungrateful. As a prominent young master, he believed that it was Wang Muji who should feel fortunate to have his attention, and yet they were hesitant? A servant accompanying him immediately expressed discontent, saying, "Wang sect leader, it is a blessing for your daughter to catch the eye of my young master. Do not misjudge the situation." Wang Dahai's expression immediately soured. Being addressed so disrespectfully by a mere servant was a complete affront. He had initially thought Ouyang Yu to be a good match, but the servant's attitude made him reconsider. If a servant dared to act so high and mighty in his presence, what would become of his status if he truly married his precious daughter to such a family? However, due to their esteemed status, he refrained from losing his temper. As the saying goes, one must respect the master when dealing with the dog. In the inner chamber, Wang Muji, upon hearing the servant's words, furrowed her brows in anger, thinking, "How despicable! What is so special about this Ouyang talent? If given the chance, I shall teach him a lesson." Humph. She was both furious and anxious, irate at Ouyang Yu and fearful that her father might agree to the proposal. Humph. Regardless, I will never marry this Ouyang Yu. With her resolve firm, she stomped her foot and swiftly headed toward the backyard. In the hall, Wang Dahai's demeanor shifted. The initial politeness had vanished, and he coldly stated, "Ouyang young master, please take these gifts back. My daughter is not worthy of such fortune." "What? Sect leader Wang, you intend to refuse?" Ouyang Yu was taken aback, unable to believe what was unfolding before him. At that moment, he forgot his noble status and spoke out before his accompanying servants. He could hardly fathom being rejected, and his anger surged as he said, "Sect leader Wang, have you thought this through? Such an opportunity to align with the Ouyang family is rare indeed. Indeed, your son has come in person to propose. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Do not be ungrateful." A cold reprimand suddenly rang out. It was the old sect leader, who could no longer restrain himself. "Ouyang young master, please leave. The Ouyang family is not one we can aspire to reach." Though the old sect leader's hair was completely white and his body bent, he still exuded an imposing presence when angered. His cold reprimand startled Ouyang Yu, who was merely a scholar, unaccustomed to such forceful authority. His face turned a ghastly shade of pale and green. "Very well, Jianghu sect. You are impressive. I hope you do not come to regret your decision later." He feigned composure, uttering a menacing remark before sweeping out with his entourage. It is said that when a scholar meets a soldier, reason becomes unclear. A scholar seeking revenge often resorts to subtle schemes after the fact. Ouyang Yu's face grew dark, and he concocted several ways to retaliate. The old sect leader, sensing an uneasy foreboding, watched Ouyang Yu depart. He then turned to his son, advising, "Dahai, you handled this matter well. However, instruct the disciples to be cautious and avoid the Ouyang family for a while. Also, keep a close eye on our sect's affairs to prevent them from causing trouble." "Father, isn't this a bit overly cautious? We merely rejected their proposal. Do you think the Ouyang family would retaliate against us?" Wang Dahai remained unconvinced. While the Ouyang family was indeed a powerful force in Luoyang, they were not martial artists. Any retaliation would likely be minor. If it came to serious revenge, they would have to consider whether they could withstand the Ouyang family's wrath. After all, in the world of martial arts, killing and fleeing was not an uncommon occurrence. The old sect leader, realizing he might be overly anxious, reflected on his younger days when he faced much more peril. In his prime, his indomitable golden blade had severed the heads of many prominent families. If he had been overly worried then, there would be no Jianghu sect today. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, feeling the vigor of his youth return. In the end, Wang Dahai called upon the disciples and personally instructed them to act with caution, particularly regarding the Ouyang family, to avoid any potential retribution. Though he felt his father was somewhat overreacting, he acknowledged the wisdom of being prudent. Just as he finished these tasks, a maid named Xiaohong rushed in, her face flushed with anxiety. "Young master, it's terrible. Mississippi. Miss has run away from home." Xiaohong, flustered, hurriedly handed over a letter. "What? Run away from home? Wang Dehai took the letter, flipping through it as he questioned, "When did this happen?" "She was in the hall at noon." "When did you realize she was gone?" "Just a short while ago. I saw the letter she left behind and sensed something was amiss, so I rushed to find you." Xiao Hong nervously tugged at her sleeves, torn between concern for the miss and fear of the young master's wrath. After reading the letter, Wang Dehai's expression turned grave. He told Xiao Hong, "Do not inform the old sect leader of this matter, lest he worry. I shall go find Muji at once and hope I can catch up to her." Chapter 80. The Mountain God Temple. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the delicate figure of Wang Muji was elongated, rendering her even more exquisite. Yet, the most captivating aspect was the smile adorning her face. With a radiant grin, she opened her arms wide, embracing the gentle breeze that danced through the air, savoring the essence of freedom. However, despite her exhilaration, Wang Dehai could not catch up with her. After she packed her belongings and left home, she swiftly exited the city of Luoyang, heading towards the direction of Mount Amei and Shu. Yet, not long into her journey, a wave of worry washed over her. Would her grandfather fret over her departure, unable to eat or sleep? The mere thought of her silver-haired grandfather wearing a troubled expression due to her actions filled her heart with sorrow. Additionally, there was Xiao Hong, who had always been by her side. Surely, she would be heartbroken in her absence. For the first time, Wang Muji felt such a profound sadness, her heart fluttering with anxiety. Unlike her previous impulsive escape, when excitement had blinded her to such concerns, this time she was acutely aware of the emotional toll her departure might take on those she cared for. Perhaps this was the essence of growing pains. One must eventually mature. At 18, she had transformed into an adult, yearning to become a valiant heroine like Sister Lu, a bold spirit adventuring through the martial world. "Martial world, I am returning," Wang Muji resolved, summoning her determination as she continued along the official road. Her first destination was Mount Amei, home to the renowned Amei Sword Sect, one of the 6 major sects of the martial world. Legend has it that the Amei Sword Sect was founded by a woman, and thus all disciples are female, earning the sect a prestigious reputation for producing formidable female warriors. Among them, the contemporary Amei heroine was none other than her dear friend, Lu Qingmei. The thought of reuniting with Sister Lu filled Wang Muji's heart with delight. As dusk approached, she quickened her pace, hoping to find a small town for lodging before darkness enveloped the land. However, her lack of experience in the martial world and her poor sense of direction soon led to disappointment. It dawned upon her that she seemed to have lost her way, wandering aimlessly in the vast wilderness. Hours had passed, and apart from the dilapidated official road, all she could see was the endless expanse of desolation. Along her path, she had encountered a few small villages, yet their impoverished state deterred her from seeking refuge there. It was not that she despised the less fortunate, but rather, she felt that these individuals had already endured enough hardship. She could not bear to add to their burdens. Ultimately, she resolved to find a secluded spot to rest for the night, sheltered from the elements. Her knowledge of survival in the martial world was not self-acquired. It was imparted by her senior brother Guo, who had often entertained her with captivating tales of the martial realm, while also sharing valuable insights. However, Wang Muji perceived her senior brother as overly cautious, focusing on escape and survival strategies, often reiterating the dangers of the martial world and the merit of discretion. She understood his perspective, for he was merely an average martial artist, and during his ventures 3 years prior, he had been but a secondary figure in the realm. Gradually, nightfall enveloped the land. Wang Muji, weary from her travels, was on the verge of seeking a place to rest when she noticed a flickering light in the distance atop a hill. With renewed hope, she peered intently and discerned that it was likely a mountain god temple. Overjoyed, she recalled a tale shared by Guo, in which a scholar met a fox spirit at a mountain god temple, the perfect place for her to spend the night. With renewed vigor, Wang Muji hastened towards the temple. Inside, a bonfire crackled, illuminating 2 disheveled men huddled nearby for warmth. Not far from them lay a younger man, motionless on the ground. Whether he was too famished to move or had already succumbed to death was uncertain. The 2 by the fire paid no heed to their companion, who could be deemed as such, for anyone observing them would instinctively label them as beggars. In the frigid winter night, it was all too easy for a beggar to perish, a reality that the other 2 had grown accustomed to. Their mindset was simple: endure, and if they didn't make it, then death would be their release. In this era, the death of a beggar elicited little sympathy. Rather, it was often regarded as a relief, as their existence merely consumed precious resources. The 2 beggars remained engrossed in their own conversation, oblivious to the plight of the one lying behind them. Their eyes were fixated on the fire, as if anticipating something. Hey, is the beggar chicken ready yet? I'm so hungry I could faint. The beggar on the left exclaimed. Patience, my friend. It hasn't even been half an hour yet. Let us wait a bit longer, replied the one referred to as the elder brother, chuckling despite his own rumbling stomach. It was indeed peculiar for a beggar to exhibit such patience, for if one possessed true patience, they would hardly find themselves in such dire straits. The elder brother often took pride in this trait, not because he was innately patient, but because he had a remarkable ability when it came to cooking beggar chicken, a skill he had learned from an older beggar. His culinary creations surpassed even those of his mentor, earning him pride and the title of elder brother among the trio. The second beggar was shrewd, adept at pilfering, thus earning the title of the second brother. The chicken roasting over the fire was pilfered from a nearby farm. However, he had nearly exhausted all the nearby farms, with many farmers now threatening to retaliate should they catch him stealing again. As for the third beggar, he was the last in line, and should he be struck on the head with a hoe, one could only hope he would survive this time. Chapter 81. Beggar's Chicken in the Mountain God Temple. Flames danced fervently. As Wang Muji stepped inside, she was met with two faces smeared with dirt. Dressed in a fitted black outfit and donning a conical hat, she presented herself as a figure from the martial world. Indeed, this time she had disguised herself as a boy once more during her escapade from home. Not only had she changed into a practical outfit, but the addition of the hat made it even more challenging for others to discern her true gender. The idea to wear the hat had sparked after a chance encounter with the evil swordsman, and upon putting it on, she felt an air of mystery envelop her, enhancing her martial aura. Meanwhile, the two beggars, upon spotting Wang Muji, felt a surge of anxiety, their eyes betraying a hint of wariness, as if fearing she might snatch away their prized beggar's chicken. Hidden beneath the fire, only they were aware of its presence. As long as they kept silent, no one would ever discover the treasure buried beneath the flames. Excuse me, are you beggars? Wang Muji inquired, her straightforwardness evident to those familiar with her. However, to the two men, her words came across as rather impolite. Though they lived as beggars, they were unwilling to be addressed as such, as it threatened their last shred of dignity. Displeasure shadowed their faces simultaneously. The elder of the two, sitting to the left of the fire, glinted with a predatory light, having caught a glimpse of a jade pendant peeking from beneath Wang Muji's waist. Just a fleeting glance had revealed its considerable value. The vibrant green hue was striking even in the dark, reminiscent of a luminous pearl radiating enchanting light. His hands twitched with anticipation, and his heart raced with desire. Any thief would be stirred by the sight of treasure, especially one who was a beggar himself. He discreetly signaled to his companion, who immediately understood and began to respond. This esteemed hero is correct. We are both villagers from this vicinity. Years ago, due to poor harvests, we were compelled to sell our family land, ultimately leading to our current plight. As he spoke, he wore a pitiful expression, hoping to elicit a touch of sympathy from the mysterious figure. However, the next words from Wang Muji caused their expressions to transform dramatically. You are making beggar's chicken? How do you know? The elder blurted out in astonishment, instantly regretting his words, wishing to slap himself. This admission unmistakably acknowledged their activity. Shock coursed through him. He could hardly fathom how she had discerned their secret. After all, beggar's chicken was a dish typically associated with beggars, something only they would prepare. Ordinary households would prefer to stew a chicken for a hearty soup, allowing them to enjoy both the meat and the broth. Establishments like inns or taverns would never resort to making beggar's chicken, for they had access to far superior culinary techniques, each surpassing the humble dish. The defining characteristic of beggar's chicken lay in its ability to retain the chicken's natural flavor and essence without any seasonings. This method, born from the ingenuity of beggars, had become a widely shared tradition among them. Wang Muji paid no heed to their astonished gazes as she hastened to the fire, inhaling deeply, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Guo Shan was indeed right. Most beggars excel at making beggar's chicken. Before entering the temple, she had observed the two men anxiously fixated on the flames, leading her to suspect their secret. Her intuition had proven correct, filling her with a sense of satisfaction. Step back from the fire. That is our beggar's chicken. The two beggars rushed forward, protective of the flames. Unperturbed by their dismissal, Wang Muji maintained her smile. I shall purchase this beggar's chicken for 1 tael of silver. With that, she produced a silver ingot from her pocket, its weight confirming its value. The elder instinctively caught the thrown silver, his eyes widening with disbelief. He quickly brought it to his mouth, biting down gently to confirm its authenticity, and upon closer inspection, he noticed a distinct tooth mark. It's real, truly 1 tael of silver. No, it's even more. Joy overwhelmed him. One tael was enough to sustain him for 3 months. In this impoverished region, earning such a sum was no easy feat, especially for beggars like them. To them, this sum was akin to a windfall. The younger beggar quickly approached, his face a mixture of excitement and a knowing smile, clearly desiring more. Elder brother, shall we proceed with our usual method? The usual method? Yes, let us follow the usual method. The elder's face lit up with understanding, his smile broadening. What is this usual method? Wang Muji inquired, curiosity piqued. And nothing. The usual method is to unearth the beggar's chicken after an hour, the elder stammered. While the younger nodded in agreement. Wang Muji felt a tinge of suspicion. She sensed that the two men were harboring ulterior motives. As an hour passed, the fire would gradually burn down, the flames flickering out, and the temple was soon filled with the rich aroma of meat. The two beggars eagerly began to sift through the remnants of the fire, impatient to retrieve their buried treasure. Ah, ouch, hot. The elder stifled a cry of pain as he eagerly unwrapped the meticulously leaf-wrapped beggar's chicken, then offered it to Wang Muji with a flourish. Hero, your beggar's chicken is ready. Goo goo goo. The tantalizing scent made Wang Muji's stomach rumble. Are you hungry, esteemed hero? The freshly unearthed beggar's chicken is best enjoyed while hot, the elder said with great courtesy. Wang Muji accepted the chicken, yet her suspicion deepened. Guo Shan had once warned. No one offers kindness without a motive. They are either deceitful or covetous. Were these two secretly plotting against her? Though she was innocent and inexperienced in the ways of the world, she was not foolish. Their unusual behavior warranted her vigilance. Chapter 82. The town and the horse. Wang Muji tore off a sizable piece of chicken leg and took a hearty bite, the succulent meat releasing an enticing aroma. The two individuals across from her observed intently, their hearts swelling with delight as their appetites stirred, salivating at the sight. They were not the type to feel joy merely from watching another indulge. They were beggars, and gazing at this plump target, they began to fantasize about the fortune they might acquire that night. Go on, eat. Soon, it will be our turn to feast upon you. The elder of the two chuckled inwardly. The fact that she could nonchalantly produce a few silver coins to purchase a beggar's chicken indicated that she was likely a wealthy scion, one prone to spending lavishly. Moreover, she seemed utterly inexperienced in the ways of the world, as evidenced by her blatant display of wealth. The younger one was even less composed. His gaze had drifted to the exquisite sword resting beside her. Though still sheathed, the gleaming gem embedded in the hilt suggested that the blade was no ordinary weapon, but rather a priceless artifact. Wang Muji, appearing ravenous, began to devour her meal with fervor, her broad hat casting a shadow over her face. The two could only watch as she continuously stuffed the chicken into her mouth, the sounds of her chewing echoing in their ears. Suddenly, she froze, her body going limp before she collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Ha ha, old two, your sleeping powder has finally taken effect. The elder couldn't contain his laughter. Indeed, old two replied with a grin. I purchased it in town expressly for this occasion. It even incapacitated old Wu's big yellow ox back at the village. How could it fail on a mere human? How can you still boast? Last time we tried to steal old Wu's ox, he chased us for 7 or 8 miles with a hoe, leaving us in utter disgrace, and we had to abandon the ox right there. The elder's irritation flared at the memory. Why dwell on the past? Let us act quickly. Remember, I want the jade pendant at his waist. Old two declared boldly, moving toward her side. Ah, it truly is a splendid piece of jade. Old one, why are you still hesitating? Hurry up, he urged, admiring the pendant while questioning the elder's lethargy. Turning to look, he found the elder staring wide-eyed in terror behind him. He quickly turned back to see Wang Muji, now awake, regarding him with a mocking grin. Hero, you're awake? I was merely jesting. You dare to steal the jade pendant left to me by my mother? You little thief. Prepare to die. Wang Muji laughed in fury, drawing the sword that lay nearby and swiftly slicing through his throat. Old two instinctively clutched at his neck, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he gazed at Wang Muji. Words failed him, and all that escaped his lips were gurgling sounds as blood poured forth. With his vision fading, he succumbed to the darkness. Wang Muji then turned her cold gaze to the elder, who was paralyzed with fear. Tell me, when did you administer the sleeping powder? Hero, spare me. Everything was old two's idea. You bought the sleeping powder. The elder pleaded, falling to his knees. Speak. When did you poison me? If you do not answer, I will slay you. She demanded. Very well, I'll tell you. Just please don't kill me. The elder begged, bowing repeatedly. I secretly applied it to my hands and smeared it onto the chicken as I unwrapped it. You vile scoundrels. How many times have you done this before? When you spoke of the old method, was it merely to sneak in more sleeping powder? Indeed. It was all old Tu's idea, not mine. Before he could finish, he felt the chill of her sword upon his neck. And it too met the same fate. After dispatching them both, Wang Muji finally regained her composure, yet a pang of regret washed over her. She realized she had acted too hastily, pondering that she should have first inquired about the way to the town before resorting to violence. However, she could still ask the nearby villagers tomorrow, as she recalled them mentioning they hailed from a nearby village. In the stillness of the night, the mountain shrine was silent, save for the flickering firelight. Wang Muji quickly gathered more firewood and dragged the 3 corpses into a corner, covering them with straw. Once her tasks were complete, she gazed at the lifeless bodies, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her. This was not her first act of killing. During her battle with the ghostly-faced Silver Hook, she had felt no such burden. But now, alone in the dark, she experienced a newfound trepidation. It was not the beggars or thieves that frightened her, but rather the unfamiliar and harsh realities of this world. Before long, the flames roared back to life, illuminating the shrine and dispelling the chill of the night. The following day, Wang Muji approached a villager nearby, inquiring about directions to the nearest town. Shortly thereafter, she arrived at a small town, modest in size and incomparable to Luoyang, yet it possessed all essential amenities. The town boasted an inn, a tavern, and even a carriage shop, which delighted her immensely. After a day of travel, she was weary of traversing the roads on foot. Despite having massaged her calves for an hour last night, they still ached. Thus, she resolved to purchase a horse for her journey. Half a day later, with her hunger sated, Wang Muji set forth once more onto the official road. Horse, horse, for you, I shall spend 10 taels of silver. You shall endure the hardships of the journey ahead. Rest assured, I, Wang Muji, shall treat you well, with ample fodder along the way. With that, she mounted her steed, and soon the sound of her laughter echoed along the road. Chapter 83. The Sword Pavilion in Shu. 2 miles east of the capital of Shu lies a magnificent complex known as the Sword Pavilion, spanning approximately 2 acres. This location is revered as one of the sanctuaries of swordsmanship in the region, rivaling the fame of the Qiqing and Amei sword schools. Yet, in recent years, the Sword Pavilion has gradually fallen into a state of decline, struggling to nurture a new generation of disciples who find themselves overshadowed by their counterparts from the Qiqing and Amei schools. The reputation of the Sword Pavilion has also diminished significantly within the martial world. On this particular day, at noon, the old master of the Sword Pavilion gazed wistfully at the endless mountain ranges before him, lamenting, "The landscape is magnificent, and my aspirations remain steadfast. Yet, how is it that the Sword Pavilion now languishes under my stewardship?" It was disheartening that Cheng Er, his successor, was unwilling to return and assume leadership, choosing instead to chase after the elusive traces of a mysterious figure. Had he not done so, the Sword Pavilion would not have descended into such dire straits. Master. The young master's pursuit of the mysterious figure is also a quest for a breakthrough into the Grandmaster realm. We should be more understanding of his endeavors. Should he succeed in this endeavor, even if the Sword Pavilion is temporarily in decline, it will undoubtedly experience a resurgence. And it would be no surprise if we were to rank among the 6 great sects of the martial world in the future. An elder of the pavilion interjected, offering words of comfort. Indeed, the Grandmaster realm, but how difficult it is to attain. One can only hope Cheng Er successfully finds the mysterious figure, otherwise. The old master harbored doubts about Cheng Er's ability to discover the mysterious figure, believing the traces to be far too ethereal. However, Cheng Er was resolute in his quest, displaying an unwavering determination to not return until he achieved his goal. The old master sighed deeply once more. After a considerable pause, the elder's face revealed an expression of hesitance, prompting him to speak. "Master, the second young master has been quite restless lately. He even secretly stirred some of the pavilion elders a while ago. I fear." "Xiner?" The old master interrupted. "There is no need to concern ourselves too much with him. His talent is merely mediocre, far inferior to Cheng Er. The position of the pavilion master could never fall to him unless Cheng Er." He left the sentence unfinished, silently adding in his mind, "Unless Cheng Er were to meet with an unfortunate fate." The elder understood the implication and chose not to press further. Just then, a disciple rushed in, breathless. "Master, trouble is at hand. The evil swordsman is outside challenging us and has specifically called for you to meet him in person." "Eh? The evil swordsman? The one renowned as the fastest sword in the martial world?" The old master was taken aback, questioning the intent behind the visitor's summons. Anger began to brew within him. for such an act was undeniably rude and a clear provocation. Master, his actions are exceedingly disrespectful. Allow me to confront him first and ascertain if he is truly as formidable as the rumors suggest. The elder could no longer contain his indignation, his anger matching that of the old master. As an elder of the pavilion, he found the insult to the master far more infuriating than any slight against himself. No, since he has specifically requested to see me, I cannot shirk this encounter. I must confront him in person, otherwise the rumors that circulate in the martial world will tarnish my reputation. Shall I be seen as timid or unwilling to face him? I cannot afford such disgrace. Nor can the sword pavilion. Outside the pavilion, the evil swordsman stood arrogantly, silent and imposing. Since his arrival, he had uttered but one phrase, "Let your master come out to meet me." Upon seeing him, many recognized him instantly. He was indeed the evil swordsman, the fastest sword in the martial world. Everyone, do not act hastily. The evil swordsman, once he draws his sword, will surely spill blood. Quickly inform the master. If this harbinger of death grows impatient, he may turn his wrath upon us. Is that true? Does he dare to kill within the confines of our sword pavilion? Whether he dares or not is irrelevant. Do you wish to find out? When the pavilion master emerged, he immediately spotted the evil swordsman standing defiantly at the entrance. An instinctive feeling warned him that this man was a formidable opponent. Such a sensation was rare, only experienced in the presence of Jianghu. This was not to suggest that only these two individuals were unparalleled masters in the martial world, as that would be a gross oversimplification. However, among the myriad of exceptional talents, only these two exuded an extraordinary essence and brilliance. With a single glance, the pavilion master shed any dismissive thoughts. It was clear that the evil swordsman had rightfully earned his title of the fastest sword in the martial world, and it was not mere boastfulness. You seek me. What wisdom do you impart? The pavilion master inquired solemnly. The evil swordsman finally lifted his gaze, addressing the master. Are you the pavilion master? Indeed, I am Eugene. The pavilion master, came the response. Upon hearing this, the evil swordsman smiled. Then you must know the whereabouts of the sword enthusiast of Shu, Yu Qing? Eugene was taken aback, surprised that the visitor's purpose was to inquire about Jianghu. Did they harbor a grudge against him? Had Jianghu offended this individual during his travels? Thoughts raced through his mind, but he maintained an outward calm, responding, "What business do you have with Jianghu? Are you perhaps here to settle a score? That is not your concern. Simply inform me of Yu Qing's whereabouts," the evil swordsman replied coldly. At this, Eugene's expression shifted slightly, a sense of foreboding creeping in. If this man truly sought vengeance against Jianghu, he feared he would be powerless to intervene. Jianghu has long set out in search of a breakthrough into the Grandmaster realm, and I am unaware of his current location. He refrained from revealing Jianghu's whereabouts, fearing that failing to satisfy the evil swordsman could lead to repercussions for the pavilion. Yet, the evil swordsman's demeanor remained unperturbed, still smiling as he said, "That is of no concern to me. Just inform him that in 1 month's time, I shall challenge him here, should he fail to arrive. I will ensure the sword pavilion is erased from the annals of the martial world." As those words fell, Eugene's face drained of color, and the surrounding disciples were similarly stricken with terror. Chapter 84. The Four Heroes of the Jianghu. What? Is he truly intending to eradicate the sword pavilion of Shu from the Jianghu? Does he dare to wash it in blood? Is the evil swordsman a devil? He actually wishes to annihilate our sword pavilion. Does he not fear inciting the wrath of the righteous sects of the Jianghu? Such an action seems excessively tyrannical, remarked Eugene, his expression grave. The evil swordsman continued to chuckle, as if his previous words were mere jest. Yet, no one perceived it as a jest. The name evil swordsman in the Jianghu carries no levity. His words were equally devoid of humor. The winter wind howled like a blade. Yet no chill could rival the coldness of the evil swordsman's utterances. The hearts of the sword pavilion members were already filled with trepidation. Eugene, the head of the pavilion, was acutely aware that if his son Cheng could not return promptly, the sword pavilion of Shu might indeed be rendered nameless in the Jianghu. This absolutely cannot be allowed. However, his own strength was merely that of a top-tier expert in the Jianghu, and aside from his son, no one in the sword pavilion possessed greater prowess. Such strength could never hope to thwart the evil swordsman. Is it truly the case that the sword pavilion of Shu will be erased from the Jianghu? Must it perish at his hands? He resolved to swallow his pride and utter some conciliatory words. It is better to humble oneself than to witness the pavilion's demise. Yet, the evil swordsman granted him no such opportunity. After his declaration, he turned and departed, leaving behind a sea of terrified gazes. The biting wind swept away the last withered leaf from the treetops. Yu Jin's heart felt as barren as those stark branches, filled with desolation. Amidst the crowd, a young man clad in white leapt forward, having lingered among the masses for some time. He approached the head of the pavilion only after the evil swordsman had completely left, saying, "Father, this evil swordsman is far too domineering. You must hastily write to brother and summon him back, or else the sword pavilion of Shu may indeed become nameless in the Jianghu." Eugene, already fraught with anxiety, felt even more agitated upon hearing his words. "Do not concern yourself with this matter. Simply remain in the pavilion. I shall handle it." He turned away with impatience, observing the gathered disciples before instructing them to disperse. The young man, feeling neglected, turned pale and hastily pursued, "Father, this concerns the very life and death of our pavilion. As your son, how can I ignore it? You must ensure that brother returns within a month. As the pavilion's junior master, he cannot remain indifferent to this situation." Eugene turned, casting a cold glance at him. "Your brother has ventured forth seeking opportunities and has been absent for years. Even I do not know his current whereabouts." This explanation failed to convince the young man, who wished to say more, but Eugene had already turned away, his face ashen. The news of the evil swordsman challenging the sword madman of Shu, Yuqing, soon spread throughout the Jianghu, particularly in the region of Shu, where discussions flourished. On Qiqing Mountain, before the Pine Wind Monastery, stood an ancient, evergreen pine tree, known as the Song. Legend has it that this tree was planted by the founder of the Qingchang sword sect himself, and it has flourished for hundreds of years. Whenever the Pine Wind Taoist gazed upon this Song, a sense of pride would swell within him, a testament to the enduring legacy of their Qingchang sword sect. Before long, a young swordsman arrived beneath the ancient pine. "Master, you called for me?" The youth bore a smile, revealing his ease in the presence of his master. The Pine Wind Taoist, far from being bothered by this familiarity, often felt a sense of pride in his disciple. Meng Shilai, the eldest disciple of the Qingchang sword sect, was one of the 4 heroes of the Jianghu. The 4 heroes once represented the most outstanding talents among the younger generation of the 6 major sects, embodying the pinnacle of excellence. They included Bai Yun, the unrivaled swordsman of Huashan; Wu Dong, the young Meng Chong of Wudong; Lu Qingmei, the heroine of Amei; and Meng Shilai, the swordsman from the west of Qingcheng. Though the status of the 4 heroes in the Jianghu has gradually diminished, this was merely due to the overshadowing presence of Zhuo Bu'er, the foremost among them. Reflecting on this, the Pine Wind Taoist felt a renewed sense of satisfaction. Among the 6 major sects, Huashan had long dominated the Amei and Qiqing sects, a reality that had become a source of anguish for the leaders of the Qiqing sword sect throughout the ages. As the current leader, witnessing his most exceptional disciple surpass the prowess of Huashan brought him immense joy. The Pine Wind Taoist nodded at Meng Shilai, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Shilai, you must have heard the recent news regarding the evil swordsman's arrival in Shu." "Indeed," Meng Shilai replied with a faint smile. "Not only have I heard, but the news of the evil swordsman challenging the sword madman of Shu Yucheng has spread like wildfire throughout the Jianghu. In the Jianghu, Yuqing, the sword madman, stood as a truly unique figure. During his meteoric rise, the sword pavilion of Shu transitioned from a second-rate sect to an esteemed first-rate sect, rivaling both the Amei and Qingqing sects, a legendary tale indeed. However, as a legendary figure of the previous generation, Yucheng was significantly younger than the elders of the Jianghu. The Pine Wind Taoist, now over 60, saw Yuqing, who was just over 40. Although Yucheng had gained fame in the last generation, this did not deter Meng Shilai from viewing him as a rival to surpass. Seeing the determination in Meng Shilai's eyes, the Pine Wind Taoist felt a sense of satisfaction. He continued, "Yesterday, the head of the sword pavilion sent a letter, seeking our assistance from the Qingcheng and Amei sects, hoping we could unite to thwart the evil swordsman's recklessness for the sake of our shared Jianghu." Meng Shilai raised an eyebrow, sensing the dishonor in such a plea. Was this not a subtle admission of defeat? He was taken aback that they would resort to such measures. It appeared that since Yucheng had ventured out seeking enlightenment in the realm of masters, the sword pavilion of Shu had lost its pillar of strength, returning to its original state. Despite the old pavilion master's efforts to support them, his abilities were limited to that of a top-tier expert, and when faced with formidable opponents, they were swiftly returned to their former state. Ultimately, the sword pavilion of Shu lacked the depth and top-tier combatants needed to maintain its status as a first-rate sect, having relied solely on Yucheng's singular prowess. Meng Shilai could not help but feel fortunate to belong to the Qingcheng sword sect, where not only did he have a master who was an extraordinary expert, but also several elders of similar caliber. The Pine Wind Taoist continued, I have decided to descend the mountain personally. You shall accompany me, providing the perfect opportunity to witness the fastest sword in the Jianghu, the evil swordsman. Ah, master, even without your prompting, I had already intended to go. Meng Shilai exclaimed with a grin. How could I miss such an event, especially since it unfolds in our very own Shu? Oh, I knew you would be unable to resist. However, it is indeed beneficial for you to engage with the masters of swordsmanship in the Jianghu. One cannot cultivate swordsmanship in isolation. Since I am in good spirits today, let us see if your swordsmanship has improved. Meng Shilai's eyes sparkled, but upon noticing that the Pine Wind Taoist was empty-handed, he hesitated, reluctant to draw his sword. The Pine Wind Taoist chuckled in mock irritation. Come now. Do you think you can harm me? Perhaps I should simply abdicate my position. Very well. Meng Xian no longer hesitated. With a swift motion, he drew his longsword and charged fiercely towards his opponent. Chapter 85, Master Huixin on the summit of a Mei mountain, as the sun ascended in the east. Its rays illuminated the golden peak, casting a dazzling golden glow. Before the peak, Master Huixin appeared to be bathed in this golden Buddhist light, causing the Amei disciples who were secretly observing her to feel a sense of shame, quickly bowing their heads in embarrassment. How has Qimei been lately? Is she still in seclusion? Master Huixin's voice, tinged with a hint of melancholy, broke the silence. The Amei disciple across from her hurriedly replied, reporting to Master. Since Sister Lu returned to the mountain, she has remained in seclusion without interruption. However, I ensure her meals are provided daily without fail. Master Huixin nodded slightly and fell into contemplation. The disciple, unable to bear the silence any longer, glanced up again and caught sight of the master lost in thought. After a considerable time, the disciple stole glances repeatedly, her face reflecting a desire to speak. Just as she hesitated, Master Huixin broke the silence. Is there anything else? Master, there is a woman at the foot of the mountain who wishes to see Sister Lu, but I am unsure who is she? Master Huixin interrupted. What does she want with Qingmei? The Amei disciple responded. Her name is Wang Muji, and she claims to be a friend of Sister Lu. She did not specify the purpose of her visit. Wang Muji? Is she the fairy of Luoyang Wang Muji? Master Huixin inquired again. Yes, indeed. The Amei disciple confirmed. Upon hearing this, Master Huixin pondered for a moment and then said, Is she currently on the mountain? Bring her to me. Regarding the fairy of Luoyang, she had some understanding. She had heard Qimei mention the bond between them. The two had once joined forces to vanquish the villainous Silver-Hooked Yuqi. However, she still had some lingering doubts about that incident. After the encounter, she had examined the corpse of Silver-Hooked Yuqi and found multiple acupoints sealed, suggesting that there had been a skilled individual present, covertly aiding with concealed projectiles. Who could that master be? This question had remained unresolved in her mind. According to her subsequent investigations, the Golden Knife sect behind Wang Muji did not possess any formidable experts. The most skilled was merely the former leader, Wang Batian. Though Wang Batian was reputed to be invincible with the golden knife in the martial world, his true abilities were merely at the second-tier level, hardly worthy of her concern. Thus, who was the covert master that intervened? Was he linked to Wang Muji or merely a passerby? These questions had been buried deep within her heart, and now an opportunity arose to probe further. Before long, Wang Muji, clad in a conical hat and disguised as a man, was brought forth. She removed her hat, allowing her long, straight black hair to cascade down. As she moved, the golden bracelet on her wrist jingled melodically, harmonizing with her cheerful laughter, instantly dispelling the somberness before the golden peak. I am Wang Muji, honored to meet you, Master. Master Huixin gazed at Wang Muji, momentarily taken aback, before a smile broke across her face, a smile she hadn't worn in a long time. This scene startled the accompanying Amei disciple. So, the master can smile. And how beautiful she looks when she does. Upon witnessing Wang Muji's radiant smile, Master Huixin couldn't help but smile in return, finally understanding why Lu Qimei had chosen her as a friend. Qimei had always been aloof and reticent, lacking friends, while Wang Muji was the epitome of innocence and exuberance, easily endearing herself to others and fostering closeness. Master Huixin felt a deep sense of comfort knowing that Qimei had such a friend. Miss Wang, there is no need for excessive courtesy. I have often heard Qingmei speak of you. Today, seeing you in person, I can indeed see that you are a remarkable woman. Wang Muji blushed slightly at the compliment, glancing at her male disguise with a rare sense of embarrassment. She quickly shifted the topic, saying, "Master, you flatter me. I heard from this Sister Huabi that Sister Lu is still in seclusion. Do you know when she will emerge?" "That is difficult to say. Qingmei is currently in seclusion to cultivate our sect's ultimate skill, the Amei Sword Qi. Given her disposition, she will not emerge until she has perfected it." Master Huixin sighed, feeling both satisfied and helpless regarding her most valued disciple. Her admiration lay in Qingmei's indomitable spirit. Yet it was precisely this spirit that caused her concern. Wang Muji nodded in agreement. Recalling that Sister Lu had only reached the minor success stage of the Amei Sword Qi, allowing her to unleash only a few sword energies before exhausting herself. Noticing a hint of disappointment on Wang Muji's face, Master Huixin couldn't help but inquire, "Miss Wang, is there something you wish to discuss with Qingmei? If you face any difficulties, feel free to share with me. Perhaps I can be of assistance." "Oh, I have no difficulties," but Wang Muji hesitated. "I came specifically to find Sister Lu, and now that she is still in seclusion, I am at a loss as to what to do." "Is that so?" Master Huixin was taken aback, finding Wang Muji's innocence both amusing and concerning. This young woman was indeed delightfully naive, but such naivety could lead to peril without someone to protect her. Thankfully, she had the sense to disguise herself as a man, which would shield her from much danger. Otherwise, Master Huixin would worry for her safety on the journey to Amei. In a moment of inspiration, Master Huixin tested, "Miss Wang, don't you worry about your family when traveling alone in the martial world?" To be honest, Master, I actually snuck out." Wang Muji replied proudly. "What? You snuck out?" Master Huixin was astonished. "You are too reckless. You lack experience in the martial world. What will you do if you encounter danger?" She realized she had underestimated Wang Muji's innocence. Her audacity was beyond expectation. At this moment, Master Huixin abandoned her intention to continue probing. Since Wang Muji had snuck out, she likely had no idea if anyone was guarding her, making further inquiry futile. What troubled her most was how to ensure Wang Muji's safety now. If she allowed her to wander freely in the martial world, any unforeseen events could bring about dire consequences. After pondering for a moment, a clever idea struck her. Recently, the sword pavilion in Shuzhong will face a great upheaval. In the martial world, there is quite lively. I wonder if you have heard of it? A great upheaval? What kind of upheaval? Wang Muji's interest was piqued at the mention of excitement. Master Huixin continued. The evil sword master has proclaimed a duel against the sword fool of Shuzhong in a month's time. This matter has been the talk of the martial world. And I have received a letter from the pavilion master. I will soon lead the Amei disciples to the sword pavilion. If you are free, why not accompany me? The evil sword master is challenging the sword fool of Shuzhong? Is that true? Wang Muji was both shocked and thrilled, immediately responding, "That's wonderful, master. When shall we set off?" Master Huixin chuckled. "No rush. We still have a month. You may stay on the mountain for a few days, and we can depart in half a month." There are still 2 weeks to wait. Wang Muji felt an overwhelming sense of impatience. However, once she had calmed herself, she hastily inquired, "Master, has Sister Lu not yet emerged from her seclusion? Will she not be attending this time?" Chapter 86. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Half a month later, Master Huixin led a group of disciples from Amei down the mountain, heading straight for Shidu. Until the moment of departure, Lu Qingmei remained in seclusion, thus missing this journey to Shidu, which left Wang Muji feeling greatly regretful. Riding a donkey, Wang Muji found the journey unusually devoid of laughter. Indeed, a disciple named Huabai immediately recognized that she was mounted on a donkey. This filled Wang Muji with a mix of embarrassment and anger. It seemed that the owner of the carriage company had taken advantage of her youth and inexperience, swapping her horse for a donkey. What a cunning merchant! She resolved to confront that owner upon her return, determined to make him pay for his deceit. Sister Mu, riding a donkey is the same. It merely means moving a bit slower, right? Did you not see that our master walks on foot? The young disciple Huabai squinted as if her eyes were nearly closed, raising doubts about whether they were truly open. What further vexed her was that the surrounding Amei disciples were all stifling laughter, making it difficult for her to maintain her pride. All of this misfortune stemmed from that despicable carriage owner, who had tarnished her reputation in an instant. Amei Mountain is neither too close nor too far from Shidu. The group arrived at the Yulai Inn in Shidu within 3 days. The Shuzhong Sword Pavilion is located just 2 miles east of Shidu, so the group chose to stay at the inn first. With over 10 days remaining until the appointment between the evil sword master and the sword maniac Yu Qing, the atmosphere in Shidu was already bustling with activity as numerous figures from the martial world flocked to the city, quickly filling up all the major inns. Fortunately, Master Huaxin had arranged for accommodations in advance, alleviating any concerns about securing rooms. Such matters posed no challenge for the experienced Master Huaxin, especially considering that the Amei disciples were all women, who tended to be even more meticulous about such arrangements. Soon after, the leader of the Qi Sword sect, Daoist Qingsong, also arrived with his disciples, prompting Master Huaxin to pay her respects without delay. Feeling somewhat bored alone in the inn, Wang Muji soon slipped out, disguised as a man. She made her way to the largest and most vibrant tavern in Shidu, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The tavern was well known among the martial artists of Shuzhou. It was here that the sword maniac Yu Cheng had once challenged various renowned swordsmen, ultimately earning the title of Shuzhou's foremost swordsman. According to Master Huaxin, he was a once-in-a-century swordsmanship prodigy whose rise to fame in the martial world surpassed even that of the current evil swordmaster. Thus, the upcoming duel between the evil swordmaster and Yu Cheng was not merely a contest between two generations of swordsmanship geniuses, but a battle for the title of the greatest swordsman in the realm, a clash eagerly anticipated by martial artists everywhere. As Wang Muji entered the Drunken Immortal Pavilion wearing a conical hat, she was surprised to see many patrons similarly donned in hats and cloaked in raincoats, all mimicking the appearance of the evil swordmaster. This made her attire seem rather commonplace and unremarkable, which delighted her, for she felt she had found kindred spirits. "Waiter, bring me some wine," Wang Muji called out in a hushed tone. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion, as the most renowned tavern in Shuzhou, held its own unique charm. The most memorable aspect of the tavern was its signature Drunken Immortal wine, reputed to leave even deities inebriated. Skeptics eventually became its most devoted enthusiasts. The Drunken Immortal wine was hailed as one of the 4 finest wines in the martial world, rivaling the moonlit wine of the Wanghua Pavilion in Luoyang. Although Wang Muji was not accustomed to the taste of wine, she was nonetheless eager to sample this renowned beverage. Some drink not for the intoxicating flavor, but for the convivial atmosphere surrounding the act of drinking, and Wang Muji was one of them. At this moment, she was not merely consuming wine, but savoring the very essence of the martial world. Upon hearing her call, the waiter hurried over, inquiring, "You seem unfamiliar. Are you alone? Would you like to try our signature Drunken Immortal wine? I assure you, once you taste it, you'll be back for more." The waiter spoke rapidly yet clearly, his pride evident in his tone. Wang Muji readily agreed. "Sure, and please bring some side dishes as well. Choose what you think is best." "Certainly, please wait a moment." The waiter moved swiftly, darting through the hall with a grace that rivaled lightness of foot. While the waiter was unaware of the art of lightness in martial arts, perhaps, with such agility, he might one day develop his own style. Wang Muji smiled to herself and began observing the patrons in the tavern. Unlike the martial artists she had encountered in Luoyang, those here spoke with a thick Sichuan accent, often peppering their conversation with local colloquialisms that lent a unique flavor to their speech. That evil swordmaster is truly an arrogant fool, daring to challenge Yu Cheng in Shuzhou. He must be out of his mind, unaware of how to write the word death. One burly man exclaimed, raising his voice. "Exactly. Yu Cheng is our Shuzhou's finest swordsman, ranked 7th on the Jianghu master list by Xiaoxing. Can that evil swordmaster even dare to cross paths with him?" Another chimed in. "The evil swordmaster? Humph. What rank does he hold on the Jianghu master list?" A third man scoffed, laughter erupting among the group. "That rascal's name doesn't even appear on the list. He's merely seeking fame and has come here to make a fool of himself." The raucous laughter and boisterous conversation continued as Wang Muji turned slightly, spotting the rowdy group of burly men drinking with abandon. In their excitement, they pounded the table, shaking the precious swords resting atop it, until one fell to the floor with a dull thud. One of the burly men nonchalantly picked up the fallen sword, wearing a proud expression as if he had just accomplished something monumental. "Hey, Huizi, have you drunk so much that you can't even hold onto your own sword? If you can't manage that, perhaps you should just give up and sell it for some cash to keep drinking," a middle-aged man teased. "Indeed. How can you be so careless? I think Huizi has truly lost his senses. How could a third-rate character dare speak ill of the evil sword master? Clearly, he doesn't know what death means." Another added, "That's right. The evil sword master is already recognized as the fastest sword in the Jianghu, with his unique speed technique reaching an unparalleled level. Even if he can't defeat Yu Cheng, the duel will surely be evenly matched. Such a figure is not someone an ordinary person can criticize." Others chimed in, reveling in the spectacle. Upon hearing the mockery directed towards Huizi, The stout man began to sober up, falling silent and refraining from further drinking. If not for the eyes of the crowd upon him, he would have preferred to flee at that moment. Chapter 87. The sword comes from the west. Meng Shilai, upon hearing the discussions from the people across the room, Wang Muji finally broke into a radiant smile. Having formed a semblance of friendship with the evil swordmaster, she could not bear to hear others speak ill of him. Witnessing the ridicule directed at the previously mocked Hu, she felt a sense of satisfaction. In no time, the server had prepared the wine and dishes, exclaiming, "Honored guest, please enjoy." Wang Muji, now filled with appetite, eagerly began to indulge in the feast before her. She ate with great focus, the delectable food rendering her nearly impervious to distractions, even placing her beloved sword aside on the table. However, her attention was soon drawn back up as the voice of a storyteller echoed from the front of the hall. This was perhaps one of the few things capable of interrupting her enjoyment of the meal. Raising her gaze, she spotted a middle-aged scholar, dressed in traditional attire. Standing at the front, his voice deep and slightly hoarse. Had she not glanced up, Wang Muji would have easily mistaken it for the voice of an elderly gentleman. Regardless of the source, she cherished the sound of a storyteller, and as she listened, she continued to feast with delight. Before long, the hall fell silent as a young swordsman entered, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Some in the crowd recognized the youth, their eyes brimming with envy. The young swordsman scanned the room and then approached a guest table. "Greetings, I am Meng Shilai from the Qingshang sword sect. Might I share a drink with you?" he announced, his voice resonant and filled with curiosity as he regarded the man in the conical hat before him. From the moment he stepped into the hall, he had discerned that the seemingly youthful figure before him possessed formidable inner strength, rivaling his own. As a disciple of one of the 6 major sects of the martial world, it was a fundamental skill to gauge a person's inner power through their breath. This ability was not particularly esoteric. It simply required observation and experience, something he had ample opportunity to hone as a disciple of the Qingshang sword sect. This revelation both startled him and piqued his curiosity. Who was this enigmatic figure in the hat? It was well known that he was among the most gifted disciples of his generation, one of the 4 heroes of the Jianghu, already famed throughout the martial world. Yet, the strength of this individual was not inferior to his own, leaving him astounded. He believed that a young person with such talent and capability could not be an ordinary individual, prompting him to approach and forge a connection. Wang Muji, who had been engrossed in her meal, looked up in surprise, internally musing, Meng Shilai. Could he be the Meng Shilai known as the sword comes from the west? Upon regaining her composure, she noticed that the surrounding martial artists were either openly or subtly fixated on the young swordsman. Confirming her suspicion that he was indeed the renowned Meng Shilai, quickly swallowing her food, she gestured to the seat in front of her. "Please, Meng Shilai, take a seat." Upon hearing this, Meng Shilai sat down and replied, "Thank you, my friend. May I ask your name?" This question caught Wang Muji off guard. She could not simply reveal her true identity as Wang Muji, for that would expose her disguise as a man. How could she allow that to happen? Her eyes darted around until she devised a clever response. "I am Wang Dai, just a humble wanderer of the Jianghu. Unlike you, Meng Shilai, who hails from a distinguished lineage. Please, let us drink." With that, she poured a full cup for him. "Wang Dai?" Meng Shilai pondered, perplexed, as he had never heard of any top-tier martial artist by that name. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. The Jianghu was replete with hidden talents, and it was not unusual for him to be unfamiliar with someone of Wang's caliber. He resolved to engage with this individual, impressed by their evident strength despite their youth, and raised his cup to drink heartily. Wang Muji followed suit, downing her drink, the fine wine bringing a rush of sensations. Setting aside the taste of the wine for now, she felt a surge of joy within her. The name Wang Dai was no coincidence. It was a clever homage to her father, Wang Dahai, making it quite fitting. As she gazed at Meng Shilai, her admiration grew. Previously, she had only heard of him in connection with Sister Lu, as one of the 4 heroes of the Jianghu. The 4 heroes were the most exceptional talents among the younger generation of the 6 major sects. Baiyun swordsman Guo Shan from Guo Shan, Wudong's little Meng Chang Mo Kongbei, Amei's heroine Lu Qingmei, and Meng Shilai from Qingqing. She had already met Guo Shan, though he had fallen from grace, now regarded as a disgrace to Guo Shan. Consequently, the title of the 4 heroes had largely faded from the collective memory of the Jianghu, rarely mentioned in conversation. As for Meng Shilai, he was reputed to be righteous and free-spirited, embodying the chivalric spirit, which she now sensed to be true. Her initial impression suggested he was far superior to Guo Shan. Yet, this was merely their first encounter. and more time would be needed to truly assess him. Thus, only the Wudong disciple, Mo Kongbei, remained a figure she had yet to meet. Across the table, Meng Shilai poured himself another drink and inquired, "I presume you have come regarding the evil swordmaster's duel with the sword maniac of Shu?" Wang Muji nodded, affirming, "Indeed. This matter has stirred quite a commotion in the Jianghu. I suspect most of the patrons here have come for the same reason. Ha ha, I am relieved that this duel is taking place in Shu. Otherwise, I might have missed witnessing such a thrilling spectacle." Meng Shilai continued, "If you do not mind, might I ask where you hail from? After this event, you are welcome to visit the Qingcheng sword sect and enjoy the scenic views of Qingqing Mountain." "Well, let's discuss that later. I still have important matters to attend to here," Wang Muji replied, taken aback by his sudden invitation. She was uncertain when Sister Lu would emerge from her seclusion and preferred to wait until then before making any plans. Meng Shilai felt a twinge of disappointment. This Wang Dai seemed rather aloof and somewhat shy, which was disheartening for someone who relished making new friends. Yet, he reminded himself that there was always time ahead to cultivate this friendship, and for now, they could simply enjoy their drinks together. As they continued to drink, Meng Shilai refrained from pressing further about Wang Muji's background, instead sharing amusing tales from the Jianghu, which enlivened the atmosphere. Wang Muji, however, grimaced as she drank too much wine, leaving her feeling somewhat downcast and uncharacteristically subdued. Chapter 88. Invincible beneath the master. Half a month's time slipped away in the blink of an eye. And the day of the duel between the evil swordsman and the sword madman of Shu had arrived. In the sword pavilion's grand hall, Eugene paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. Shortly thereafter, an excited disciple rushed in, exclaiming, "Pavilion Master, the young Pavilion Master has returned. He is already in the courtyard." Eugene's face instantly lit up with joy upon hearing this. "Excellent. It is good that he has returned. Take me to see Chinger." The day of the duel had come, and the weight of pressure in Eugene's heart felt as heavy as a mountain, nearly suffocating him. Fortunately, Chinger had returned just in time. Otherwise, within the grand courtyard of the sword pavilion, Eugene was taken aback upon seeing Yu Cheng. Momentarily unable to recognize him as his own son, dressed in coarse linen and wearing fur shoes, Yu Cheng appeared as nothing more than a humble farmer. "Chinger, why are you dressed this way?" Eugene inquired, perplexed. Was this truly his son? The former Yu Cheng, though not ostentatious, always presented himself in neat and elegant attire. Having been raised in luxury, how could he possibly look like this now? Yu Cheng, not in haste to explain, retained a glimmer of his former resolve in his eyes. "Father, we shall discuss this later. Allow me to bathe and change first." "Very well, I shall have someone prepare for you," Eugene instructed a nearby servant. Then turned back to Yu Cheng. "Chenger, the duel with the evil swordsman is today. Do you feel confident in defeating him?" In the past, he would never have asked such a question, as he held unwavering faith in his son. Yet, in this moment, he found himself inexplicably voicing his concern, his heart troubled by Yu Cheng's appearance. As Yu Cheng was about to head to his room, he turned back and calmly replied, "Father, you need not worry. I am invincible beneath the master." His voice retained the confidence of old, and in that moment, Eugene understood that his son had truly returned. In Shu City, at the drunken immortal pavilion, the evil swordsman leisurely entered and ordered an abundant feast. His arrival instantly captured the attention of everyone in the hall. "It's the evil swordsman. He has come. Is he here to replenish his strength for the impending battle? Look, he has ordered delectable dishes, roasted chicken, roasted duck, and a platter of sauced beef. It seems today's duel will surely be extraordinary." The evil swordsman indulged in the feast before him, savoring each dish with meticulous care. Not a drop of wine graced the table, for he intentionally avoided it. Alcohol dulls the senses and slows reflexes. A grave error in a contest of skill. As for Yu Cheng, the sword madman of Shu, the evil swordsman lacked absolute confidence. This legendary swordsman possessed skills nearly on par with a master, thus demanding his utmost caution. He dined slowly, treating the meal as a vital affair, relishing each bite with composure. He stopped when he felt he was 8/10 full, aware that overeating would elevate blood sugar levels, leading to drowsiness, a subtle knowledge he alone possessed. He had shown sufficient respect for his opponent, even having bathed and changed yesterday to present himself in the best possible condition for their encounter. Before long, satiated, the evil swordsman left a silver ingot on the table and strolled toward the eastern part of the city. At noon, the winter sun dispelled the chill of the 12th month, and those skilled in martial arts, imbued with inner strength, paid little heed to the cold. The Sword Pavilion had become a gathering place for eager spectators, bustling with life, reminiscent of the grand martial assemblies of yore. Word had spread that the sword madman of Shu had returned to the Sword Pavilion, making the duel inevitable. This news ignited excitement among the crowd, heightening anticipation for the forthcoming spectacle. In the midst of the throng, at the center of the courtyard, disciples had already constructed the arena, with a row of empty seats awaiting esteemed witnesses of the duel. Amei sword sect disciples congregated prominently near the stage, while not far off. Members of the Qingcheng sword sect had also gathered, occupying the most visible vantage point. As one of the 6 major sects of the martial world, both Amei and Qingcheng had every right to claim such a position, and none among the spectators disputed their presence. Wang Muji stood alongside the Amei disciples, her heart swelling with excitement as she gazed at the lively scene. Her companion, Hua Bai, noticing her enthusiasm, remarked, "Muji, this duel has nothing to do with you. Why are you so thrilled?" "Who says it has nothing to do with me?" Wang Muji retorted proudly. "I know the evil swordsman, I've even shared drinks with him. Does that not make him my friend?" "You? How could you possibly know the evil swordsman?" Hua Bai responded incredulously, having never heard of the evil swordsman having any friends, especially with someone as inexperienced as Wang Muji. Wang Muji, grinning triumphantly, recounted her fortuitous encounter, embellishing the tale to portray herself as a heroic figure capable of toasting 300 cups with him, oblivious to the skepticism in Hua Bai's eyes. Suddenly, the master Huixin turned back, saying, "Miss Wang, the evil swordsman is a perilous individual. It would be wise for you to keep your distance." She had overheard their conversation and, concerned for Wang Muji's innocence and lack of experience in the martial world, felt compelled to offer her cautionary advice. Chapter 89. Utterly adorable Wang Muji was profoundly perplexed. It was undeniable that the evil sword master possessed formidable strength. However, to label him as exceedingly dangerous seemed a bit excessive. The martial world was replete with exceptional masters, and according to Bai Xiaoxing's ranking of martial artists, those who made the list were all top-tier experts, with the top 3 being grandmasters. Were all these individuals truly dangerous, warranting avoidance? Master Huixin discerned the confusion in her heart and elaborated further. The evil sword master embodies both righteousness and wickedness, his actions dictated solely by his whims. Until we fully understand his character, it is prudent to maintain distance. The headmaster's words were indeed wise. "Muji, you must remain vigilant and not trust others too readily," chimed in Hua Bai, echoing the sentiment. Wang Muji eventually nodded. She felt the sincerity behind their advice and usually accepted such benevolent warnings with humility. Yet, she harbored her own perspective. During her previous encounter with the evil sword master, he had exuded an oddly familiar aura, as if he understood her innermost self. Though she could not articulate why, she firmly believed he would never cause her harm. Seeing Wang Muji nod in silence, Master Huixin assumed she had heeded her counsel and turned away, satisfied. Meanwhile, Meng Shilai of the One Sword westward stood transfixed, gazing at Wang Muji from a distance. Initially, he was bewildered by her association with the disciples of the Amei sword sect, knowing that the sect was entirely composed of women. Why then, was a man like him amidst them? Only upon hearing Master Huixin refer to her as Miss Wang did he come to a startling realization. She was disguised as a man. No wonder. At their first encounter, she had donned a wide-brimmed hat, leading him to assume she was merely aloof and somewhat timid, never considering otherwise. Recovering from his thoughts, Meng Shilai couldn't help but smile ruefully. Wang Muji, the fairy of Luoyang. He now understood that she was one of the 4 great beauties of the martial world. It was no surprise she was among the Amei disciples. It was rumored that the fairy of Luoyang shared a close friendship with the Amei heroine, Lu Qingmei. And it seemed this rumor held true. As Meng Shilai observed Wang Muji, she caught sight of him as well, feeling suddenly guilty, and promptly made a playful face in his direction. His heart warmed at her innocent and charming demeanor. In the Sword Pavilion's grand hall, after Cheng'er had returned to her room to bathe and change, Eugene remained in the hall, waiting. His mind was flooded with inquiries, and he frequently glanced outside. Noticing a lack of activity, he returned to his seat, habitually reaching for the teacup, only to discover it contained nothing but a puddle of tea leaves. Grabbing the teapot, he found it devoid of tea as well. In merely a quarter of an hour, he had drained an entire pot. "Someone, quickly brew a fresh pot of tea," Eugene called out. Shortly thereafter, a servant appeared with a newly brewed pot. Just as the servant was about to leave, Eugene called him back. "Please instruct the kitchen to prepare a lavish meal." Ching'er will be hungry upon her return. Of course, sir, the servant replied. By the way, what is the situation outside? Have the Yimei and Qi-Ching Sword Sect members arrived? Yes, sir. The members of the Yimei and Qi-Ching Sword Sect have just arrived. Young master is currently attending to them, the servant informed him. Very well, you may go, Eugene nodded, feeling a temporary sense of relief. Not long after, footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Eugene promptly rose to see Yu Cheng entering, pushing the door open. Cheng'er, have you tidied up? Come, sit and have some tea. And share with me the events of your years away. Eugene eagerly urged. However, upon sitting, Yu Cheng's expression was somber. Father, there has not been significant progress regarding my matters. But let us first discuss the situation at the sword pavilion. Why has the evil sword master suddenly challenged me? Noticing Yu Cheng's reluctance to elaborate, Eugene realized that his search for the elusive figure had not gone smoothly, stirring a sense of regret within him. Yet, he had anticipated such an outcome, and thus steeled himself, saying, the evil swordmaster's challenge came as a surprise, no one knows the reason behind it. However, it seems likely he seeks greater renown within the martial world. After all, a young prodigy is often tempted by fame. That's not it, Yu Cheng firmly countered. Over the years, I have heard much about his reputation. Since his debut 3 years ago, he has claimed victory over numerous renowned swordsmen, never tasting defeat. If he merely sought fame, he would challenge the leaders of various sects, as they would undoubtedly bring him greater renown than challenging me. Furthermore, the difficulty of defeating them would be far less than overcoming me, and he must also consider the repercussions of losing to me. His actions do not align with that reasoning. Then, why would he do such a thing? Eugene inquired, perplexed, finally grasping the inconsistencies in their discussion. If the evil sword master was not pursuing fame, what then was his motivation for challenging Cheng'er? Was it possible he was not after the title of the foremost swordsman in the martial world? Yu Cheng sneered. Father, you do not understand. For a true swordsman, especially the pinnacle of swordsmen, the continuous challenge of stronger opponents and the validation of one's own sword path far outweighs the allure of fame. Eugene was taken aback, finding himself further perplexed. He was neither a true swordsman nor the pinnacle of one. He was merely a first-rate swordsman and could not fathom the depth of his son's words. Yu Cheng continued to elucidate. A genuine swordsman must constantly challenge stronger foes to refine their will through the validation of their sword path. This is why many in the martial world ardently aspire to become the best in the world. It is also the key to transcending the Grandmaster realm. What? Is willpower truly so crucial? Could it really be the key to transcending the Grandmaster level? Eugene gasped in shock, unable to fathom that willpower was the essence of such a significant breakthrough. This revelation left him astounded and bewildered. Yet since it came from Yu Cheng's lips, he could not help but believe it. He knew his son had exhausted every effort to transcend the Grandmaster level. How could he not trust him? Chapter 90. The footsteps of the uncommon will is of utmost significance, yet it remains elusive, intangible, neither seen nor touched. Apart from honing it through relentless battles, are there truly no alternative methods? Moreover, what has driven Cheng to tirelessly seek the traces of the extraordinary for so many years? How is it connected to the opportunity to transcend to the realm of the masters? A multitude of questions swirled within Eugene's mind, yet before he could voice them, the next words from his companion sent a shiver down his spine. The evil swordsman has summoned me for a duel, and I fear he is also preparing to break through to the master level. How could this be possible? The evil swordsman is still so young. Has he already begun preparing to ascend to mastery? If he truly succeeds in breaking through, Eugene dared not contemplate the implications of such a young master. A prodigy of unparalleled talent. Humph. Eugene scoffed. Is it so easy to become a master? He is merely beginning his preparations. While I have been ready for over a decade, is he not trapped at the threshold of mastery just as I am? With a sigh, Cheng lamented. How arduous it is to attain mastery. Were it not so, how could there be only 3 masters in the world? Eugene wholeheartedly agreed, and chose to let the matter rest. At that moment, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the hall, followed by several attendants entering with food boxes in hand. Before long, the table was laden with an exquisite and sumptuous feast. Cheng, you must be famished. Let us eat while we converse, Eugene remarked. Cheng's throat tightened. Though not one to indulge in gluttony, he found himself unable to resist the temptation. After years of wandering, subsisting mainly on mountain spring water and wild fruits, occasionally roasting hunted game, the lavish spread before him was incomparable. Thus, he began to feast without reservation. Eat well, for you have a fierce battle ahead with the evil swordsman. Nourish yourself to gather your strength. Eugene watched with concern as Cheng devoured his meal, imagining the hardships he must have endured on his journey. Searching for traces of the extraordinary is no small feat. The extraordinary is merely an unusual commoner. Locating such a person amidst the vast expanse of the world is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Cheng, where have you traveled these years? Why do you disguise yourself in such a manner? Seizing the opportunity while Cheng ate, Eugene finally voiced his underlying curiosity. Cheng abruptly halted his eating, then sighed once more. Father, I have traversed a significant portion of the martial world, yet I have found not a single clue regarding the extraordinary. The ancient texts merely state that the extraordinary is an unusual commoner, devoid of martial prowess. So you disguised yourself as a peasant to investigate in secret? Eugene interjected. In such a vast realm, is it not akin to searching for a needle in a haystack? Cheng fell silent for a moment before resuming his meal. Though the food no longer held its previous allure, Eugene chose not to press further, sipping the tea he had left untouched. The hall fell into silence, save for the sound of Cheng mechanically chewing his food. Searching for a needle in a haystack still offers a glimmer of hope. But to abandon the quest extinguishes all possibility. Faced with the seemingly insurmountable barrier of mastery, Cheng's heart had already succumbed to despair, leaving him to place his hopes on the nebulous prospect of opportunity. According to the ancient scriptures, the extraordinary is a being sought after even by masters. Surely, they could assist him in overcoming the barrier to mastery. At noon, under the winter sun, the temperature peaked for the day. The courtyard of the Sword Pavilion buzzed with animated discussion. Suddenly, the cacophony fell silent as all eyes turned toward the entrance. A man, clad in a conical hat and a rain cloak, wielding a long sword, stepped into the courtyard with a stern expression. The crowd collectively stirred. The evil swordsman had arrived. In truth, the evil swordsman had reached the Sword Pavilion long before. The drunken immortal inn was merely 2 miles away, and with his speed, it would take him less than 15 minutes to arrive. Yet, he had deliberately taken his time, allowing half a stick of incense to pass. He sat on a nearby stone to meditate, not only to ensure he was in peak condition to face the sword enthusiast Yu Cheng of Shu, but also to exhaust his opponent's mental energy, causing him to lose his composure while waiting. This strategy was not born of insecurity or a desire to employ underhanded tactics for victory. Rather, he sought to maximize his own capabilities while minimizing those of his foe. In a duel between masters, victory often hinges on the tiniest of margins, where even the slightest difference can determine the outcome. Aware that their strengths were closely matched, he aimed to optimize his prowess and diminish that of his adversary, believing this to be the fairest approach. To insist on absolute fairness would, in his view, be a sign of disrespect towards his opponent. Moreover, this duel was no ordinary contest. It not only represented a clash for the title of the world's foremost swordsman, but also served as a means for the evil swordsman to validate his own strength in the path of his swordsmanship. Deep down, he sensed the significance of this battle, not for the sake of worldly fame, but for the preservation of his unassailable mindset and indomitable will. As the crowd of martial artists watched with rapt attention, the evil swordsman ascended the platform step by step. Yu Cheng, the sword enthusiast of Shu, I have come, he declared, his voice devoid of emotion, yet resonant and powerful, echoing throughout the Sword Pavilion and reaching every ear present. The legendary evil swordsman had finally arrived. Would today be the day he emerged victorious? Among the crowd, Wang Muji murmured, her heart hopeful for his triumph, yet aware that his opponent was the legendary swordsman of the martial world, Yu Cheng, the sword enthusiast of Shu. Beside her, Huabai gazed intently at the evil swordsman on the platform, her heart filled with awe. Is this the evil swordsman? How does his presence seem more formidable than that of our esteemed master? This was the foremost swift sword of the martial world, the evil swordsman. Their master often proclaimed, men are not inherently superior, women are no less than men. Yet, upon witnessing the evil swordsman, her conviction wavered. His mere presence instilled an overwhelming sense of trepidation within her. No wonder Muji held him in such high regard. He was truly extraordinary. Chapter 91. The duel. The evil swordsman stood proudly on the arena, uttering but a single phrase before closing his eyes, seemingly indifferent to the world around him as he began to meditate. Not far beneath the platform, Uxin, the second young master of the Sword Pavilion, gazed at the evil swordsman with a complex expression and spoke in a low voice to the disciples behind him. Have you informed my father and elder brother? The evil swordsman has arrived. When will they come out? Young master, we have already notified the pavilion master and the young pavilion master. The young pavilion master has finished his meal and should be coming out shortly, replied one of the disciples. Understood, Yu Xian acknowledged. Turning his attention back to the evil swordsman, his mind lost in thought. After a while, footsteps echoed from the grand hall of the sword pavilion. And Yu Xian turned to see his elder brother, Yu Cheng, emerge first. Elder brother has arrived. You must quickly go and inform the Qi-Qing Sword Sect's Master Qingsong and the Amei Sword Sect's Master Huixin to come up and witness this duel. As leaders of two of the 6 major sects of the martial world, either of these two figures could command the respect necessary to calm the entire assembly. Their presence as witnesses for this duel was indeed the most favorable outcome. However, the invitation extended to them was not merely for the sake of witnessing. In times of need, they might be the only ones capable of saving the sword pavilion from peril. Yu Xian could not help but applaud his father's brilliant maneuver. Had he been in charge, he would have struggled to conceive such a clever strategy. His feelings towards his elder brother were a mix of admiration and jealousy. It was undeniable that if not for his brother's presence, the sword pavilion would not have risen from a second-rate sect to rival the esteemed Amei and Qingqing sword sects. Yet, what fueled his jealousy was the fact that his brother had willingly relinquished the position of pavilion master, a title Yu Xian had long coveted. He bore no hatred towards his brother, only resentment towards his father's favoritism. Despite his brother's clear refusal of the pavilion master position, their father remained obstinate, waiting for his brother to change his mind. If his brother had truly desired the role, Yu Xian might have long since reconciled himself to his fate. Now, he was left in a state of perpetual hope, only to be denied fulfillment, an unbearable sensation akin to thirsting for plums. The sword madman, Yu Cheng, stepped onto the arena. The evil swordsman opened his eyes and responded, "The sword madman of Sichuan, Yu Cheng?" They both nodded, locking gazes. The evil swordsman's gaze gradually shifted to the long sword held by Yu Cheng, a seemingly ordinary blade that could be purchased for no more than 10 taels of silver in a Sichuan weapon shop. It was astonishing to think that the legendary swordsman, once hailed as the finest in the martial world, wielded such a commonplace weapon. As Yu Cheng took the stage, the crowd of martial artists below erupted in excitement. Some of the younger spectators were unfamiliar with Yu Cheng. They had heard whispers of his name before entering the martial world, yet had never encountered him in person. Yu Cheng had long since faded from the public eye, leaving many to feel a sense of strangeness towards the once renowned first swordsman of the Jianghu. However, the older generation of martial artists had not forgotten him, nor the legendary feats he had accomplished. This duel marked the first confrontation between the new and old generations of swordsmen, stirring anticipation among the crowd. Before long, Master Huixin of the Amei Sword Sect and Master Qingsong of the Qingqing Sword Sect arrived at the arena, guided by Eugene, the pavilion master. Eugene addressed them, "Master Qingsong, Master Huixin, please take your seats." They nodded in acknowledgement. Once they were seated, Eugene turned to the gathered crowd and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed martial friends, today marks the day of the duel between the evil swordsman and my son, Yu Cheng. This public contest of swordsmanship is free of any prior grievances and is purely a demonstration of their skills. According to the rules of the Jianghu, in open contests, strikes should be controlled. The witnesses for this duel are Master Huixin of the Amei Sword Sect and Master Qingsong of the Qingqing Sword Sect. Without further ado, let the duel commence." His words ignited a palpable tension among the spectators. The clash between the evil swordsman and the sword madman of Sichuan was about to unfold, and no one wished to miss a single detail of their confrontation. "Do you think either of them will emerge victorious?" A young woman named Wang Muji could not contain her curiosity and asked her companion, Hua Bai, as they watched intently. Perhaps due to the mounting tension, Hua Bai found herself uncertain, her initial belief in the evil swordsman's victory wavering, especially given that his opponent was known as the first swordsman of the Jianghu. She replied, her eyes glued to the arena, "They have yet to engage, who can say?" However, since sword madman of Sichuan Yu Cheng is renowned as the first swordsman of the Jianghu, he likely has the upper hand. Besides, he is twice the age of the evil swordsman, suggesting his inner strength is far more profound. If the evil swordsman wishes to triumph, he must rely solely on his unparalleled speed in swordplay. Huabai had only heard of the two's reputations, never having witnessed their prowess firsthand, leaving her unable to predict the outcome. Yet she recalled the words of the sect leader, who once mentioned that Yu Cheng had defeated her in just 38 moves, a fact that had astounded her. The sect leader was one of the most formidable masters in the Jianghu. How could she have fallen to someone in such a limited number of exchanges? Thus, in Huabai's heart, she believed that the sword madman of Sichuan had the greater chance of victory. Meanwhile, Meng Shilai, known for his swordsmanship, gazed at the two combatants, his spirit ablaze with fervor. He had long regarded Yu Qing as the benchmark he aspired to surpass, a sentiment shared throughout the Qi sword sect, which held high hopes for him as their leading figure. Yet he recognized the vast gap in their abilities, feeling he needed at least another 20 years of training to catch up. Nevertheless, he was already considered one of the most outstanding young talents in the Sichuan martial world, and the entire Qi sword sect placed their expectations upon him. Chapter 92. Falling into disadvantage on the arena, the sword enthusiast from Shu, Yu Qing, suddenly spoke, "Evil swordsman. By the looks of you, it seems you have yet to comprehend the path of the master, am I correct?" The evil swordsman was taken aback by the remark, slightly bewildered, and replied, "What makes you say that?" Instead of answering immediately, Yu Qing shook his head with a smile and continued, "Do you know that if you are defeated by my sword today, it may forever hinder your ascent to the realm of mastery?" Oh, the evil swordsman was quite surprised, his expression skeptical. Noticing that Yu Qing did not appear to be attempting to deceive him, he could not help but ask, "Senior, how do you arrive at this conclusion?" Yu Qing merely smiled again, his expression gradually turning serious. At this point, further words are futile. Draw your sword. The evil swordsman harbored grave doubts about Yu Qing's prior statement, suspecting it was merely a ploy to unsettle his mind. If Yu Qing truly believed that, he would likely be disappointed. In the next moment, the evil swordsman unsheathed his Qinghong's sword, his demeanor shifting to one of stern resolve. "Senior, please enlighten me." As soon as the words left his lips, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, lunging forward, his Qinghong sword creating dozens of sword shadows that enveloped Yu Qing entirely. How swift! A hint of astonishment flickered in Yu Qing's eyes. Such speed could rival that of someone in the perfection realm. However, the technique employed was not a form of extraordinary lightness skill, but merely a swift sword technique. As the foremost swordsman in the martial world, Yu Qing had learned countless sword styles since childhood, yet none could achieve such velocity. Even the swiftest of sword techniques could not reach this level. What kind of swift sword technique was he practicing? With no time to ponder, Yu Qing swiftly drew his long sword, repelling the multitude of sword shadows that threatened to overwhelm him. Fortunately, the force behind the evil swordsman's strikes was not overwhelming, allowing him to defend with relative ease. Evidently, the opponent's inner strength was indeed inferior to his own. Yu Qing mused, relieved that even though the evil swordsman was faster, if his inner strength were also deeper, there would be no point in continuing. He might as well concede. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, another wave of sword shadows came crashing down upon him, relentless and overwhelming, forcing him into a defensive position. The clash between the two was as swift as lightning, their silhouettes intertwining, leaving the spectators below in awe and astonishment. Such incredible speed! The evil swordsman truly lives up to the title of the fastest sword in the martial world. If it were me, I doubt I could withstand even a single strike. It was astonishing to witness. Who would have thought that the evil swordsman would initially hold the upper hand? But do not rejoice too soon. The evil swordsman only temporarily dominated the exchange. Did you not notice that the sword enthusiast of Shu, Yu Qing, has yet to fully engage? Once he does, the tides of battle will surely turn. Who would have thought that the evil swordsman's swift sword technique could be so astonishingly quick? On the spectator's stand, the head of the sword pavilion, Eugene, furrowed his brow, concern etched across his face. "Do not worry for now, pavilion master," the wise master Huaxin interjected dismissively. "Though the evil swordsman wields speed, mere rapidity cannot defeat Yu Qing's prowess." "Indeed," added the Taoist Qingsong beside her, "Yu Qing's innate talent in swordplay is unparalleled in my lifetime. This level of performance likely cannot elicit his full potential." "Oh, I see." Eugene felt a twinge of embarrassment. He could not discern his son's strength, attributing it to his own lack of perception. However, there was little he could do. Both of the individuals present were unparalleled masters in the martial world, their insight exceeding that of a mere first-rate expert like himself. Moreover, the strength of both combatants surpassed his comprehension, making it entirely reasonable that he could not grasp the situation. Not only he, but the majority of the gathered martial artists below also failed to recognize the true dynamics at play, merely perceiving the evil swordsman as the one relentlessly pressing the attack, thus concluding he held absolute superiority. Yet, this was merely a temporary illusion. In truth, both were still in the phase of probing, neither having unleashed their genuine strength. Suddenly, the intensity of the clash escalated. To the spectators below, only two figures seemed to flicker and intertwine on the stage, punctuated by the sounds of blades colliding. The evil swordsman's speed increased further, rendering his strikes nearly invisible. Below, Wang Muji focused intently on the duel, murmuring, "I can barely see the evil swordsman's strikes." If even she found it difficult to catch the evil swordsman's movements, those around her fared no better. Yet, despite this, everyone remained riveted to the arena, fearful of missing any moment of the unfolding spectacle. On the spectators' stand, Yu Jin's expression grew increasingly anxious. Why has Qing'er not yet exerted his full strength? The evil swordsman seems to be unleashing his full might. Yu Jin felt a pang of urgency. If Qing'er did not unleash his full power soon, he might genuinely find himself defeated. Master Huixin and Daoist Qingsong no longer wore the relaxed expressions they had at the beginning. It had become apparent to any discerning observer that the evil swordsman had thoroughly seized the advantage, although neither had been declared the victor yet. It was only a matter of time before the evil swordsman triumphed if things continued in this manner. On the arena, the astonishment in Yu Cheng's heart grew more profound as the battle progressed. After exchanging over 100 blows, he found himself utterly outmatched. It was not that he lacked the desire to fight at full strength, but rather that the relentless onslaught of the opponent's sword techniques resembled a torrential storm, leaving him no respite whatsoever. Continuing down this path was unsustainable. He needed to temporarily repel the opponent's rapid assault, disrupt the rhythm of their attack. Yu Cheng resolved internally, recognizing that the opponent's speed was too overwhelming. If this continued as a mere contest of swordplay, he would undoubtedly be subdued to the point of no return. Of course, he would not meet his demise. According to the rules of the martial world, both parties engaged in open combat must cease at the point of contact. Moreover, with the leaders of the Amei and Qingcheng sword factions present as witnesses, the opponent would not seize the opportunity to strike fatally. Nevertheless, even with these reassurances, he could not accept the situation. To him, defeat was akin to death. The words he had spoken to the evil swordsman echoed in his mind as well. He had been trapped at the bottleneck of mastery for over a decade. Should he lose his indomitable will, he would forever be estranged from the realm of mastery. If that were the case, he would rather choose death. With these thoughts swirling, Yu Cheng resolved to break through forcefully. He inhaled deeply, channeling his inner energy and unleashing a barrage of sword chi towards the opponent. The sword chi erupted forth. Faced with the sudden onslaught of sword chi, the evil swordsman's rapid assault abruptly halted, forcing him to retreat momentarily. At last, Yu Cheng seized a brief moment to catch his breath. That single unexpected burst had drained a third of his energy reserves. However, it was of little concern. He remained confident that even after expending this portion of his energy, he still possessed an advantage over his opponent. This battle had only just begun. Now, he was prepared to unleash his full strength.